Chapter 1. On September 1st, 1914, precisely 1 month after Germany declared war on France, the German forces swiftly penetrated Belgium and invaded French territory, executing the Schlieffen Plan of first west, then east. At this juncture, the vanguard of the German army was a mere 30 miles from Paris, and every effort made by the French military to thwart the German right flank had been declared a failure. Paris was on the brink of peril. Approximately 10 miles east of Paris lay the town of Devaude, beside the Marne River. Old Francis sat upright on the sofa, his right hand clasping a lit pipe, silently gazing at the flickering flames in the hearth. His eyes were hollow and profound, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Seated beside him were the 2 sons of Bernard, the elder, Pierre, and the younger, Doika. Yet, they remained silent, as darkness and quietude enveloped the majority of the living room. Francis' expression appeared slightly more rigid than usual. He slowly brought the pipe to his lips, taking gentle puffs, while the 2 curling white mustaches danced rhythmically in the glow of the fire. At last, Pierre could no longer contain himself. He rose and declared, "Make a decision. Father, remaining here is not a wise choice. The government officials have already abandoned Paris, which signifies their surrender. Everyone is fleeing. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Doika, who had been sitting beside him, turned slightly forward, his tone imbued with a plea. "Pierre is right, father. Depart now. You cannot halt the German army, and nothing is more significant than your survival." Francis calmly moved the pipe away and exhaled a long plume of smoke, responding in a hoarse yet resolute voice. "You have not lived through that period. I was merely 20 years old then. Though young, I already owned a textile factory, the largest in Paris. Do you know what transpired? Just as today, the Germans advanced, seizing everything they could, and then crowned themselves in Paris with arrogance." As he spoke, Francis coughed several times, prompting Doika to kindly offer him a glass of water. Pierre furrowed his brow, aware that his father spoke of the Franco-Prussian War from 43 years prior time, when he had just been born, and thus could not be said to have experienced it. Yet every Frenchman knew of that war and regarded it with shame. After all, France paid 5 billion francs and ceded Alsace and Lorraine. Since then, every French citizen harbored a fervent desire to vanquish the Germans and redeem their honor. However, bringing this up now is futile, Pierre exclaimed, slightly agitated. The crux of the matter is that the Germans are invading once more. They will breach Paris just as they did before and seize our factories again. Francis sipped his water and placed the glass on the nearby coffee table, his tone tranquil. "Last time, I abandoned my factory. This time, I intend to hold out until the end." After the Franco-Prussian War, Francis had once again started from scratch, diligently building a tractor manufacturing company over nearly half a lifetime. Now, the factory boasted over 2,000 employees and produced more than 500 tractors each month. This enterprise represented the culmination of Francis Lai's work. He would not relinquish it lightly. Absolutely not. Pierre gazed at Francis in disbelief, perhaps embodying what people often refer to as the generation gap. He even perceived his father's willingness to remain as an act of selfishness. At 63, his father had little time left to live. Yet the younger generation did not deserve such a fate. They could easily liquidate their possessions and enjoy their remaining years. Doika patiently implored, "Father, if you lose your life, retaining the factory and machinery holds no significance. Even money becomes meaningless." Francis merely grunted dismissively, his countenance stern. They would never comprehend. He was not simply prioritizing wealth over life. This could very well be an opportunity, a chance to double his assets. The greater the risk, the higher the return. This was an immutable axiom of business, and now was the time to take a gamble. Regrettably, his 2 sons had not considered this aspect. They lacked the audacity and foresight. They simply regarded him as a stubborn old man. At that moment, a somewhat immature voice softly broke the silence. "Mr. Francis, if you intend to stay, why not raise the stakes?" Francis was taken aback. Had someone discerned his thoughts? He turned to the corner from whence the voice had emanated, spotting his unacknowledged grandson. Doika hurriedly interjected, "Silence, Charles. This is a matter for adults." Doika then turned his attention back to Francis, cautiously explaining, Camille went to care for her mother, so I brought Charles along. 18 years prior, Doika had married Camille, a maid, against Francis' wishes. Francis had long harbored resentment and refused to acknowledge the union. This was the reason Charles referred to Francis as Mr. rather than grandfather. Ignoring Doika, Francis asked the youth, So, what do you propose could elevate the stakes? Doika looked anxiously at Francis, realizing that his father was taking Charles' words seriously. Just as Doika was about to speak, Francis silenced him with a glance. Let him speak. Charles, who had been seated under a blanket, exhaled and rose gracefully, his demeanor remarkably mature for his age. Sir, to my knowledge, adjacent to your tractor factory is a sizable motorcycle factory that has recently converted to producing machine guns, correct? Francis' eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, the Sadachi motorcycle factory. It had only been half a month since the shift to weaponry production. Following the outbreak of war, the government discovered that ammunition and firearms were insufficient for frontline supplies, thus delegating a portion of arms and ammunition production to private enterprises. The Sadachi motorcycle factory was fortunate to have received government contracts and equipment support. Charles calmly approached the hearth and added 2 logs to the fire, stating, During wartime, arms manufacturing yields the highest profits. You would not disagree. Would you, sir? Francis acknowledged with a simple recognizing the evident truth. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow again. What if my reserves are far too inadequate to purchase this motorcycle factory and its machine gun production line? He was reluctant to admit his lack of liquid assets, even though his words implied as much. Charles refrained from exposing Francis' predicament, yet he understood the challenges facing the tractor factory. 2 months prior, the gunshot in Sarajevo cast a shadow of war over all of Europe. Farmers and landowners were uncertain about who would possess the land in the future, and they knew not whether they would be conscripted into the army and marched off to battle. Naturally, no one wished to buy tractors for cultivation. As a result, tractor sales plummeted and a multitude of orders were canceled, plunging the factory into crisis. Turning to military production was Francis' best recourse. Charles turned back, one side of his handsome face illuminated by the firelight, while the other remained shrouded in shadow. He proposed, I have heard that you have 2 branch factories to the south. Why not use these to negotiate an exchange with the motorcycle factory? Francis appeared astonished. Those 2 branches combined are worth less than half of what is required. Charles interjected, You would be willing to trade, sir. This is Paris. Once the Germans reach here, they will not advance further. In other words, the 2 southern branches are safe. In an instant, Francis comprehended Charles' implication. Though the 2 branches possessed only half the value of the motorcycle factory, the crucial point was their safety. What could be more valuable than safety during wartime? After a moment of hesitation, Francis sprang to his feet and swiftly walked to the coat rack, retrieving his bowler hat and overcoat. Hand me the flashlight, Doika. I must speak with Sadachi. If I wait too long, he might abandon the factory and flee. Pierre attempted to intervene, but Francis had already snatched the flashlight and pulled open the door without a backward glance. Pierre and Doika exchanged glances, astonished that their father was still contemplating business at such a time, and even more so, that he was willing to wager the scant remaining safe assets on the table. Doika's gaze shifted to Charles. His eyes filled with confusion. He scarcely recognized his own son. It was only natural for Doika to feel this way, for Charles had traversed from the modern era to this time. At this moment, World War I had only just commenced, and everyone believed that the conflict would soon conclude. Yet Charles knew that this war would last over 4 years, claiming the lives of 1.69 million Frenchmen. With a casualty rate of 4.25, excluding those exempt from conscription, elderly, women, minors, and the offspring of bureaucrats, the soldiers' mortality rate would approximate 1 in 4. What a terrifying statistic! 1 in every 4 men would perish. If the injured were taken into account, it seemed almost no soldier would emerge from this war unscathed. 17-year-old Charles was on the cusp of adulthood. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be conscripted into the military next year or the year after. Facing the baptism of fire, he did not wish to endure the arduous journey only to inexplicably perish on the battlefield. To avert such a fate, he resolved to establish ample justification for his absence from the front lines. Or, should he be conscripted, he sought to remain distant from the flames of war. Charles believed that the arms industry presented an excellent avenue. If he could supply the military with high-quality, even epic-defining munitions, which could enable France to secure victory, what reason would there be to cast himself into the fray? Preserving his life while amassing wealth, what could be more agreeable? In a mere half hour, Francis returned. He excitedly brandished a document and proclaimed, "The motorcycle factory is ours." That fellow was hesitating to abandon the factory when he heard about the exchange. It was as if he grasped a lifeline. He signed the contract without a second thought. Pierre gazed at Francis in astonishment, having assumed that negotiations would take at least a day or two, and thus had not rushed to intervene. He was taken aback to find the contract already signed in the blink of an eye. "Father, is this truly a fortuitous turn of events?" Pierre unabashedly expressed his pessimism and disappointment. "Now, all our assets are in Devaz if the Germans come. We will genuinely have nothing." Francis dismissed Pierre's complaints with a laugh, turning to Charles with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "So, you, like me, believe the Germans will not reach this place, do you?" Francis had been closely monitoring the military's movements, convinced that the French forces were executing a strategic withdrawal with careful planning. Their strength remained, and they awaited the opportune moment to counterattack. Based on this belief, he had wagered his entire fortune. Yet Charles shook his head. "No, sir. Quite the contrary. I believe the Germans will indeed reach here." Francis was taken aback by this response. Though he clung to his own judgment, he could not fathom Charles' intent. If the Germans were to advance here, would increasing the stakes not lead to utter ruin? Noticing Charles hesitating to speak, Francis quickly realized that he had some thoughts unsuitable for discussion in the presence of others. Initially, Francis had intended to disregard the remarks of a mere youth, assuming he could not possibly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Such statements were likely mere attempts to attract attention, a common folly among adolescents. However, curiosity compelled Francis to engage the young man in conversation. "Very well, let us retire to the study for a cup of coffee." Francis' tone brooked no argument, resembling a command from an officer to his subordinate. This left Charles feeling somewhat unsettled. Why should this old man assume the mantle of authority over him, when he seemed unwilling to acknowledge his own grandson? He had failed to fulfill the duties of grandfather, yet claimed the right to wield power. Were it not for his intent to develop the arms industry through this individual, Charles would have had no inclination to entertain him. The study was located on the second floor, modestly adorned, yet exuding charm, with bookshelves lining both walls, densely packed with volumes. In the center stood a mahogany desk, accompanied only by a few chairs and a three-tiered stepladder. Charles and Francis seated themselves across from one another at the desk, the butler serving 2 cups of coffee, the rich aroma wafting through the air. The coffee beans from Algeria were favored by Francis, who believed that only beans cultivated in highland and subtropical climates possessed such intense flavor. Thus, he had them transported from afar, even if it meant paying double the price. Leaning back against his chair, he savored the scent before taking a small sip, his gaze fixed on the cup as he casually inquired, "You seem to have something to say?" Charles added a sugar cube to his coffee, stirring it leisurely as he replied, "Sir, I believe you should be more concerned with whether France can win this war, rather than whether the Germans can reach here." Francis retorted with a non-committal question, "Isn't that essentially the same?" Charles gently shook his head. "No, sir. If France loses this battle, regardless of whether the Germans arrive here, the factory will inevitably be plundered." Francis looked up in surprise at Charles. The youth was correct. The tractor factory, motorcycle factory, and even the machine gun production lines were all assets coveted by the Germans. Should they emerge victorious, the factories, located a mere few miles from Paris, would surely not escape, and scathed they would transport all the equipment, even the tractors, back to Germany. Charles further elucidated, "Therefore, our objectives must be twofold. First, to assist France in winning this war. Second, to defend Devaz." The former represented the strategic direction, while the latter was tactical. Only through the triumph of both could the safety of the factories be assured. Francis stared blankly at Charles before suddenly bursting into laughter, his gaze fixated on Charles, as though he were a jest. "Child, you seem quite eager to make a good impression on me, but you're trying too hard. Assist France in winning the war? Defend Vaz? If you were Napoleon, I might believe you, but—" Francis shook his head with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Charles rolled his eyes, finding Francis' arrogance somewhat exasperating. Did he truly need to seek Francis' approval? However, he did not intend to overly entangle himself with Francis on this matter. The most potent retort would be to deliver a resounding slap to the old man's face with facts. Charles noticed a map on the desk, which Francis had used to track the sales of tractors across various regions. Charles moved the coffee cup aside, took the map, and unfurled it before him, confidently analyzing as he gestured on the map. The Germans planned to encircle Paris with two army groups, the First Army Group to the west and the Second Army Group to the east. The First Army Group to the west was advancing rapidly, having left the Second Army Group trailing by 40 miles. Francis smiled and uttered a soft hum, acknowledging that the young lad possessed some knowledge. However, none of this was a secret. Reports from the front lines were continuously arriving, and the retreating troops brought the latest news. Although this was rare insight for a 17-year-old, if this young man thought he could leverage it for recognition, he was wasting his efforts. Charles ignored Francis' peculiar gaze and continued. If the situation unfolds this way, the Germans will undoubtedly encircle Paris and thus win the war. Francis slightly nodded in agreement with this deduction. Paris was the political heart and transportation hub of France. Once it fell, the morale of the French populace and military mobilization would face severe challenges, effectively signaling the end of the war. However, do you have a means to alter this situation? Francis wore a mocking smile, as if to say that the lad was deluded, thinking himself akin to Napoleon. Charles pointed to the location of the First Army Group and stated, "If it were to change its marching direction from encircling Paris to the east, France might stand a chance at winning this war." Francis shook his head slightly and jested, "Regrettably, my dear boy, we cannot command the enemy's forces." He set down his coffee cup and assumed a dismissive posture, intending to conclude this futile conversation. Charles understood. Francis might be an excellent businessman, but he was entirely ignorant of military matters, even deriding others in his naivete. Charles drew his finger forward and remarked, "You are quite right, sir. While we cannot command the enemy's forces, we can alter the retreat direction of the French army. This will divert the enemy's attention, for they wish to annihilate the French troops." Charles met Francis' gaze directly, observing the look in Francis' eyes as if regarding a fool. Francis' expression shifted slightly. He vaguely sensed that this young man before him was not as simple as he had initially thought. Nevertheless, Francis was evidently not easily swayed. He suppressed his disdain and stated earnestly, "Unfortunately, we similarly lack the ability to command the Fifth Army of France. We cannot even influence the higher echelons. We are merely somewhat accomplished merchants." Francis shrugged awkwardly, confessing that his lack of military and political connections was somewhat embarrassing. The capitalists who wielded the nation's lifeblood were not entrepreneurs. They were the 200 major shareholders of the Bank of France, the so-called 200 families. They enjoyed the privilege of issuing currency, controlling national loans, managing the economy, and even swaying national decisions. Although Francis's tractor factory ranked among the top 100 in France, it was merely a laborer in the face of banking capital, with 7% of its net profit annually slipping into the pockets of the banking elite through interest on loans. Charles rolled up the map and set it aside, responding with calm assurance, "We do not need to command them, nor do we need to influence the military leadership. Sir, consider this. The Fifth Army of France is being relentlessly pursued by the Germans. They have likely lost food, ammunition, and even rifles, and the soldiers may have gone days without sustenance. If you can procure as much food as possible and prepare accordingly, combined with the recent acquisition of a machine gun factory, you can provide the Fifth Army with essential supplies. Although it may not be substantial, it is certainly better than waiting in the chaotic confines of Paris to be encircled. Wouldn't you agree?" Francis grasped Charles's intention. This was akin to luring small fish with bait, then using those fish to attract larger ones, ultimately shifting the entire course of the conflict. Yet were the Germans so easily deceived? Francis asked skeptically, just because the Fifth Army alters its retreat direction, will they change their plan to encircle Paris? That is, after all, the political center and transport hub of France. Charles replied unhurriedly, if it were merely the Fifth Army. They might not fall for it. But what if they mistakenly believe that France has no intention of holding Paris? Government officials have already retreated, civilians are fleeing, and the defenders are in a state of panic, lacking the will to fight. If we spread rumors that the defenders are prepared to retreat, the Germans would find only an empty city. You think they would still see the necessity to encircle Paris? Francis was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, if Paris were an empty city, there would be no need to surround it. Instead, pursuing the Fifth Army of France would yield results. After all, eliminating the enemy's fighting force was the swiftest, most effective and thorough means to defeat France, leaving her powerless to retaliate. This was a fundamental truth. Thus, the likelihood of the Germans being deceived increased significantly. Charles added, I believe there are German spies all around Paris. They will carry these rumors back to their superiors. Francis nodded slightly, looking at Charles as if he were a stranger he had just met. Was this truly a strategy conceived by a 17-year-old? Did a high school student possess such wisdom? Perhaps he had paid too little attention to him previously, leading to today's astonishment at his performance. Then, the merchant in Francis prompted him to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. While this plan would be challenging to implement, it indeed held the potential for success, and as long as there was even a 1% chance, it was worth attempting, for it could save France from peril while simultaneously rescuing his factory. Charles casually leaned back in a chair, took a small sip of coffee, and said with composure, Sir, if we succeed, you will become a hero of France. You will gain renown, and everyone will know you. This will be the finest advertisement. When the time comes, whether it be tractors, motorcycles, or machine guns, they will all sell out. France will cheer for you. Francis's eyes gradually brightened. He was astonished by the commercial benefits Charles had outlined. No, it was not merely about business. He could potentially ascend into the military and political sphere, becoming a significant figure in France, perhaps even challenging the 200 families. The stakes were merely the acquisition of some food and notifying the military. However, Francis maintained a stoic expression and his tone turned cold. Do you think I would steal your ideas and claim them as my own? Charles shook his head. No, sir, I implore you to do so. Otherwise, they may conscript me into military service. Francis was taken aback. He had not considered this possibility. Indeed, if Charles possessed such military acumen and France was amidst turmoil, despite not yet reaching the conscription age, he could very well be drafted out of necessity for the war. Thus, this could only be Francis's idea. Francis looked at Charles with a hint of guilt, feeling as if he had stolen something from the boy, particularly since he had always viewed him with disdain. Charles offered a gracious smile. I have no objections. This has always been your idea, sir, that I merely came for a cup of coffee. As he spoke, Charles lifted his coffee cup, praising, This is splendid coffee. After contemplating for a moment, Francis finally relaxed. Merchants were always about mutual benefit. As long as it was treated as a transaction, there was no such thing as theft. He said, You are correct, Charles. I believe we must commence our actions immediately. Can you assist Mr. Joseph in managing the tractor factory? The tractor factory did not require assistance. This was a form of acknowledgement of Charles' status and also a test, or rather, an exchange. Charles understood that this seemingly light remark bore significant implications. He initially sought the machine gun factory, but he recognized that one must proceed step by step. Very well, sir, Charles replied. I am honored. As Francis descended the stairs, Pierre and Djoka, who had been engaged in hushed conversation, rose in unison to greet him, seemingly eager to ascertain the contents of the discussion that had transpired in the study. In that moment, Francis suddenly comprehended why Charles had chosen to eschew the company of others. Should this matter reach the ears of the Germans, they would undoubtedly alter their march route and pursue him eastward to Paris. And Charles would be conscripted into military service. What a clever fellow! Francis inwardly praised him. He then turned his gaze towards Djoka, nodding appreciatively. You have raised a fine son, Djoka, and educated him well. Father, Djoka exclaimed in astonishment. Francis seldom offered him such compliments. In his father's eyes, he had always been the indecisive, sentimental type, whereas a successful businessman ought to be as decisive and ruthless as Pierre. Without elaboration, Francis shifted his focus to Pierre. I am going to Paris. Use all our reserves to procure food, and if necessary, do not hesitate to exchange with tractors. Pierre's face blanched with fear. Father, this will leave us utterly destitute, reduced to beggary. Do as I say. Francis interrupted sharply. Yes, father. Pierre replied, resigned. Francis hastily retrieved his hat and coat from the rack and strode out the door. As he climbed into the Ford Model T, he could not help but lament. His two children were, astonishingly, less competent than one at the same time. Francis felt puzzled. How could the child of the maid be so exceptional? At the headquarters of the Sixth Army in Paris, the telephone rang incessantly, and documents and intelligence fluttered like snowflakes onto General Gallieni's desk amidst the comings and goings of personnel. General Gallieni was one of France's most capable commanders, having once vied with Joffre for the position of Supreme Commander of France. His defeat was attributed to his advanced age, a claim that was questionable, given he was only 3 years older than Joffre. The true reason lay in Joffre's capitulation to capital, while Gallieni harbored a deep-seated hatred for it and opposed it at every turn, making his loss somewhat inevitable. The most glaring point was that if Joffre were indeed fit to serve as a supreme commander, there would be no need to recall the retired Gallieni for the defense of Paris during wartime. Why then was Gallieni's age not a concern at this juncture? Gallieni felt a sense of disquiet. During peacetime, he had been cast aside, yet in times of war, they sought his counsel. Why should he bear the burdens meant for others? Even more infuriating were the capitalists and government officials who, indulging in the hedonistic lifestyle of Paris, had fled at the first sign of trouble, leaving him to lead the troops in awaiting their fate. For Gallieni, this conflict felt akin to awaiting death. He was acutely aware that the quality of the French army paled in comparison to that of the Germans. Thus, Paris found itself in a dire predicament. Engaging the enemy outside the city would result in a fate akin to that of the Fifth Army, which had already been routed. Remaining within the city, while fortified, would lead to encirclement, with over 2 million military personnel and civilians facing starvation should they refuse to surrender. Yet, Gallieni had no choice but to accept this perilous task, fully aware that he was tasked with saving millions of unfortunate French civilians. How could he break this curse? Gallieni pinned his hopes on the retreating Fifth Army, pointing to the map as he spoke to Major Monnery, the commander of the Sixth Army. There is but one course of action. The Fifth Army must hold its ground, combining the strength of our two armies to thwart the advance of the enemy's First Army. Major Monnery replied with great difficulty. But, Your Excellency, the Fifth Army has been utterly routed. They have lost all their supplies and a significant quantity of ammunition. I cannot be certain they still possess any rifles. After a pause, Monnery added, Paris may still have some supplies, but if we allow the Fifth Army entry or attempt to transport supplies out, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Both armies would find themselves trapped within the city, unable to move. Moreover, the supplies within Paris must be reserved for the potential siege, making it unwise to transport them outside. Just as Gallieni was at his wit's end, an aide approached with a report. Your Excellency, a merchant named Francis has expressed his willingness to assist us. He will spare no effort in procuring food, and he also owns a machine gun factory, all of which he offers to provide free of charge for our retreating troops. Gallieni's eyes brightened with hope as he inquired. Where? I mean, the exact location. The aide searched the map for a moment before pointing to a spot. Here, at Devaux. Gallieni was elated. Devaux, situated southeast of Paris and on the south bank of the Marne River, was an ideal location for the Fifth Army to regroup and organize a counterattack. Contact the headquarters, Gallieni ordered, needing to report the situation to Joffre and suggesting a change in the retreat direction of the Fifth Army. Deep inside, Gallieni exclaimed, God, we are saved. It seems not all capitalists are malevolent. At that moment, he had no inkling that this promising turn of events was merely the beginning to end the early morning. The town of Devaux awoke to the sweet melodies of birdsong, as sunlight dispersed the mist, streaming through the window to illuminate Charles's face. Owing to their near expulsion, the de Joca family did not reside with Francis. Francis's opulent villa and factory were located a mile away in the open countryside, while the Dodjoka family lived in the southeastern corner of the town. At that moment, the Dodjoka family was enjoying breakfast, bread, sausage, and a glass of milk. Charles found the fare somewhat unaccustomed, yet he refrained from voicing any discontent, adhering to local customs. Taking a bite of the hard bread, he mumbled to Dodjoka across the table, "Father, may I borrow your bicycle?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dodjoka acquiesced, but inquired, "Where do you intend to go? The Germans could arrive at any moment. I believe it would be best for you to stay at home." Camille, still bustling in the kitchen, instantly grew tense upon overhearing their conversation. She lifted her skirt and took her plate to sit beside Charles. "Listen to your father. Do not venture out." She then cast a questioning glance at Dodjoka. "Shouldn't we consider retreating south? How did your discussion fare last night?" Dodjoka, uncertain of how to respond, hesitated. He could hardly divulge that Charles had steered matters in a different direction. Charles answered the previous inquiry. "I need to visit the tractor factory. Francis has asked me to assist Joseph in managing it." Dodjoka and Camille froze in shock. Their actions halted as they stared at Charles. Camille suddenly grasped the implications, covering her mouth, seemingly striving to suppress an outcry. She turned her gaze to Dodjoka, who nodded slightly, affirming the truth of Charles's statement. Although Dodjoka was unaware of the precise reasons, he sensed it was likely related to the discussion in the study the previous night. "Go ahead," Dodjoka replied solemnly, "but return early." He added, "If you catch wind of anything, specifically regarding the Germans, come back immediately." "Understood." Charles quickly finished his milk, grabbed half-eaten bread, and departed. As they watched Charles ride away on the bicycle, Camille excitedly asked Dodjoka, "Does this mean that Mr. Francis has approved of Charles?" Dodjoka's expression turned peculiar as he responded, "I believe Father may have recognized more than just Charles." Camille, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Dodjoka explained, "Father remarked last night that we have raised our children well. I think he may have acknowledged us through Charles." Camille was momentarily stunned, yet still struggled to believe. "Are you serious?" "Because of Charles?" Dodjoka nodded, both touched and gratified. "Yes, because Charles appears to have matured." Overwhelmed with emotion, Camille could no longer contain her tears. For years, she had perceived herself as a sinner, believing that Dodjoka and Charles had lost their rightful claim to the Bernard family legacy because of her. Now, it seemed that the tide was turning. She felt a glimmer of hope to set down the heavy burden she had carried. Yet, Dodjoka harbored some concern. "You weren't present last night. Charles is as shrewd as his father. I am uncertain whether this is a positive development. He is your son. You should be proud of him. Thus, it is certainly a good thing," Camille retorted, her voice firm. Djokovic fell silent, for he understood the futility of reasoning with a woman, particularly one who was a mother. Charles dismissed the familial grievances. Francis was a legend within the Bernard family, a commercial prodigy who, time and again, had ascended into the upper echelons of French society from nothing, that he was the very backbone of the Bernard lineage, an indomitable presence, and earning his recognition almost guaranteed a life free from want. A privilege of immense magnitude. Yet, Charles remained indifferent to these accolades. To be precise, he did not regard Francis as significant. In Charles's eyes, he was merely a stepping stone on his journey forward. The bicycle glided smoothly along the well-maintained streets of the town, where few citizens remained. Those who could escape had already done so, leaving behind either the stranded or those like Francis, reluctant to part with their meager possessions. Ahead, a contingent of French soldiers emerged, clad in blue military jackets, topped with bright red kepis and trousers, rifles slung over their shoulders, though most lacked backpacks. Charles surmised that they had discarded their packs in haste to lighten their loads while fleeing. This indicated that events were unfolding as he had hoped. The Fifth Army was indeed retreating toward Vaz. Suddenly, a group of soldiers obstructed Charles's path. It was not so much an obstruction as it was a rough grasp on his bicycle, bringing him to an abrupt halt, nearly causing him to topple. "Slow down, lad," barked the leading soldier, a mustached major whose weary visage was marred by bloodshot eyes and dark red stains on his uniform, indistinguishable as mud or blood. "Can you tell me where the St. Jacques machine gun factory is?" The mustached major inquired. "I am headed there," Charles replied. In fact, I'm going to the factory next door." "I can guide you." Charles recognized that these soldiers were in urgent need of ammunition. Excellent. The mustached major cast a glance at Charles, then reassured him, "Don't be nervous, lad. The Germans may not arrive until tomorrow. Or perhaps not at all." This piece of intelligence served as a reward for Charles's willingness to lead them. As Charles pushed his bicycle, he asked, "The situation is dire." "As senti it." The major merely grunted in response, seemingly reluctant to paint a grim picture of the front lines in front of the youth. Charles assessed the major and the soldiers behind him, stating, "You are brave soldiers." The major appeared taken aback, turning to glare at Charles, his eyes reddening, his tone low. "Are you mocking us, lad? Tread carefully with your words." "No, Major," Charles replied earnestly. "While others scavenge for food, you seek ammunition, and you continue to maintain formation, indicating that you are preparing for battle." The major glanced at the other soldiers, who seemed to agree, and he soon realized he had misjudged the B.Y.my apologies, lad. However, you should not use the term brave to describe deserters. The major bore an air of embarrassment. Charles stood firm in his assertion. In the most perilous and chaotic of times, your ability to uphold morale and formation is commendable. His words were a blend of truth and flattery. Employing the art of praise. Astute teachers possess certain insights. They understand how to manage underachievers, knowing that criticism only incites further mischief. Instead, a few words of commendation can inspire them to strive to meet those expectations. Charles often reaped such praise from various teachers. The mustached major regarded Charles with newfound interest. This boy seemed to possess considerable understanding. "What are your plans?" Charles inquired again. The major shrugged helplessly after replenishing our ammunition. "We will consider our next steps. Ideally, we would have a hearty meal and a good rest before awaiting orders. That by the way, I heard food can be provided here." Charles affirmed, "Indeed." He then asked, "Or perhaps you may not even receive orders in time. Am I correct?" The major nodded. The troops were in disarray, and even if orders were issued, they lacked specific content, such as continue retreat, rest in place, or await orders. They could not even locate their superiors. Unsure of who was in command at present, Charles prudently suggested, "Why not follow my lead? I could use a squad of soldiers." The mustached major stared at Charles in disbelief, momentarily stunned, as laughter erupted from the soldiers behind. "Oh, we are to take orders from him now. A boy aspiring to be a general. Isn't he? Surely he cannot be taller than our rifles. Will he not wet his pants at the sound of gunfire?" The major regarded Charles with newfound intrigue, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. "So, General, what do you propose?" Charles pointed toward a factory in the distance, replying without hesitation, "Defend the machine gun factory. The Germans will undoubtedly target it for their assault. I believe they're trailing you and will likely leave their artillery and supplies behind. They too need the machine guns and ammunition for the factory. We can simply hold our position at the adjacent tractor factory and strike when they think they are on the verge of success." Charles did not mind showcasing a modicum of military acumen at the tactical level. They could not possibly draft him into the army based on a few words alone. The major's expression shifted. This seemed a viable and coherent plan. He glanced back at the soldiers, who now wore serious expressions. It dawned on them that the Germans had stretched their supply lines too thin during their pursuit. The Germans similarly lacked ammunition and needed the machine gun factory. Someone murmured, "He seems more reliable than Colonel Lyon." The soldiers fell silent. Colonel Lyon had perished in the first battle, a distinguished graduate of St. Cyr Military Academy, excelling in his studies. During the offensive, he stood at the forefront of the entire brigade. 5 meters beyond the attack line, adorned in conspicuous white gloves that harmonized perfectly with his blue military coat and red trousers, embodying the colors of the French flag, the onset of battle. He bore medals on his chest, head held high as he directed his sword toward the enemy, commanding with fervor, "Onward, lads, slay them all." In the next instant, he was reduced to a sieve before the eyes of all, and the 9th Infantry Regiment lost its command in an instant. The mustached major appeared to have recalled something upon Charles's reminder. He turned and issued orders. "Simon, Teddy, go summon the others. Have them assemble at the tractor factory. We need more men." "Yes, Major." The 2 soldiers replied in unison, promptly dispersing in different directions. The major hastened to catch up with Charles, introducing himself. "I am Brownie, and you?" I am Charles. Brownie shook Charles's hand and added, Here is a piece of advice, Charles. You should take your family and leave this place. Charles smiled gently. That's my advice. Major, you ought to commence a counteroffensive from this very spot. For you have no further retreat. One more step back, and Paris will be encircled. The tragic cycle of the Franco-German War will repeat itself, and we shall once again be compelled to cede territory and pay reparations. Charles's words struck the soldiers, including Major Brownie, with profound impact. They could scarcely fathom that a boy, still youthful in demeanor, possessed such courage and insight. In contrast, they found their own thoughts consumed by the instinct to retreat and preserve their lives. The atmosphere grew peculiar, thick with shame and awkwardness, as the soldiers' postures became increasingly unnatural. After a prolonged silence, someone cleared his throat and remarked, He is right. We cannot retreat any further. Paris must not fall into German hands. Soon, voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, have we not suffered enough humiliation from the Franco-German War? For over 40 years, we have yearned for vengeance. Is this our revenge? Another chimed in. We must find a way to defeat the Germans. We cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, we shall live in disgrace from birth until death. Charles reveled in the soldiers' fervent declarations. He had successfully ignited the fighting spirit within these deserters. Charles led Major Brownie to the armaments factory to collect ammunition. The process was surprisingly smooth. As soon as the staff caught sight of Charles, they cleared the way for him, even going so far as to provide Major Brownie with 10 M1909 hatchet-case machine guns. Charles understood that this was due to their knowledge of the events that transpired the previous night, including Francis's change in attitude towards the de Joffre family. The factory personnel were particularly sensitive to such matters, often obtaining tidbits of information from butlers and servants, their awareness and speed rivaling that of military intelligence agencies. Joseph, the head of the tractor factory, was no exception. He had received Francis's notification the night before, starting tomorrow. Charles will assist you in your work. Having worked for Francis for 2 decades, Joseph understood the implications of this statement, that IT essentially meant that the management of the tractor factory was being entrusted to Charles. Provided he could demonstrate his capability in this role over the forthcoming period, shouldn't this be Pierre's asset? Joseph pondered. Francis was forward-thinking in his endeavors. He had long established a successor with a long-term plan. Pierre had 4 children, 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Jarrell, was studying economics in England and was the designated heir to the family's fortune and business. The second son, Dorian, was being groomed to become a lawyer, aiming to pursue a political career. The third son, Harry, had been enrolled in a military academy and now, unfortunately, found himself on the battlefield as an officer, with uncertain prospects. All of this had been orchestrated by Francis, who intended for his 3 grandsons to develop along military, political, and commercial lines, thereby establishing a formidable influence for the Bernard family among the 200 families. To that end, he had meticulously planned for his granddaughter, Elise, to marry into one of the 200 families to pave the way for the future. As for Charles, the sole son of the de Joffre family, he had been excluded from the family development plan long ago. Yet now he had suddenly returned and was poised to become the de facto heir to the tractor factory. What could this signify? After some contemplation, Joseph seemed to grasp the situation. It was likely due to the impending threat from the Germans. Much like General Gallieni, who was hastily appointed as the military commander of Paris in times of crisis. Poor young Charles. Joseph felt a surge of sympathy for him, having lost his inheritance simply due to his mother's status and being forced to live and study among the children of the less fortunate. However, Joseph knew that the affairs of the wealthy were not his concern. He would follow whatever Francis decided. The next morning, Joseph awaited at the factory entrance, spotting Charles approaching on his bicycle, accompanied by a large contingent of armed soldiers. His expression changed abruptly, and he hurried to greet them, asking with concern, "Young Master Charles, what has transpired? Have they troubled you?" Having watched Charles grow up, Joseph regarded him as a son and would not allow anyone to bully him. Major Brownie cast a surprised glance at Charles. "You are the young master? These factories belong to you?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Charles again, noting his coarse coat, the cheap, frayed cap, and the battered bicycle. He hardly resembled a wealthy individual. Charles replied, "Not entirely. I am merely taking temporary charge, thanks to the Germans. Major Brownie's expression shifted suddenly as he chuckled self-deprecatingly. So your plan is for us to protect your factory? Ha, clever little fellow. You have utilized us. The soldiers behind him displayed expressions of indignation. Most hailed from working class and farming backgrounds, harboring deep-seated resentment towards capitalists. Hearing that Charles, this minor capitalist, was leveraging their efforts under the guise of patriotism to safeguard his factory, they seethed with anger. Our current plight is a result of you capitalists. We perish on the front lines because we fell for your tricks, and now you come with this charade. That insufferable little brat. We almost fell for his guise. Charles calmly turned to face Major Brownie and his soldiers. Mind your words, Major. The tractor factory, motorcycle factory, and armaments factory that you are to protect all share the same owner. Not long ago, they provided you with food and ammunition at no cost. They could have fled with their remaining assets, yet they chose not to. Charles intended to leverage this situation to garner goodwill. It was crucial to earn the soldiers' recognition if they were to risk their lives to protect the factory. Major Brownie remained skeptical. He found it hard to believe that a capitalist would act in such a manner. At that moment, a soldier behind him spoke up. I heard something along those lines. Apparently, a merchant named Francis contributed all his savings to procure food overnight. Another chimed in. I also heard that this was the reason we changed our marching direction to make Devaz our base. Joseph seized the opportunity to add, indeed, these factories belong to Mr. Francis. What you have heard is true. He has devoted everything to this war, to France. He even went so far as to sell factories in the south that were in secure regions to acquire the armaments factory. Then Joseph turned his gaze to Charles. He is Mr. Francis's youngest grandson, young Master Charles. Is there anything else you do not understand? Major Brownie stood in respectful acknowledgement, stepping forward to salute Joseph. Understood. Sir, I pay my respects to you, to Mr. Francis, and Major Brownie looked at Charles with an expression full of apology. I salute you, young Master Charles. My sincerest apologies. Charles raised an eyebrow and graciously replied. No need for concern, Major. We are all here for France. Major Brownie felt a surge of emotion, his entire being electrified. As a wave of fervor surged to his head, he nodded with conviction, his eyes filled with determination. Yes. For France, the soldiers behind him echoed in succession. For France, for France. They were thoroughly captivated by the integrity of this young man before them. What a noble soul! Though young and frail, despite being a capitalist with wealth, he possessed a heart of gold, willing to sacrifice everything for his country. Standing before him, the soldiers felt a sense of shame. Subsequently, through their expressions and glances, they reached a consensus. This capitalist was different. He was a patriotic capitalist. Such a capitalist was absolutely worth protecting. This capitalist should not be eradicated by the enemy. Rather, he should lead them to victory. Charles was quite pleased with this development. But he still needed a fitting conclusion. He turned to Joseph. Take them for a hearty meal and arrange a place for them to rest. These are the brave souls defending France. And they deserve it. Joseph nodded. At once, young Master Charles. Gentlemen, follow me. The soldiers were elated, tipping their caps or nodding in salute as they passed by Charles. Thank you very much, young Master Charles. You are a good man, young Master Charles. Charles called out to Major Brownie. Make sure to rest well. Major, you have only 4 hours to recuperate. After lunch, training will commence. Training? Major Brownie looked bewildered. Could this young lad actually know how to drill troops? Charles strolled leisurely through the tractor factory. The Francis Tractor Factory, a significant enterprise in France, is one of only 257 companies in the country that employs over 1,000 individuals, the vast majority of which are small-scale businesses with only 50 to 60 employees. In stark contrast, the Francis Tractor Factory boasts more than 2,000 employees, a feat attributed to a substantial investment made 2 years prior when Francis imported the Holt 60 model tractor from the United Kingdom. This tractor, recognized as the world's first track-laying tractor powered by an internal combustion engine, was successfully developed in 1911. Following the introduction of this innovative machine, Francis decisively outperformed all competitors, capturing 70% of the market share and establishing himself as a leader in agricultural tractors throughout France, thereby facilitating the factory's expansive growth. Consequently, Every resident of the small town of Devos secured employment, attracting many outsiders, including workers from Paris, which subsequently drove up both the cost of living and rental prices in Devos. The assembly workshop was vast, with a dozen incomplete tractors occupying the center. Workers busily moved about, the sounds of metal clashing and the clinking of moving parts creating a lively atmosphere. However, Charles could discern that the workers were somewhat distracted, their pace noticeably slower than usual. This wasn't due to a surplus of unsold tractors accumulating in the warehouse. Rather, it stemmed from the looming threat of German forces advancing towards their location, leaving the workers uncertain about the significance of their labor. As Charles pondered his next steps, a familiar voice called out his name. Turning to look, he saw Matthew emerging partially from behind tractor. Clad in an oil-stained work uniform, a wrench in hand, and a radiant smile adorning his face, Charles responded with a smile and hurried over. Matthew, 2 years older than Charles, had been his classmate before middle school. Perhaps due to Joseph's connection with the Bernard family, Matthew had always looked out for Charles. Over the years, Charles had faced considerable bullying. Most of his classmates were farmers and workers exploited by capitalists, some of whom suffered from labor disputes or injuries without receiving proper compensation, while others were unable to repay exorbitant bank loans due to the predatory practices of the banking families, including the Bernard family. With no recourse for their grievances and struggling to make ends meet, their children often vented their frustrations on Charles, whom they labeled a capitalist. Consequently, he acquired numerous nicknames, such as bastard, vampire, and hypocrite. During these times, Matthew would invariably step in front of Charles, raising his fists and challenging the bullies with a fierce, "Do you want to test my fists? Come on, you scoundrels." Matthew never resorted to reasoning. He always opted for a physical solution. This approach proved effective, allowing Charles to survive until now. Even in high school, where Matthew was absent, few dared to bully Charles. Matthew set down his wrench and enveloped Charles in a warm embrace. Disregarding the oil stains on his uniform, "I heard you're in charge of the tractor factory now." Matthew's eyes sparkled with sincerity. "That I'm genuinely happy for you. It seems Francis has finally acknowledged you." Charles chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It's only temporary. I don't care about that. I'm contemplating a matter." Matthew glanced around with a teasing expression. "If you're in charge here, does that make me your employee? How should I address you then?" Charles, adopting a mock-serious demeanor, replied with a contemplative raising his chin and clasping his hands behind his back, striking a lofty pose. "Perhaps Master Charles, or Sir, or perhaps my lord. Get lost." Matthew laughed heartily, playfully pushing Charles aside. After a moment, Matthew's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "But you may not get the chance." "Why?" Charles inquired, puzzled. Matthew shrugged. "Have you forgotten that I'm already 19? You received a conscription order." A flicker of fear crossed Charles's eyes. Matthew nodded. "They need more manpower. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be heading to Paris for training the day after tomorrow. The legal conscription age in France is 20, but during wartime, such regulations are often disregarded. Much like the presence of underage workers throughout the factory." Charles fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts. Is Matthew 3/4 or 1/4? If it's 3/4, will it be an arm or a leg? Or both? Sensing Charles's apprehension, Matthew lightheartedly lifted his chin and chuckled. "Don't worry, Charles. By the time I finish training, this war should be over. I won't come to harm." As previously mentioned, everyone believed the war would conclude swiftly, either in victory or defeat, within a month or two at most. Yet Charles knew the truth was far more complex. "Master Charles." Joseph appeared before the two, casting a stern glare at Matthew, as if warning him to maintain decorum in front of Master Charles. Matthew rolled his eyes in response to his father's exaggerated reaction, waving at Charles before turning back to the half-assembled tractor, dramatically calling out, "Come on, ladies, who else needs dressing?" Joseph ignored Matthew and led Charles out of the workshop. "Apologizing, my apologies, Master Charles. Matthew is always so irreverent. Master Charles, perhaps you should tour the engine production line. It's the heart of the factory. No, Joseph." Charles interrupted him. "That I need 12 fully operational tractors." "Tractors?" Joseph looked at Charles, bewildered. "Additionally, I require some steel plates." Charles inquired, "We have steel plates, right?" "Of course," Joseph replied. "This is a tractor factory. Many components are made from pressed steel plates." "What thickness?" Charles asked. Joseph recited with familiarity, "We have 2 mm, 3 mm, 5 mm, and 9 millimeters. The 9 millimeter steel plates are used for the tracks. Let's go with the 9 mm, Charles decided. Also, prepare another workshop with electric welding tools and skilled workers, and please provide me with some paper and pens." "Can you manage that?" "Absolutely." Joseph responded eagerly. "It would be my pleasure to assist you." Joseph was perplexed. Was Master Charles intending to modify the tractors, or did he view them as toys? Joseph wished to remind Master Charles that this period was crucial, as Mr. Francis would determine whether to hand the factory over to him based on his performance. Therefore, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. However, these words remained unspoken, for Joseph saw a resolute determination in Master Charles's eyes. Perhaps he knew what needed to be done, Joseph mused. While Joseph prepared, Charles sat in Joseph's office sketching. With an existing tractor chassis, converting it into a tank would not pose a significant challenge. It wouldn't even qualify as a tank. It resembled more of an armored vehicle, merely requiring the addition of steel plates around the tractor while leaving openings for machine guns. Artillery was unnecessary for the time being, as it would add weight and complexity. Machine guns would suffice. The only concern was that the 9 mm steel plates were too thin, as German Mauser rifles could penetrate such thickness at a distance of around 100 meters. Charles contemplated welding 2 layers of steel plates onto the chassis, but he estimated that the Holt 60 might not withstand such added weight. A simpler solution would be to design the front armor at an angle, which would not only increase the probability of ricochets, but also enhance the effective thickness. The machine gun would be a Hotchkiss, though its limitation of using ammunition strips restricted the rotation angle of the gun. With 2 machine gunners and 1 driver, the total crew would consist of 3 members. This weight should be manageable, right? As long as it could be driven, speed and maneuverability were not of concern. After all, this would be the world's first tank, and it was to be assembled in a single day. One should not be overly ambitious, as there would be ample time and opportunity for future improvements. As evening descended, the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the plane trees, casting ethereal shadows upon the bustling officers and soldiers on the 2nd floor of the 6th Army Corps Command. After receiving a phone call, a staff officer approached Gallieni with a puzzled expression. "General, a rumor has emerged in the city today, claiming that we have abandoned Paris, and the army is retreating, stating that all troops will evacuate Paris tonight." Gallieni was momentarily taken aback. The troops in Paris had not retreated. Not a single one. Why would such a rumor arise? Was it disseminated by the Germans? Was their intention to sow discord among the ranks? In the next moment, Gallieni dismissed this notion. Such rumors could only disrupt the morale of the Parisian populace, not that of the military. At most, it might urge the hesitant citizens to leave Paris. If the Germans were not the source of this rumor, then who was? What could their motives be? As Gallieni contemplated several possibilities, a staff officer rushed forward to report. "General, we have discovered that the German First Army has altered its marching route. They're pursuing our 5th Army and have circled around to the east of Paris." "What?" Gallieni exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Are you certain this intelligence is accurate?" "Confirmed," the officer replied. "Our pilots have observed clearly that the Germans have changed their direction." Gallieni hurried to the map, sweeping the papers, pens, and ruler off the table onto the floor. He traced a line on the map with his finger and declared, "If this is the case, the flank of the German First Army is entirely exposed before Paris. They are essentially leaping into our encirclement. Why would they do such a thing?" Major General Monnery, commander of the 6th Army, found this quite perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke uncertainly. "General, could this possibly be related to rumors?" "Rumors?" Gallieni raised his head. "Are you suggesting the rumor of our withdrawal from Paris?" Monnery nodded and explained, "If the Germans were aware that there was an army in Paris, they certainly would not have altered their route to pursue the 5th Army in this manner." But if Gallieni interjected, if they believe Paris to be a ghost town, then encirclement would hold no significance. Their best choice would be to continue pursuing the 5th Army. "Exactly," Monnery affirmed. "This explanation holds water. The Germans, in their relentless advance, have become overconfident, neglecting to verify whether the rumors were true, and have assumed that Paris is unguarded." Monnery then added, "If viewed from this perspective, this rumor greatly benefits us. Successfully luring the Germans into our trap, that a glimmer of determination shone in Gallieni's eyes. Regardless of who spread this rumor, it is evident that fortune is on our side. Monnery. Immediately prepare the troops for battle. General, any action we take requires General Joffre's approval. Monnery reminded. Gallieni furrowed his brow. Then seek his permission while also preparing for battle. He cursed inwardly, thinking that preparations for combat should not necessitate approval. As darkness descended, Major Brownie and his soldiers continued their training in the square, following behind the tractor. The square was expansive, approximately 2 acres in size. It served as a testing ground for the tractor factory. Featuring varied terrain, roads, muddy paths, uneven vegetable fields, and even marsh-like lands. This was ideal for military training, although the open space outside the factory did not present such complexity, consisting instead of a vast grassy area. With the Marne River half a mile to the north, there were over 300 soldiers, the majority being Major Brownie's subordinates. This time, the composition of the French army comprised roughly 268 soldiers per company, with a battalion consisting of 4 companies. Although Major Brownie was merely a battalion commander, his subordinates numbered over 1,000. Unfortunately, only these 300 managed to reach the town of Deval. Major, Charles heard a soldier shout. What purpose does it serve for us to advance behind these tractors? Will they shield us from bullets? The tractors on the training ground were original Holt 60 models, as the tank had yet to be deployed. At this moment, the tank was still under construction, and the thick steel plates intended for training could easily malfunction after a short period of use. More importantly, Charles had no intention of unveiling the tank to the world just yet. When the British invented the tank, they aimed to catch the enemy off guard on the battlefield, creating a psychological shock by referring to this contraption as a water tank, or tank. Charles deemed confidentiality essential. Major Brownie was the only one privy to this information aside from Charles. He glanced at Charles, seemingly asking, "Is it time? The workers have gone home. It is time for the soldiers to learn the truth." Charles approached the soldiers and stated, "You are correct. These tractors can indeed shield you from bullets, because when you step onto the battlefield, you will be using tractors equipped with steel plates." The soldiers erupted in murmurs, questioning, "Will this be effective? Surely this isn't just a child's toy. Can it really go to war?" Doubt was inevitable, not only due to Charles's youth, but also because tanks had never before been seen. The soldiers could not help but wonder, if this were useful, why had it not been utilized before? Why had no one else thought of this solution? Charles jested, "These temperamental ladies," referring to the tractors, "are more than willing to shield you from bullets. Are you not pleased?" The soldiers chuckled in understanding, realizing, having something is better than nothing. "Indeed, would you rather charge at the enemy with rifles as before? I think having tractors is a far better option." Charles, Dioka, and Camille appeared behind him, looking anxious. They had searched for him upon realizing it was dark and were astonished to find him among the dirty soldiers. Dioka hurriedly pulled Charles behind him. His eyes filled with concern as he addressed the soldiers. "I apologize, gentlemen, for the interruption. I shall take him home at once. No, Father," Charles interrupted, "I was just about to find you. We shall stay here tonight, and tomorrow as well. Trust me, this is the safest place." Turning back to the soldiers, Charles commanded, "Continue training. You must learn how to work together." Major Brownie shouted, "Did you hear Master Charles? Move, you lot. The Germans will not be lenient with you." "Understood, Commander," the soldiers responded loudly, throwing themselves into their training. Dioka and Camille were left stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Charles was issuing orders? These fierce soldiers were obeying Charles's commands just moments ago. They had feared the soldiers might pose a threat to him. "Tell me, what is going on?" In a corner of the square, Camille anxiously asked Charles, "Are you intending to lead these soldiers in a battle against the Germans?" "Do not fret, mother," Charles reassured. "I am merely teaching them how to fight. I will not step onto the battlefield." Teaching them how to fight? Dioka and Camille exchanged bewildered glances. Charles had never left their side, nor had he participated in training. How could he possibly know how to instruct others in combat? Then Dioka seemed to grasp the situation. "You paid them to listen to you, didn't you? You cannot squander the tractor factory's funds like that, Charles. This is your first day overseeing the factory." Charles was at a loss for words, knowing that no matter how he explained, Dioka and Camille would never believe that he had commanded these soldiers solely through the power of persuasion. Camille glanced at the fierce soldiers in the square, a chill running down her spine. Very well. Let us return. We can discuss matters at home. No, mother, Charles insisted. We cannot leave. What do you mean? Camille asked, her face a mask of confusion. Charles replied, for the sake of confidentiality, no one is allowed in or out of the tractor factory after sunset. Dioka was incensed. This is our Bernard family's factory. Who has the authority to enforce such rules? He thought this was merely a regulation set by the French soldiers. Father, Charles interjected, this is my command. Dioka was left speechless, unable to fathom this turn of events. Your command? Camille struggled to repeat Charles's words, recalling that indeed, there were soldiers stationed at the factory gate, rifles in hand. She did not concern herself with confidentiality or rules. She simply could not fathom how her son, who had always been docile and bullied, could suddenly command others, effectively raising an army and taking control of the entire factory in just one day. Dioka glanced around, half convinced, and asked, what military secrets are involved here? I cannot divulge. Charles reiterated, I can only say this is the safest place. We should remain here. Dioka helplessly nodded at Camille, as if to say, this is precisely what I warned you about this morning. Our child has grown up and is even more astute than Francois. At the headquarters of the 6th Army Group in Paris, Gallieni slammed his fist onto the desk, roaring, this is ignorance. This is murder. This is a crime. The source of Gallieni's fury was singular. General Joffre had rejected his proposal to launch an attack on the German army's flank. The situation was glaringly evident. Gallieni's face turned ashen. The German First Army had advanced deep into enemy territory, leaving the Second Army stranded 20 miles away, and now they were altering their assault direction. Stepping into our encirclement, that if we do not attack, we are poised to squander this invaluable opportunity. Major Monnery dared not speak. Gallieni was correct. The German Second Army could regroup within 2 days, and at that point, the Germans would possess sufficient forces to besiege Paris once more. Alternatively, the First Army might suddenly realize its blunder and revert to its original offensive route, with disastrous consequences. Everyone was baffled as to why Joffre had declined to engage. Gallieni paced anxiously behind the desk, hands clasped behind his back, and, after a moment, he furiously interrogated his staff. What explanation did he provide? The staff member replied tremulously, General Joffre believed that the Germans are unlikely to expose such a significant vulnerability. It is likely a trap designed to lure the 6th Army away from Paris's defenses for a surprise attack. Thus, we should observe and await developments. Gallieni interrupted with a dismissive grunt, unwilling to hear more. He mentally retraced the entire sequence of events. In some respects, Joffre's assessment held merit, the greatest doubt being, who spread the rumor. If the rumor was indeed a German ploy, it would serve to provide the First Army with ample justification to alter its marching orders, ultimately deceiving France into drawing the 6th Army away from Paris that no, the Germans had no need to resort to such tactics. Gallieni contended. The Germans could simply encircle Paris from the west along their standard marching route, severing supply lines, and await the Second Army's arrival for victory. Why complicate matters further? Monnery nodded in agreement. Yet now, without Joffre's command, they could do nothing. Gallieni harbored a nagging suspicion that Joffre's refusal was fueled by personal animosity. The rivalry between Gallieni and Joffre was well known, having clashed publicly on numerous occasions, their arguments often escalating to heated exchanges. Today marked the moment Gallieni had identified the Germans' flaw and promptly proposed an offensive. Should Joffre acquiesce immediately? Would it not imply that the Supreme Commander was executing Gallieni's battle strategy? Would the hero credited with defeating the Germans be Gallieni rather than Joffre? Would it not concede that Joffre was inferior to Gallieni? Gallieni's eyelids twitched. He refrained from voicing these thoughts. After all, they were mere conjecture, unfounded speculation. Gallieni clenched his teeth and commanded, prepare the vehicles. When necessary, we can transport the troops to the battlefield in the shortest time possible. General, Monnery hesitated to respond. Most of our vehicles have been dispatched to the front. Then requisition others. Ox carts, horse-drawn carriages, taxis. Gallieni emphasized, any vehicle will suffice. We must be prepared. This concerns the fate of France. Yes, General, Monnery replied. Steeling himself at the Devos tractor factory, The lights for illumination had been extinguished, leaving the square shrouded in darkness. Charles finally concluded the soldiers' training, allowing them to return for a well-deserved bath. They needed to conserve their strength for the impending battle, not exhaust themselves through an entire night of drills. Brownie removed his mud-stained military cap and sat beside Charles, solemnly stating, "They say the Germans are advancing in our direction. I thought they would not pursue us further." Charles merely nodded, pondering whether Brownie would be infuriated if he realized that it was Charles who had orchestrated the trap to draw the Germans here. "Are you certain those contraptions will be effective?" Brownie gestured toward the tractor in the corner of the square. "If the Germans targeted the machine gun factory, wouldn't they deploy thousands of troops?" Did this young lad not comprehend that? "Rest assured, Major," Charles glanced toward the dormitory and declared, "my family is here. I wager everything that you will triumph." Brownie offered a wry smile, feeling somewhat deranged for placing his trust in a youth and following through with this series of absurdities. He looked up at the sky, gazing at the myriad stars, silently lamenting, "This world is beautiful. I wonder if I shall still be here tomorrow to gaze upon the stars." The chilly wind howled, and autumn leaves fell in September. The temperature in France had dropped to 8 degrees, creating a distinctly cold atmosphere. General von Kluck of the German First Army concealed himself in the underbrush, peering through his binoculars at the town of Davos. Shrouded in morning mist across the Marne River, as he anticipated, French soldiers were indeed fortifying defenses along the river, with the only nearby bridge heavily fortified. Several machine guns were positioned at the bridgehead, and 2 layers of trenches had been constructed, manned by hundreds, with individuals discreetly installing explosive triggers to demolish the bridge should they be overwhelmed. Kluck's lips curled into a disdainful smile. These fools truly believed they could mount a frontal assault across the river? He slightly turned his head and quietly inquired of the staff member crouched beside him, "Where is the 1st Regiment?" "General." The staff member checked his pocket watch, replying, "If all goes as planned, they will arrive at the designated location within 20 minutes. Kluck acknowledged with a grunt and promptly issued the command, "Prepare for battle." Orders cascaded down the ranks, and the densely packed German soldiers in the underbrush calmly and methodically checked their gear, some affixing bayonets to their rifles. These were the vanguard troops, poised to engage in close combat with the enemy at a moment's notice. After relaying the orders, Kluck awaited in silence, anticipating the arrival of the 1st Regiment. Comprised of over 4,000 men, this elite unit had been personally trained by Kluck, often serving as the spearhead in combat, having crossed the Marne River under the cover of darkness the previous night to flank the enemy's defenses. Their mission was twofold: to swiftly seize the bridge and shield the main forces as they crossed, and to capture the machine gun factory located on the western side of Davos. Kluck held unwavering confidence in this battle plan, having witnessed the French army's capabilities throughout their advance. The issue with the French forces did not lie within the troops themselves. Their soldiers and officers exhibited remarkable bravery. However, they were a military contingent controlled by avaricious banking capitalists. These capitalists sought only to bleed the civilian populace dry, unwilling to adopt advanced foreign equipment, such as the Maxim machine gun, which had been rejected. This was not an issue of national pride, but rather a maneuver to monopolize arms production, enabling them to amass greater profits without competitive pressure, despite the frequent malfunctions and exorbitant cost of the Saint-Étienne machine gun. It remained the Army's standard. Even the Hotchkiss produced by private enterprises was superior. Note, the Saint-Étienne machine gun was essentially a copy of the Hotchkiss, but in an effort to evade patent restrictions. It incorporated numerous complex mechanisms prone to failure. Ironically, these capitalists, who typically exploited the French military and populace, vanished during wartime, using the French soldiers as human shields. For whom did the French soldiers fight? To protect these capitalists? To ensure their continued existence? To further enslave them? Germany, in contrast, invested 80% of its national income in military development for unification and strength from the time of William I. The monarch was eager to allocate every penny to the military, with his coronation ceremony costing a mere 2,547 silver coins. Germany had previously spent 5 million silver coins on a single coronation. German soldiers understood the purpose of their struggle, knowing their blood would not be shed in vain, grasping the significance of sacrificing their lives on the battlefield. Such an army was invincible. General. The staff member quietly alerted Cluck. They have arrived. Cluck raised his binoculars to gaze upstream along the Marne River. Indeed, he spotted a black cloth fluttering above a building. That was the signal from the 1st Regiment, indicating they had reached their assigned position and were prepared. Cluck nodded slightly and, in a low, chilling voice, commanded, "Prepare." His tone lingered to allow the soldiers to mentally brace themselves before swiftly shifting to a resolute tone. "Advance." The staff member suddenly stood, gesturing backward, shouting, "Attack." The German soldiers, shouting fervently, emerged from the underbrush, transforming the once desolate jungle into a bustling hive of activity. They swarmed the mountainsides, clad in their spiked helmets and gripping their rifles, their fierce gazes fixed menacingly on the opposing French line. Across the Marne River, the French soldiers, who had been casually chatting while fortifying their positions, were suddenly paralyzed by the sight of the Germans. Their faces drained of color. They stood frozen until the first gunshots jolted them into action. Scrambling into the trenches with frantic cries, "Germans!" bellowed the French colonel. "They're here!" Remain calm. His voice trembled, betraying his own inability to maintain composure. The crackle of gunfire erupted, a sporadic chorus of shots from the French troops, soon accompanied by the roar of machine guns, as a barrage of bullets whizzed towards the German forces across the river. The colonel, filled with frustration, realized he had not yet given the order to fire. But his men were already in a state of uncontrolled panic. With the sound of gunfire now overwhelming, it was impossible to call for a ceasefire. The colonel could only issue a desperate command: "Fire! Fire!" However, unbeknownst to everyone, including the colonel, they had unwittingly fallen into a German trap. Anyone with a clear mind would understand that a forced crossing by the Germans was implausible. The bridge could be destroyed at any moment. The river was cold and deep. Though merely 70 meters wide, any troops entering the water would become slow-moving targets. Clearly, the Germans' frontal assault was a ruse to draw their fire and attention. The French soldiers should have been more vigilant regarding their flanks rather than fixating on the front. Yet, no one possessed such awareness. Nearly all were paralyzed with fear at the sudden appearance of the Germans. Mechanically pulling their triggers across the river, their minds clouded with panic, as if they feared the Germans might leap across the water to confront them. Suddenly, a fierce gunfire erupted from the left flank. The colonel's complexion turned ashen as he finally grasped the true intentions of the Germans. Peering over, he confirmed his fears. The Germans were indeed attacking the side of their line. The French soldiers stationed there, caught unprepared, were overwhelmed, either falling dead or fleeing the trenches in disarray. Most, realizing escape was futile, crouched down in surrender, hands raised in defeat. Maintaining a semblance of composure, the colonel commanded loudly, "Blow up the bridge! Blow it up!" Just then, a gunshot rang out that a bullet pierced the colonel's head, his body collapsing at an unnatural angle. Like a deflated balloon, he should have known that the Germans had positioned numerous snipers to ensure the successful capture of the bridge, targeting officers like him who were directing the chaos at that moment. The French soldiers were uncertain about whether to destroy the bridge. Thoughts raced through their minds. The Germans had already crossed. What purpose would blowing up the bridge serve now? Wasn't he saving their lives the priority? Before long, the entire line of French soldiers began retreating towards the town of Devos, their red caps and trousers resembling a tide of crimson. The bridge fell entirely into German hands, with their main forces streaming across the structure into the southern bank of the Marne. From the villa's top floor, Francis erupted in expletives. These bastards. So easily vanquished. Where is General Gard? Where is he? General Gard was the commander of the 5th Army Corps, and Francis had recently enjoyed amiable discussions with him, treating him to the finest wine and beef. Complimented by 2 enchanting maids, ensuring Gard felt at home. "Sir," the butler replied in a panic, "I just saw General Gard leave in a vehicle, accompanied by M.R. Dapierre." In an instant, Francis felt as though he had plunged into an ice pit. His body chilled to the bone. It was over. Everything, his factory, family, and status, was lost. Those damn liars. After a moment of stunned silence, Francis inquired, "What about Charles? Where is he? Did his family leave as well?" "No, sir," the butler responded. "They are at the tractor factory." Without a moment's hesitation, Francis set off towards the tractor factory. his silver cane tucked under his arm. The butler hurried to keep pace, urgently advising, "Sir, the Germans are right at our doorstep. They have already launched their attack. The tractor factory is perilous. Going there is tantamount to walking into a trap. We should leave immediately." But Francis paid no heed to the warnings, striding purposefully towards the tractor factory, quickening his pace as the butler struggled to keep up. Francis was not concerned about Charles's safety. He simply wished to hear Charles's explanation before the Germans seized the factory, a young man so arrogant and self-assured that he had gambled everything, leaving Francis with nothing. Upon entering the factory, Francis immediately spotted DeJoys and Camille, who stood embracing, startled by the distant sounds of gunfire and screams from outside the walls. "Where's Charles?" Francis queried. "Father," DeJoys exclaimed, surprised to see Francis, but quickly noted his father's grim demeanor. He hesitated, realizing that Francis's ire was directed at Charles. Angered, DeJoys gently pushed Camille aside, standing stoically before Francis. "This has nothing to do with Charles." "Father, everything is a result of your decisions." Francis shoved DeJoys aside, momentarily stunned by what he saw. Charles stood calmly on a platform in the square, surveying the area with binoculars, occasionally issuing commands below. Gathering around him were hundreds of fully armed French soldiers, organized into several small blocks, each with a tin can positioned at the front. "What is that?" Francis inquired, intrigued by the tin can. "I don't know," DeJoys replied. "Charles says it will keep us safe, as well as the factory." Francis couldn't suppress a disdainful laugh. He recognized the tracks. Those tin cans were modified tractors, encased in steel plating and belching smoke from exhaust pipes. Clearly ready for action, that he thought to himself, how grand of Charles to imagine himself as Napoleon. Francis labeled him a fool for utilizing these converted tractors. Yet he refrained from intervening, eager to see what this young man would do next. Charles exhibited remarkable composure, commanding like a seasoned leader. "Steady, steady, advance!" With a muffled thud, the tin cans began to move forward, followed closely by the French soldiers, who tightened their grips on their rifles, forming two lines to follow. There were a total of 12 tin cans, with 9 advancing in a line at the front, while 3 trailed behind at a slower pace, seemingly intending to maintain distance. This was Charles's strategy. He organized the tanks into 4 groups of 3, with the front 3 leading the charge against the enemy formation, while the rear group stood by, prepared to reinforce or address unforeseen circumstances, such as if the flanks were flanked by the enemy. Keeping a reserve unit was key to victory. The tin cans rumbled towards the walls, and with a resounding crash, they effortlessly demolished the barricade, their tracks grinding the rubble beneath them and elevating the wedge-shaped fronts, presenting an imposing sight before the advancing German soldiers. The Germans, who had been pursuing the fleeing French forces in a frenzy, were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, their momentum faltering as they pondered, "My God, what is that? Is it their secret weapon? We've fallen into the enemy's trap." The essence of human nature is to succumb to a profound fear of the unknown. In moments of trepidation, one's mind tends to spiral into chaotic thoughts, resulting in a pervasive sense of unease and the rapid dissemination of negative rumors within the ranks. Many individuals instinctively find their feet retreating, their rifles clutched tightly, yet their resolve to fire forgotten. This battalion, a paragon of the 1st Army Group, is renowned as the Iron 1st Regiment, led by Colonel Jonas. At this juncture, Colonel Jonas stands at the heart of his troops. Hastening forward with his guards upon noticing unusual movements ahead, to his astonishment, he glimpses several tin cans rumbling over the ruins and on a solid ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Colonel Jonas commands loudly, "Attention, raise your rifles and eliminate that threat." Under his powerful directive, the German soldiers summon their courage, leveling their rifles at the slowly advancing behemoth. In this critical moment, the true caliber of the German soldiers is revealed. Despite being gripped by fear, none fire indiscriminately, but rather await the colonel's command. "Fire! Bang! 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 Bang!" A volley of bullets is unleashed upon the monster. Yet to their astonishment, the projectiles merely spark upon impact, producing a cacophony of sound while the creature remains unscathed. The German soldiers stand in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on this entity, with most pondering a singular question. If bullets are ineffective, how then can it be vanquished? With bayonets? Or perhaps the pointed tops of their helmets? Colonel Jonas, too, feels a profound shock, yet his extensive combat experience and officer's composure compel him to suppress his own panic, continuing to issue commands in a steady voice. Raise your rifles. The German soldiers mechanically chamber their weapons, once more aiming at the monster. Although many appear pale, beads of sweat forming on their brows, while others nervously gulp. Fire! Bang! 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 This time, the gunfire is more synchronized, as they hope that this collective effort will inflict significant damage upon the beast. Yet still, it proves futile. The bullets merely create small white dents on the monster's exterior, akin to raindrops falling onto a smooth beach, leaving no mark. The creature continues its relentless advance, emitting an eerie roar. From the observation platform, Charles gazes coldly through his binoculars, fully aware that the Germans' actions are destined to be in vain. At a distance of approximately 200 meters, a 9mm steel plate would be impervious to even vertical armor, let alone the sloped armor of the tank. Camille, momentarily stunned, finally seizes Doya's hand, exclaiming with astonishment, "Doya, did you see? It's working! Unbelievably, it truly is working!" Her eyes shift towards Charles, brimming with surprise and pride. He is remarkable. Unconsciously, she steps toward Charles, only to be halted by Doya. "No, Camille, the battle is not yet over. We must not disturb him." Realizing her error, Camille's tear-streaked face breaks into an embarrassed smile. "You're right. I almost made a grave mistake." Throughout her speech, her gaze remains fixed on Charles, repeatedly affirming, "He is our son, our son." Francis observes the astonishing scene on the battlefield, his emotions fluctuating between hope and despair. Could it be that this young man, when urging him to wager everything, had already envisioned using this invention to thwart the Germans? If so, such foresight and composure are indeed formidable. At that moment, the battlefield undergoes a new transformation. The machine guns in front of the tin cans roar with fury, bullets rat-a-tat-tat flying towards the German soldiers, while French soldiers sheltered behind also expose themselves to fire at the Germans. Blood splatters and cries of anguish fill the air. German soldiers fall like wheat before the scythe. However, under Colonel Jonas's command, none dare to flee, instead lying prone on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and pleading directed at the colonel. It is as if they implore, "Order a retreat, Commander. We are powerless against it." Yet Colonel Jonas knows there is no path of retreat. Behind them lies the Marne River, with the only bridge surely congested with people. The main force of the 1st Army Group surging across like a tidal wave. Should he command a withdrawal, the soldiers of the 1st Regiment would either be trapped on the bridge or forced into the river, neither option promising survival, both leading to the regiment's demise. Hence, Colonel Jonas must persist, gritting his teeth and issuing a hoarse command. "Hold your ground, take up your weapons, whatever they may be, and fire upon it." This was the only command he could conceive. Since the onset of the conflict, one could say since his arrival in this world, he had never felt such despair. It seemed there was no means to confront it, only to await death here. The German bullets continued to fail to penetrate the monster, while the machine guns mounted upon the creature unleashed torrents of fire upon them, mowing down German soldiers standing or crouching in position. The monster's machine gun provided suppressive fire, while the French soldiers peeking from behind it executed precise shots, creating a horrifying tableau for the Germans. Even those lying prone found no solace, as the nearby terrain offered no cover. Bullets zipping through the air to strike their legs, bodies, and heads. German helmets, made of leather, provided no protection. Striking the French soldiers became nearly impossible for the Germans. They hid behind the monster, using it as a shield, suddenly emerging to fire before swiftly retreating to reload, affording the German soldiers but a fleeting moment to react. In the midst of despair, Colonel Jonas suddenly recalled the defensive fortifications constructed by French soldiers along the banks of the Marne River. Perhaps they could provide some semblance of cover for his men. With this thought, Colonel Jonas shouted, "Retreat!" Before he could complete his command, the German soldiers were already scrambling to their feet and fleeing. Colonel Jonas was taken aback. His troops had never behaved this way before. The order had barely escaped his lips before they began to retreat, not in an organized manner, but in a panicked flight. Realization dawned upon Colonel Jonas that this was perilous. If they fled at the mere mention of retreat, did it not signify that the feared collision with the advancing reinforcements was imminent? "Stop!" Colonel Jonas cried out in alarm. "Everyone halt!" Yet his voice went unheard as the German soldiers' retreat spiraled out of control. Colonel Jonas had overestimated the composure of his subordinates, or perhaps underestimated the power of fear. All, including himself, teetered on the brink of collapse at that moment. When Colonel Jonas uttered the word retreat, they surged forth like a dam burst, in resignation. Colonel Jonas joined the retreating throng, shouting as he ran. "Organized defenses at the riverbank! Defenses at the riverbank!" Whoosh! A bullet pierced through Colonel Jonas's back with a deafening crack. His upper body lurched forward from the force, while his lower limbs and arms flailed outward. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, as Colonel Jonas fell face down to the ground, surrounded by the dirt kicked up by bullets striking the earth, along with blood spraying from fallen German soldiers. In the panicked eyes of the wounded onlookers, amidst the waves of pain and the final throbs of his heartbeat, consciousness gradually slipped away from Colonel Jonas. Charles surveyed the unfolding battle with great satisfaction. Witnessing the Germans in retreat, he promptly issued orders to the messenger at his side. "Command the reserve troops to advance on the Marne Bridge." "Understood," the messenger replied, exhilaration coursing through him. He was invigorated by the victory before him. Lamenting that he could not personally witness this miracle, waving his signal flags with fervor, he relayed the orders to the advancing troops. Soon, a response came back, and the 3 tanks of the reserve force, accompanied by 3 platoons of French soldiers, accelerated from the flanks towards the Marne Bridge. Camille dared not witness the bloody spectacle, yet she was loath to abandon Charles and retreat. Instead, she huddled in a corner behind a building, arms wrapped around herself, trembling, intermittently asking, "Have we won? Are we achieving victory?" Doya gazed at the battlefield, responding with fervor, "Yes, we are winning. Our soldiers are valiant. Over 300 have repelled thousands of Germans. No, it is the invention of Charles that has effectively aided our forces in driving back the Germans." As Doya rightly stated, the French army had indeed been in retreat. Yet, to their astonishment, when they turned around, they found that the Germans had not pursued them. Not only did the Germans fail to catch up, but they were also routed, fleeing in disarray. The French soldiers hesitated for a moment. Although they did not comprehend what had transpired and lacked commanding officers, they were all aware that it was time to counterattack. After all, no one would refuse victory, glory, and promotion. Thus, they swiftly turned their weapons around and rejoined the fray. At this juncture, the outcome was already determined. The collapse of the German forces was merely a matter of time. Francis emitted a nonchalant hum that he acknowledged that his initial assessment of Charles was erroneous. This young man's military prowess rivaled that of Napoleon, or at the very least, was far more reliable than that of General Gad. A smile then graced his face as he contemplated the multitude of benefits he had regained. His family, 2 large factories, including a machine gun production line, and countless immeasurable honors and advantages. Finally, he fixed his gaze upon Charles, pondering how to position him. The young man's capabilities had exceeded his wildest expectations. Did he possess the means to control him? Charles, oblivious to the stares of others, approached Joseph, offering words of comfort. "Everything will be fine. The battle is nearing its end." Joseph exhaled deeply, his countenance softening. "Indeed, young Master Charles." Meanwhile, Matthew piloted one of the iron cans on the battlefield. With rapt attention on the conflict, Joseph genuinely praised Charles. "This is your power, young Master Charles. You commanded them to victory. You have saved us all, perhaps even France." Charles calmly responded, "It is too early to speak of that." Matthew was originally not meant to take to the battlefield. Charles had not included him in his plans, having already selected a dozen or so tractor drivers, which posed no challenge for the tractor factory. However, when these drivers learned they were to operate tractors on the battlefield, leading the charge against enemy fire, their faces turned pale with fear. "We are merely drivers, young Master Charles, not soldiers. We have families to support. We earn only 28 francs a month, barely enough to make ends meet." The implication was clear. Risking their lives for a meager salary was unwarranted. Charles felt an urge to offer them more money. but ultimately resisted. He understood that once the door to increased pay was opened, it would lead to further complications. The French soldiers were equally desperate on the battlefield. They too had families to support. With salaries often lower than that of workers, shouldn't they be compensated more? A full-strength army comprises approximately 300,000 men, and there were at least 100,000 assembled at Davis. Could Charles afford such an increase? Thus, it had to be the driver's decision to volunteer. He could not offer them money. As Charles grappled with this dilemma, Matthew stepped forward. "Let me go." Without a moment's thought, Charles declined. "You are from the assembly shop. We need skilled drivers. This is the battlefield, not a game." He emphasized the latter half of his statement, particularly the words battlefield. Matthew's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion, but he quickly understood. Looking at Charles with a knowing smile, he replied deliberately, "I've been driving tractors as if they were toys since childhood. No one in this factory is more adept than I." He raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "You know this very well." Charles indeed knew, but he was reluctant for Matthew to take the lead. However, with the conversation reaching this point, Charles found it impossible to refuse. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the risk. Seeing that Charles acquiesced, Matthew turned to the others, raising his hand with ease. "Gentlemen, think about it. We might defeat the Germans. Is that not a means of protecting our families? Have you resolved to kneel before the Germans, begging them to spare your families and not seize your possessions? Stand up, gentlemen. I refuse to live that way." Matthew's words were compelling. The drivers fell silent for a moment before raising their hands in succession. "Count me in. I'll take my chances. Perhaps I will return alive, having played a part in defeating the Germans. I'm joining. I have no family, so it matters not if I do not return." Thus, these ordinary yet magnificent individuals marched toward the battlefield. They had received no military training, operating makeshift iron cans, facing the ferocious Germans and their ominous guns. Perhaps due to the tank's poor external perceptibility, 2 iron cans became stuck in the trenches, unable to move. Joseph suddenly grew anxious. Could it be the iron can driven by Matthew? Charles cursed under his breath. He had warned them about the trenches. These primitive tanks had no capability to traverse such obstacles. Their tracks could barely navigate the muddy farm fields. German soldiers also recognized this limitation. They seemed to find a glimmer of hope, or perhaps a final desperate struggle, as some took refuge in the trenches. Attempting to reorganize their defenses, this exemplified the quality of the German forces. Even at this moment, some had not given up. Yet, reality was harsh. Their efforts soon dissolved into futility. Iron cans lined up before the trenches, ceasing their advance and instead employing machine guns to target the German soldiers within. The French soldiers, taking cover behind the iron cans, began sniping at the Germans. They formed 2 teams that coordinated their efforts. One team would fire and retreat while the other would immediately take their place to shoot. This was an asymmetric battle. The trenches occupied by the Germans had been constructed by the French soldiers, facing the opposing side and not yet completed. The German soldiers had to hunker down just to fit inside. Meanwhile, the French soldiers had several massive shields in front of them, with the iron cans lined up, leaving only a narrow passageway of a few feet wide. If the Germans strayed even slightly from that path, their angles of fire would be obstructed. Ultimately, the Germans had no choice but to acknowledge the grim outcome. Soldiers fell in the trenches, filled with regret and reluctance, while those who resisted stubbornly were mostly reduced to lifeless bodies. Major Brownie shouted from behind an iron can, "Steady, hold the line, hold the line." It was an astonishing tactic, Major Brownie thought. Previously, the French army's strategy had always revolved around attack, and more attack. Whether an officer graduated from a military academy was inconsequential, as everyone understood how to command and engage. The French tactics were monotonous, all reduced to a single word: advance when the enemy held their position. We advanced. When the enemy retreated, we advanced. Even when the enemy attacked, we still advanced. It made no difference who was in command. The French army paid a heavy price from the very onset of the war. Although Major Brownie did not know the precise casualty figures, what he saw, heard, and felt assured him that the numbers were significant. Note: in August and September of 1914, France suffered casualties, including dead, missing, and captured, reaching 164,500 each month, prompting the swift reduction of the conscription age limit to 18. By 1915, 80 of men aged 18 to 46 had been called up. However, now they appeared to be attacking while simultaneously defending. To be precise, they were attacking within a defensive posture, hiding behind the iron cans as they gradually pushed toward the enemy. Then the enemy crumbled. An elite German force of several thousand collapsed under the assault of just over 300 of them. This was unimaginable. To defeat this elite German unit, France would have needed at least 10,000 troops, yet they had merely a little over 300, along with a few tractors. Major Brownie estimated only 20 or so had fallen or been wounded. This was miraculous, as he commanded. Major Brownie exclaimed, "To hell with it. What have we been doing all this time? We have squandered soldiers' lives. From now on, we should fight this way." The soldiers were equally invigorated. As they fired upon the enemy, they thought, from now on, battles will be simpler. France will undoubtedly achieve victory. Although the troop numbers were modest, their morale surged as they fought with increasing fervor. Terrified German soldiers retreated towards the bridge, while the main force on the northern bank of the Marne continued to charge across the bridge as ordered. The two forces collided with the ferocity of a raging tide, resulting in a chaotic mass of bodies, rendering movement nearly impossible. Many were pierced by falling helmets, while others, shrieking in fear, were shoved off the bridge and plunged into the river below. "Drive them onto the bridge." Major Brownie shouted, "Gunners, aim at the enemy on the bridge." The machine guns roared to life, firing indiscriminately into the air, their relentless bullets finding their marks with ease. The power of the French 8mm rifle cartridge was formidable. If it were not for bone obstruction, it could penetrate 3 bodies to kill a 4th. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the Marne Bridge became a scene of carnage. The entire structure was stained crimson, with viscous blood spilling over the edges and crevices like a small stream, dripping into the Marne River below, which transformed into a shocking shade of red. Eventually, the Germans realized the futility of crossing the Marne Bridge and turned their desperate flight towards the river below. However, this too was not a wise decision. The subsequent battle benefited from the counteroffensive of the French Fifth Army. Major Brownie's forces numbered just over 300, even as they pursued thousands of fleeing Germans. They could not completely eradicate them in a single sweep, and one misstep could lead to their own demise. Particularly, the tactic of using tanks to cover infantry advances had its weaknesses, should the German soldiers resolve to counterattack. The tanks would become mere decorations in the ensuing melee. Fortunately, the German soldiers at that moment were oblivious to this. Consumed by fear, they fled from the monsters that pursued them, even when their retreat led to a dead end. Soon, the main French forces arrived, advocates of relentless assault, instilled with the training habits that allowed them to charge past the tank defenses without hesitation towards the German soldiers ahead, as they passed the tanks. Many cast curious and fearful glances at the machines, only feeling reassured once they recognized their own equipment before rushing towards the enemy. The air was filled with shouts, the clamor of combat, and the cries of the wounded, accompanied by sporadic gunfire. Bayonets, rifle butts, stones, everything was employed. The battlefield was a tangle of fighting French and German soldiers, easily distinguishable by their bright red trousers. Charles was astonished to see the Germans still fighting back. The momentum of the French advance seemed to falter as if obstructed by a dam. This was not a disgraceful army. Without the support of the tanks, the French would likely suffer tenfold casualties to defeat them. Yet, this remained inconsequential. The German soldiers entrenched in their positions numbered only a few hundred, while the French soldiers were in the thousands, continually replenished. The tide of red soon engulfed the Germans, erasing them from sight. Upon reaching the riverbank, the French soldiers raised their rifles, suppressing the German fire across the water, while aiming at the fleeing German soldiers in the river's middle. The gunfire echoed as German soldiers fell into the icy waters, most of them unable to utter a sound before being overwhelmed by the rushing river. The surface of the water was eerily quiet. No one knew whether they had been killed by bullets or drowned. The French then set up machine guns, sending bullets skimming across the water's surface, each shot resulting in sprays of blood as corpses floated downstream like dead fish, the surrounding waters swirling into a foggy red. Kluck watched the scene with a pale face. He had initially believed victory was assured. When the 1st Battalion secured the bridgehead, he thought the outcome was predetermined. Yet, the situation suddenly shifted dramatically, and before Kluck could comprehend what was happening, the Germans had collapsed in utter defeat. What transpired? Kluck inquired, puzzled. Did enemy reinforcements arrive? He had failed to notice the tin cans on the riverbank. The staff, equally baffled, knew only what actions to take that a survivor was brought before Kluck. The highest-ranking officer they could find, the lieutenant, appeared disheveled, smeared with mud and blood, and seemed injured. Trembling uncontrollably from fear, he gasped for breath. Kluck furrowed his brow disdainfully at the lieutenant. "Is this an officer of the Steel, 1st Battalion?" "What happened?" Kluck's voice was cold as he suppressed the impulse to have the lieutenant executed on the spot. "General," the lieutenant stammered, "the enemy possesses a new piece of equipment, impervious to our weapons. We cannot pierce it, yet it can sweep us with machine gun fire." The lieutenant glanced nervously across the river, just as a tin can came into view. "There. That's it. The monster." Kluck raised his binoculars and followed the direction indicated by the lieutenant. Indeed, he spotted a peculiar contraption through the lenses. Kluck's expression changed. What was that thing? It could turn the tide at the last moment. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded his aides, "Bring him down. Let him reveal everything he knows. Every detail, without omission." "Yes, General." The aide responded, signaling to 2 soldiers, who promptly restrained the nearly deranged lieutenant on the opposite bank. The French soldiers completed their final operations, cheering as they waved goodbye to the last fleeing German soldiers. A gesture that seemed both celebratory and boastful. In stark contrast, the faces of the German soldiers on the northern bank were grim. This was the first time the Germans had encountered such a defeat since the war began. The riverbank, the bridge, and the waters were strewn with the bodies of German soldiers, with conservative estimates of losses reaching 4,000 to 5,000 in mere moments. Their humiliation was compounded by the fact that the opposing force was the very French Fifth Army they had relentlessly pursued. These once vanquished adversaries had finally made them taste the bitterness of defeat. Charles and Joseph rushed to the battlefield, anxious that Matthew might be trapped inside one of the tanks, if ensnared in the trenches. He could easily be shot at close range by German soldiers, a dire predicament indeed. However, their worries soon dissipated upon seeing Matthew emerge from the tank amidst the soldiers' cheers, proudly waving to the French troops. Matthew always had a flair for the dramatic, relishing in showcasing every minor achievement. And rightly so. He is unharmed. Charles sighed in relief. Had anything happened to Matthew, he would not know how to explain it to Joseph. Joseph seemed to read Charles's thoughts, expressing with a hint of sentiment, "Even if something had occurred, I would not hold you accountable, young Master Charles. He fights for France, not for you. And you saved us all." Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Hey, that's young Master Charles. He is the one who invented this iron contraption that helped us win this battle." All eyes turned to Charles, followed by an even louder cheer as soldiers rushed from all directions to shake his hand. "It is an honor, young Master Charles. Thank you so much. You saved us. You turned the tide of this battle. You are our savior." The soldiers' demands were simple. They would respect whoever could lead them to victory. For that often meant survival. Amidst the crowd, Charles spotted Major Brownie, exchanging a knowing glance and a slight nod. Prior to the battle, they had agreed that Major Brownie would take charge of training. Command and operations first. Major Brownie had been reluctant. "This is clearly your doing." He fumed, "I will not steal your glory." Charles countered, "If they discover I did all this, what do you think will happen?" Major Brownie paused, quickly realizing the implications. "They might conscript you, even though you are still underage." "Indeed," Charles replied, "I do not wish for that, so." Major Brownie resignedly nodded. "Very well. I shall comply. However, if necessary, I will return this honor to you." After a moment, Major Brownie added, "I will instruct my subordinates to maintain a unified narrative." Thus, it was no surprise that some soldiers shouted, "He is the one who invented this iron contraption," in comparison to the illustrious aura surrounding the invention of the iron contraption. Charles's military prowess appears rather insignificant. Simultaneously, Charles is quite eager to embrace the title of inventor, especially since this invention has aided the military in securing victories. This will bestow upon Charles a commendable reputation in France. thereby enabling him to carve out a niche within the French military-industrial sector. The headquarters of the 6th Army Corps in Paris. Gallieni fidgeted restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Thus far, the intelligence he had received was entirely disheartening. The Germans had appeared at Davos and launched a vigorous assault. A secret German unit had crossed the river the previous night, successfully flanking and capturing the Marne Bridge. Our defensive line is crumbling, and Major General Gard has already retreated with the command staff. Damn it, Gallieni cursed. In the heat of battle, you lot flee faster than anyone else. What do you mean retreat? It is clearly abandoning the troops. Gallieni felt a strong urge to execute Major General Gard for failing to hold the line. However, he was merely the military governor of Paris, commanding only the 6th Army Corps stationed in Paris and the police forces. While the 5th Army Corps was under the command of Joffre, he was acutely aware that Joffre would not act decisively. High-ranking generals often had intricate ties with capitalists, some even hailing from the 200 families, and they typically were concerned only with enjoying their privileges and fleeing. The 5th Army Corps must not falter. Gallieni paced back and forth, his tone tinged with anxiety. They're the only ones at Davos. If they collapse entirely, Paris and the main forces of France will be severed by the Germans. And at that point, Paris will be effectively encircled. This seemed to be the design of the German First Army. Their assessment was that they could easily breach the defenses of the 5th Army Corps, thus inflicting casualties on the French forces while simultaneously encircling Paris. Suddenly, Gallieni halted before the map, his tone growing somber. What is Joffre doing? Our window of opportunity is closing. We must strike the enemy immediately to stabilize the defenses of the 5th Army Corps. Otherwise, it will all be over. Everything. Gallieni slammed his fist onto the map at the position of Davos, as if hoping to personally vanquish the Germans there. He silently prayed. Issue the command, Joffre, for the love of God. We cannot afford to lose this battle. At that moment, a staff officer answering the phone suddenly wore a face of shock, and after a brief pause, his expression transformed into one of exuberance. Ignoring the decorum expected of a subordinate toward the superior, he shouted across the room towards Gallieni. We have won, General. We have achieved victory. Gallieni, bewildered, turned to the officer. What did you say? What victory? The others at the command center paused in their tasks to look at the officer, all equally puzzled. With all defensive lines in retreat, how could there possibly be a victory? The Corps commander had even fled with the command staff. Who could claim victory? Those peasants wielding hoes and sticks? The officer, brimming with excitement, stammered. It was a Major Browning. No, I believe it was Charles. He is the key figure. Reportedly, he has invented a weapon. Gallieni puffed out his chest, admonishing the officer with displeasure. Speak clearly, Major. Otherwise, I shall have you thrown out of here. This command center does not require the presence of someone incapable of coherent speech. Yes, General, the officer gulped, striving to maintain composure. Yet his chest heaved with agitation. After a few moments of organizing his thoughts, he reported. It was a young man named Charles, who utilized a tractor to invent a piece of equipment. Major Browning led over 300 of his men, launching a counterattack at a critical moment and achieving victory. The command center fell silent, the clatter of typewriters ceased, and the bespectacled typist raised his head, looking at the officer in astonishment, as if to say, how can this be? Surely, this is not a tale being spun. Gallieni's excitement caused his mustache to quiver slightly. Yet he still found it hard to believe. Half convinced, he asked, has the intelligence been confirmed? It has been confirmed. The officer raised the phone in his hand, nodding affirmatively. The Germans have been pushed back to the northern bank of the Marne, suffering losses of at least 5,000 men. The command center erupted in cheers. Even a communications soldier excitedly threw documents into the air, paper fluttering about like confetti. Gallieni inquired further. What sort of equipment is this? How could 300 men defeat thousands of Germans? I do not know, General, the officer replied. They could not articulate it over the phone. It was something akin to an iron can, and they referred to it as a tank. A tank. Gallieni's face was a picture of bewilderment. This was a completely foreign term, and he could not fathom what it entailed. He decided to set that aside for the moment, his tone tinged with relief. The inventor of this equipment. You say he is called Charles? Yes, General. Gallieni nodded. Which unit does he belong to? We should reward him handsomely. No, General, the officer replied. He is a 17-year-old boy, not affiliated with any unit. Gallieni was taken aback. A 17-year-old boy had invented the tank and subsequently saved France. How could this possibly be real? Oh, by the way, the officer added, he is the youngest grandson of the businessman Francis, who has been funding us. Gallieni paused, funding the 5th Army Corps to advance towards Davis. Then rumors to lure the Germans there, and finally inventing the tank to defeat them. Could all this be mere coincidence? If it were not coincidence, Gallieni sensed that it was not he who was fighting this battle, but rather an invisible hand guiding events from behind the scenes. While Gallieni and his men were preoccupied, Charles finally managed to extricate himself from the exuberance of the French soldiers. Upon arriving home, he was surprised to find a crowd gathered outside. Encircling the area in layers, as they spotted Charles, they exclaimed, "It is Master Charles! Master Charles has returned!" They eagerly parted to create a narrow pathway leading to the small courtyard before the door. Djoka and Camille were bustling about, preparing to welcome him, and the entrance was already filled with offerings: flour, eggs, cheese, and fruits. "Charles," his mother Camille called, stretching on tiptoe above the crowd to wave at him, her face radiating excitement and pride. "The neighbors have brought you gifts. They're truly wonderful." Charles removed his cap and walked forward, humbly nodding in gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you all." His polite demeanor immediately garnered a chorus of praise. "What a considerate boy. It is we who should thank you, Master Charles. You have saved us all. We are proud of you. You are our hero." A portly boy was pushed forward by his parents toward Charles. Charles recognized him as Teddy, a classmate who had often bullied him. Had it not been for Matthew's intervention, Charles might not have survived to this day. "Apologize to Master Charles," his father said, gripping Teddy by the back of his collar, as though escorting a criminal. Teddy appeared to be terrified, though not due to his father. He timidly raised his gaze, his eyes darting and unable to meet Charles's, his chin trembling uncontrollably. "Charles, you wouldn't use that iron can against me, would you?" Charles laughed. "Of course not, Teddy. It is meant for our enemies." He then turned to the surrounding neighbors, lifting his chin. "Our weapon shall always be aimed at the enemy, not our friends." The neighbors erupted in cheers. "Well said, Master Charles. Good job, Master Charles." Teddy relaxed, casting a grateful glance at Charles. "Are we friends?" Charles nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Thank you, Charles." Teddy's eyes glistened, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you very much." Then his eyes brightened, and he leaned closer to whisper, "I can introduce you to Ada." Ada was Teddy's sister, 3 years older than him, a striking young woman whose beauty was the subject of admiration and discussion among many of her peers, including boys like Charles who were entering their teenage years. Unfortunately, Teddy's words reached Ada's ears. "Teddy!" Ada exclaimed as she pushed through the crowd, standing firm with a murderous glare. She glanced at Charles, her eyes betraying a hint of panic and shyness. Teddy sensed that the situation was dire. He swiftly broke free from his father's grasp and fled like the wind, tossing back a parting remark. "I'll see you later, Charles. I promise." Charles responded half-jokingly. "A promise is a promise." The neighbors erupted in laughter, while Ada's cheeks flushed crimson as she pretended to chase after Teddy. Dinner consisted of white beans stewed with beef, a dish that had once been Charles's favorite. But now he found it quite ordinary. He mused that it could benefit from a touch more Sichuan pepper, chili, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. His mother, Camille, hummed a tune as she chopped vegetables in the kitchen. "Djoka, chewing on beef," remarked to Charles, "your mother has never been this happy before." Camille entered with a platter of salad, placing it on the dining table, and then took her seat between the two, her face radiating pride as she proclaimed, "Shouldn't we be happy? Our Charles has become a hero." Djoka's eyes twinkled with amusement as he turned to Charles. "I am quite curious, Charles. How did you conceive that contraption called a tank?" "It's quite simple," Charles replied while managing his plate. "I merely wished for something to shield against bullets, and since we had a tractor, the idea came to me." Djoka nodded slightly. It indeed sounded straightforward. Yet every new invention dwells in the obscurity of the unknown before its creation, rendering it anything but simple. Camille lovingly ruffled Charles's hair, declaring, "Charles is a genius. Only he could think of such a thing." At that moment, her world revolved solely around Charles. She felt as though the entire universe had transformed. The ostracism from the Bernard family, the cold stares from the townsfolk, and the bittersweet struggle of being caught in between were experiences only she could comprehend. Now, all of that had vanished. It was all thanks to Charles, her son. Diuca pondered a matter, turning to Camille. Tomorrow, we should pay a visit to father. Camille nodded decisively, of course, in her eyes, with Charles having accomplished such a monumental feat. Francis undoubtedly should acknowledge him, and even the entirety of their family, perhaps even entrusting the tractor factory to Charles without hesitation. However, Diuca harbored a flicker of concern. He understood his father, a man with a controlling nature and a strong sense of pride, who reveled in being elevated above others, that he disliked circumstances that eluded his grasp, especially when it involved family members surpassing him. While Charles was indeed remarkable, he was now overshadowing Francis, a predicament that was far from ideal. Charles seemed to perceive Diuca's apprehensions. He comforted him. "Do not worry, father. Before we meet Mr. Francis, I believe we should first make a trip to Paris." Paris? Diuca was initially puzzled, but he soon comprehended and nodded in agreement. The City Hall of Paris is situated along the Seine River, north of Notre Dame in the heart of the city. The original building was consumed by flames during the Paris Commune Revolution in 1871, and the current structure was completed in 1882. The edifice retains the style of the European Renaissance, featuring a staggered array of flat-top pyramid roofs and adorned with 136 statues of notable figures throughout French history. By the time Diuca and Charles entered the office area, it was already 10 in the morning. The vast hall bustled with activity, the clamor of telephones and typewriters creating a cacophony, while some appeared to be embroiled in disputes with staff over tax matters. In stark contrast, the window for industrial property rights was rather quiet. Industrial property refers to what we now know as patents. During this period, most inventions were born from industrial production, necessitating a distinction from literary and artistic property rights, copyright, leading to the establishment of industrial property. Behind the counter sat a Mediterranean middle-aged man, clad in glasses, reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping coffee while perusing a small newspaper, occasionally revealing a lecherous grin. Those in the know understood. The small newspaper, known at the time in France as a Son newspaper, was designed to attract the lower strata of society, often featuring vulgar and sensationalized stories. "Good day, sir." Diuca leaned forward at the window, courteously stating, "We are here to apply for industrial property rights." The Mediterranean man cast a glance at Diuca, impatiently leaned over to retrieve a form, and promptly shifted his attention back to the newspaper. Diuca diligently filled out the form, occasionally soliciting Charles's opinion, while the Mediterranean man completely disregarded their presence, sipping his coffee and flipping the newspaper to search for new highlights. To Charles's astonishment, the front-page headline of the small newspaper read, "Tractor Saves France." The article featured a cartoon-style illustration of the tractor transformed into a tank, albeit with some discrepancies to reality, yet bore a certain resemblance to the truth. This was the primary reason the small newspaper sold for just one so. It did not require reporters to be present for interviews, as it simply needed imagination to create the content. Soon, the form was completed, yet both Diuca and Charles were uncertain if it had been filled out correctly. Given their inexperience, Diuca lowered his head and handed the form through the window, inquiring, "Sir, could you please check if this is acceptable?" The Mediterranean man grunted, setting down his coffee to take the form, still unwilling to put down the newspaper, seemingly multitasking by reviewing the form while continuing to read. However, Charles had underestimated the man's professionalism. After merely glancing at the form, he froze as if encased in ice. Exclaiming tank, he turned his gaze towards Diuca, then glanced quizzically at Charles, who was only slightly taller than the counter, and asked with difficulty from Devaz, "Mr. Charles?" Charles nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am Charles." The Mediterranean man sprang up, anxiously flipping through the newspaper to check the headline, then hurriedly set it aside, rummaging through his desk until he finally located a pen and paper, all the while exclaiming, "God, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Charles, and you as well." His gaze shifted towards Diuca. Diuca introduced himself proudly. "I am his father." Diuca shot a knowing glance at Charles, seemingly suggesting that his exploits had already reached Paris. Charles shrugged lightly. After all, Davos was merely a few miles from Paris, which served as a political, economic, and transportation hub. If news had not reached here by now, it could only be the trivial matters that were deemed unnecessary to share. "Mr. Diuca," the Mediterranean man exclaimed, hastily exiting through a side door. He transformed from his previous nonchalance into a respectful demeanor, eagerly shaking hands with both Diuca and Charles, then gesturing towards the VIP room. "This way, gentlemen." The VIP room featured sofas, a coffee table, a safe, and several pots of irises symbolizing light and freedom. Charles found it somewhat ironic. Must only the privileged enjoy light and liberty? Otherwise, one was relegated to facing the grim expressions of the staff at the counter. After a while, the Mediterranean man returned, holding 2 cups of coffee. "That I apologize for the wait. My name is Manuel, and it is an honor to assist you with your industrial property rights." Manuel carefully placed the form Diuca had filled out on the table, stating, "The form is generally acceptable, but it is advisable to publish the property rights in a newspaper to record the date. In the event of any future disputes, it will serve as excellent evidence." "Is that all?" Charles was somewhat taken aback, wondering if a search was not necessary. "Indeed," Manuel nodded, aside from a few minor details. Later, Charles would learn that at this time in France, the handling of industrial property rights did not involve a search. Any instances of duplication or theft could only be resolved through litigation. Thus, Manuel's suggestion to publish in a newspaper was intended to leave more direct, powerful, and irrefutable evidence. Manuel engaged in casual conversation with Diuca regarding the details. Charles sensed he was stalling for time. His intuition proved correct. A short while later, a middle-aged man wearing a round-brimmed hat and a suit, leaning on a cane, hurriedly appeared at the door of the VIP room. "Allow me to introduce," Manuel exclaimed, visibly relieved upon seeing the middle-aged man. "This is Mr. Bonnet, the owner of the small newspaper. He wishes to discuss the purchase of the tank rights with you." Diuca's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had been deliberately detained by Manuel. Meanwhile, Charles internally mused, a member of the 200 families, arriving so promptly. Bonnet exuded a certain pride. As the proprietor of a small daily newspaper, his advantage lay in his timely access to information. The moment tanks made their debut on the battlefield, he received the news, even a few minutes before Gallieni. While Gallieni had to navigate through various channels to obtain military intelligence, Bonnet's information came directly from the front lines. He had arrangements with numerous mid-level military officers. The first to provide valuable intelligence would reap substantial rewards. While tanks charged at the enemy, someone would call the office of the small daily to relay the situation in real time. The article would soon follow, embellished with sensational details and accompanied by images. Swiftly reviewed and typeset for urgent printing that very night, appearing on the streets the next morning. Meanwhile, other newspapers remained in a state of confusion, unaware of the unfolding events, with some still believing that France was on the verge of losing the battle. Bonnet smiled lightly. It was no wonder the small daily sold 1 million copies each day. In a France with a population of fewer than 40 million, selling 1 million copies daily was a remarkable feat. Excluding the illiterate and those unaccustomed to reading newspapers, nearly everyone held a copy of the small daily. Now he had intercepted Charles, who was applying for industrial rights, through his network of informants. "Gentlemen," Bonnet removed his coat and hat, handing them along with his cane to Manuel. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Bonnet's path to success lay in being as courteous as possible. He considered it the least expensive investment, one that required no lifelong effort yet garnered respect. Information and business, what is not to gain? He seated himself before the two, producing a cigar from his pocket to offer to Diuca, politely inquiring, "Would you care for one, Mr. Diuca?" "No," Diuca declined, a hint of hostility in his gaze. Charles, however, appeared indifferent, as if he had anticipated such a scenario. That it was a tank. After all, an object capable of altering the tide of war. Surely, capitalists would sense its worth. Charles simply hadn't expected the news to arrive so swiftly. The channels of information possessed by this man might be more agile than those of the French intelligence agency. Bonnet refrained from lighting his cigar, arching an eyebrow before returning it to his pocket. He did not wish to appear arrogant, as such demeanor bore no advantage in business negotiations. "Relax, gentlemen," Bonnet flashed a friendly smile. I am merely here to discuss business that I wish to purchase, and you possess the right to refuse, nothing more. Mr. Bonnet, Doyaka remained on guard, directly asking, if you had a money tree, would you sell it? This question pierced to the heart of the matter. The industrial rights to the tank lay with Charles, and the Bernard family owned a tractor factory. By merely converting tractors into tanks, they could sell them to the military and the state, yielding immense profits. Why would they sell to you? If they were to sell, what price could you possibly offer for such a lucrative asset? Bonnet nodded slightly, as if he had considered this question long ago. Entering unprepared battles was another of his paths to success. Do you think it would be so simple? Bonnet countered, maintaining a calm demeanor. What do you mean? Doyaka narrowed his eyes, sensing a growing tension. He perceived a threatening undertone in Bonnet's words that, I must remind you, Mr. Bonnet, if you intend to employ underhanded tactics, you will be facing the Bernard family. Although the Bernard family was not among the 200 families, their tractor business held considerable reputation and influence in France. Not something to be dealt with lightly. To know, you misunderstand my intentions, Bonnet clarified. Surely you are familiar with the Hotchkiss machine gun? Doyaka nodded in confusion. What does that have to do with us? Bonnet continued, everyone knows the Hotchkiss machine gun is superior, even better than those we currently employ. Yet why does the French army not equip it? Because it was not invented in France. Doyaka failed to think further. Bonnet smiled knowingly, posing a rhetorical question. Is that so? Doyaka then realized that this was merely an excuse used by banking capitalists to deceive the populace. The real reason was that introducing the Hotchkiss machine gun would not profit the banking capitalists. Sensing Doyaka's understanding, Bonnet pressed on, they control the military, Mr. Doyaka, and thus they can dictate what the army purchases. If they so choose, it is entirely possible that your tanks will not sell a single unit. After all, apart from the military, who else would buy tanks, wouldn't you agree? Doyaka fell silent, the situation indeed appearing as Bonnet described. After all, even a machine gun factory required government authorization, and the government was under their control. Yet Doyaka remained skeptical. But tanks can help the military achieve victory, saving countless soldiers' lives. They have their ways. Bonnet interjected, that is the difference between the Saint, tin, and Hotchkiss machine guns. Doyaka's eyes reflected confusion, while Charles subtly nodded in agreement. Observing this, Bonnet felt somewhat surprised. This young inventor's capabilities seemed not to be mere coincidence, as he appeared quite knowledgeable about military matters and equipment. Bonnet explained, the Hotchkiss machine gun is excellent, but it does not belong to the banking capitalists. Hence, they replicated it, making only slight modifications to create the Saint TN machine gun. Doyaka finally grasped the implication. Are you suggesting they would replicate the tanks, merely making simple alterations? Bonnet neither confirmed nor denied, maintaining a smile. A shrewd businessman would not speak too plainly, for such clarity could offend others. Yet it was evident he acquiesced. Doyaka, now infuriated, stood up. This is a disgraceful act of theft. They cannot do this. We will resist to the end. What can you do about it? Bonnet retorted, sue them. Take them to court? That is their forte. Upon hearing this, Doyaka lost his bravado, taking on the 200 families in court. The judges would likely be their OW and IT would be better to surrender. He sat back down, contemplating for a moment before muttering, then, what difference would it make to sell to you? They could still replicate. Of course, there is a difference. Bonnet raised his head, reclining confidently, crossing his legs as he declared, I have this small daily. Should they proceed in such a manner, I would immediately publish in the newspaper, and the entirety of France would learn of their misdeeds the following day. No need for lawyers. The people of France would render their verdict. Bonnet then uncrossed his legs, leaning forward slightly. Thus, selling the industrial rights to me is your best option. Mr. Doyaka, 100,000 francs. Bonnet, a shrewd businessman, presented an enticing offer after breaching Doyaka's psychological defenses. Noticing Doyaka's hesitation, Bonnet added, no one else would offer such a favorable price. Mr. Doyaka, as I mentioned, they could choose to replicate. They certainly wouldn't be willing to pay for your rights. Doyaka turned his gaze toward Charles, clearly tempted in an era where a worker's monthly wage was merely 28 francs. 100,000 francs was no trifling sum. Moreover, countless unseen hands lurked nearby. Ready to seize opportunities, Charles remained silent, mentally replaying Bonnet's words, ultimately concluding. Bonnet was employing the threat of the 200 families to pressure Duaka, while simultaneously enticing him with 100,000 francs, a dual approach of intimidation and temptation. Bonnet understood the art of business. Bonnet observed the silent duo with a sense of private satisfaction, believing the battle was already won. They had no other options. However, he had underestimated Charles. He had not anticipated that Charles, as an inventor, also possessed a business acumen. Throughout the negotiation, Bonnet had targeted Duaka without considering Charles, perhaps because Charles had maintained a seemingly innocuous demeanor, resembling an unassuming youth. "Mr. Bonnet," Charles finally spoke, his tone measured yet resolute. Imbued with youthful fervor, "if things are truly as you say, there would be no need for you to hastily arrive at this moment of our application for industrial rights. Am I mistaken?" Bonnet's smile faltered momentarily, yet his years of experience in commerce allowed him to maintain composure, responding with a gentle smile. "Mr. Charles, this is merely my style. I require the same of my subordinates. Or else there would be no small daily. This is quite understandable. To run a newspaper and capture the market, seizing opportunities promptly is of utmost importance." However, Charles remained skeptical of his dubious claims. "I suspect you must have been well prepared." Charles cast a glance toward the lobby outside the VIP room. "You preemptively compensated an employee to keep an eye on those applying for tank industrial patents. And as soon as one appeared, you would be notified immediately." Bonnet responded with a smile, indicating that this was indeed his style. Charles made an astute judgment. If the situation is as you described, and no one else would offer a higher price, then this surely cannot be the optimal time for negotiations. Wouldn't you agree? Bonnet's smile gradually faltered. He failed to notice this flaw and was at a loss for how to rectify it. Duaka, initially confused, took note of Bonnet's unusual demeanor and pondered Charles's recent statement, soon coming to a realization. He is right. This is not the ideal moment to acquire the patent. Mr. Bonnet should have allowed us to face obstacles outside, enduring the onslaught of 200 families until we are battered and barely clinging to life, and only then should he make a move. This would enable him to purchase the tank industrial patent at the lowest possible price, and we would be eternally grateful. Yet Mr. Bonnet chooses this moment, before we have even exited the town hall, to propose a high price of 100,000 francs. What could be the reason for this? Duaka grew increasingly animated. His final remark, tinged with provocation, he nearly concluded that Bonnet's urgency stemmed from the presence of other potential buyers for the tank industrial patent, likely at a considerably higher price. Bonnet was left speechless. Such reasoning could not simply be brushed aside with styled, IT-defied logic. No businessman would refuse to purchase at a lower price. If he did, there must be a reason. Otherwise, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Bonnet desperately protested. "The price I offer is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" He glanced nervously at the two men, his gaze as sincere as possible. "If you were to produce tanks independently, under their oppression, you might not even earn 100,000 francs. Duaka struggled to refute this. The pressure from the 200 families was indeed a tangible reality, and they could not allow the Bernard family to monopolize tank production. This was an undeniable fact. Thus, the price of 100,000 francs was indeed reasonable. Nevertheless, Charles ruthlessly exposed Bonnet's deception. "No, Mr. Bonnet, it seems you have forgotten the Paris Convention." Bonnet looked at Charles in disbelief, then composed himself and muttered, "Oh, yes, I seem to have overlooked that. Well then, if you are dissatisfied with this price, we can certainly discuss it further." Duaka instantly grasped the underlying truth. The Paris Convention, formerly known as the Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property, was established in 1883 by countries such as England, France, and Russia, with the aim of safeguarding inventors' rights internationally. Prior to the Paris Convention, maintaining industrial property rights between nations was exceedingly difficult, leading to the emergence of a breed of professional plagiarists who vigilantly monitored foreign patent registrations. As soon as a new patent was publicly registered, they would promptly copy it for their own country and register it first, leaving the true inventor to discover that they had become a plagiarist when attempting to register in that nation. The Paris Convention stipulated that all patent applications from contracting states could be deemed as having been filed on the date of the first application in their own country, thus preventing inventions from being registered elsewhere. In other words, Charles's tank industrial patent could simultaneously be registered in countries such as England, Russia, and the United States. These nations also required tanks, and at that moment, England and Russia were embroiled in war as allies, existing beyond the influence of the 200 families. Therefore, the value of the tank industrial patent far exceeded 100,000 francs. Dioka appeared unable to tolerate Bonnet's demeanor any longer and expressed his desire to depart, pulling Charles to his feet, saying, "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Bonnet, but this matter is beyond our control. We must also consider my father's opinion. As you know, the Bernard family has always been led by him." Dioka maintained a demeanor of restraint, not wishing to offend Bonnet, who, after all, was the owner of a small newspaper and wielded considerable media influence. Of course. Bonnet conceded with a reluctant nod, rising to present each of them with a business card. "Should either of you change your mind, please feel free to contact me. Moreover, the price is negotiable." Bonnet emphasized the latter remark, implying that he could outbid any offer made by others. He concluded with a compliment for Charles. "That is a remarkable invention, Mr. Charles. It has saved France, and I salute you." Dioka led Charles out of the town hall, casting a wary glance back, exclaiming, "We nearly fell for that fellow's trick. Thank goodness for you, Charles. You outsmarted that arrogant man." Dioka looked at Charles, pride filling his eyes. The transformation of this adolescent was astonishing. He could hardly believe he was still a minor. Dioka intended to take a taxi back to the small town. The journey of several miles would cost 8 sous, a sum he deemed worthwhile, especially considering the impending future where such trifles would no longer trouble him. However, after waiting on the street for quite some time, without spotting an available cab, he observed that the few that passed were filled with fully armed French soldiers. This situation was becoming concerning. Dioka frowned as he noted the direction the taxis were heading. It appeared they were using cabs to transport soldiers to the front lines. Charles murmured in acknowledgement, recalling the historically significant event of taxiing troops, later heralded by France as a model of civilian military solidarity against the German invasion. Little did they know, at this very moment, in Paris, they might have to walk back to their town, as no transportation, including horse-drawn carriages or ox carts, would be available for civilian use, as these primitive modes of transport were also engaged in supplying military. Just as they were grappling with this dilemma, a taxi loaded with French soldiers came to a slow stop not far ahead. Charles spotted Major Brownie among them and shouted to the driver, "Hey, stop immediately." "What is the matter, Major?" the driver inquired, puzzled, glancing back at Major Brownie. "We need to take them with us." Brownie waved at the two men not far away, calling out, "Hey, Mr. Dioka, young Charles, but we have no more room." The driver protested. "Then let two of them get out and let them take their place." Brownie retorted brusquely. Brownie's demand immediately provoked protest from the occupants. Soldiers and the driver united in their objection. "You can't do this. Major, we are heading to the battlefield." This was utterly absurd, to displace soldiers en route to fight in order to accommodate two capitalists. "You are unworthy of being a major, let alone a soldier. Your subordinates will be ashamed of you." Dioka and Charles indeed bore the appearance of capitalists, albeit of the declining sort. Major Brownie quietly waited for their outcry to subside, then disdainfully replied, "Do you know who they are?" This remark incited further outrage among the soldiers, who felt that Major Brownie was flaunting the status of the two capitalists while trampling on their dignity. Their protest transformed into low growls. "Who cares who they are? No one has the right to displace us. Will they fight on our behalf? If so, then I would gladly relinquish my seat. I will not grant them any convenience. You may step down to replace one of them." "Major!" Two soldiers even exchanged glances, seemingly seeking an opportunity to toss this detestable major from the cab. Brownie ignored them, turning to young Charles, standing at the front of the taxi. "Young Charles, are you heading back to Devaz?" "Yes." Charles nodded. Dioka, noticing there were no available seats and that the soldiers wore expressions of anger, quickly pulled Charles back. "I'm terribly sorry, gentlemen. We can wait for another taxi." "We have time." The driver suddenly realized something and looked at Charles in astonishment. "Wait, are you the Charles from Devaz?" Major Brownie wore a knowing smirk, finally understanding. "You ungrateful lot." Indeed, the soldiers who had been shouting moments ago fell silent, and those who had appeared ready to act now exchanged glances in disbelief. all eyes fixed on Charles, until one voice finally quivered to ask cautiously, "Are you the Charles who invented the tank?" Before Charles could respond, Major Brownie triumphantly declared, "Who else could it be? You scoundrels! He saved France, yet you deny him a seat. I wish to know, who is more deserving of this position? Has he not fought for you? Have you, like him, saved France? Absurd! You dare to revel in your impending deployment to the battlefield, holding your heads high before Monsieur Charles." Major Brownie raged on, unleashing a torrent of invective as though striving to return every ounce of indignation he had just suffered to these blind soldiers. The soldiers dared not retort, each bowing their heads in submission, and soon one leapt from the vehicle amidst the berating. "My sincerest apologies, Monsieur Charles. Please take my seat." "No, no. You sit in my place." "Please take my seat, sir. I can wait for the next car, or walk." "It is of no consequence." Joffre felt rather uncomfortable, intending to refuse, yet was unceremoniously hoisted into the vehicle by the soldiers, as if he were being abducted. "It is only fitting. Your roles on the battlefield far surpass ours. Your time is far more precious. Perhaps you could produce several more tanks." "It is our honor, sir." Reluctantly, Joffre and Charles had no choice but to accept this reality and settled into their seats. As the taxi commenced its journey, the two French soldiers who had relinquished their seats stood at attention, rendering a formal salute to the departing cab. Bystanders on the nearby streets turned their heads, their expressions rife with curiosity, clearly pondering, who might these two capitalists be? How could they command such respect from the soldiers? "What brings you to Paris, Major Brownie?" Charles inquired, peering through the throng of bodies at the front. "I am here to meet General Gallieni." Major Brownie replied from the passenger seat, turning to face them. "He wishes to comprehend the tanks and the intricacies of the operational procedures," he added. "As you wish, Monsieur Charles." This remark was comprehensible only to Charles, for Major Brownie referred to the burden of training and command he had shouldered, without implicating Charles. This revelation astonished the other passengers in the taxi anew. The driver, while maneuvering the vehicle, slightly turned his head to ask Major Brownie, "Major, are you implying that you are the one who commanded over 300 men to vanquish thousands of Germans?" Major Brownie retorted, his expression impassive. "What do you think?" He remained miffed from the earlier ridicule, having never been so chastised by soldiers before. Another silence ensued, and the two soldiers crammed to the taxi found it impossible to proceed. "Apologies. Major, we thought. You believed I was merely currying favor with capitalists, did you not?" Major Brownie coldly interrupted the soldier. The soldier dared not respond, tacitly conceding, "Monsieur Charles is indeed a capitalist." Major Brownie chastised in a tone reserved for superiors addressing subordinates. "But mark my words, they are among the few capitalists willing to devote everything for France. They have impoverished themselves to provide us with sustenance and even invented tanks, which ultimately defeated the Germans. He has saved countless lives." "Yes, Major. Understood, Major. These scoundrels." Major Brownie tightened his uniform and retreated into his seat. "If you were my subordinates, I would surely deliver a sound thrashing." "Yes, Major." The soldiers dared not utter another word, casting frequent glances of respect toward Charles. The driver suddenly laughed. "They must envy me. I am simultaneously transporting the inventor and commander of the Battle of the Marne. I am destined for good fortune." Indeed, he was fortunate. Thereafter, many sought to ride in this taxi, even offering to pay exorbitant fares. Joffre and Charles disembarked before Francis's villa. They waved farewell to Major Brownie and the others as the car sped towards the Marne. The distant sound of sporadic gunfire and the occasional boom of artillery reached Charles's ears, which he surmised belonged to the French army's 75mm field guns. Led by a servant, they entered the villa, catching a glimpse of Francis and Pierre engaged in discussion with several individuals in the parlor, seemingly over a bottle of red wine. Just as Joffre was about to approach and greet them, the butler Simon courteously interjected, saying, "Mr. Joffre, Monsieur Charles, the master is currently engaged in business with guests and has instructed that if you arrived, you should wait for him in the study. He has matters to discuss with you." Joffre merely grunted in acknowledgement, leading Charles upstairs. As they ascended, Charles intentionally slowed his pace, straining to overhear the conversation from the parlor. Though he could not discern the details due to the distance, he distinctly caught the mention of tanks and understood the gravity of the situation. Noticing Charles lagging behind, Djoka turned back, puzzled. What is it? Charles, are you tired? No, father, it is nothing, Charles replied, hastening to catch up with Djoka. The study, adorned with antiquities, saw the butler thoughtfully serving coffee to both Djoka and Charles. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Simon. Djoka settled into a chair, stretching his limbs. The taxi had been quite cramped, leaving him with a sense of constriction. After sipping his coffee, he turned his gaze to Charles, who was casually perusing the bookshelf, and inquired, "Are you certain someone is offering a higher price for the tank's patent? If not, they will face the relentless pressure from 200 venerable arms manufacturers." Djoka expressed his skepticism. After all, the opposing party wielded wealth, connections, and power that were utterly disproportionate to the Bernard family. Even if they were to confront them, Djoka believed the time was not ripe. Therefore, selling the patent to bolster their own strength seemed the most prudent choice. Absolutely, Charles replied calmly, because they are right downstairs. Clatter! Djoka was startled, causing his coffee cup to slip from his grasp and spill some onto his trousers. Are you suggesting? He mumbled, fumbling with a handkerchief while half convinced. That those downstairs conversing with Francis are the ones intending to purchase the tank's patent. Charles withdrew a book, Hugo's The Man Who Laughs, which exposed the decadence, corruption, and unscrupulousness of the French aristocracy. While flipping through its pages, he replied nonchalantly, "Father, if I'm not mistaken, they must have put forth a considerable offer. Mr. Francis's desire for us to keep our distance is to—" Charles did not finish. For Djoka was preoccupied with familial sentiments that could sever his hopes entirely. Djoka's complexion paled, his gaze becoming vacant as he stared at the half-full cup of coffee, struggling to continue Charles's thought. To siphon the profits from us? Charles remained silent. This was a judgment the father needed to make himself. No, it cannot be. Djoka shook his head slightly. He would not do such a thing. You are his beloved grandson. Father, Charles interrupted Djoka. When Mr. Francis comes up, he may seek to obtain the patent from us, perhaps even propose a trade, in his understanding of a trade. You ought to contemplate how to respond. Djoka fell silent, doubting the veracity of Charles's claims, yet felt an inexplicable urge to flee with him. Meanwhile, in the parlor below, the butler leaned close to Francis's ear to whisper a few words. Francis nodded slightly, rising and offering a slight bow. My sincerest apologies. Gentlemen, I have a matter to attend to. Please continue discussing the details. He nodded toward Pierre, who promptly resumed the conversation, adeptly engaging the guests in jovial discourse. Francis took a damp cloth from a servant, wiping the sweat from his brow, then carelessly returned it to the servant after rubbing his hands, casting a glance upstairs before making his way toward the study. As he walked, thoughts crossed his mind. Forgive me, Djoka and Charles. Had it not been for Camille, I might have treated you and Pierre's family fairly. However, I have neglected you for nearly 20 years. How can I be certain that everything Charles does is not driven by vengeance? And you, do you harbor no resentment? In the parlor, Pierre, seizing a moment in the conversation, glanced toward Francis's ascending figure, his eyes flashing with significance and relief. Francis hesitated briefly at the study door, and, as he pushed it open, he greeted them with a smile. Djoka, Charles, have you been waiting long? No, father. Djoka replied with a blank expression. We have only just arrived. Francis noticed the unusual demeanor of Djoka and tilted his head in inquiry. What has happened? Oh, nothing. Djoka concealed. It's just that Camel was frightened by the cannon fire. I'm a bit concerned. Francis chuckled. Do not worry about that. We have stabilized our defenses. Paris has sent reinforcements, and I hear the Sixth Army is assembling to soon launch a counteroffensive against the Germans. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Charles, wearing a benevolent smile. Thanks to our Charles, we find ourselves in this favorable position. It is my duty, Mr. Francis. Charles responded politely. Francis nodded in approval. Then, as if recalling something, he said, Have you heard? Jarrell is returning. Jarrell, the eldest son of Pierre and Francis's designated heir, had been studying in England. Yes, that's so. Djoka replied expressionlessly. Indeed. Francis took his seat at the head of the desk, raising an eyebrow. Next time, bring Camel along. The Bernard family should seize this opportunity to gather. Djoka was taken aback, His father had never invited Camel before. Did this mean he had acknowledged her alongside Charles? Joker suddenly relaxed, his excitement bubbling forth. Very well, father. It is an honor. What has passed is in the past. Francis waved his hand dismissively. You have educated my grandson excellently. That is commendable. With that, Francis cast an appreciative glance at Charles. Joker sighed with relief, giving Charles a meaningful look, as if to say, You guessed wrong this time, Charles. Grandfather merely wishes to acknowledge us. Charles remained unresponsive, pretending to ignore the exchange as he flipped through a book. Knowing that what truly mattered lay ahead in the conversation, Francis shifted the topic. However, there's a matter we must address. Joker, what is it? Joker inquired. That it is this. Francis's expression grew serious. Jarrell has received a conscription order and must return. We need to resolve this issue. Joker's heart tightened. Do you mean? Francis continued. I was thinking, could we allow Jarrell to oversee the tractor factory for the production of tanks and machine guns? This way, he could be exempted from conscription as a special talent. In exchange, I would entrust the motorcycle factory to Charles. The joy on Joker's face gradually faded, replaced by disappointment, anger, and despair. Francis seemed to sense Joker's shift in mood. He raised his hands in a gesture of understanding. I know this is unfair to Charles, but you wouldn't want Jarrell to be conscripted, would you? Unfair hardly encapsulated it. The potential of a tractor was about to be realized under Charles's guidance. Yet Francis intended to snatch it away from him. He was also poised to claim the tanks invented by Charles. Even machine gun factory, acquired thanks to Charles's suggestion, was being taken. What remained for Charles was merely the motorcycle factory, which he would only manage. And in the future, Francis could easily reclaim it with a mere word. He aimed to strip Charles of everything, with only verbal acknowledgement of Charles and Camel's identities in exchange. Was this merely unfair? Joker rose slowly, his tone unexpectedly calm. I apologize, father. Unfortunately, we have just returned from Paris, where we registered the industrial rights for the tanks this morning and have already secured a buyer. Therefore, if Jarrell desires the production rights for tanks, I foresee some complications. Francis was taken aback. You registered the rights? And secured a buyer? Charles was astonished. He knew the truth was otherwise, that no buyer had been found for the tank rights. His father seemed to have transformed into another person. Greavy had never felt as exhilarated as he did now. He sensed that the doors of the world were swinging open once more. And in his excitement, he hurried through the night by carriage to Armand's estate. What has transpired? Greavy. Armand emerged in his nightclothes, laughter from several women echoing from the bedroom behind him. Greavy paid it no mind. He had long grown accustomed to Armand's peculiar indulgences. Our army has defeated the Germans at Dewas. Armand, Greavy exclaimed with fervor. Oh. Armand approached the liquor cabinet, skillfully pouring 2 glasses of red wine, taking a sip from one before handing the other to Greavy. Responding coldly, and so, they defeated thousands of Germans with just over 300 men. Greavy gestured animatedly, akin to a commander on the battlefield. Armand languidly sank into the sofa, leaning back, retorting, You come at this hour to regale me with tales of 300 Spartans vanquishing the Persian army? It is plausible that 300 Germans could defeat thousands of French soldiers, but the reverse is only found in fairy tales. This is true, Greavy exclaimed, seizing Armand's shoulders and shaking him. Wake up. Armand, you have no idea what is unfolding outside. This news has spread throughout France. A young man named Charles has invented something called a tank. Armand responded with an indifferent "oh," falling silent for a moment. Seemingly convinced, then asked, What does this have to do with us? Are you here to tell me the left has gained even more advantage? The majority of the leftist parties were emerging capitalists, controlling banks, factories, and machinery. The right, comprised of old capitalists, were largely aristocrats or landowners. Although financially robust, they wielded little control over society and had always been at a disadvantage in the Chamber of Deputies. Clearly, this so-called tank belonged to the emerging capitalists. Greavy sighed, looking at Armand with a sense of resignation. Think about it, Armand. We have consistently lost to the left. Why is that? Armand was the leader of the Royalist Party, while Greavy led the Bonapartist faction. Both were aligned in their hope to restore the monarchy. In truth, they were ideological adversaries, supporting different emperors to rule France. However, due to the formidable enemy that was the left. They had long been pressed down together, eventually forming a friendship. Perhaps fatigued, Armand reclined slightly on the sofa, lifting his wine glass to respond. What can we do? They possess machines capable of producing vast quantities of rifles and artillery, thereby controlling the army and holding real power, while we have only farmers and hoes. But what if we had tanks? Greavy countered. What if we possessed equipment capable of defeating thousands of elite German soldiers with just 300 men? Armand paused, then sat upright as if jolted by electricity, placing his wine glass on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. You are right, Greavy. This is our opportunity to regain the upper hand. We could potentially match the left in strength with only a limited number of troops and rifles. That is precisely what I wanted to convey. Greavy snapped his fingers. Our chance for resurgence has arrived. Armand, and it may be our only opportunity. However, Armand expressed some concern. The leftists, they must also realize the importance of such equipment, correct? That is why I sought you out, Greavy declared. We should unite, pooling all our financial resources to secure the industrial rights to the tanks, as the army needs them. This would enhance our influence over the military. Armand's eyes began to shine, as if a long-extinguished flame was reignited. No one could fathom the desolation of being marginalized in the arena of power, awaiting obsolescence. It was not a measure of wealth, but rather despair, powerlessness, and a lack of dignity, subject to the whims of others. Yet now, a turning point had emerged, and it was up to them to seize this opportunity. 500,000 francs. This was the initial offer Greavy and Armand proposed to Francis. Francis was taken aback. This was already a tenth of the tractor factory's value, and it was merely the opening bid. Was the tank worth that much? Francis felt a surge of envy. He had spent a lifetime building the tractor factory to achieve his current success, while Charles had merely pieced together a few steel plates. Akin to a child playing with building blocks, casually accomplishing what had taken Francis a tenth of his effort. Nevertheless, the cunning Francis concealed his feelings, adopting a facade of difficulty, stating, Esteemed gentlemen, this equipment can win wars and lead France to victory. Setting aside other considerations, we incurred 50 billion in reparations during the Franco-Prussian War, and that was over 40 years ago. Today, tank could assist France in securing victory. In addition to compensation, dignity and glory for France were secured, along with countless assets on the verge of being plundered, and the lives of innumerable French soldiers and civilians. Is all of this truly worth a mere 500,000 francs? Francis, maintaining his composure, poured wine into the glasses of his two guests and leisurely added, I believe Chrysippe would perhaps also be intrigued by this matter. Chrysippe, the leader of the left radical party. Francis knew precisely how to provoke the two right-wing nobles before him. As anticipated, Greavy and Armand exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of concern. 600,000 francs. No more, Greavy declared. Francis inwardly scoffed, knowing that the sum could very well reach 800,000 francs for that fortunate young man. However, of course, Francis would not simply allow such a substantial amount to slip into Charles's hands. What excuse could he employ? At that moment, Butler Simon whispered something into Francis's ear, prompting him to rise. My sincerest apologies, gentlemen. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me for a moment, and you may continue discussing the details with Pierre. Certainly, Greavy and Armand stood gracefully, simultaneously exhaling in relief. Pierre was far easier to deal with than Francis. However, to their surprise, it wasn't long before Francis returned, his face ashen, accompanied by a young man and a boy. Their outdated and ill-fitting garments giving off an air of destitution. Gentlemen, Francis's expression conveyed resignation. Allow me to introduce, this is Dioka and his son, Charles. Charles? Greavy exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The boy who invented the tank. Indeed, Francis nodded. The industrial rights to the tank are in their possession. Once the industrial rights were successfully registered, it would be impossible to conduct business without involving Charles and his guardian. Dioka silently rejoiced. Thankful that Charles had the foresight to register the rights in a timely manner, Francis had initially intended to say nothing, for if the rights were in Charles's hands and sold by him, he would gain nothing. Yet, Charles interjected, While we have secured a buyer, we have not signed a contract. If Mr. Francis can sell it for a higher price, we would be willing to accept a commission of 1/10 of the final sale price. Francis was taken aback. At the current price, 1/10 would amount to 60,000 francs, an offer no one could refuse. Dioka gazed at Charles in shock. The reason he claimed to have secured a buyer was to avoid a tug-of-war with his father and hastily escape the situation. Yet Charles had voluntarily broached the subject of commission with Francis. However, upon reflection, Dioka realized that Charles was indeed correct. Business should not be muddied by personal feelings. His father had little faith in him precisely because he was overly sentimental. Charles had his own plans. The tank rights should be swiftly sold. After all, this invention was merely a matter of affixing a few steel plates to a tractor, and it would not be difficult for the French military-industrial complex to replicate or circumvent the rights. Neither he nor the Bernard family possessed the strength to protect the rights. Given time, they would become worthless. The tank rights held significance only in the hands of those capable of safeguarding their interests. Despite his reluctance, Francis could not refuse the commission and reluctantly brought Dioka and Charles before Grevy and Armand. Grevy politely stood to shake hands with Dioka and Charles, paying his respects to Charles. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Charles, your remarkable invention has astounded all. Who would have thought a tractor could wield such extraordinary power on the battlefield?" Armand lounged on the sofa, legs crossed and showing no signs of movement, appraising Dioka and Charles with a slight frown, seemingly disapproving. Charles remained unfazed, having heard that traditional nobles disdain associating with those of lower status. He now recognized that at least some nobles indeed held such views. And Grevy was likely merely putting on a show, harboring thoughts akin to Armand's. "You have competition now, gentlemen," Francis announced. "I have just learned that this morning we registered the rights in Paris." And before we even left, an offer to purchase was made. Francis seamlessly inserted himself into the role of the primary party, using "we" in his phrasing, perhaps to lend authenticity to the news. Francis added, "The owner of a small newspaper, Bonnet?" "Oh," Grevy responded, somewhat taken aback. You know how much he offered?" Francis turned his gaze toward Dioka. Before Dioka could speak, Charles softly replied, "He offered 500,000 francs." Dioka stared at Charles in astonishment. Charles's innocent demeanor led Dioka to question whether Bonnet truly had said 500,000. Why do I remember it as 100,000? Did I misremember? Armand chuckled lightly, straightening up with a sense of triumph. "This indicates that we have prevailed. Gentlemen, we offer 600,000. He had previously suspected that Francis, that sly fox, had conspired with his son to artificially inflate the price, but now realized he had been mistaken. However, Charles added, "Only for domestic rights." "What do you mean?" Armand inquired, puzzled. "The Paris Convention, Armand," Grevy explained on his behalf. "They can still apply for rights in other countries." Armand paused, hands outstretched in confusion. "Then what does that mean for the final offer?" Charles looked at Francis with bewilderment. "Mr. Francis, how should we calculate foreign rights?" Francis, suddenly invigorated, mused aloud. Starting from 500,000 and adding on, it could easily surpass 1,000,000, meaning his commission would increase by several thousand. "I'm not entirely sure, gentlemen," Francis replied. "For the UK, could we estimate it at 300,000? "No, Mr. Francis," Grevy interjected firmly. "The UK has no need for tank production. Their troops are fighting in France using French tanks." Francis cleverly retorted, "So, does that imply that Russia, with its combat needs, could be valued at 300,000 francs? Grevy quickly realized he had fallen into Francis's trap, adding that would amount to 800,000 francs. The negotiations then reached a fever pitch. Russia may not necessarily use tanks. They have far more troops than we do. No one wishes for large numbers of soldiers to perish on the battlefield. Tanks can secure victories while significantly reducing casualties. Furthermore, even if the UK has no domestic demand for tank production, they certainly would not want to fall behind in military equipment. Thus, the rights are not without value. But why should we purchase foreign rights? They have no bearing on us. You may choose not to purchase, but that would mean the foreign rights still belong to us, which implies we could establish a British company to produce tanks in France. Do you still think that has no relevance to you? Negotiation was Francis's forte. Dioka and Charles decided to withdraw from this battle, each selecting their preferred food from a self-service table on the side of the lounge. Dioka chose a slice of beef pizza, while Charles picked a cream cake. Having missed lunch, both were now ravenous. Dioka savored his pizza while eagerly observing the nobles bickering in the meeting area, and leaned closer to Charles, whispering, "You lied, Charles." Charles nodded. "You lied too, Father." Dioka chuckled, praising him. "Well done. Just look at them." After a protracted back and forth of haggling, the tank rights ultimately settled at 1,100,000 francs. Albeit with Francis attaching a condition: collaboration with Francis's tractor factory for the production of tanks. This was clearly a case of self-interest masquerading as public good, sacrificing Charles's interest to secure production rights for himself. Grevy and Armand raised no objections, as they lacked a factory and precisely needed a mature, ready tractor factory to produce tanks. That Francis's tractor factory was not only the largest and most advanced in France, but also the very factory that invented the tank and aided the military in winning the Battle of Davos. Clearly, having tanks produced by Francis's tractor factory would be more readily accepted by the military. Thus, both parties swiftly agreed to grant the production rights to the tractor factory. Dioka could hardly believe the reality. 100,000 francs, and after deducting Francis's commission, they would still have 990,000 francs. In just a few days, a staggering profit of 990,000 francs was amassed, all without any semblance of risk. The long-standing issues of military imitation and suppression were matters that Grevy, Armand, and Francis had to confront and ponder as they signed contracts and issued checks. Charles, fixated on the figures inscribed on the check, timidly inquired, "Mr. Francis, is this sum sufficient to purchase your tractor factory?" Francis chuckled heartily and replied, "No, Charles. You would need at least 10 such checks." In truth, Francis was boasting. 5 checks would suffice, though this was partly due to the veil of commercial confidentiality. After a brief pause, Francis added, "The motorcycle factory, however, only requires 600,000 francs, so acquiring it would not pose a problem for you." Charles let out a soft "oh," his face falling in disappointment. Grevy and Armand exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the family's predicament, as discussions of familial assets morphed into matters of trade. Yet, since it did not concern them directly, they refrained from probing further on their walk home. Dioka noticed Charles was somewhat morose and approached him to offer comfort. "I understand how significant the tractor factory is to you, Charles, but we can take our time. After all, we have already made a considerable fortune. One day, we shall amass enough to purchase the tractor factory. Wouldn't you agree? 990,000 francs. Surely that brings you some joy." Charles continued to gaze downwards, yet his tone bore no hint of despondency. "Can we still see the villa?" Dioka was taken aback, then realized that Charles's demeanor was merely a fade. "But why?" He glanced back and responded, "Almost. We can only see a small portion." In an instant, Charles transformed for a wilting cabbage back to his usual self, exhaling a sigh of relief. Acting was indeed rather taxing, especially for an amateur. "That I never intended to buy the tractor factory, Father," Charles confessed. "Not intending to buy?" Dioka queried, perplexed. "Then why?" Before he could finish, Dioka understood. "What you truly desire is the motorcycle factory. Am I correct?" Charles nodded. "Such is the nature of business. The more one covets something, the more one must feign indifference. Conversely, the things one truly disdains must be presented with feigned enthusiasm. Ultimately, one finds themselves buying under the pretense of having no other choice, allowing them to negotiate the lowest possible price." Dioka chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You have deceived me, Charles. I cannot guarantee I can trick Francis." Charles expressed some trepidation. "He is not someone easily fooled." Dioka concurred, then redirected the conversation. "But why? I mean, tractors can be repurposed into tanks. A concept you invented, yet you do not desire it. Meanwhile, motorcycle sales are plummeting, yet you wish to acquire it. The challenges faced by motorcycles are akin to those of tractors. Their clientele primarily consists of the lower middle class. Affluent individuals prefer automobiles. The lower middle class either finds themselves conscripted into the army or, due to dire economic conditions, unable to purchase, thus leaving motorcycles in a state of stagnation. The tractor is already obsolete." "Father," Charles retorted, "I have inquired. and the British Holt Model 75 tractor began mass production last year, surpassing Francis's Holt Model 60 in speed and load capacity. Charles turned to Diuca and continued. On the battlefield, soldiers would undoubtedly prefer to operate a tank that boasts greater load capacity and speed rather than laboriously dragging a tractor that crawls like a snail with its flimsy steel plating. The Holt Model 60 tractor has a maximum speed of only 15 kilometers per hour, and even that is merely theoretical, not much faster than a snail. Diuca was astounded. But you just sold the patent for the tank. Surely, having sold the tank patent, they would no longer be associated with it, right? Father, Charles replied, I will develop a new type of tank using the chassis of the Holt Model 75. It will be entirely different. Devoid of any patent issues, Diuca was so taken aback that he forgot to walk at a new tank, just like that, and without any patent conflict with the old model. My son, an inventor? After a moment, he caught up, still skeptical, and asked, so, you mean to sell the tank patent first, then develop a new type of tank to outdo your own creation? Charles responded with a stoic expression. Pretty much. But Diuca's eyes widened. If that's the case, Francis may go bankrupt. The tanks he painstakingly produced will sell only a handful, and his tractors will suffer greatly due to the emergence of the Holt Model 75. What's wrong with that? Charles countered. Diuca fell silent. After all, in business, there are no familial ties, especially since Francis had once tried to seize everything from Charles. If Francis disregarded familial bonds, why should Charles hold on to them? If this continued, everything Charles accomplished would belong to the Bernard family, specifically to Francis, rather than to himself. Therefore, there was nothing amiss. Diuca clenched his teeth. Then let us proceed. I stand by your side. He had already lost faith in the Bernard family upon discovering Francis's intentions to usurp everything from Charles. After a moment's contemplation, Diuca inquired, why do we need to acquire the motorcycle factory? Not merely the motorcycle factory. Charles replied, I intend to acquire all the assets of the Bernard family. His tone was casual, as if he had merely recalled a thought. Yet the gravity of such a statement struck Diuca profoundly. Acquiring all the assets of the Bernard family was no trivial endeavor. The motorcycle factory before them might not even be willing to sell. He will sell, Charles reasoned. This is the moment he is most in need of capital. His liquidity has been nearly depleted in previous ventures. Diuca recalled how, prior to the Davos campaign, Francis had exhausted his resources to procure provisions. Additionally, Charles continued, collaborative tank production requires startup capital. The commission he earns from us may only suffice for a few days of production. Diuca nodded. The tractor factory employed over 2,000 workers, and merely paying their wages would require 60 to 70,000 francs each month. Not to mention electricity costs, rent for the factory, loan interest, and so forth. Moreover, Charles asserted, when he initially purchased the motorcycle factory, it was for the machine gun factory. He failed to recognize the motorcycle's value. He has always intended to liquidate it, and we happen to possess the necessary funds. The value of motorcycles? Diuca was perplexed. What value do they hold? Are they not destined to be supplanted by automobiles? You will come to understand in due time, Father, Charles replied. Its utility is hardly inferior to that of a tractor. Diuca murmured in acknowledgement. He felt that Charles could no longer be described as merely precocious. Nor could he be compared to Francis in terms of shrewdness, for he seemed to outsmart Francis effortlessly. It was astonishing. Francis was heralded as a business prodigy within the Bernard family, his achievements widely recognized. Yet before Charles, he appeared to be inconsequential. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived home, where Camille was seated at the door, knitting a sweater. The soft glow of the setting sun illuminated her, casting a gentle outline reminiscent of a delicate cloud. Upon seeing their figures, Camille swiftly set aside her knitting, rising to wave at them. How did it go? Camille approached eagerly, her eyes glimmering with hope. Was everything smooth? What Camille most yearned to know was whether Charles's identity had been acknowledged. Everything went splendidly. Diuca affirmed with a nod that we need no one's validation. We are who we are. Camille seemed to grasp the sentiment, nodding quietly before turning to Charles, offering him a smile, ruffling his hair, and enveloping him in an embrace. She thought to herself that wearing a mask and navigating the complexities of the outside world must be quite exhausting. The following day, Diuca ventured once more to Paris. where he honored the check and transferred the funds into his account, as Charles was still a minor and unable to open an account. Subsequently, Duca also collected a checkbook. This is a consideration for future business. At present, I must pay Francis a commission of 110,000 francs, which would be much more convenient if settled by check. Upon returning, DeJoys drove a gleaming black Ford Model T, its polished paint and smooth leather cushions radiating elegance. As he arrived at the doorstep, he intentionally honked the horn several times. DeJoys had not informed Camille beforehand, wishing to surprise her. Inside, while preparing lunch, Camille was caught off guard and muttered complaints about the impolite individual honking outside someone else's home. When she peeked outside, she saw DeJoys smiling and waving at her. "Hey, beautiful, would you like to take a ride with me?" Camille gasped in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth, then excitedly dashed to the door, only to turn back and shout to Charles, who was reading in the room. "Charles, it's your father. Look at what he has returned in." Charles smiled as he closed his book and stepped outside. Already aware that DeJoys would be arriving in to avoid being stranded in Paris as they had been last time, they deemed it necessary to purchase an automobile in light of their recent earnings of 990,000 francs. The price of a Ford Model T seemed trivial, costing only 1,248 francs, which included 3 maintenance services. Note: the Ford Model T was selling for 260 at the time, which translates to approximately 1,248 francs based on the exchange rate. Moreover, this was an older price, due to the Germans advancing near Paris, causing public panic. Cars were in a state of poor sales, with manufacturers even fearing that leaving them in warehouses would result in them becoming spoils of war for the Germans, thus offering significant discounts. As soon as Charles stepped outside, DeJoys proudly exclaimed, "Can you believe it, Charles? I got it for just 910 francs. This could be considered a silver lining brought about by the Germans." Making it a quarter cheaper than usual, Camille, brimming with excitement, examined every inch of the car, her tentative touch careful not to mar its paint. Could this really be true? She found it hard to believe. Feeling as if she were in a dream, she had thought such a life was beyond her reach, utterly unprepared for this sudden wave of happiness that threatened to overwhelm her. What was there to wait for? DeJoys waved at the two of them, calling out, "Get in." The car glided smoothly down the street, drawing envious glances from the neighbors on either side. If it had been anyone else in the car, they might have cursed, saying, "Damn vampires, flaunting our money before us," and spat contemptuously on the ground. But seeing DeJoys's family inside, they all waved in greeting. "What a beautiful car, Mr. DeJoys. We are delighted for you. Drive safely, Mr. DeJoys. The road to Thierry is still under repair." This was well-deserved, the neighbors thought. They were conscientious capitalists, a rarity these days, and they were needed. DeJoys nodded in acknowledgement, while Camille, seated on the plush cushions, felt a bit awkward, unaccustomed to being the center of attention, and timidly waved in thanks. Once the car reached a deserted stretch of road, Camille let go of her restraint, extending her hand out of the vehicle to feel the oncoming breeze. Shouting joyfully like a little girl, her face aglow with radiant happiness, suddenly, she turned to embrace Charles, planting a kiss on his forehead. "Thank you, Charles. You are my pride, Mom." Charles protested, now feeling uncomfortable himself. DeJoys laughed heartily, his eyes slightly glistening with emotion. Camille had expressed what he wished to convey, and he felt a genuine gratitude towards Charles. All along, DeJoys had aspired to provide a happy life for Camille and Charles, yet had failed to do so. The future seemed equally bleak, but Charles had helped him achieve it. What more could he wish for? This was everything he desired. Perhaps this was why Francis deemed him a failure. After lunch, DeJoys and Charles visited Francis's villa, driving there in the car. Francis stood at the window of his study, gazing down at DeJoys's new vehicle. When DeJoys and Charles entered, he greeted them with a smirk, saying, "Congratulations, DeJoys, that's a splendid car." Then he sat down with a hint of sarcasm, adding, "You have a fine son, unlike me." Besides being selfish and cold-hearted, Francis's sharp tongue was another of his unbearable traits. DeJoys seemed accustomed to it by now. He pulled a check from his pocket and placed it before Francis. "This is your commission, father." For some reason, it felt somewhat difficult for DeJoys to utter the word father now. Francis retrieved his gold-rimmed monocle from a drawer, adjusted it on his nose, and examined the check, muttering in him before glancing at DeJoy's and Charles, asking, "Aren't you going to consider it?" "Consider what?" DeJoy's feigned confusion. Charles had already warned him that if Francis fell for it, he would seize the opportunity to pitch his motorcycle factory. Francis said, "The motorcycle factory, at the price we previously agreed upon." DeJoy's turned his gaze to Charles. This action elicited a disdainful scoff from Francis, who thought, what a pathetic fellow, allowing his own child to make decisions. Yet Charles was indeed exceptional. What a pity, Mr. Francis. Charles raised his chin toward the window. "I believe you have seen that we bought a Ford. We do not need a motorcycle. However, you could produce motorcycles to sell to others," Francis retorted. "I originally intended to hand over the motorcycle factory to you." DeJoy's found this ironic. If that were the case, he should not sell it, but rather hand it over to them. "Sorry." Charles shook his head. "We are quite unfamiliar with the motorcycle market and do not intend to invest until we are familiar with it." That could be quite risky. This statement was true for himself, but was also directed at Francis. Francis wholeheartedly agreed, even feeling pricked by Charles's words that he had spent his life in business but had only engaged in two industries, textiles and tractors. The motorcycle market was alien to him, and keeping it would only continue to drain his funds. DeJoy's raised an eyebrow, saying, "Perhaps I could help you find someone interested in buying, father." With that, he and Charles prepared to leave. This was, of course, an act, as the words were premeditated. That Francis's first reaction to this was, who would be willing to buy a motorcycle factory, at this time, for 600,000 francs? They must be insane. "Wait," Francis called out to stop DeJoy's. "Let us discuss this further." Ultimately, the motorcycle factory was sold for 350,000 francs. Throughout the process, Charles repeatedly urged DeJoy's, "Father, the war is still ongoing, and the outcome is uncertain. Shouldn't you reconsider? We may not even find enough workers, as they have mostly fled. The cars are already selling for 910 francs. Can we expect good prices for motorcycles?" What Charles said was the truth, but DeJoy's was famously soft-hearted, reluctantly replying, "Charles, we should have a factory of our own. Besides, Mr. Francis urgently needs funds. Let us buy it." While Francis feigned agreement, he secretly mocked DeJoy's. "Do you know why I set you aside? With that attitude in business, everything will fall into the other party's hands. You fool." Francis remained oblivious to the fact that this was all a performance. Charles had cleverly exploited his belief that DeJoy's would be sentimental to negotiate a lower price. DeJoy's was no longer the same DeJoy's. At that moment, he seemed to embody the vengeful spirit Francis had hoped for, directing animosity toward the Bernard family, especially Francis. The reason it was said was because DeJoy's intent was to protect Charles. He did not wish for Charles to repeat his life or end up worse. After signing the contract and issuing the check, Charles still appeared irate, full of resentment. Francis, however, smugly raised an eyebrow at Charles, as if to say, "You are quite right, Charles. I completely agree with your viewpoint. The only issue is that you are a minor, and there are matters you cannot decide." The two men descended the stairs in silence. Diuca took hold of the lever and started the car, while Siar silently entered the vehicle without uttering a word at that time. The Ford automobile required manual ignition. The electric starter would not be invented for another 5 years. After traveling a short distance, Diuca and Siar exchanged a smile. "Well coordinated," remarked Diuca. "You are a natural performer. You are not so bad yourself," Siar retorted. This time, they had struck a bargain. The motorcycle factory, originally priced at approximately 1 million francs, was acquired by Francis for 500,000 francs. He intended to sell it for 600,000, but ended up being pressured to a mere 350,000. From Francis's perspective, he did not suffer a loss. This was merely a timely mitigation of damage. What he truly required was a machine gun factory, which was continuously supplying the military with machine guns and ammunition. A 15,000 franc loss on the motorcycle factory seemed rather reasonable. What Francis did not anticipate was that the motorcycle factory would also shine brightly. "Now, it's your turn," Diuca said, steering the wheel while glancing at Siar. "Oh, you have a plan? I mean for the motorcycle factory." "No need for a plan," Siar replied. "We simply need to produce and wait." Diuca looked bewildered. "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed it is. During World War I, the military's communication equipment was woefully outdated, although telephones existed. They were prohibitively expensive, and only affluent families could afford them. The unique nature of military operations meant that widespread usage was impossible. This necessitated communication between units to rely on individuals and transportation. The nimble and swift motorcycle thus became the preferred mode of transport for messengers, with the British Army alone equipping 20,000 during the war. The French Army had no such limit. Although they only equipped 30,000 during the war, it was due to insufficient funds and production, requiring imports. Otherwise, with an army of 6 to 7 million, 30,000 motorcycles would hardly suffice, with such a vast market at hand. And Siar holding the reins of the motorcycle factory, was a plan really necessary? Suddenly, Diuka recalled something and asked Siar, "What about the Holt 75 tractor we discussed yesterday? Aren't you concerned that Francis might be prepared?" Siar understood the implication of Diuka's words as the earliest importer of the Holt tractor in France. Francis would surely be attentive to the developments of the Holt tractor. If Francis were aware of the Holt 75 and made a preemptive purchase, Siar's plan could very well fall through. Siar calmly replied, "He knows, but he will not import it." Diuka responded with a quizzical, as he momentarily lost focus, causing the car to swerve. "Pay attention to the road." "Father," Siar reminded him, then explained, "It's quite simple to understand. All of Francis's equipment is designed for producing the Holt 60, as are the skilled workers. If he were to replace all the equipment and workers to produce the Holt 75, it would be beyond his current capacity." Diuka suddenly comprehended. The crux of the matter was that Francis's tractor factory held a monopoly in France, with the Holt 60 capturing 70% of the market share. No domestic tractor manufacturer could compete with it. As long as Francis continued in this manner, he could maintain his leading advantage, and there was no need to upgrade the Holt 60 to the Holt 75, particularly since they were still in wartime. With tractors not selling well, there was even less financial incentive or motivation for upgrading. The absence of buyers for tractors was not due to a lack of advancement. It stemmed from a lack of demand under the threat of war, rendering any upgrade a fool's errand. Thus, even though Francis was well aware that the Holt 75 was gaining popularity in Britain, he would not incur the cost to import it. He might even suppress the information. Allowing French farmers to believe that the Holt 60 remained the finest tractor in the world, it seems you can foresee all the issues. Diuka chuckled. "I truly wonder what occupies your mind. Why didn't I notice your intelligence in your studies? Because studying feels like a torment to me." Siara replied that Diuka's expression shifted to one of resignation. "What does it matter? The purpose of education is to earn money." No sooner had he spoken than the air was suddenly filled with the resounding booms of artillery from the direction of the Marne River, echoing like thunder, with several stray shells whistling as they struck the southern bank, exploding in fields not far from the town, sending the townsfolk into a panic. Diuka grew tense, accelerating the vehicle while cursing, "Damn it, our army has launched an attack on the Germans." At a time like this, the car came to a halt at their doorstep, where Camille rushed over in a state of confusion. Diuka nearly dragged Siar out of the car, shouting as they ran, "Back inside, to the basement." To the basement. The three hurried back into the house, opened the basement door, and squeezed inside, closing the door as Diuka gasped for breath, though he felt somewhat reassured. The sounds of artillery persisted outside, accompanied by distant cries and gunfire. Camille trembled in fear, but mustered the courage to comfort Siara softly. "It's all right. Nothing will happen." Diuka switched on the electric light, the flickering illumination revealing the disarray of the basement's contents. While the air was thick with mildew and dust, "Don't worry," Diuka reassured. "This place is very safe. We must have faith in the army. They will soon defeat the Germans and drive them away." Many shared this sentiment. General Gallieni had summoned the 6th Army from Paris, and together with the 5th Army, they were poised to launch a joint assault against the German Army. 2 armies against one German force. Victory seemed a foregone conclusion. However, war was far from the simplistic notion they envisioned, and it was certainly not a mere numbers game. Major Brownie cautiously poked his head out of the trench to observe the opposite bank of the Marne River. Under Gallieni's command, the 6th Army was launching an offensive against the German flank, which could no longer be referred to as the German flank. When the 6th Army assembled, the Germans had already redirected their defenses towards them. The original flank had morphed into a frontal assault, and the direction of the Marne River had become the new flank. The German strategy was evidently sound. The Marne River lay directly in front of the Fifth Army. With only the Marne Bridge available for passage, the Germans merely needed to allocate a regiment of a few thousand to establish a defensive line along the river, leaving the French Fifth Army's tens of thousands stranded across the water. Unable to intervene, the operational plan was clear. Major General Gad personally issued orders to Major Brownie's unit. General Gallieni would command the Sixth Army to launch an attack on the enemy's flank. Advancing towards the north side of the Marne Bridge, your tank units are to cross the Marne Bridge at the fastest possible speed to support their assault and encircle the enemy. Understood? Yes, General. Major Brownie immediately raised a concern. The enemy has dug trenches and positioned machine guns on the opposite side of the bridge. Our tanks may become trapped and immobile in the trenches. Major General Gad looked at Brownie with incredulity. Major, I did not order you to drive the tanks into the trenches. You merely need to halt in front of the trenches and shield our troops from German fire, allowing our forces to cross the bridge and press the attack. Understood, General, Brownie replied. Although he acquiesced, he harbored no confidence in the assault plan. Nervously, he raised his binoculars to scrutinize the enemy's fortifications to the north side of the Marne Bridge. The Germans had constructed a circular defensive position, deploying at least 10 Maxim machine guns. This water-cooled machine gun did not suffer from overheating issues like the French Saint-Étienne machine gun, which would either overheat after firing 100 rounds or malfunction due to its complex design. The Maxim machine gun would unleash a torrent of bullets at a rate of approximately 500 rounds per minute towards the tanks. If the tanks proceeded over the bridge as Major General Gad suggested and halted before the trenches, they would be subjected to a barrage of machine gun fire from all directions. Even the enemy's artillery might have zeroed in on the bridge, with concentrated shells potentially obliterating the tanks and subsequent troops. Would the tank's 9mm armor withstand the relentless hail of bullets from the Maxim? Could they endure the bombardment from heavy artillery? Clearly, this operational plan was impractical. Only a fool as dense as Major General Gad would be so self-assured. Amidst the cacophony of artillery fire, the Sixth Army charged the enemy's defenses. Employing outdated tactics, the soldiers brandished rifles fitted with bayonets, advancing in tight formation towards the enemy lines, their bright red trousers visible even through the smoke of battle. They donned hat covers to conceal the red portions of their caps. However, this is of little consequence. The machine guns and rifles of the Germans unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, systematically mowing down row after row of French soldiers, who fell into pools of blood. The soldiers demonstrated remarkable bravery as they surged forward through the hail of fire, treading through the mud over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some even lay prone upon the barbed wire, becoming a bridge for their fellow soldiers to advance. Yet, all of this proved futile, as the merciless bullets claimed the lives of the soldiers. It seemed as though there was an invisible wall before the enemy's defenses, staunchly repelling the waves of the Sixth Army's assault. Prior to this, Major Brownie might have believed that such tactics were acceptable. This was war, after all, and war invariably entails death and sacrifice. All of this was deemed normal. However, after collaborating with Charles, he found himself unable to suppress his doubts about everything. Did this truly hold any significance? If fewer lives could be sacrificed to achieve the same outcome, or even attain victory, would it still be necessary to proceed in such a manner? Major, someone beside Brownie could no longer contain himself. General Gad's battle plan will cost us our lives. Indeed, another quickly chimed in. For him, it may simply be a command error, but for us, it is life. Our very lives. Each individual's life is singular and immensely precious to the soldiers, yet the generals seem utterly indifferent. They are even unwilling to spare a moment to contemplate the rationality of their operational plans, only knowing to order their soldiers to advance, attack, and eliminate the enemy. Major Brownie observed as General Gad put away his binoculars. He seemed poised to issue the command to attack. That fool. Major Brownie hastily made his way along the trench. Retreating, General Gad noticed Major Brownie's movements and shouted angrily, "Return to your post, Major. We are about to launch an assault." As the commander of the tank unit, Major Brownie's leadership was essential for the offensive to unfold. Ignoring the command, Brownie approached General Gad, saying, "General, now is not the time." General Gad's expression darkened. That is not a matter for you to consider, General, Major Brownie explained. Look over there, the 6th Army's attack has already been repelled. They are in retreat, and we should await their next offensive before we strike. General Gadd glanced over, noting that this wave of assault had indeed reached its conclusion. The battlefield was strewn with the corpses of French soldiers and the anguished cries of the wounded. While the surviving soldiers risked their lives crawling back under the hail of machine gun fire, "Do what you must," General Gadd ordered sternly. "I know when to initiate the attack." "Yes, General." Major Brownie realized that General Gadd had accepted the suggestion. Albeit unwilling to acknowledge it publicly and on his way back, Major Brownie did not return to the front lines. He turned a corner along the trench and swiftly ran towards the town of Dewas. Evading General Gadd's line of sight, that he quickened his pace, bursting out of the trench and sprinting toward Charles's quarters as if in a 100-meter dash. The door was ajar, unlatched, and Major Brownie pushed it open, entering to find the room empty, his heart sinking. They must have left, he thought. Just then, he heard a faint sound coming from the basement. He immediately understood what was happening and rushed down the stairs, knocking on the door while calling out, "Charles, it's Brownie. I need to speak with you." Joka, hearing the voice, hesitated. Surely Major Brownie wasn't here to send Charles to command the tanks at the front? Nevertheless, Joka opened the door, for the Major wielded a gun, making it easy for him to gain entry. Major Brownie burst through the door, breathless, asking, "Where's Charles? Is he here?" Joka's eyes conveyed a hint of wariness. "I will not allow you to take him to the battlefield. He is only 17. Major." Major Brownie offered no explanation, roughly pushing past Joka and entering. Feeling somewhat relieved upon spotting Charles, he glanced around and quickly approached an old table, drawing in the thick layer of dust with his finger. Speaking in an urgent tone, "This is the river. This is the Marne Bridge. The enemy has set up 10 heavy machine guns at the bridgehead, forming a circular position, with circular trenches in front, and possibly artillery in the rear." Major Brownie looked up at Charles, who was shielded behind Camille, his gaze intense. "What should we do? Can the tanks withstand such firepower?" Joka and Camille realized that Major Brownie had only come to inquire. Allowing their guard to lower, Charles stepped around Camille, looking at the dust map under the light, and decisively replied, "No." Although the Hotchkiss machine gun fired 7.9 2mm rifle cartridges, its penetrating power was fundamentally similar to that of a rifle. However, in a circular position, the tank sides would also be subjected to fire, and at close range, it would turn into a sieve. More critically, artillery posed an even greater threat. To reduce weight, the tank's top armor consisted of a mere 2mm steel plate, essentially a sheet of tin, incapable of withstanding artillery bombardment. No type of artillery could be resisted. "What then shall we do?" Major Brownie asked nervously. "How should we attack? Do you have a plan? Please tell me. I have no time left. The next wave of assault is imminent." He yearned to extract Charles's thoughts directly from his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Charles pointed at the map and replied, "Artillery cover. Major, we bombard the enemy at the bridgehead. The smoke and dust kicked up by the shells will obscure their line of sight, and the sounds of artillery will mask the advance of the tanks, leaving the enemy unaware of their position. They won't even realize when the tanks have crossed the bridge. This might allow us to evade the enemy's machine guns." Major Brownie countered, "But what about the enemy's artillery?" Charles maintained a calm demeanor. "During our bombardment, it is unlikely that the enemy will respond with their own artillery. That would be a senseless waste of ammunition." Charles picked up a stone and placed it on the position as a representation of the tank, advancing it while saying, "Therefore, our artillery must not cease. As the tanks move forward, the bombardment should extend, making the enemy believe we are still conducting indiscriminate shelling." Brownie interrupted Charles's explanation, pointing at the lines on the map. "The trenches, Charles. Have you forgotten about the trenches? Our tanks can only remain in front of the trenches. If they remain stationary, they will ultimately be discovered and blown to pieces." "Who says so?" Charles retorted. "You could order the soldiers to advance with sandbags. When they encounter a trench, they can use the sandbags to fill in a path for the tanks to pass through." Major Brownie widened his eyes in astonishment, but only hesitated for a moment before turning and sprinting out, leaving behind a shout. "You are a genius, Charles. Thank you. You have once again saved us." Joka and Camille exchanged glances, Camille's face displaying disbelief as he hesitantly asked, "Charles, were you just teaching them how to fight?" The regular army's major did not know how to conduct this battle. Yet Charles did. Not only did he know, but he also conceived a countermeasure in an instant. If previously Charles's training of French soldiers to operate in conjunction with tanks was due to him being the inventor of the tank, this revelation left Joffre and Camille in utter amazement. Where did Charles acquire such military knowledge? Had he fought before, or was it gleaned from books? What text could possibly record combat methods unknown to the French army? Could it truly be, as Major Brownie claimed, that Charles was a genius? As Joffre and Camille awaited an explanation from Charles, he suddenly jolted upright, his complexion pale and breath quickening, murmuring, "Matthew. Matthew, he is driving a tank." Just as Charles was about to dash out, he was swiftly intercepted by Joffre. "Let me go, father." Charles struggled. "I sent Matthew to the battlefield. I devised the battle plan." "No, Charles," Joffre insisted. "Regardless of whether you formulated this battle plan, Matthew must go to the battlefield. If your plan is viable, then Matthew stands a chance of returning alive. Otherwise, he faces certain death on the battlefield. Thus, what you are doing provides him with a chance to survive." Charles gradually quieted, realizing his father was correct. This battle plan did not place Matthew in danger, but rather reduced his likelihood of perishing. "But," Charles remarked, "he ultimately went to the battlefield. This plan is indeed perilous. The execution of Charles' military strategy is far more challenging than it appears. It necessitates near-perfect synchronization of infantry, tanks, and artillery. Tanks must advance in the wake of the bombardment. Any deviation in artillery fire, excessive speed of the tanks, or failure of the infantry to timely fill the trenches could result in catastrophe. It is not difficult to foresee that the untrained soldiers of France are bound to make mistakes. And ultimately, only a fraction of the tanks will successfully breach the Marne Bridge. "You cannot change anything, Charles," Joffre retorted. "Can you halt this war?" Charles fell silent. This is the reality. As long as the Germans remain on the opposite bank of the Marne, this battle must be fought. As long as there is warfare, the war machine known as the tank will undoubtedly be deployed, and Matthew, as an experienced driver, will inevitably be sent to the front lines. Camille gently embraced Charles' shoulders, offering comfort. "Matthew will be fine, Charles. We shall win this war, and he will return alive." On the southern bank of the Marne, the fierce battle subsided momentarily, leaving an eerie silence, akin to the darkness before dawn. Soldiers from the 3rd Battalion of the 9th Infantry Regiment of France were digging mud to fill sandbags in the trenches. The tank crew was conducting a final inspection of their vehicle after affixing the steel plates. As the tractor frequently malfunctioned and needed to be checked regularly to ensure it would function properly, "I hear you are a friend of young Master Charles?" the machine gunner Yves inquired while loading bullets into the ammunition belt beside the tank. Matthew, crouched beneath the tank, responded with a grunt as he tightened the last screw on the tractor. He then emerged, resembling a caterpillar as he crawled out, wiped his hands with a rag, and replied, "Yes, we grew up together. He is exceptional." Yves gestured towards the tank. "He invented this contraption. Our survival thus far is thanks to him." The assistant gunner Nagy chimed in. "I heard the major just want to see young Master Charles. We are currently executing his plan." "Is that so?" Matthew chuckled. "I had no idea he possessed such capability." Yves, taken aback, exclaimed, "You grew up with young Master Charles and were unaware of his talents?" "Of course I know." Matthew transitioned in a boasting mode. "I am aware of everything he does, including his thoughts about a certain woman." The nearby soldiers could not help but erupt into laughter. One halted his work and called out, "Hey, Matthew, do you think this battle plan will work?" "Rest assured," Matthew replied confidently. "I wager my life that we shall achieve victory." "Cunning fellow." Yves saw through Matthew's ruse. "If we cannot win, none of us will return alive. Yet you wager the most expendable life. Then let us wager a box of chewing tobacco." Matthew remained unfazed, displaying remarkable composure. Someone tossed an object towards Matthew, saying, "Here, you need this more than we do." Matthew picked it up, his face lighting up with joy. It was indeed a box of the chewing tobacco he desired. He immediately opened it, and, with his dirty hands, pinched a small amount to chew. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and an officer shouted, "Get ready! Prepare for battle!" Matthew grabbed the lever to start the tractor, and amidst the rumbling of the engine, he climbed into the tank, readying for combat. The first-generation tanks were quite cumbersome, with the machine gunner positioned almost at the same level as the driver, who could only peer through a small observation slit the size of a palm to see ahead. This was why tanks had previously gotten stuck in trenches. Boom! The initial sounds were still those of cannon fire. Unlike before, this time, not only the artillery of the 6th Army was firing. The 5th Army's cannons were also bombarding the Germans. Outside, the cacophony of explosions was met with the rumbling of the engine inside, and with the thick steel plating, Matthew could hear no other sounds. After a few moments, Matthew saw the signal flag wave ahead. It was a signal from the infantry, who had tied the flag to a long, curved pole, allowing them to direct the tank to stop or advance. Matthew pressed the accelerator and pulled the lever, and the tank surged forward with a loud thud along the slope. Upon emerging from cover, Matthew was startled by the sight before him. Everything was shrouded in a white haze of smoke. With the Marne Bridge barely visible, its outline obscured, this Charles' plan? Matthew cursed under his breath, wondering if this fellow had considered the driver's visibility issues at all. If not for his familiarity with the terrain, he would have struggled to navigate the tank onto the bridge. Yet, one thing Charles was right about. Tanks were quite safe amidst the cannon fire, as shells exploded right before Matthew, gradually advancing forward. He carefully controlled the speed, following the path of the shells, even hearing the sound of debris clanging against the steel plating. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed a tank beside him erupting into a fireball. Still inching forward, Matthew suddenly realized that it was not just tanks. Many infantrymen were likely being obliterated by the bombardment from France. His mind became a muddled haze, breaths quickening as he felt as if he were sleepwalking on the edge of a cliff. Awakening to the danger he faced, the signal flag directed the tank to pause and advance intermittently, sometimes smoothly, at other times jostling. Eve, crouched at the front, opened fire with a machine gun. The already murky air inside the tank filled with smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder, making it difficult for Matthew to breathe, and further obscuring his vision. In the haze, Matthew caught sight of a Mark IV machine gun awkwardly leaning against the trench along with several German corpses, and suddenly realized that they had crossed over the German-constructed moat and even the trench. At that moment, Matthew felt a sense of relief. It signified that there were no obstacles ahead that could bind the tank. Matthew was intimately familiar with every inch of this land. He knew where the roads were, where the solid ground lay, and where the muck could ensnare the tank, rendering it immobile. He could even roughly guess the location of the enemy command post. He felt like a fish that had escaped into the sea. Sensing newfound freedom to validate his thoughts, Matthew pressed the accelerator hard, simultaneously turning the steering wheel, causing the tank to veer sharply with a loud thud. The machine gunner, Eve, turned to look at Matthew. Confusion evident in his eyes, he shouted with all his might above the noise and explosions, "Are you going off course, Matthew?" "Trust me," Matthew replied loudly, his tone brimming with confidence. "We are now on the right path." Kluck had established his command post between two hills on the northern bank, accompanied by 5 96 77mm field guns that had followed him. The decision to position the command post and artillery here was made with consideration of France's superiority in artillery. While other French weaponry may have been lacking, the performance of the 75mm field gun was exceptional. It was equipped with a hydraulic recoil mechanism, achieving an astonishing firing rate of up to 30 rounds per minute. Ironically, this mechanism had been invented by the Germans, but at the time, the Krupp company dismissed it and refused to use it. Consequently, the inventor had no choice but to sell the patent to France. In a situation where both artillery numbers and firing rates were at an absolute disadvantage, Kluck had no choice but to position his command post and artillery in the enemy's blind spot. Another advantage of this positioning was that the artillery could blockade the bridgehead, preventing the enemy's iron monsters and infantry from crossing the Marne Bridge. "Artillery, prepare," Kluck commanded, and the well-trained gunners immediately loaded shells into the cannons and readied them for firing. As the French artillery bombarded the bridgehead, Kluck was confident that the iron monsters that had defeated the 1st Battalion would soon appear at the bridgehead, at which point they would send them to the heavens. Suddenly, Kluck caught a glimpse of a shadow through his binoculars. The shadow was indistinct, only visible as the flames from the explosions began to fade, momentarily flickering through the smoke. Cluck was startled. He recognized that it was indeed France's iron monster. They were not merely about to cross the bridge. They had already crossed it, taking advantage of the cover provided by the smoke of the bombardment. Those bastards! Cluck turned and ordered the artillery. Fire! Fire immediately! Boom! The artillery roared relentlessly, unleashing shell after shell, followed by yet another barrage. Cluck raised his binoculars towards the bridgehead, and in a moment of sheer terror, he realized it was too late. The iron behemoths had already breached the range designated for the artillery, with shells landing harmlessly behind them. How had they traversed the trenches and ditches? Cluck pondered in confusion. During the previous war, these creatures had been incapable of crossing the trenches, yet now they moved as if on level ground. No one could provide an answer, for none possessed the knowledge. The German soldiers stationed at the front were once again driven back by the iron behemoths, while the French forces, under the leadership of these monsters, thrust into the weak flank of the German lines like a dagger. Aim for those creatures, Cluck urgently commanded the artillery. However, targeting a moving target with field artillery proved a formidable challenge. Their strategy relied more on the sheer volume of shells to blanket a designated area. Once the enemy's iron behemoths crossed the bridgehead, they scattered, leaving the Germans with only 5 artillery pieces, uncertain of which target to engage. That battle-hardened, Cluck remained composed amidst the chaos. After a moment's contemplation, he issued 2 commands. Guard Battalion, organize a defense at the gorge. Artillery, concentrate your fire 200 meters ahead of the gorge. The gorge, nestled between 2 hills, narrowed to a mere 30 feet at its tightest point. Once the iron behemoths penetrated the gorge, it would be impossible to evade the onslaught of artillery fire. Just as the Guard Battalion and artillery prepared for the impending assault, an unexpected cacophony emanated from the ridge path behind them. Followed by the sudden appearance of an iron behemoth behind their lines, the T paused momentarily under the astonished gazes of onlookers before rapidly descending the slope of the ridge, accompanied by the faint sound of a cheer. The tank charged forth, spewing flames in all directions, and in an instant, several artillerymen fell, struck down. The remaining gunners fled in terror. How could mere flesh contend with this iron behemoth? The Guard Battalion, gripped by panic, hastily withdrew from their defensive line to shield Cluck. General, the captain of the Guard Battalion suggested, we must retreat. This position is untenable. His implication was clear. If they did not leave soon, you would become the highest-ranking officer captured or killed by the enemy. Fortunately, victory belonged to the French. Charles' operational plan had succeeded, as the Fifth Army pressed through the Marne Bridge into the vulnerable flank of the Germans, leading to the complete collapse of the German First Army before reinforcements could arrive. Regrettably, Matthew had been injured, as Major Brownie informed Charles. Matthew is very brave, Major Brownie exclaimed. He maneuvered his tank around the enemy's defenses and charged into the German command center. This initial topple set off a chain reaction leading to the Germans' retreat. The victory expanded from there. Is his injury severe? Charles asked anxiously, more concerned about this than the victory itself. I'm not entirely certain. Major Brownie replied, I only heard that he was shot in the right leg. The bullet penetrated the armor and struck his right leg on the gas pedal. Before I could ascertain the details, he was already sent to the field hospital. Where's the field hospital? Charles inquired again, feeling a chill wash over his face 0.2 miles in the direction of Thierry. Major Brownie responded, the wounded from the Fifth Army are all being sent there. Djoka had approached his Ford vehicle, turning back slightly to wave at Charles. Come on, let us head there. The field hospital was essentially a cluster of tents pitched upon the grassy ground, offering some shelter from wind and rain for the injured. However, the tents were woefully inadequate to accommodate the multitude of wounded. They lay haphazardly on the ground, awaiting medical attention, some shot in the abdomen, others with severed limbs, and many unconscious with bandages wrapped around their heads. The injured were divided into several areas: the lightly wounded, the severely wounded, and the hopeless cases. The hopeless cases received no care. They were a group of abandoned soldiers, left to await death. The severely wounded area was adjacent, facilitating the transfer of some to the hopeless cases. Cries of agony and wails of despair filled the air, mingling with the acrid odors of carbolic acid, pus, and blood, while flies buzzed incessantly. Occasionally, a few nurses would emerge from the tents, carrying wooden buckets filled with severed limbs, expertly dumping them into a nearby pit. Charles felt his stomach churn as he nearly retched, while the nurses appeared indifferent, their expressions numb, as if they had long since become accustomed to such sights. Djoka inquired of several individuals before locating Matthew's tent, a solitary structure housing a simple wooden bed upon which Matthew lay, covered with a blood-stained blanket, while Joseph sat at the head of the bed. His head drooped in despair. Matthew's complexion appeared pale, streaked with blood, and his once flowing hair was matted and tangled with dried clots. Upon seeing Charles, Matthew forced a smile, attempting to mask his pain. "Hey, Charles, splendid plan. It helped us win this war." His voice was weak, trembling uncontrollably by the end. Charles knew he was suppressing agony. Charles ignored him and approached Joseph directly. "What is his condition?" Joseph's eyes betrayed his panic. "Nothing major. The doctor says he needs some time to recuperate." However, both Djoka and Charles could see that the reality was far graver. Joseph led Charles and Djoka outside the tent before revealing the truth. They had to amputate. He lost his right leg. "What?" Charles exclaimed, astonished at Joseph. "He was just brought in. They had to make swift judgments and perform surgeries as quickly as possible." Joseph replied. Charles understood. The sheer number of casualties rendered it impossible for the doctors to attend to every injury adequately, requiring them to prioritize and perform amputations, even when it may not have been necessary. It was easy to imagine that if a doctor spent too long on a significant surgery, it could result in the death of more patients due to lack of care. To avoid such scenarios, doctors opted for amputations on any serious injuries. Note: during World War I, for every 500 wounded soldiers, 20,000 underwent amputations, many of which were not strictly necessary. Charles could not blame the battlefield doctors. They had their reasons, and they were justified. Yet, an oppressive frustration weighed upon his chest, one he could not release. Returning to the tent, he lifted the corner of the blanket and was horrified to discover that the bandage binding Matthew's severed leg was an old, blood-soaked one. Unable to contain himself any longer, he staggered out of the tent, shouting in an accusatory tone, "Doctor, where are you?" A physician in a blood-stained white coat and mask hurried out from a nearby tent, raising his hands, caked with blood, and asked in a weary yet composed voice, "What is the matter? Does someone require urgent care?" Charles stormed up to him, pointing towards Matthew's tent. "The patient lying there is a war hero. He drove a tank into the enemy command center to secure victory for France, and yet you've used old bandages on him. Are you trying to kill him? Is this how you treat a hero?" The doctor calmly glanced at Charles, replying, "Everyone here is a hero, including us. If you have grievances, take them up with the capitalists. They have not provided us with sufficient medicine and equipment, nor enough personnel. There is a dire shortage of everything. What are we supposed to do?" Charles was momentarily taken aback. The doctor was right. It was not their fault, but that of the capitalists who committed these crimes to save costs. The field hospital was an unprofitable venture, or rather, a losing proposition. During peacetime, it was nearly useless. Once war broke out, the demand surged exponentially. Capitalists could not afford to maintain a fully operational field hospital at all times. Its existence was merely to offer a modicum of psychological comfort to push soldiers onto the battlefield. Yet these were human lives, vibrant beings, warriors dedicating themselves to defend France. Charles' face turned pale with anger as he declared, "Count it on me. Whatever you need, just tell me, and I will provide the funds." The doctor let out a light laugh, turning to leave while muttering to a nearby nurse, "Where does this child come from? He thinks he can bear the costs of the field hospital. He has no idea there are at least 10,000 wounded here." The nurse slowed her pace. "Hebraic doctor, I recognize him. He is Master Charles, the inventor of the tank who saved France. I believe he has the capacity to bear the costs." Suddenly, the doctor halted, staring blankly for a moment before swiftly turning back to Charles, his voice trembling with excitement. "Is what you say true? Master Charles, will you provide us with funds?" "Certainly." Charles nodded. "That's splendid." The doctor in the white coat attempted to approach Charles for a handshake, only to suddenly realize his hand was stained with blood and quickly withdrew. "On behalf of the injured, I thank you, Master Charles." The doctor spoke incoherently. You saved their lives? You are a good man, Master Charles, including Matthew. Charles emphasized, I hope Matthew is being well cared for. Of course, the doctor replied. I shall go check on his condition immediately. With that, he and the nurse hurried toward Matthew's tent. Such is the power of money. Although this was unfair to the other injured at that moment, Charles could think of nothing else. They replaced Matthew's bandages with fresh ones and administered a shot of morphine, designating a nurse to attend to him at all times. In exchange, Dr. Hebra presented Charles with a lengthy list of supplies and personnel required for the field hospital. Supplies such as tents, beds, blankets, bandages, medical cotton, tourniquets, hemostatic powder, and morphine. Personnel included not only doctors and nurses, but also cleaners, caregivers, cooks, and laborers. Upon seeing this list, Charles finally understood why the field hospital was on the brink of collapse. They were essentially working with a single hair to suspend a 100-pound stone. Charles assigned Joseph to procure supplies in Paris, while Dioka volunteered to organize personnel. Although Joseph was reluctant to leave Matthew's side, the thought that these supplies were equally vital for Matthew made him resolutely agree. Rest assured, Master Charles, Joseph declared, I will bring back all the supplies, every single one. Dioka wrote Joseph a check for 100,000 francs, instructing, You may take my car. If the funds are insufficient, just ask me for more. Thank you, Mr. Dioka. I am most grateful, Joseph replied, taking the check with both hands, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He gently removed his hat to pay his respects to Dioka and Charles, then softly patted Matthew's pale hand on the bed. Do not worry, Father, Matthew reassured. I will be fine. Charles is here with me. Joseph nodded before leading the two of them toward the Ford vehicle. Wait, Dioka called out as he hurried after them. First, take me to the town. I need to find a group of people. When only Matthew and Charles remained in the tent, Matthew sighed deeply, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a pallor and weakness that I know they amputated my leg. Charles. Only in front of Charles could Matthew completely drop his facade. Charles was somewhat taken aback. Joseph had kept this from Matthew, fearing he would not be able to accept the reality. Matthew managed a faint smile. Of course I know, Charles. That was my leg, and I can no longer feel its presence. So, you were merely pretending? Charles inquired, to ease your father's mind. Matthew did not respond, his gaze hollow yet tinged with sorrow. Sometimes I wonder if it would have been better had I died on the battlefield. Is that how you truly feel? Charles shot back, his eyes filled with indignation. You are so easily defeated? Matthew offered a grim smile, his eyes regarding Charles with disdain. You capitalists will never understand us poor folks. Do you know what they exchanged for my leg? 130 francs, Charles. They bought my leg for a mere 130 francs. Matthew referred to the compensation for injuries. France granted 260 francs to the families of fallen soldiers, with half for the injured. What can 130 francs do? Matthew continued, if I scrimp and save. Perhaps it will last 2 years. And then what? Only then did Charles realize that Matthew was calculating his finances, considering the livelihood of his father and family. From that perspective, death was indeed preferable to disability. Death provided more money with no after-effects, whereas disability not only meant less money, but also a plethora of ensuing troubles. Matthew interrupted vehemently, his eyes blazing with anger. I do not need that. Charles, he seemed to anticipate what Charles was about to say. Come now, Matthew, join my factory. I will provide you with a job. He did not desire anyone's pity, even if that person was Charles. Charles refrained from uttering those words. He pulled a stool over to sit at Matthew's bedside and, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, I will not pity you, Matthew. I look down upon you. What? Matthew could scarcely believe his ears. Charles revealed the truth to Matthew. I inquired with Dr. Hebra. Your leg did not need to be amputated. It was due to a shortage of personnel that they had to make such a decision to have time to save others. What? Matthew stared at Charles in disbelief. They amputated my leg just because of that. For the doctors, it was merely a matter of saving a bit of time. For Matthew, it was a lifetime. Charles disregarded Matthew's expression and continued. Do you know who has caused you to suffer this fate? It is those capitalists who are unwilling to spend on the field hospital. With just a few more doctors, a bit more medicine, or personnel, your leg might not have ended up like this. Charles emphasized, they have ruined your life, and yet you only think about how to survive on 130 francs. You want me to pity you? To sympathize with you? No, Matthew. I scorn you. They easily defeated you, and thoroughly at that. Matthew clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But what can I do? Stand up, Charles interjected, his tone resolute. Fight against them. Hold them accountable. Make them pay the price. Matthew gasped for air, the blanket on his chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath. Large beads of sweat trickling down his pale face, he appeared to be in distress. Yet the once dull light in his eyes began to flicker with a spark. Initially merely a few embers, but soon growing brighter. Sensing movement behind him, Charles turned in confusion, discovering a crowd of nurses and injured individuals had gathered outside the tent, including Dr. Hebra. The tent was not soundproof, and Charles's words had spread among the injured, who, despite their pain, began to rise and gather around Charles. Master Charles speaks the truth. They cannot treat us this way. They send us to battle, yet refuse us the most basic medical care. They continue to enjoy life, reveling in the profits earned through our exploitation, living in luxury under our protection. We have had enough. Master Charles, lead us to hold those capitalists accountable. Yes, you are a compassionate capitalist. We are willing to follow you. Charles was taken aback. His earlier remarks were more intended to ignite Matthew's fighting spirit. Never did he expect the injured would be so stirred as to organize a revolt against the capitalists. This would be a riot. The capitalists would swiftly mobilize troops to suppress it. Such occurrences were not uncommon during this time. Given their strength, such an action was akin to suicide. Charles quickly waved his hands. Gentlemen, listen to me. The immediate priority is to recover from our injuries. Only when we are strong can we continue to fight against the enemy. We cannot act in haste, or we will only harm ourselves. The injured fell silent, knowing Charles was correct. However, many of them would soon find themselves homeless due to poverty. Even facing starvation, what hope was there for any struggle? Charles seemed to read their thoughts and added, coincidentally, I have purchased a motorcycle factory. The workers have mostly left. If you are willing, you may come and work in my factory in the future. The injured were both astonished and delighted. Yet there was a tinge of worry. But many of us are missing limbs. Do not fret. Charles assured, I will find suitable positions for you. Trust me. You are heroes of France and deserve better treatment. A wave of jubilation swept over the injured as they tearfully endured their pain to pay their respects to Charles, that in their eyes. Master Charles was akin to a savior, including Matthew, while the doctors and nurses were also moved to the brink of tears. Only Charles understood that his actions were not solely for Matthew or the injured. No one knew better than Charles the importance of winning hearts. It was the key to fighting against the capitalists. And winning hearts most cheaply and effectively came not from adding flowers to the brocade, but rather from providing timely assistance. A shipment of supplies arrived in batches from Paris to the field hospital. The first group of personnel also hurried from the small town, led by DeJoy, who guided them on foot to the field hospital. Among them were both men and women, young and old, including Camille. Perhaps due to the trust of their neighbors, Camille naturally assumed the role of leader among the young women, whose task was to learn from the nurses how to dress wounds and change bandages to alleviate the shortage of medical staff. They were to replace all the old bandages on the injured with new ones, and thereafter change them daily, while also washing, disinfecting, and drying the removed bandages, a workload of staggering magnitude. Those slightly older, lacking in learning capacity, were assigned to attend to the daily needs of the wounded, while the younger men naturally engaged in physical labor. They were all volunteers, DeJoy remarked to Charles. I told them you would pay them 1 franc each day. But they all refused. They said it was a duty for France and for their children. This is not merely the concern of Monsieur Charles. DeJoy looked at the industrious neighbors and exclaimed, they are truly kind-hearted individuals. Charles nodded in response and turned to DeJoy. Do you disapprove of my actions, father? DeJoy laughed. Not at all, Charles. Your mother and I have never felt prouder of you than we do now. Look at her, he said, directing his gaze toward Camille amidst the crowd. Camille had just finished dressing a wound for one patient, and, sensing the eyes of DeJoy and Charles upon her, she waved hurriedly in their direction before turning to change the bandage for another injured individual. Her face perpetually adorned with a smile as she gently inquired about their conditions. I had previously harbored some concerns for you. Charles, DeJoy gazed at him, his tone lightening. I worried you might become like Francis. But now I am reassured. He certainly would not, DeJoy thought to himself. for he generously spent the money earned from capitalists on those in need. How could he possibly resemble those inhumane capitalists? Charles understood that DeJoy had misunderstood him. If DeJoy and Camille were aware of his true intentions, would they feel disheartened? Yet, this seemed inconsequential, for Charles was genuinely doing good deeds. With this thought, he found himself at ease. Charles's endeavors proved remarkably successful. The most immediate evidence was that nearly every patient on the operating table would ask, "Doctor, can you save my hand? If not, at least one, for I hope to work for Monsieur Charles in the future." The doctors would always reassure them, "Rest assured, we now have ample personnel and supplies. We will do our utmost." On one occasion, Charles was taken aback when a tattered old woman suddenly embraced him on the street. Weeping profusely, her body trembling from overwhelming sorrow, Charles stood frozen, fearing he had encountered a madwoman, perhaps armed with a kitchen knife. After a considerable time, the old woman ceased her sobbing, bending down to reveal a face lined with wrinkles. Radiating kindness and affection, she pressed an egg into Charles's hand, holding it tightly, her voice quivering. "Child, if Axel had met a capitalist like you sooner, he would not have died in solitude." Charles learned from others that Axel was her grandson, only 2 years older than him, who had been injured in the Battle of Moros and sent back half a month ago. When his family arrived at the hospital, they found that he had already passed away, with a blood-soaked cloth from washing dishes stuffed into his abdominal wound. And one could fathom the despair, helplessness, and even anger he must have felt towards this country before his death. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many legends about Charles circulated, some of which he had never even been involved in or was unaware of. Charles's reputation soon spread to Paris, with those procuring medicine and supplies sharing stories of him, while the drivers transporting supplies would relay the conditions of the field hospital. When Francis learned of these developments, he was somewhat taken aback, scoffing, "This fool thinks he is different from DeJoy." Little did he know they belonged to the same ilk. He added, "The child of a maid. I await the day he goes bankrupt." At this moment, Francis was unaware that it would not be Charles facing bankruptcy, but himself, as this was precisely the first step in Charles's plan. With the support of the public, Charles boldly set about undermining Francis's interests. The Holt 75 was more advanced than the Holt 60. Yet both were produced by the same company, with the former being an upgraded version of the latter, inevitably sharing much in terms of technology and components. Charles aimed to manufacture the Holt 75 tractor. The challenge lay not in funding, as he possessed sufficient capital for the endeavor. Nor was it in technology, for the British would be eager to authorize production and provide technical support to penetrate the French market. The difficulty resided in acquiring skilled technicians and workers, whose expertise had been honed over decades within the factory, knowledge that could not simply be bought. Charles set his sights on Joseph, who had long overseen production at Francis's tractor factory. And no one was more aware than he of which workers possessed genuine skills and craftsmanship. During this period, Joseph, due to Matthew's injuries, had been rushing to the field hospital after work, visibly losing weight from strain. One day, after finishing his tasks at the factory, Joseph arrived at the field hospital just before nightfall, where Charles intercepted him at the entrance. "We will take care of Matthew." "Joseph," Charles assured him, "he is recovering well. You should be more concerned about your own health." "I know." Joseph, physically exhausted, collapsed onto the grass, responding weakly, "Thank you, Monsieur Charles, but I cannot help myself. Only by seeing him," referring to Matthew, "can I find peace enough to sleep. Even if it means sitting in a chair." Charles sat beside Joseph, folding his legs, and thoughtfully said, "I am contemplating a matter. Joseph, you know the relationship between Francis and me." "Yes, of course." Joseph nodded. "I have a poor relationship with Francis. We are like water and fire and will eventually become competitors." Charles mused. "Yet you work for Francis, and Matthew will work for me in the future. This will not affect your relationship with him." "Monsieur Charles," Joseph asserted, "if you can secure a position for Matthew, it would not be a problem if I chose to retire. This is not merely a matter of salary." Joseph earned 53 francs a month, nearly double that of a regular worker, making it evidently unwise to retire from Matthew's job. However, Joseph understood that this was not about the amount of money, but rather a psychological issue. If Matthew could not secure employment, he would feel worthless, believing he had been cast aside by society, leading to his eventual breakdown. Thus, Joseph would rather forsake his own job to ensure Matthew's employment. I can find other work, Joseph thought. If only Monsieur Charles had purchased a motorcycle factory, it would be perfect. Indeed, Charles nodded and said, I plan to import the Holt 75 from Britain and establish a tractor factory. What do you think? Joseph was astonished, his excitement palpable. This is wonderful, Monsieur Charles. Although it is somewhat difficult to say, may I recommend myself? Of course, Charles smiled and extended his hand to Joseph. Congratulations on your appointment. Joseph, you are now the head of Charles Tractor Factory, with a salary of 60 francs. I intend to send you to Britain to oversee the import of this tractor. Is that acceptable? Importing the tractor would require taking a group of technicians and skilled workers to study and learn, ensuring quality control in Britain before confidently bringing in the production line. Joseph would need to extract a group of the most essential talents from Francis to accomplish this task. Joseph blinked, hesitatingly asking, So, Monsieur Charles, may I bring a group of people with me? In the grand hall of the French Bourbon Palace, the atmosphere was tumultuous, with voices rising like a tide. Semicircular seating encircled the speaker's platform, with a 5-foot-wide aisle running from the speaker's seat, dividing the seating into distinctly left and right areas. The left side was occupied by the left wing, while the right side housed the right wing. Sitting at the forefront of the right was Greevy and Ammond, the leaders of the two right-wing parties, who were engaged in quiet conversation amid the clamor from both sides. After a while, Greevy glanced at the boisterous left and then turned to Ammond. It is time to deliver a heavy blow to them. Armand nodded, adjusting the bow tie around his neck and with a confident stride supported by his cane. He approached the podium with an air of determination. The French National Assembly features a two-tiered platform. The front section is slightly lower, designed for members to present their topics, while the rear section, higher in elevation, accommodates the speaker and other government officials. Armand surveyed the room for a moment, then elegantly raised his right hand, placing it gracefully across his abdomen, and proclaimed with resounding clarity, Gentlemen, his voice rang out, piercing and powerful, ensuring that even the members seated in the last row could hear every word he uttered. The previously cacophonous atmosphere gradually quieted as both factions returned to their seats, directing their gazes towards Armand at the podium. This dynamic was one of the reasons why Greevy consistently collaborated with Armand to counter the left. Armand possessed few advantages. As a former lawyer, his rhetoric was fiery, his words incisive and highly provocative, precisely what Greevy lacked. Firstly, Armand waved his hand casually towards the audience. Allow me to extend my sincerest apologies to the Germans. This time, they shall not be crowned in Paris. Laughter erupted in the hall, a delightful opening that elicited an internal commendation from Greevy. Both the left and right would inevitably embrace the triumph of France. Armand continued, unless they are willing to send the Kaiser over. The laughter grew louder, accompanied by sporadic applause that I shall prepare a most special coronation ceremony for the Kaiser, Armand declared. It will feature a wooden frame and a rope, and I shall personally place the crown around his neck. As he spoke, he mimicked a noose around his neck and exaggeratedly stuck out his tongue, prompting a wave of laughter throughout the hall, followed by vigorous applause. Greevy could not help but admire Armand's oratorial genius. His every gesture effortlessly drew the spotlight upon him. Only with such charisma could his subsequent words resonate deeply with the audience. Armand then transitioned to the crux of his address. For decades, France has languished in a state of defeat in the face of Germany, both psychologically and in reality. Even the young women in brothels, affectionately dubbed Alsatians, have become particularly sought after. They aspire to reclaim Alsace from German hands, bringing it back under their control. Note, following the Franco-Prussian War, France ceded Alsace and Lorraine. Notably, many women in France share the name Alsace, with some in brothels intentionally adopting this name. The members reacted diversely to his statement. Some chuckled mockingly while others appeared embarrassed, for some among them had indeed engaged in such acts. This is not a disgrace, Armand continued. It should be a source of pride, for it exemplifies your love for this nation. And I take pride in it. The discomfort of those who had felt awkward began to dissipate. Armand quickened his pace. What I truly wish to convey is that from this moment forward, your aspirations are likely to be realized, not in brothels, But on the battlefield, we are steering the French army towards the genuine conquest of Alsace. Indeed, many responded loudly, and Lorraine, as well as reparations, Armand emphasized. Absolutely. The hall resonated with fervor. And let us compel the Germans to lower their noble heads. Armand raised his fist, shouting fervently that it should be so. The members chimed in, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. At this juncture, Armand altered his tone, slowing down to a more relaxed cadence. However, we must ponder a critical question. What has enabled us to triumph over the Germans? The members were momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Surely it was the French army. After piquing their curiosity, Armand revealed the answer. Gentlemen, it was a young man named Charles who provided the answer. Tanks. The members nodded in agreement, well aware that a young man named Charles had invented the tank, which had assisted the French army in defeating the Germans. Grevy seized the moment to rise and declare. Indeed, tanks played a pivotal role in both battles of Davis. Without tanks, we could not have achieved victory. Under Grevy's lead, the right-wing members echoed their agreement, while the left could only nod in reluctant assent. After all, it was a verifiable fact, and the left remained blissfully unaware that they were ensnared in a trap set by Grevy and Armand. Armand continued. Tanks appeared unexpectedly during the French army's retreat, turning the tide of battle and leading the beleaguered forces to victory. Furthermore, they successfully shattered the German lines during the Marne counteroffensive. It is noteworthy that this battle was commanded by General Gallieni, who led the Sixth Army in a fierce assault against the Germans, suffering tremendous casualties without achieving any significant results, even facing the threat of collapse. Armand spoke the truth. The German battle plan was designed precisely for this scenario, waiting for the Sixth Army's next offensive. Once the Sixth Army faltered, they would immediately counterattack, and with the Sixth Army's morale and manpower depleted, they would struggle to withstand the German onslaught. Note, historically, the Sixth Army was indeed crushed by the Germans, and it was only after Gallieni personally implored the British Expeditionary Force to enter the fray that the Germans were defeated. While the overall combat effectiveness of the British Army was in disarray, the first contingent sent to France consisted of several 100,000 seasoned veterans. Armand posed a pivotal question. So, gentlemen, tell me, in the forthcoming battles, do you wish to deploy more rifles, machine guns, and cannons, or would you prefer tanks? Do you desire the French army to suffer grievous losses like the Sixth Army, achieving nothing against the enemy? Or would you rather see the Fifth Army, with merely a few hundred men, send the German forces fleeing in disarray? The answer to this dilemma was glaringly apparent. Nearly everyone shouted, "Tanks! We need tanks! Let rifles be damned!" Historically, regardless of the topic, the left and right would invariably engage in fierce disputes due to their differing positions. Yet at this moment, on this issue, there was remarkable unanimity, with almost all members supporting tanks. Only one individual observed quietly, maintaining his silence. Steed, the owner of the Saint Tien Armory. Almost all of the French army's light weaponry, including standard rifles and machine guns, were produced by the Saint Tien Armory. Steed had just received news that the right-wing factions had united to purchase the tank patents. Thus, he understood all too well the gambit Armand was playing with his impassioned speech. At that moment, Armand's gaze met Steed's. Witnessing Steed's unflappable demeanor, Armand wore a subtly taunting smile, as if to say, "What can you do? Bring it on." At Armand's estate, Grevy celebrated amidst a chorus of cheers. Uncorking a bottle of champagne, while Francis basked in the glory of this triumph. "What a splendid speech, Armand!" Grevy genuinely praised as he poured wine for Armand. Armand smiled in response, replying, "More than the speech. I relished seeing Steed's expression. Did you notice? He could do nothing but sit there, utterly dumbfounded. I didn't notice." Nicholas raised his glass. I was seated not far from him. He resembled a statue, completely frozen. Laughter erupted among the group. Francis joined in the mirth, albeit with a somewhat awkward expression, as he was the only one absent from the discussions and remained entirely oblivious to the developments. After a brief hesitation, Francis mustered the courage to inquire. "So, we have triumphed, have we?" "Of course, Francis," Armand replied triumphantly. "We have secured a substantial initial order. 1,500 tanks, each priced at 5,000. Grevy interjected with a hum, cutting off Armand's words and casting him a pointed glance. This fool, such information need not reach Francis. Armand chuckled nonchalantly, perceiving Greavy's reaction as somewhat excessive. After all, what difference would it make if Francis learned of it? He was merely a farmer who had risen through the ranks of tractors. Francis's eyes widened in astonishment. He grasped what had transpired. They were selling tanks at a unit price of 5,000 francs. However, they had acquired each tank from him at only 1,360 francs, which included a machine gun. The profit gap multiplied by 1,500 tanks. My God, just with this batch, they stood to gain over 5 million francs. Charles had earned merely 110,000 francs from the patent sale, while he himself had only pocketed a meager profit. These odious capitalists, these despicable vampires, these parasites of the nation, they relentlessly plunder the taxes we pay. Is there a problem? Noticing the grim expression on Francis's face, Armand raised an eyebrow and inquired, No problem at all. Francis quickly plastered a smile on his face and raised his glass. Gentlemen, to our victory! Yet the others remained unresponsive, and Armand, his face devoid of emotion, stated, It is still premature to celebrate victory, Mr. Francis. Let us speak of such matters only when we have received the funds. You are absolutely right, Mr. Armand. Francis awkwardly retracted his hand that held the glass. After a moment of silence, Nicholas asked, So, what should we write now? Nicholas, whose full name was Nicholas Cockshoe, was the owner of the Figaro newspaper. Unlike smaller publications, Figaro catered to the nobility and upper echelons of society, with a subscription costing 1 franc, a price beyond the reach of the average citizen. Consequently, Figaro possessed a distinctly aristocratic character. It scorned contact with the common folk, typically reporting on significant national affairs and the disputes among lawmakers. Moreover, its information often deviated significantly from the truth, being detached from the realities of the lower classes. For instance, prior to the Franco-German War, Figaro naively believed that France could easily replicate its past glories of sweeping victories over Germany, and thus called upon its readers to continue indulging in brandy and cigars while awaiting triumph. The result was victory. Nicholas, Greavy exclaimed. You need only report the victory of the tanks. Let everyone go mad for them. Everyone knows their inventor, Charles. Then we can await the wealth that will come rolling in. Armand, somewhat perplexed, asked, Are we not to report our patent on the tanks? No, Greavy replied. Now is not the time. I hope Steed will attempt to replicate it. Armand was taken aback, but he soon understood. Greavy sought to mislead Steed into believing that the patent remained with Charles. Once Greavy either replicated or circumvented the tank patent, the right wing could emphatically throw the patent in Steed's face and, through media and legal means, seize the high ground of public opinion to deliver a resounding slap, potentially even demanding compensation. That a clever tactic? Armand affirmed Greavy, and the glasses of the group clinked together, producing a series of crisp sounds. When Francis returned to his villa, he remained troubled. How could those arrogant individuals earn millions with just a few words while he, having done everything, could only muster a mere few 100,000 francs? Nevertheless, frustration aside, business must go on, otherwise he wouldn't even earn that much. Francis reassured himself. These are extraordinary times. Money is not easily earned, and many factories have gone bankrupt due to the war. He should be grateful that he not only survives, but also makes a profit. Simon, Francis called for his steward. Have Joseph come here. Sir, the steward replied. Joseph has already resigned. Resigned? Francis frowned. Yes, the steward responded that I believe it's because of his son. His son lost a leg on the battlefield and requires care. Francis merely acknowledged this with a grunt, not giving it much thought. Then call Thomas. The steward hesitated. It seems Thomas has also resigned. During your few days in Paris, over 70 people have resigned. I have the list in your study. Thomas is likely among them, though I cannot be certain. Francis sensed something unusual about the situation and pressed further. Where have they gone? Why are so many resigning? Even during the rumors of the Germans approaching, they did not resign. Why now? This question left Simon at a loss, and he could only offer an unverified answer. It is said that they were terrified by the sight of so many soldiers falling and are concerned they will soon receive conscription orders. So they plan to seek work in England, thus avoiding. Francis nodded. This explanation was quite reasonable. More and more people were indeed receiving conscription orders, generating widespread anxiety. Seeking work in England might not provide complete safety, but at least the French government would not know their whereabouts, making it impossible to deliver conscription orders to them in the short term. Then Francis chuckled. Those fools! Did they not realize we were transitioning to tank production? As a factory providing essential equipment for the military, they would not receive conscription orders, the steward lamented. If only they had been a bit smarter or had postponed their resignations, they could have avoided this hardship. It is their loss, sir. Francis soon forgot about the matter. After all, with over 2,000 employees of the tractor factory, the departure of these 70 or so would not impede operations, especially as he needed to expedite tank production. What Francis did not anticipate was that this was precisely what Charles desired. The steward knew that Charles had intentionally allowed the rumors to circulate in the factory regarding Joseph's resignation. Charles did not want Francis to detect his plans too early and prepare accordingly. That day, Charles accompanied Dioka to the motorcycle factory. It was Dioka who reminded Charles. Our expenses are substantial, Charles. Dioka raised the ledger toward Charles. The motorcycle factory has incurred costs of 350,000 francs, and the initial payment for purchasing tractor production machines from England has already consumed 200,000 francs. With no certainty, it will be sufficient. The field hospitals require an average of 18,000 francs daily, even without volunteers receiving wages. Restarting the motorcycle factory will also necessitate funds. At this rate, we will be bankrupt before long. Charles sighed inwardly. Money truly does not last. Although 990,000 francs is a considerable sum, if one seeks to cultivate an image as a conscientious capitalist and win hearts, the money must flow out like a river. The expense appears modest. Only 18,000 francs a day, yet it is ongoing, while his assets have not increased, leading to a depletion of resources. Do not worry. Father, Charles declared, I have heard that the motorcycle factory has a backlog of unsold inventory. We can sell off a batch. Indeed, there was inventory. Dioka regarded Charles with uncertainty. The issue is who would buy motorcycles now. Charles offered no further explanation, intending to visit the motorcycle factory first. The motorcycle factory was adjacent to Francis's tractor factory. Not as expansive, but before the war, it employed over 800 workers, making it a medium-sized enterprise. However, it occupied a significantly larger area, encompassing 32 acres, nearly double that of the tractor factory, causing Dioka's vehicle to drive for quite a while before reaching the factory area. The need for such a large space stemmed from the requirement to provide training when selling motorcycles, necessitating ample room for multiple buyers to learn simultaneously, even accommodating various terrains. Dioka parked the car near the warehouse. As they disembarked, Dioka remarked, I believe Paul is a suitable candidate to manage the motorcycle factory. He is quite sociable and has sustained only minor injuries. Both your mother and I think highly of him. His social skills may boost motorcycle sales. Paul was a wounded soldier who, while at the field hospital, assisted many injured individuals alongside the volunteers, earning a commendable reputation. No, Father, Charles retorted, walking along the path between the buildings toward the warehouse. You must beware of Paul. Never allow him near my factory. Once he is recovered, he must be dismissed. Why? Dioka quickly followed, puzzled. Charles replied as he walked, Did you notice his injuries? Yes, Dioka responded, matching Charles's pace that he lost 2 fingers on his hand. But that doesn't hinder his work. You wouldn't be concerned over that. The index and middle fingers of his right hand. Charles emphasized, you think this is mere coincidence. These 2 fingers are for pulling the trigger and hiding beneath the rifle. How could it be that he lost precisely those fingers, rendering him unable to fight? Dioka was astonished. You mean, losing a few fingers is still better than losing one's life? Father, Charles asserted, Paul is one such individual. He lacks the courage to face the enemy, yet he excels at disguising himself as a good person, and he deliberately approaches you to leave a favorable impression. Dioka stood dumbfounded, having never considered such notions. As he reflected on Paul's previous actions, they indeed seemed to align with Charles's observations. But how did Charles discern all this? With a furrowed brow, Dioka was momentarily perplexed by the faint, indistinct sounds emanating from the adjacent warehouse, storing discarded parts. He signaled to Siaer and stealthily approached, forcefully pushing open the warehouse door. The occupants inside appeared startled, halting their actions to glance in their direction. Upon realizing that only Diuka and a child were present, they relaxed. There were two young men and a balding middle-aged man. The balding man held a hammer in his hand and nodded at the two, inquiring, "Are you here to scavenge for something?" Diuka understood. They were thieves, ignoble scavengers. Just as he was about to confront them and drive them away, Xiara restrained him. "Indeed," Xiara stepped forward with keen interest. "We were merely curious about what valuables you might possess." "What you up to?" The balding man cast a sidelong glance at Xiara and coldly replied, "There is nothing of value here except for a heap of scrap metal. This place is filled with discarded parts." With that, he returned his focus to the object in his hands, cautiously tapping it with his eyes fixed on the task, tightening screws as he deemed necessary. "But you, Uncle Jumu, are different," one of the young men interjected on behalf of the balding man. "He can turn trash into treasure. With his skills, even discarded parts can be restored to a quality surpassing the originals, like this shock absorber." The other young man impatiently glared at Xiara, adding, "Go find what you need and don't disturb us." Xiara remained still, scrutinizing the three individuals, attempting to deduce their identities. The balding man, whom they referred to as Juno, appeared to be a skilled worker from a motorcycle factory, adept at handcrafting parts, capable of transforming scrap into functional components. The two young men might be motorcycle enthusiasts or potential buyers, eager for the items in Jumu's possession. Xiara pondered, "Jumu, with your expertise, why not work in a factory? If your talents were recognized by the owner, he would surely retain you." Jumu scoffed, simultaneously attaching a spring to the shock absorber, responding, suggesting modifications or improvements to those capitalists. "They merely utter that won't do, or it's a foolish method, only to turn around and apply for industrial patents." He turned to Xiara, asking, "If it were you, would you still engage in such folly?" Xiara exclaimed in realization, understanding that the greed and short-sightedness of capitalists rendered Jumu, despite his skills and ideas, unwilling to share them for fear of theft. Xiara queried, "What if a capitalist were to offer you complete support? I mean, all your inventions would belong to you." Jumu burst into laughter. That kind of capitalist might only be the young Master Xiara they speak of. "I've heard he bought this factory. Perhaps I should give it a try." Xiara spread his hands, declaring, "You needn't try, Mr. Jumu. I intend to hire you to oversee the motorcycle factory, and I will respect and protect all your industrial rights." Jumu gazed at Xiara in astonishment, taking a moment to comprehend. You are the young Master Xiara." With a swift motion, Jumu flung open the warehouse door and flicked on the light. Despite the sun being high in the sky, the illumination within the warehouse was dim, and without the lights, only shadowy silhouettes could be discerned. Under the glow, rows of brand-new motorcycles stood neatly arranged, akin to troops awaiting inspection. "T.O.B. forthright, young Master Xiara." Jumu hesitated. "You perhaps should not have purchased the motorcycle factory. Its sales have always been poor, and with the onset of war, they will sell even less. A portion of the workers left for this reason. Without vehicle sales, they cannot receive wages, and they are unwilling to toil in vain." Diuka wholeheartedly agreed, believing that acquiring the motorcycle factory was not a prudent choice. Though purchased at a mere 35 of its value, it did not imply profitability. "How many units do we have in stock?" Xiara inquired. "Over 1,500. Jumu replied. "The exact figure will require consulting the records." "How many can be produced monthly?" Xiara pressed further. Jumu and Yuka stared at Xiara as if they had seen a ghost. Surely, they should be devising ways to sell the unsold inventory, not inquiring about production. "Around 300 units, Jumu said. However, I believe, can production be scaled up?" Xiara continued, "For instance, implementing 3 shifts and hiring 3 batches of workers to operate in different time slots." Diuka could no longer restrain himself. "Xiara, should we not consider the sales issue?" Jumu concurred. "Mr. Diuka is correct. Young Master Xiara, you ought to heed your father's advice. After all, he was still a child, treating business as a mere game." Jumu thought to himself. Xiara neither affirmed nor denied. Approaching the motorcycles to inspect them, but he casually grasped the handlebars and twisted them, then turned back to Jumu, asking, "Are all these motorcycles in working order?" "Absolutely," Jumu responded, "as long as they are filled with gasoline. They are ready for use, performing excellently. They are of the British Victory brand." "Very well." Xiara stepped aside, gesturing toward the support brackets beneath the motorcycles. "We could extend a column from here, and add a wheel on the side, thus creating a more stable three-wheeled structure. If we add a vertical post at this position on the side wheel, it can support a machine gunner, and we could also reinforce the front with some armor. Is that feasible? Jiomu's eyes widened in astonishment. The transformation from 2 wheels to 3. This seemed to imply the capacity for more cargo and passengers. A brilliant idea. Why had no one else thought of this? After a moment of stunned silence, Jiomu swallowed hard and eagerly nodded. Yes, young Master Xiao'er, of course. This is not difficult. In fact, it is quite simple. I could probably modify it within a few hours. Then let us proceed. Xiao'er affirmed. Duca grasped Xiao'er's intention. After all, Xiao'er had just mentioned machine guns. Your plan is to convert them for military use? Certainly, father, Xiao'er replied. Nothing is more profitable than military contracts at present. Anything the army requires will be purchased in large quantities, without concern for costs. Jiomu, who had been pushing a motorcycle outside, paused at this remark, turning back with excitement in his tone. You are absolutely right. Young Master Xiao'er, if they prove useful on the battlefield, we will soon receive countless orders. These motorcycles will sell out rapidly, and we may even find ourselves lacking inventory. Jiomu suddenly grasped why Xiao'er had mentioned expanding production to 3 shifts. If that were the case, producing over 300 units a month was indeed far too modest. Ideally, they should aim for 3,000. We may be on the brink of fortune, Jiomu exclaimed, pushing the motorcycle with renewed vigor. Eager to realize Xiao'er's vision and ascertain the utility of the outcome, Duca and Xiao'er followed closely behind Jiomu, keen to observe the modification process while also assessing Jiomu's craftsmanship. The concept of sidecars had already emerged in this era, originating from a Canadian exercise 6 years prior, where an officer innovatively equipped a motorcycle with a sidecar and a machine gun. However, the sidecar's performance was notably bumpy, and the accuracy of the machine gun fire during maneuvers was lamentably poor. Officers deemed it more likely to harm one's own troops than the enemy. Thus, this design garnered little attention, merely appearing symbolically in a few exercises before fading from memory, with no one bothering to apply for a patent. It was no wonder that even now, Jiomu and Duca were unaware of this design. Not just them, but only a handful of individuals globally remembered or were aware of it. That's so. Duca inquired, is this yet another form of tank? No, it differs somewhat from a tank. Xiao'er clarified, tanks are designed to withstand bullets. This contraption emphasizes speed, father. On the battlefield, sometimes speed equates to victory. Duca struggled to comprehend this notion. As a businessman, he was utterly unversed in military matters. Nevertheless, he had faith in Xiao'er's wisdom, especially considering Xiao'er had led the French army to triumph in 2 pivotal battles. Do you know what the neighbors say about you? Duca suddenly chuckled. What do they say? They claim you are more formidable than General Gallieni. They believe you should command the French army in battle. Charles was taken aback by this assertion. He had no desire to enlist in the military. They even drew a comparison that Joca, oblivious to Charles's expression, spoke with a face brimming with pride. They say Gallieni commanded the 6th Army in an assault against the Germans but suffered defeat. Yet you, with merely a few hundred men, managed to vanquish the Germans, not once but twice. And it was the very same Germans. What does this signify? Charles lowered his voice and cautioned, Father, this might very well lead to my receiving a draft notice. Joca was startled, and the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by fear. You are right, Charles. They must not say such things. This is utter nonsense. We have never done such a thing. We merely invent things. Nothing more. Charles remained silent for a moment, realizing that ignoring the matter or offering a different explanation would not suffice. The populace would continue to spread rumors, and the military and government would inevitably hear of it. After some contemplation, he thoughtfully remarked, No, Father, I indeed did these things. Not only did I accomplish these feats, but I also trained the troops and drove the deserters back, preventing their collapse during the army's disintegration. They returned to the battlefield only upon hearing of the existence of tanks. Joca was bewildered. What was Charles thinking? After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly grasped the idea, if denial would prove futile. Then, embellishing the story to render it more akin to a rumor, would transform it into a logically incoherent folklore. Over an hour later, a prototype of a sidecar stood before the 3 of them. Though Guillaume appeared somewhat fatigued after more than an hour of relentless work, He still radiated enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He paced around the sidecar, occasionally stopping to inspect it, treating it as though it were a remarkable piece of art. "I believe this idea is feasible, Master Charles," Guillaume exclaimed with fervor. "It could serve a significant military purpose. They would be eager to purchase it." "How can you be certain?" Djoka inquired. "That I've served in the military." "M.R.D. Djoka." Guillaume straightened up, lifting his work uniform to reveal a prominent scar on his lower right abdomen. "This was left by a German bayonet. I participated in the Franco-German War. I know what war demands." At this juncture, a flicker of anger crossed Guillaume's eyes. The soldiers who fought in the Franco-German War were equally heroes, valiantly battling the enemy on the battlefield. Yet, simply because this war had tarnished France's reputation, all blame and resentment had been thrust upon them, casting them as the villains. It was unjust. Charles empathized with this sentiment. "You may set down your burdens, Uncle Guillaume. We shall not lose this battle. They will redefine the war you fought, and you as well." Guillaume gazed at Charles as if he had been pricked by a needle, asking with a mix of skepticism and hope, "Will they? Will they truly? They may not, but we will." Charles's words were somewhat cryptic, and Guillaume struggled to comprehend. Charles, with a somewhat youthful voice, elucidated, "If the war is lost, the capitalists will intentionally direct the ire towards you, to divert the public's attention. However, if the war is won, they will not hesitate to shower you with praise while claiming the credit for themselves, ensuring that the populace remains oblivious to the extent of their plundering." Guillaume was utterly astounded, particularly by the first half of Charles's statement regarding the capitalists' intention to shift the blame onto them. He had never considered this issue before. He had always assumed it was merely a misunderstanding from the public towards the veterans. Now, upon Charles's reminder, he recalled how countless newspapers had criticized the army's corruption and incompetence, but had never mentioned that such corruption and incompetence were instigated by the capitalists. Those despicable capitalists. Guillaume spat through clenched teeth. Filled with rage, he recalled the humiliation, insults, and accusations he had endured over the decades, which had left him too ashamed to step outside the factory and engage with others. "In my view," Charles continued, "you are indeed heroes. You have given everything for France and deserve respect, though some simply do not understand. If we win this war, and you play a crucial role in it, their attitude towards you will surely change." Guillaume nodded vigorously. Indeed, if France could cleanse the stain of past disgrace, the army would once again be embraced by the populace, and soldiers who had fought for France and now contributed would be equally recognized. "So," Guillaume looked up at Charles, "we must strive to help France achieve victory." "Indeed," Charles concurred at the Joka, quietly observing all of this, silently praised Charles for his understanding of the importance of respecting and acknowledging others, bringing them onto the same front. In times of survival, some would prefer to garner such respect rather than seek higher wages. For dignity cannot be purchased with money, and this would render the motorcycle factory's production more stable and reliable. Charles tilted his head toward the sidecar and asked, "Aren't you going to give it a try, Uncle Guillaume?" "Me? Am I?" Guillaume hesitated. Shouldn't the first to ride it be the one who invented it? He had not expected Charles to bestow this honor upon him. "I cannot ride." Charles smiled as he explained that Guillaume's eyes shone with gratitude as he mounted the sidecar, forcefully pressing the kickstarter, which elicited two hearty sputters before it roared to life. Under his guidance, the sidecar slowly made its way into the testing ground. Initially cautious, Guillaume carefully navigated a few turns before gradually accelerating, soon racing forward with jubilant cheers. "Master Charles," Guillaume shouted, "you must try it. It is far more stable than a motorcycle." This was not entirely true. The sidecar was, in fact, more challenging to handle than a two-wheeled motorcycle, yet Guillaume expressed this because he had crafted it with his own hands. "What shall we call it?" Djoka inquired. "The sidecar," Charles replied, "a most fitting name." Djoka remarked, "A sidecar has a side, and with 3 wheels, it is aptly named sidecar." Djoka gazed at the sidecar, now enveloped in dust, and with a note of concern, asked, "I have a question, Charles. Are you not worried it might face the same issues as the tank?" Djoka referred to the potential for industrial ownership to be imitated and suppressed by French capitalists. "Not for now, at least," Charles answered. "Why not?" Joker queried, puzzled in terms of industrial ownership. What distinguishes the sidecar from the tank? Currently, there's only one motorcycle factory in France. Father, Charles explained. France once boasted 3 motorcycle factories. The Harley-Davidson authorized for production in America. Douglas and Victory motorcycles authorized in Britain. The first 2 had fallen into German hands during the invasion, and most of France's industrial zones were located in the north, rich in mineral resources suitable for industrial production. Charles had acquired the last remaining Victory motorcycle factory. Ijoka raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that if they wish to imitate or bypass our industrial ownership, they must first possess a motorcycle factory? Indeed, Charles nodded. They would need to establish a production line, recruit skilled workers, and most importantly, their motorcycles must be as exceptional as the Victory brand. The Victory brand could withstand the trials of the battlefield, a fact only Charles knew. The most suitable equipment for combat need not be cutting-edge. It must be reliable and easy to maintain on the battlefield. A malfunction could leave a soldier or messenger stranded, risking their life. The Victory brand possessed these advantages, which the capitalists could not easily replicate unless they directly imitated the Victory brand, facing potential lawsuits from British companies. In summary, Charles's innovation formed a nexus of interests among British companies, deterring French capitalists from acting recklessly. The joke aside, you are quite the strategist, Charles. You must have foreseen all this. A rare maturity graced Charles's youthful face. I had no choice, father. Otherwise, we would face bankruptcy. Dejoka felt a twinge of shame. For the first time, he resented his own impotence. For had he been more capable, Charles would not have to bear such burdens. This does not concern you. Father, Charles seemed to perceive Dejoka's thoughts. Explaining, I chose to stand against those capitalists. Otherwise, we could simply sell our industrial assets to them and earn a fortune that would last a lifetime. Djokovic nodded, acknowledging the truth in Ciara's words. Soon, however, a wave of concern washed over him. This indicated that Ciara sought more than mere money. Was he also after power to disrupt their monopoly? Djokovic gazed at Ciara, his eyes flashing with shock and apprehension. This was the very core of capitalist interests, and they would stop at nothing to deal with Ciara. Major Brownie had been feeling somewhat despondent these past few days, ever since defeating the German forces. He and his 3rd Battalion had remained immobilized on the northern bank of the Marne River. 12 tanks had been deployed, 5 of which were destroyed in battle, the majority falling victim to friendly fire. Yet that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was their victory of the remaining 7 tanks. 6 were inoperable, leaving only 1 functional, though its operational longevity was uncertain. General Guard had issued an order to Major Brownie while pursuing the German troops. Repair the tanks and follow up at the quickest pace possible. Brownie could hardly suppress an inward curse. This fool. We are soldiers, not engineers. You expect us to fix them? Besides, this contraption has a maximum speed of only 15 kilometers per hour at its peak. If we were to drive at that speed, it would likely break down within half an hour. In reality, it could only manage around 8 kilometers per hour, necessitating maintenance every hour. Put in perspective. The average person walks at a pace of 3 to 6 kilometers per hour. You expect us to pursue the enemy in such a vehicle. Nevertheless, Major Brownie could only respond with a reluctant yes, striving to fulfill the order. The situation was even graver than Major Brownie had anticipated. After several trips to the tractor factory in hopes of securing assistance for repairs, he received only dismissive responses. Major, I believe you should wait for new tanks. We are producing them at full capacity. Those tanks were likely beyond salvaging, riddled with bullet holes, their engines either damaged or destroyed. Repairing them might prove more challenging than constructing new ones. Brownie acknowledged the validity of their claims, but when would new tanks arrive? The answer was disheartening. We are awaiting government funding. Once the funds are secured, we will commence production immediately. Major Brownie quickly realized that this would be a lengthy wait. For government allocations entailed a convoluted process. Even in wartime, acquiring tanks could not be expedited. Indeed, 3 days passed with no progress in sight. Meanwhile, General Guard repeatedly sent couriers urging, "Where are our tanks? Aren't they repaired yet? They are merely tractors. What is your location? Bring your tanks and catch up." Good heavens, if only the tanks would arrive, we could easily breach the enemy's defenses. Yet we have suffered thousands of casualties. This was no exaggeration. The German military was exceptionally competent. Despite their defeat, they quickly reorganized, retreating in a well-coordinated manner, providing mutual cover as they withdrew. Conversely, the pursuing French forces resembled a gaggle of children chasing kites, eagerly pursuing the enemy, yet repeatedly falling into traps set by the Germans, suffering grievous losses. Yet, what could Major Brownie do? He could hardly conjure a fleet of tanks to carry into battle. If only Matthew were here. It was said, that chap not only drove tanks but was also an adept mechanic. What had become of Matthew? He had undergone amputation, losing his right leg. I visited him yesterday. He is being well cared for, and is recovering remarkably, Eve replied. Matthew was a comrade from his crew, and Eve had taken the opportunity to visit the field hospital. What a curious revelation. Major Brownie was taken aback by Eve's words. As far as I know, field hospitals are hardly places of care. As a French officer, Major Brownie was well aware of the grim realities of field hospitals. Few were taken there emerge alive, even with minor injuries. Our field hospital is different. Major, Eve said languidly, leaning against a stone while resting his machine gun. Our field hospital has young Master Siar. What do you mean? Major Brownie questioned, puzzled, while the others cast him bewildered glances. Haven't you heard? Eve opened his eyes wide in surprise, glancing at those around him. Young Master Siar has used his own funds to supply the field hospital with resources and personnel, making our 5th Field Hospital undoubtedly the best equipped and with the highest survival rate in the Army. This news has spread throughout the ranks. I assumed you were already aware. Major Brownie and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. After a brief interval, some nodded appreciatively, while others traced crosses over their chests. A noble soul. He is a true hero. May God bless him. If only all French capitalists were like him, this country would be saved. Hearing this, I felt a great sense of relief, knowing that, should I be injured, I would receive excellent care instead of being left to languish. For a soldier, nothing is more desolate than dying not at the hands of the enemy on the battlefield, but being forsaken by one's own comrades in a field hospital, watching one's life slowly fade away in despair, helplessly. Major Brownie grumbled resentfully. If he truly cared, he should expedite our tanks. This could reduce troop casualties. Major, Eve exclaimed, his tone filled with anger. Haven't you heard that Francis has stripped young Master Siar of control over the tractor factory? What? Major Brownie stood up in shock. They hadn't informed me of this? Of course not, Eve explained. They discovered that converting tractors into tanks could be profitable, and they were unwilling to relinquish this lucrative opportunity. Young Master Siar was cast aside. I heard they offered him a defunct motorcycle factory as a trade, which was certainly not his desire. The soldiers instantly erupted in righteous indignation. These capitalists are a disgrace to France. They are beasts with eyes only for wealth, and yet we fight for these beasts, serving them. How could they treat young Master Siar in such a manner? A few individuals even rose, rifles slung over their shoulders, ready to leave. Brownie hurriedly stopped them. Where do you think you're going? We're going to kill those wretches and reclaim the tractor factory for young Master Siar. It all rightfully belongs to him. Upon hearing this, the soldiers rallied. I'm in. Count me in. No. Listen to me, Major Brownie implored, striving to calm the soldiers. We know nothing yet. Let me speak with Siar first. Perhaps the situation is not as it seems. The soldiers, finding his reasoning sound, responded in succession. Very well. Major, please convey our regards to young Master Siar. If anyone bullies him, let him inform us. We will not let those scoundrels go unpunished. Indeed, we are not to be trifled with. Major Brownie was inwardly astonished. Good heavens, just the mere mention of Siar has nearly incited a mutiny. At noon, the church bells of the small town chimed melodiously, ringing 12 times. Having just arrived in town, Major Brownie hastily devoured a sandwich he purchased on the street while en route to the motorcycle factory. Upon arriving at the factory gates, he wiped the grease from his lips and approached the security guard to state his purpose. Siar appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Major Brownie. Major, I thought you had gone to pursue the Germans. No, young Master Siar, Major Brownie replied, his face filled with resignation. We are waiting for the tanks. He recounted the events briefly, concernedly asking Siar, have you been treated unjustly? Those scoundrels have audaciously ousted the inventor from the tractor factory. No, no, Ciara replied. There is indeed some injustice, but it is more about business. The situation is as follows, Djokovic interjected. We were compelled to sell the industrial rights for the tanks. Ciara gazed at Djokovic in astonishment. While there was an element of coercion in the sale of the tank rights, it could not be entirely classified as such. Djokovic cast Ciara a meaningful glance, suggesting he ought to phrase it that way. Otherwise, it would instill a sense of frustration among his supporters. Major Brown had no doubt about this. He could even surmise the underlying issue. For those who had served knew well the dispute between the Saint, 10, and Hotchkiss machine guns. Anger filled Major Brown's eyes. I knew it. Those fellows are solely focused on amassing wealth, completely indifferent to the fate of our nation, let alone the lives of the soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, Major Brown leaned in closer and quietly inquired, Do you require our assistance, perhaps in the form of a robbery? This was certainly not a mutiny. It was merely a handful of soldiers eager for riches storming into the capitalists' homes, plundering them, and inadvertently injuring a few individuals before making their escape. Such a time. Who would really care about such matters? No, Major. Charles immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. We have found a new way. A new way, Major Brown questioned. What is the current situation? Charles retorted. Do you truly need tanks? I mean, if we replace a tank in your hand right now, would you be able to utilize it? Major Brown pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Perhaps not. Their speed is too sluggish to ever catch up with the Germans' retreating footsteps. That is precisely my point, Charles responded. Tanks are suited for sieges, but not for pursuing the enemy. He stepped aside to reveal a tricycle before Major Brown that I believe you would find this more beneficial. Major Brown gazed in astonishment at the three-wheeled contraption. Taking a moment to recognize is this a motorcycle? Have you added an extra wheel? Not just an extra wheel, Major, Charles explained it. You see the support beam beside the side wheel. Upon locating the beam, Major Brown's eyes brightened. That for mounting a machine gun? Indeed, Charles affirmed. However, we are unable to provide you with a machine gun. No, that is of little consequence. Major Brown responded excitedly, surveying the tricycle. We have just won a battle. We have machine guns aplenty. Those are machine guns seized from the Germans, far superior to the Saint, Tien, and Hotchkiss models of France. Maxims, in fact, the French soldiers were unfamiliar with this type of firearm. And considering the issue of ammunition replenishment, as German bullets differed from French ones, mixing Maxim machine guns within the ranks would likely lead to a situation where they would run out of ammunition with no means to resupply. Thus, they were mostly retained as trophies in the rear, along with their ammunition. Perfect, Charles declared. If they're Maxims, we can establish an ammunition rack in the rear, allowing us to carry more supplies. Major Brown nodded with enthusiasm. A mounted heavy machine gun, accompanied by ample ammunition, conjured visions of him driving forward while firing at the enemy. After admiring the vehicle for a moment, Major Brown asked, How many of these vehicles do you possess? One, Charles replied. Currently, there's only a single unit. The once enthusiastic Major Brown instantly resembled a wilted cabbage. Mr. Charles, we need at least 50. Charles turned his gaze toward Guillaume, who understood and, after some contemplation, replied on behalf of the group. I will gather a team of workers to modify the existing motorcycles. We could produce 100 within a day. After all, it simply requires adding a few support beams and an extra wheel. Splendid. Major Brown perked up once more. 100 will suffice to equip my entire battalion. Major Brown's 3rd Battalion had dwindled to just over 200 men. With 3 men per vehicle, 100 tricycles could accommodate 300 individuals, freeing up additional capacity for supplies and ammunition. What must we do? Major Brown inquired. Bring your men here. They will need to learn how to drive. Charles responded. Very well, Mr. Charles, Major Brown affirmed. I shall go fetch them at once. Yet, just a few steps away, he halted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. But Mr. Charles, we do not have the funds to pay for this. Rest assured, Major, Charles replied generously. All of this is complimentary. You and your men are risking your lives to defend France, and I certainly cannot expect payment from you. Major Brown opened his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately refrained, simply standing at attention to salute Charles before turning to leave. Once Major Brown had departed, Doyaka complained, Charles, our account is running low. If this continues, I am aware, Father. Charles interjected, cutting Doyaka off. But every penny we spend can save many lives, so it is well worth it. Doyaka nodded silently. Nearby, Uncle Guillaume, moved by these words, stepped forward to stand before Charles. Fear not, Mr. Charles. We have others who will join us in accomplishing this. This endeavor is not solely yours. With that, Uncle Guillaume mounted his old motorcycle and set off to rally his former co-workers back to the factory, seeking those who were truly capable. Watching Uncle Guillaume's retreating figure, Doyaka murmured, "Have we deceived him? Is that not wrong?" Charles replied, "As long as our intentions are noble, there is nothing amiss. Is there, father?" Doyaka nodded silently. This was the marketing strategy that Charles had devised with Doyaka to provide a batch of tricycles for military use, allowing the army to recognize the importance of motorcycles, thereby swiftly opening the market for them and even increasing their price. Simultaneously, this would enhance Charles's reputation among both the military and the civilian population. Before long, Uncle Guillaume returned with a group of workers. These were individuals whom Uncle Guillaume knew well, possessing solid skills, in stark contrast to those who had climbed the ranks through flattery or nepotism. Furthermore, these individuals were quite loyal. Uncle Guillaume introduced them to Charles that, "Mr. Charles, upon hearing of your endeavor, they have all expressed their willingness to modify this batch of motorcycles for us free of charge." The workers chimed in unison. "Helping the army means helping ourselves, Mr. Charles. We too wish to contribute to France. Yes, many of us have children serving in the military. We support your cause. If you're short on funds, we can also pitch in a little." "Thank you. Thank you all." Charles expressed his gratitude to the workers. "That I appreciate your kindness, but I need workers who will be with me for the long haul. Thus, you certainly deserve wages. Otherwise, how will you support your families?" Charles was not one to be greedy over such trifles. He preferred to be generous and earn goodwill. Indeed, upon hearing about their families, the workers silently nodded in acceptance. They were not wealthy enough to work for free. Rest assured, Charles reassured them that if you manage the motorcycle factory diligently, I will make a profit, and then I can pay you while continuing to assist those in need. How does that sound? Of course, Mr. Charles. That is our goal. We are more than willing to do so. Charles would cultivate these individuals into the backbone of the motorcycle factory, in their future work and lives. They would pass on Charles's story and spirit to every worker that, in time, all workers would come to understand that their hard labor was not exploitation, but rather an indirect means of aiding those in need. This may seem insignificant, for after all, workers are merely laboring in exchange for wages. However, the enthusiasm of the workers could not be more different. At least during this period in France, the average of over 500 strikes each year would not be seen in Charles's factory. And it would be challenging for management and skilled workers to be lured away with high salaries, for they sought more than just wages. Without hesitation, the workers commenced the task of modifying the tricycles. And soon someone pointed out the deficiencies of the prototype. "Hey, Guillaume, I sent just one steel pipe a tad too fragile. It could easily break during operation. We should add a few more pipes." "Quite right. And what about the machine gun mount? We need to support a Maxim machine gun. I suggest we change it to a tripod for greater stability. Also, should we not provide it with shock absorbers? Otherwise, a small pothole could jolt the gunner's backside to bits." The workers erupted into hearty laughter, while Guillaume responded to each one, making improvements to the sidecar on the blueprints. The results of their collective brainstorming were quite astonishing. Within less than an hour, the sidecar had already been significantly enhanced, resembling a modern iteration. "Uncle Guillaume," Charles called out to Guillaume, who was preparing to test drive the new vehicle. "There are a few points you should keep in mind while driving. Starting or accelerating should be as smooth as possible. Otherwise, you'll be pulled to the right. The same applies when braking or decelerating. If you brake abruptly, the front will be yanked to the left." Guillaume looked at Charles in astonishment. "How do you know this, young Master Charles?" "I thought it was a flaw in the prototype. He had already sensed these issues during his previous driving experiences, but had not dared to voice them. Now, with Charles's reminder, he realized this might be a common trait among all sidecars. "No, Uncle Guillaume," Charles explained, "this is due to the asymmetrical nature of the sidecar's power and braking, which are not centered. The sidecar always moves in the opposite direction due to inertia. The greater the weight of the sidecar, the more pronounced this effect becomes. Understanding this is crucial." Guillaume nodded with a semblance of understanding. He was unfamiliar with the concept of inertia, but since Charles, who had never driven before, could accurately identify the problem, it must surely be correct. How different it was to have an educated mind, Guillaume mused. At that moment, Major Brownie arrived with his subordinates. Over 200 soldiers marched in neat formation into the factory, spontaneously saluting and greeting Charles in the eyes of the soldiers. Charles was their comrade. Having fought alongside them in previous battles, he was their savior, for the tanks he had invented had rescued them more than once. They even regarded Charles as the hope of France, believing that only he, as a capitalist, would selflessly aid the military and the nation. Major Brownie shouted an order to disperse and approached Charles, saluting him before turning to signal for the carriages to follow. I feared you might need machine gun testing. So, I've sent a batch ahead, with more to come. You anticipated my needs. Major, Charles replied. However, I believe it would be wise to bring along a batch of German rifles as well. Rifles? German ones? Major Brownie looked at Charles in confusion. Why? Have you considered this? Charles explained. The machine guns you are using are German Maxim models, while the rifles are French Lebels. What could happen on the battlefield? Major Brownie nodded slightly, realizing the difference in ammunition. During fierce combat, soldiers might hastily grab a handful of bullets from the ammo boxes only to discover they had brought Maxim ammunition before reaching the enemy. Conversely, Maxim ammunition belts could inadvertently include a few Lebel rounds. Either scenario could lead to catastrophic confusion. Major Brownie looked at Charles, his eyes reflecting trust. Though he still had questions, he instinctively believed Charles must be right. So, if we were to use the Maxim machine guns, we should equip ourselves with and familiarize ourselves with the German rifles? Absolutely. Charles nodded. But what about supplies? Major Brownie inquired if we run out of ammunition. And what our comrades and logistics bring us are French 8mm bullets. Major, Charles interrupted, if you're operating this sidecar in combat, you'll find yourself surrounded by more Germans. This means compared to 8mm bullets, you are more likely to acquire German 7.92mm ammunition. What? Major Brownie exclaimed, fear evident in his expression. Does this mean we are to engage deep within enemy territory, but we have only over 200 men? It seems we need to discuss tactics. Charles, sensing Major Brownie's thoughts, asked nonchalantly. Do you have a map, Major? I do, of course. Major Brownie quickly retrieved a military map from his pocket, laying it out before Charles. His eyes filled with trepidation. Would this young man truly consider us supermen? Charles certainly did not view Major Brownie as a superman. He merely aimed to instruct him on mobile warfare, operating the sidecar with a Maxim machine gun. If they engaged in static trench warfare, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Charles certainly did not wish to see such an outcome, as it would mean no sales for the sidecar. In the early morning, as the sun rose from the mist, General Gad awoke from his slumber, hastily glancing at the map in his tent, his brow furrowed, occasionally emitting a sigh. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the front, startling him into raising his head, directing his gaze toward the tent's entrance. Shortly, a messenger rushed in, reporting, General, the reconnaissance unit has encountered enemy fire, with over 70 casualties. The staff officer followed closely behind the messenger into the tent, his expression suggesting he had anticipated this outcome. Order the troops to launch an offensive, General Gad commanded without hesitation. Eliminate them at all costs. Yes, the messenger affirmed before proceeding to relay the orders. General Gad sighed wearily. Although the Fifth Army had achieved victories in pursuing the enemy, it felt as though they were being led by the nose. Every high ground, every hill, even a small cluster of trees, could potentially be a German ambush point. The Germans employed flexible tactics, sometimes ambushing with few troops, sometimes with many. When France dispatched small units to engage, the Germans would seize the opportunity to annihilate them. Conversely, when France organized a larger force to encircle, they would find the enemy had long since vanished, leaving behind a note in broken French as a parting message. This led the Fifth Army to advance merely 8 miles each day, suffering hundreds or even thousands of casualties with every mile. General Gad clenched his teeth in frustration. Tanks, we need tanks. If only the tanks were at the forefront, this situation would not arise. Where are they? What is taking Brownie so long? General, the staff officer replied softly, The old tanks are beyond repair, and the new tanks have yet to be delivered to Major Brownie. General Gad found himself filled with unprecedented disdain for capitalists. When Charles invented the tanks, he produced 12 in just half a day, which essentially involved welding a few steel plates onto a tractor. Yet now, the capitalists had resorted to hunger marketing, deliberately delaying delivery to create a false impression of tank scarcity within the military, causing soldiers to eagerly await their arrival until they felt compelled to demand them, ultimately leading to the military being forced to pay exorbitant prices. General Gad could disregard the extent of soldiers' casualties. However, if this continued, his Fifth Army would be depleted, leaving him a mere figurehead as its commander. More importantly, he sensed that the Germans seemed unwilling to accept defeat. They were likely regrouping to launch a counteroffensive during their retreat. General Gad was uncertain whether they could withstand a German counterattack without tanks. As General Gad grappled with the predicament, a wave of cheers erupted outside the tent, accompanied by the distant roar of engines. "What is happening?" General Gad inquired. "Have reinforcements arrived?" The sound of the engines was not as deep as that of tanks, leading General Gad to believe it was vehicles transporting reinforcements. The staff officer prepared to step outside the tent to investigate. A messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "General, it's Major Brownie. He has arrived with the 3rd Infantry Battalion." "Major Brownie?" General Gad's eyes lit up. "Does this mean their tanks have been repaired?" "No, General," the messenger clarified. "They are riding, possibly motorcycles, 3-wheeled motorcycles." 3-wheeled motorcycles? Driven by curiosity, General Gad, along with the staff officer, bent down to exit the tent and grabbed his binoculars, scanning the road half a mile away. Indeed, he saw a procession of motorcycles speeding along the road, each a 3-wheeled model equipped with a Maxim machine gun. This revelation sparked excitement in General Gad's eyes. This a new type of tank. Another invention by that young man, Charles. But then he felt something amiss. The motorcycles showed no signs of stopping. "Where are they going?" General Gad exclaimed in alarm. The staff officer glanced at the direction the motorcycles were heading and replied, "General, their target appears to be the mountain path." No. Make them stop." Major Gad's fury was palpable. "They should have stayed to fight alongside us instead of retreating into the mountains. Such cowardice is utterly disgraceful." The staff officer immediately ordered the messenger, "Tell them to halt." "Yes," replied the messenger, adeptly seizing a war horse and vaulting onto its back, pulling the reins in the direction of the motorcycle. However, as the staff officer observed the distant sight of the motorcycle's exhaust and dust trailing behind, he realized that the order would never reach Major Brownie. It was Major Brownie's intent. He did not wish for Gad's messenger to catch up and dictate their actions. This was also in alignment with Charles's intentions. A crucial point was to sever ties with the command of the troops. Charles crouched on the ground, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the map. Why? The fear in Major Brownie's eyes deepened. What could a unit of over 200 accomplish? Separated from the main force? Without support, they would hardly be able to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Your commander is oblivious to how to employ a sidecar in combat. Charles explained, they will use the sidecar as a tank, placing it at the forefront to absorb bullets, and then you will truly be finished. Major Brownie felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had initially entertained the same notion of advancing the sidecar ahead to fire the Maxim at the enemy positions. So, he hesitated to ask, "We cannot engage in such a manner." Major Brownie was unconcerned about losing face. Failing to clarify now would mean risking lives on the battlefield. Moreover, Charles could hardly be deemed disgraceful. He was a genius. Certainly not. Charles responded. The armor in front of the motorcycle is a mere 5 millimeters thick. The enemy's rifles can easily penetrate it from 200 meters away, and the sides and rear are completely exposed to fire without any cover. He added, "We cannot affix thicker armor, as it would impair driving." This left Major Brownie puzzled. If the sidecar could not withstand bullets and could not launch an offensive against the enemy, what purpose did it serve? Speed, Major, Charles emphasized. Its advantage lies in its speed. Speed? Major Brownie looked bewildered. Could speed truly be an asset on the battlefield? Was it not merely a swifter route to death? Charles pointed to the map and analyzed. The Germans can retreat while engaging because they leave a unit behind to cover. Their covering forces are battle-ready. They have dug trenches or concealed themselves in advantageous terrain, poised to fire as we approach their line of sight. "We certainly cannot charge into their gunfire," Major Brownie countered, "but we can only pursue them from behind." Charles remained silent, merely turning to regard Major Brownie with a questioning gaze. Suddenly, Major Brownie understood. Infantry could indeed only chase the enemy from behind. However, the motorcycle possessed a speed advantage of several times, even dozens of times. Hesitantly, Major Brownie remarked, "Do you mean we can circumvent the Germans' covering forces to attack their main body?" "Precisely," Charles affirmed. "Their main force is completely unprepared. They believe that the covering troops behind them will shield them from any enemy approach. Thus, they will march with their rifles slung over their shoulders. Artillery being dragged by horses, the entire column advancing in a straight line along the road, or encamping in clusters on flat, open ground that if suddenly 100 Maxim machine guns were to appear at their flank," Major Brownie enthusiastically interjected, "they would be doomed. They might not even have a chance to retaliate." As the afternoon sun filtered warmly through the tense canvas, Cluck sat silently in a folding chair, gazing at the coffee in his hands, which exuded an enticing aroma. Yet to Cluck it resembled a cup of congealed, dark blood, filled with death and suffering. According to statistics from various departments, our army had suffered over 60,000 casualties, the staff officer, bearing the latest intelligence, reported while marking on the map. The 2nd and 3rd armies were on our left flank, the 4th Army on our right, and the location of the 9th Army was uncertain. They were likely scattered in our rear and had yet to organize. Suddenly, Cluck, who had been as still as a statue, lifted his head, his voice low yet chilling. "Withdraw Major Dimk, appoint Major Baldwin in his stead, and instruct him that the 9th Army must be organized before nightfall." "Yes," the staff officer replied, promptly dispatching a messenger to relay Cluck's orders. Point one of Cluck's strengths was his remarkable memory. He recalled the key commanders and their specialties within the hierarchy of the 1st Army Group as if they were etched in his mind, allowing him to coordinate effortlessly without consulting documents, never having erred. After a moment of silence, Cluck inquired, "Where is the 2nd Army positioned now?" The staff officer glanced at the map and answered, 5 miles behind us. Considering our army is in retreat, they have halted their advance." Cluck responded with a calm hum and stated, "Tell them they may resume their march tomorrow morning." "But General," the staff officer exclaimed, somewhat agitated, "the Chief of Staff's orders are to continue retreating. We face 2 enemy armies ahead, and the British Expeditionary Force has rejoined the counteroffensive." Cluck remained silent, casting a cold glare at the staff officer that rendered him too intimidated to continue, ultimately muttering a subdued yes as he conveyed the orders further. Cluck understood he still had an opportunity. Despite the 1st Army suffering over 60,000 casualties, it still retained more than 200,000 troops, their strength intact. The 2 French armies were merely intimidating in number. The French tactics were so predictable that Cluck could anticipate their next moves. The German forces merely needed to hide in cover to inflict casualties on their living strength and diminish their morale before launching a counterattack to defeat them and secure victory. As for the Chief of Staff, he was merely intimidated by the enemy's numbers. Once the 1st Army triumphed over the French, he would change his perspective. "I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious," Cluck mused, "even if the enemy possesses their ironclad monstrosities. My artillery will obliterate them." Cluck rose, standing before the window, observing the soldiers resting in the open field. These were the 3 composite infantry brigades directly under the Army Group, numbering over 20,000. They were the Empire's most loyal and elite troops, well-trained, displaying no signs of discouragement, even in adversity. Observing their orderly demeanor, Cluck confidently concluded, nothing could impede their march towards Paris. Nothing. Yet, as if in response to Cluck's conviction, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, disrupting the orderly camp as several soldiers within Cluck's view were struck by bullets, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. "What is happening?" Cluck bellowed. He recognized the sound of Maxim machine guns. Yet the enemy was not equipped with Maxims. Could it be that friendly forces mistook them for enemies and launched an attack? Just as Cluck pondered, several bullets whizzed through his tent, and a 3-wheeled motorcycle sped past, mere meters from him, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. Before Cluck could fully comprehend the situation, the captain of the guard burst in, tackling Cluck to the ground just as a hail of machine gun fire erupted overhead. From that fleeting glance, Kluck had confirmed the presence of the enemy. The Germans did not possess such motorcycles, and the rider was clad in the distinctive red trousers of the French soldiers. Yet, how had the enemy reached here? Why had the regiment assigned to provide cover not issued any warning? Could they have been overwhelmed without a moment to react? Unthinkable. Nevertheless, the reality remained. The enemy was upon them. Having nearly turned him, the army commander, into a sieve, it was none other than Major Brownie's 3rd Infantry Battalion that stormed into the Kluck military camp. At the break of dawn, they set off from the motorcycle factory aboard their 3-wheeled vehicles. And while procuring supplies in the small town, they fortuitously encountered 2 local men familiar with the terrain to guide them. They deftly evaded Major General Guard's main force along the route. Entering the mountain paths, the motorcycle convoy meandered through the narrow trails for several hours before finally re-emerging onto the highway. Not long after, as they rounded a high point, a vast expanse of open land and a colossal military camp suddenly came into view. Unprepared for this revelation, the motorcycles slowed one by one, and the soldiers stared in astonishment at the densely packed enemy before them. The Germans, caught unawares, did not perceive the incoming convoy as a threat. Mistakenly assuming them to be their OWNMY God, there must be at least 20,000 of them. Gunner Eve, seated in the sidecar, reported to the newly arrived Major Brownie. "What shall we do?" "Sir," Major Brownie craned his neck over the motorcycles in front to survey the open ground, gritting his teeth in response. "What else can we do? We have no retreat," turning to the following 3-wheeled vehicles. Major Brownie waved his hand, commanding, "Enemy ahead, prepare for battle. Enemy ahead, prepare for battle." The orders echoed down the line. The motorcycle riders crouched low, burying their heads beneath the armor, while the gunners secured their ammunition belts, pulling back the bolts and gripping their weapons tightly. Major Brownie was one of the gunners, seated in the sidecar, operating a machine gun. "Maintain speed," he added, "charge forward at full speed. Do not look back." The soldiers responded hesitantly. "Yes, sir." One quaking voice dared to inquire, "Sir, what if we charge forward and the enemy is still there?" Major Brownie replied coldly, "Then we will kill them," before the soldiers could voice further questions. Major Brownie grasped the machine gun with one hand and gestured forward, shouting, "Onward, lads! Annihilate them!" The motorcycles roared as they veered off the highway, plunging into the open terrain, piercing through the left flank of the German camp like a dagger. The Maxim gun on the right side of the vehicle erupted in fire as they approached the camp, with bullets cascading like a tempest, mercilessly sweeping towards the German encampment. Blood splattered, and screams echoed. Bullets zipped chaotically above the German camp, whistling through the air, leaving visible trails like strings tethering kites. Yet at the end of these trails lay not beautiful patterns, but shattered bodies and blinding crimson. The unsuspecting Germans were thrown into disarray under the hail of gunfire. Many fell before they could comprehend what was happening. Officers shouted desperately among the throng, attempting to regain control, but they too were bewildered, helplessly calling, "Enemy sighted, prepare for battle." But where is the enemy? What preparations should be made? Who are we shooting at? Before them stood comrades, some sprawled in pools of blood, while occasionally a dark figure flashed by amid the roaring engines, followed by the terrifying staccato of machine guns. As bullets reaped lives with the indifference of scythes, the soldiers were paralyzed with fear, clutching their rifles yet too terrified to pull the triggers. Firing in this chaos would only hit their own, the cavalry's steeds, tethered neatly at the far end of the camp, sensed the danger and neighed in fright, soon breaking free to gallop wildly. Trampling over numerous soldiers beneath their iron hooves, a cart laden with ammunition, spooked by the panicked horses, careened uncontrollably, the ropes binding the ammunition boxes snapping violently under the jarring motion, shells spilling forth from a cart. Finally, a volley of bullets struck the cart with a thunderous explosion, detonating the ammunition and reducing the cart, along with the horses, to mere fragments, as flames and smoke spiraled upwards in the camp, creating a small mushroom cloud, while nearby Germans were violently hurled into the air, only to fall back to earth in scattered pieces. Major Brownie, amidst the gunfire, was momentarily stunned by the scene. He had never imagined the Germans would be so easily dispatched. It seemed they merely aimed their weapons at the enemy and pulled the triggers. The speeding 3-wheeled vehicles were unstable, bullets careening wildly. And at the moment they struck the ground, the vibrations and inertia caused them to wobble uncontrollably, rendering precision futile. Yet, they did not require accuracy. The enemy was right before them, clustered together, and regardless of whether bullets flew high or low, left or right, they were aimed squarely at the foe. However, Major Brownie perceived that more Germans fell not to bullets, but rather to the chaos. Friendly fire, panicked flight, trampling by horses, and the catastrophic explosions that make it last. The motorcycle brigade pierced through the German camp. Charles had instructed, "Do not linger, Major. Utilize your speed to the fullest. Once you slow down, you are finished." Thus, Major Brownie did not tarry, leading the convoy back onto the highway to continue their advance, akin to a gang of motorcyclists wreaking havoc in a marketplace before departing in a flash. The motorcycles glided smoothly along the road, the soldiers maintaining a somber silence, as if still caught in the throes of battle, or perhaps in disbelief over the reality of what had just transpired. After a while, someone finally cried out, "What have we just done? Did we truly just give the Germans a thorough beating? Of course, did you not see their disarray? My wheels are stained red. And that is all German blood. Unbelievable. We are barely over 200, yet we have inflicted heavy casualties on over 20,000, leaving them utterly defenseless. How could this possibly happen?" Major Brownie swallowed hard. Equally astonished by the outcome, he glanced around and behind him, seemingly reassured that everyone was present, with only negligible losses. Incredible. This tactic truly works. That rascal Charles has succeeded once again. He has wrought yet another miracle. Major Brownie remained stunned for a moment before retrieving a map from his pocket, looking out at the exhilarated soldiers and calling out, "Hey, fellows, shall we do it again?" Cluck stumbled to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he surveyed the scene before him. The once orderly camp was now a chaotic mess. Burning tents, corpses strewn across the ground, wounded men wailing in agony, and the survivors appeared traumatized. Some sitting in shock, unsure of what to do, while others remained prone, too terrified to rise. Where are the enemies? Cluck scanned his surroundings, seeing not a hint of the foe. Were it not for the devastation surrounding him, Cluck might even have doubted whether the enemy had ever been present. And aid rushed in from somewhere, breathless and panicked. "General, we have captured several enemy soldiers along with their three-wheeled vehicles." Cluck clenched his jaw, signaling the aide to lead the way. They approached an overturned three-wheeler, the gunner's head crushed in the accident, while the driver lay dead from a gunshot wound to the chest. Only the soldier in the rear seat remained alive, albeit with a broken right leg, bent at an unnatural angle beneath him as he lay on the ground, trembling in pain, his face pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet he dared not utter a sound, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the approaching German soldiers and the ominous muzzles of their guns. Cluck showed no interest in the surviving captive. His gaze was fixed on the overturned three-wheeler, occasionally bending down to scrutinize its internal structure. After a lengthy contemplation, he straightened up, his expression devoid of emotion, as he remarked, "A brilliant design. Combining the Maxim gun with a motorcycle, granting it formidable firepower along with exceptional maneuverability and mobility." Cluck seemed to comprehend why the covering forces had not sounded the alarm. These three-wheeled vehicles must have traversed the mountain paths or narrow roads, circumventing the covering troops' defensive zones to strike at their rear. It was precisely here. Then, as though struck by a revelation, Cluck raised his gaze towards the direction where the motorcycle brigade had vanished, coldly ordering his aide, "Command the 9th Army to organize a defense. The enemy has moved in their direction." "Yes." Cluck then added another command. "They may circle back. Our forces should establish defenses to the north." "Yes." The troops organized their defenses to the north as commanded, while the rear was left to the logistics team to tidy up the aftermath, with artillery positioning their cannons in the open field, aiming towards the highway. Once the enemy's motorcycles reappear, a barrage of artillery shells will send them soaring into the heavens. "Come, little mice, let us see where you can scurry off to." Cluck concealed himself in the shadows, keenly observing the road ahead. However, a sudden, faint hum of engines emerged from behind. Cluck inwardly cursed his ill fortune, abruptly turning around to raise his trembling hands and peer through the binoculars. Was it another enemy convoy? Soon, he realized that the truth was far from that. Through the lens, he distinctly beheld a blood-stained convoy, unmistakably the same one from before. Damn it, they circled back along the road. As a German general, he had been ambushed twice in one day by the same unit. Moreover, this time, it was the vulnerable artillery and logistics units, along with heaps of munitions, that bore the brunt of the enemy's assault. The afternoon in Paris was shrouded in a gray haze. Even though other places might bask in glorious sunshine, Gallieni lay alone on the bed in the command post's lounge, gazing out at the smog, self-deprecatingly lamenting, "Incredible! Why do the Germans take a liking to this city? What merits does it possess?" Before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, causing him to furrow his brow. It was an old wound from the Franco-Prussian War. Gallieni vaguely recalled being a mere lieutenant at the time, leading a troop of over 200 armed with Chassepot rifles against the Prussians. He had been so focused on aiming at a Prussian colonel that he failed to notice he was also in the crosshairs of another, almost simultaneously with Gallieni pulling the trigger to down his target. A searing pain struck his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Gallieni became a prisoner of the Prussians, resigned to the belief that he would spend the remainder of his days in a POW camp, as the Prussians would never squander precious medicine on captives. Yet, fate proved remarkable. Not long after, France surrendered, and the Prussians released the prisoners as per the agreement, Gallieni being one of them. Miraculously, he survived and ascended to the rank of a French general over the subsequent decades. Clutching his abdomen, Gallieni struggled to sit up, muttering to himself, "I ought to be grateful the Germans were using cardboard cartridges, otherwise France would have one less general." A gentle knock at the door interrupted him. He set his hand down and straightened his posture, unwilling for his subordinates to witness his frail state. "Come in." An aide entered, and upon seeing the aide's expression, Gallieni sensed good news. "What is it? Have we advanced another step forward?" Gallieni's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Advancing through bloodshed and sacrifice was hardly a matter of pride. He even worried that the Germans might be employing a strategy of retreat to exhaust the living strength of the French army. Nevertheless, all the officers at the command post reveled in the reports, with newspapers continuously broadcasting and even exaggerating tales of victory. "No, General." The aide excitedly presented a document to Gallieni. "It is the 3rd Infantry Battalion of the 5th Army Corps, the very unit that drove the Germans away with tanks. They have secured another great victory." Gallieni responded with an "Oh," calmly accepting the document, donning his spectacles from the bedside, and inquiring expressionlessly, "Did they advance with tanks again? I heard the tanks were still negotiating their purchase price." "No, General," the aide clarified. "It was not tanks, but a modified motorcycle." "Motorcycle?" Gallieni questioned, perplexed, directing his gaze to the document in hand, which detailed the reported accomplishments of the 5th Army Corps. IT estimated over 4,000 enemy casualties. The destruction of more than 40 artillery pieces, with our forces suffering only 23 losses. Gallieni muttered softly, his voice gradually rising in pitch with uncertainty. A trace of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to the aide, his eyes blazing with anger. "Do I look like a fool to you, Alex?" The aide, taken aback, replied. "No, of course not, General. If not, then why present me with such a report that mocks my intelligence?" Gallieni tossed the document onto the table, his voice cold. "Have we truly reached a point where we must inflate our achievements to lull ourselves into complacency?" "General," the aide interjected, "do you realize the negative repercussions this could bring?" Gallieni's agitation grew, and he slowly rose, glaring. "This is a disgraceful deception. Other units will follow suit. Alex, at that point, everyone will be satisfied with these fabricated victories and will cease to act. This will ultimately lead us to ruin. No amount of troops will rectify that. General," he continued, "and yet you have lost the most basic judgment and have brought such a report before me. You are fostering this atmosphere. This behavior is indistinguishable from falsifying achievements. You are complicit, an accomplice." Gallieni's face turned pale with fury. He was resolute in his decision to root out and expel everyone involved in this deception from the ranks. Only in this manner could the French army hope to achieve victory, a genuine victory. "This is the truth, General," the aide shouted desperately. "They used the tricycle invented by Charles, a combat motorcycle. That is how a mere 200 men could achieve such results akin to tanks. Gallieni was momentarily stunned, and after a considerable pause, he skeptically inquired, "A combat motorcycle? What is that?" "I am not certain." The aide hesitated, grappling with the question. "They say it is a three-wheeled motorcycle, outfitted with a Hotchkiss machine gun, allowing it to engage in combat while in motion. We too find it hard to believe such results, but we have confirmed it multiple times, all yielding the same outcome." Gallieni remained unconvinced, falling silent for a moment until something struck him. "You mean Charles, the lad who invented the tank?" "Yes, that's him," the aide replied, suspecting that it was indeed Charles who had astonished Gallieni. If Charles could devise a tank that allowed 300 men to defy fate and win a battle that should have been lost, then it was conceivable he could invent another piece of equipment enabling 200 men to inflict significant casualties. "General," at that moment, another aide entered the room, standing at the doorway to report. "The Germans have retreated. Our forces have advanced 7 miles, discovering a large number of artillery wrecks and corpses along the way. The Germans didn't even have time to remove their dead." This indirectly confirmed the veracity of the 3rd Infantry Battalion's achievements. The remnants of artillery and the bodies were irrefutable evidence. Gallieni's eyes instantly brightened. The anger that had previously consumed him dissipating, replaced by sheer elation. This almost signified that the German offensive had utterly failed. With no counterattack on the horizon, he returned to his desk, picking up the document, his fingers trembling with excitement as they quivered along with the paper. After a moment of contemplation, Gallieni commanded, "Alex, I need to know the entire sequence of events. The more detailed, the better." "Yes, General." The aide was about to leave when Gallieni added another order. "Bring Laurent to me." "Yes, General." Laurent was Gallieni's aide-de-camp. Perhaps the term aide-de-camp was not entirely fitting. Laurent was one of the few individuals Gallieni could trust unreservedly. After all, when Gallieni retired, Laurent had remained by his side, willingly ensuring Gallieni's safety. At that time, no one could have anticipated that the Germans would make a comeback, and Gallieni would once again be called into service. This meant that Laurent had almost forsaken everything: his reputation, military rank, and lucrative salary. Not long after, Laurent knocked and entered. "Sir, what do you require?" he inquired softly. Privately, Gallieni preferred Laurent to address him as sir. Gallieni nodded towards the wooden door. Laurent understood and closed it behind him. Turning to approach Gallieni more closely, Gallieni lowered his voice. "I wish to meet someone. It must remain confidential, so arrange it discreetly." "Yes, sir," Laurent replied, puzzled. Given Gallieni's current stature, arranging a meeting with someone should be a simple matter. Why the secrecy? Why must it be kept from others? Charles and de Gaetruin had been at the motorcycle factory, laboring tirelessly through the night. Modifying the motorcycle into a tricycle was one aspect, while discussing tactics with Major Brownie was another. Not to mention the myriad unforeseen issues that arose with restarting production at the factory. Time slipped away unnoticed. During this period, Camille had visited, and knowing that the two were busy at the factory eased her mind. Before leaving, she had tenderly reminded de Gaetruin, "Charles is still young. Do not overwork him." De Gaetruin had casually responded, then hesitated. "You have no idea how capable Charles is. Many matters require his judgment. It might be challenging to ease his burden." Upon hearing those words, Camille felt a mixture of pride and concern. Ultimately, she could only manage a gentle smile. After all, Charles must grow up, and this day was destined to arrive, after bidding farewell to Major Brownie and his subordinates in the early hours. Charles finally found a moment to lie down in the staff dormitory. He fell asleep almost immediately, only to be roused by cheers in the afternoon. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a throng of employees surged in, Guillaume among them, all chattering excitedly. "We have triumphed, Master Charles." They had secured a significant victory, driving the Germans back. It was said that thousands had been killed or wounded. And astonishingly, they had eliminated an enemy force several times their own size, while sustaining negligible losses. "You have once again achieved great merit." Master Charles, still not entirely awake, Charles half sat up, groggily observing the workers. And it took him a moment to realize they were referring to Major Brownie's motorcycle battalion. Had they already fought? Charles inquired, "How is Major Brownie? Is he unharmed?" "He is quite well," Uncle Guillaume responded. He just called to express his gratitude to you, Master Charles. They followed your advice, and it proved remarkably effective. Dioka entered the dormitory and, upon seeing Charles's weary visage, sympathetically remarked, "Now that the dust has settled, Charles, you should return home for a hearty meal and a proper rest. I shall take care of things here." The workers chimed in enthusiastically. "Indeed, Master Charles, go home and rest. We have summoned another group of workers to take over, and we too shall rest shortly." Charles felt that there was little for him to attend to here, and the overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him once again, prompting him to gladly accept their suggestion. As he walked through the streets of the town, the setting sun cast a long, lingering shadow beside him. Unaccustomed to late nights, Charles felt as if he were in a different world, his steps somewhat unsteady. Before he knew it, two middle-aged men in black suits and top hats approached him, flanking him on either side. "Master Charles?" inquired the man on the left, sporting a distinctive mustache. "Who are you?" Charles asked. Puzzled, in the next instant, he realized his mistake. If they were there to abduct him, that simple acknowledgement had confirmed his identity. "Someone wishes to meet you, Master Charles." The mustached man gestured towards a car parked not far ahead. Commanding, "Come with us." Without further ado, the two men seized Charles, leading him toward the vehicle. The cold sweat broke out on Charles's brow as his mind cleared in an instant. Was this truly a kidnapping? Was it for ransom, or were they assassins sent by capitalists? Their presence indicated they had been lurking outside the motorcycle factory for quite some time, and he had happened to be alone. What should he do? Just as the situation reached a critical point, a child's voice rang out. "Murderers! Bad men! They're trying to abduct Master Charles." It was Teddy's voice, and Charles felt a surge of gratitude, wishing he could embrace Teddy's chubby face, as all negative memories of him faded away in an instant. His previously unappealing form transformed into something endearing. The two suited men hesitated at the commotion, as if intending to defend themselves. Yet, after exchanging glances, they remained silent and quickened their pace. This only solidified Teddy's conviction that they were indeed bad men, and he shouted louder. "They are agents of the capitalists, trying to take away Master Charles. Help! Save Master Charles!" As Charles was being forced into the car, neighbors rushed from all directions, shouting and brandishing various makeshift weapons. The baker wielded a bread knife. Workers grasped wrenches, women brandished kitchen knives and eggs, and even Aunt Carla held a long rolling pin meant for making pizza. "Stop them! Don't let them take Master Charles!" they cried. "These shameless scoundrels dare to kidnap Master Charles right under our noses. Are they seeking death?" Seeing the dire situation, the two suited men desperately dragged Charles toward the already running car. Just as they were about to drive away, Uncle Anthony lunged forward and yanked one of them down. A bricklayer, Uncle Anthony was a sturdy man, effortlessly carrying a 50-kilogram bag of lime without breaking a sweat. Remaining calm, he extended his arms to block the other neighbors rushing forward, casting an inquiring glance at Charles. "Do you know them?" "Master Charles? No, I do not," Charles replied candidly. This admission sealed the fate of the would-be kidnappers. As Uncle Anthony relaxed his hold, the enraged neighbors surged forward like a tidal wave, brandishing their assorted weapons at the suited men, shouting and cursing as if to unleash all their pent-up fury upon them. "Beat them to death, you heartless fiends! Despicable capitalists, unable to tolerate others' success. Surely Master Charles must have obstructed their financial gains. They seek to harm him. My chicken must have been stolen by them." The two suited men attempted to explain, but the neighbors were deaf to their words, each one clamoring to be the first to confront them. And the car windows were shattered in the frenzy that a gunshot rang out. The neighbors gasped, stepping back in shock. Uncle Anthony instinctively shielded Charles. However, the neighbors quickly regrouped. Undeterred, they had the numbers, and the suited men had only a single revolver. How many could they realistically kill? Yet, they were still a moment too slow. Seizing the opportunity, the two suited men scrambled into the car and sped away amidst blaring horns. The neighbors pursued relentlessly, hurling stones, spitting, and cursing, with a few women's shoes soaring through the air in elegant arcs, striking the driver squarely in the face. "Charles! Charles!" Camille dashed frantically from the opposite end of the street, her face pale and eyes filled with fear, Her apron still unfastened. It was evident that the neighbors had rushed to inform her of everything. "I am fine, mother." Charles emerged from the crowd to meet her. Upon seeing Charles, Camille sighed in relief, slowing her pace to embrace him tightly, then breaking into tears of joy. After a moment, she remembered the neighbors, lifting her head to express her gratitude as tears glistened in her eyes. "Thank you all. I am incredibly grateful. It is all thanks to you." Charles was escorted home, surrounded by grateful neighbors. Teddy instantly became a hero, showered with praise, while the lovely Madame Chatham even kissed his plump face. Charles looked at Teddy's enchanted expression with a twinge of jealousy. It hardly seemed fair. Wasn't he the one who had been frightened and nearly abducted? He was the one in need of comfort. Upon arriving home, the news of the incident reached Dioka, who hurried back. Camille angrily shoved Dioka, blaming him for Charles's predicament, believing that had he not allowed Charles to return alone, this would not have occurred. Yet Charles felt that even if Dioka had been present, the outcome would have been no different. They had guns, 2 of them, and what could Dioka have done? Nonetheless, Charles harbored a lingering suspicion that this could very well be a misunderstanding. If these were indeed assassins sent by capitalists or some other faction intending to harm him, they would not have acted so overtly. Their tailored suits and high-quality ties were conspicuous in the not-so-affluent town of Douas. Moreover, after confirming his identity, they could have simply shot him and fled in their vehicle. Abducting him seemed unnecessary. If they were mere run-of-the-mill kidnappers seeking ransom, they would have concealed their identities, perhaps donning sunglasses and raising their coat collars to avoid recognition. Yet, they had not done so. As dusk settled, and having been exhausted by the day's events and the fright, Charles decided against returning to the factory that night, and Camille forbade him from doing so. He hastily consumed some bread to quell his hunger, took a shower, changed into his night clothes, and quickly retreated to bed. Perhaps due to the adrenaline coursing through him, Charles, who had been overwhelmingly fatigued moments ago, now found himself wide awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Dioka and Camille sat anxiously at the dining table, their worry evident, though they had not shown it in front of Charles. "They may come again." Camille's eyes reflected an unfathomable fear, "and we do not even know who they are." "Do not fret, Camille," Dioka consoled. "From now on, I shall remain steadfastly by Char's side. I swear." Although Camille nodded in agreement, her heart remained heavy with unease. Those lurking in the shadows would always find an opportunity to harm Char, unless he were to seclude himself entirely from the outside world. At that moment, muffled barks of dogs echoed from outside, followed by the flicker of headlights and the distant roar of an approaching engine. A car emerged from the darkness and halted outside the door. The atmosphere immediately grew tense as Dioka gestured for Camille to be silent. He warily approached the window to steal a glance outside. Upon seeing several dark figures disembark from the vehicle and move in their direction, he decisively turned, retrieving a double-barreled shotgun from the wall and rummaging through a drawer for ammunition. While hastily loading the gun, he commanded Camille in an authoritative tone, "Go upstairs. Keep a close watch on Char." Startled and pale, Camille clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream as she stumbled up the stairs, only to find Char appearing at the other end. "Father," Char spoke calmly, attempting to quell Dioka's overzealous reaction. "They may not be villains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only 3 individuals into the town." Dioka paused, contemplating that Char might indeed be correct. The incident with the neighbors assisting earlier that afternoon had only recently transpired. If these 3 were troublemakers, it would be akin to courting death. Nonetheless, Dioka remained vigilant, gripping his gun against the doorframe and calling out loudly, "Who are you? What is your business?" The 3 men remained silent, but one stepped forward and lowered his voice, saying, "Mr. Dioka, General Gallieni wishes to speak with Char." Dioka's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom what he had just heard. "General Gallieni? He wishes to meet Char?" Doubtfully, Dioka edged closer to the door, peering through the crack. Though the dim light obscured their faces, one figure, an elderly man leaning on a cane, exuded an air of distinction, causing Dioka to trust in the situation a fraction more. After a moment's hesitation, Dioka unlocked the door, cautiously pulling it ajar. As the light illuminated the elder's face, Dioka gasped, flinging the door wide. "General Gallieni, it truly is you. What an extraordinary honor. My apologies, General. Please come in. General Gallieni remained still, casting a curious glance at the shotgun in Dioka's hands. Suddenly realizing his oversight, Dioka swiftly ejected the ammunition, placing the shotgun on the table, and explained, "My apologies, General. We thought you might be villains." General Gallieni raised an eyebrow. "My guards had quite the encounter this afternoon." Dioka instantaneously grasped that the kidnapping incident had been a misunderstanding. Observing the two men trailing behind Gallieni, their bruised faces and embarrassed expressions revealed they were evidently the two suspects who had been dispatched. Meanwhile, Camille was upstairs, safeguarding Char, unaware of the unfolding dialogue. She mistakenly believed Dioka had been coerced into lowering his weapon, and trembling with fear, she urged Char to hide. "That is General Gallieni, Mother," Char reassured Camille. "It is all right. This is a misunderstanding." Having seen Gallieni's photograph in the newspaper, Char recognized him instantly, despite his civilian attire. "Gallieni? No. How could Gallieni?" At that moment, Gallieni entered the room, removing his hat and handing it to someone beside him. Camille immediately recognized him, gasping, "My God, it truly is him, General Gallieni. How could he?" Gallieni glanced upstairs, politely nodding to Camille and Char. "I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Bernard. And to you, Char, I hope this afternoon's events did not frighten you. My subordinates are not particularly adept at handling such matters." This unexpected twist left Camille a loss, perhaps struggling to believe that someone of Gallieni's stature would appear before them so suddenly. She remained in a daze until Char tugged at her sleeve, jolting her back to reality. "No, General, of course not." She stammered nervously. "It is our privilege. Everything is fine." Char shrugged, recalling how close she had come to leaping out the window in her flight of panic. "You must be Char." Gallieni fixed his gaze upon him, his steady tone laced with inquiry. "May I speak with you?" "Of course, General." Char descended the stairs. Just then, voices from neighbors outside called out, "Is everything all right, Mr. Dioka?" Clearly, the neighbors had also noticed the commotion, their concern for the visitors' intentions prompting their inquiry. Many, like Dioka, were prepared with firearms, ammunition at the ready, and not just from one household. "Everything is fine." Dioka quickly leaned out the window to respond, hesitating for a moment before adding, "They are clients, Daniel. They are here to discuss business." Only then did the neighbors relax. "If anything arises, just call out Dioka. We're always here." "Thank you." Dioka expressed his gratitude. Gallieni raised an eyebrow in exasperation and cast a self-deprecating smile at Char as he descended. "Meeting you is no simple task, Char. I am risking my life in the absence of a dedicated parlor or study in a commoner's home." Camille hurriedly cleared the dining table, hastily transforming it into a makeshift meeting space. Char scrutinized Gallieni. He was a man indifferent to appearances, with his glasses askew, a disheveled white mustache, and a somewhat ill-fitting suit, resembling a scruffy, frail old man. Hardly the image of France's most gifted military general. Before Char or Dioka could speak, Gallieni interjected, "You must be wondering why I sought to speak with you in secret?" Dioka nodded, while Char remained composed. Gallieni was taken aback by Char's calmness and inquired, "Have you already deduced the reason? You wish to keep those capitalists controlling the Senate uninformed?" Char replied, "Astute child." A faint smile graced Gallieni's lips. "No wonder you are the inventor of tanks and tricycles. If I am not mistaken, the tactics employed by Major Brownie were also taught by you, were they not?" Char did not deny it. Such deception could fool others, but not Gallieni. Dioka hesitated, glancing at Char, uncertain whether to disclose their plan to lure the Germans to vats. Char asserted, "That too will not escape the general's notice." "Father, he knows it was us." Initially puzzled, Gallieni soon realized, "It was you who lured the Germans here, exposing their flanks to us? All this time, I merely suspected. I never imagined it was truly you. It was Char." "General," Dioka declared, "this was all Char's idea." Gallieni regarded Char, his eyes reflecting unreserved admiration. "An excellent strategy, Char. I had not considered it, especially spreading the rumor that Paris was a deserted city. It deceived everyone. If Cluck were to discover he was bested by a child, I wonder what his reaction would be." "I am 17, General," Char protested. Gallieni chuckled, acknowledging his youth. He even wished he could appear more mature, realizing that upon reaching his age, he would understand the beauty of youth. Gallieni's gaze softened as he looked at Char, his tone shifting from formal to casual. Let us return to the matter at hand. Young one, that you must have heard about the tanks. After you sold the industrial rights for tanks to Greevy, they have effectively taken the military hostage through this war, and the military is still engaged in tense negotiations. Dioka grew anxious. We had no choice, General. I know. Gallieni interrupted Dioka. Do not misunderstand, Mr. Dioka. I am not here to cast blame. The industrial rights are yours. To whom you sell them is your prerogative. I have no authority to question that. I merely wish to see if we can resolve this issue. What issue? Dioka listened. Somewhat bewildered, Gallieni did not answer directly. Unhurriedly, he withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing two on the table, one to the left and one to the right, stating, "This represents you, and this represents the military. The military requires tanks. You produce tanks. Our relationship is a straightforward commercial one. However, Gallieni positioned the cigarette pack in the center, tapping it with his finger, producing a resonant sound. The Senate stands in the way. Gentlemen, military procurement requires Senate approval. You cannot engage directly with the military. Thus, problems arise. Efficiency, price, quality, time, and so on, all are compromised, yet we have no choice but to purchase. You, too, are compelled to sell due to various pressures, even forced to relinquish industrial rights." Djokovic let out an exclamation. Those capitalists controlling the Senate forcefully act as intermediaries, profiting from the price differentials. Suddenly, he grasped why Gallieni, despite being a general, clandestinely met with Charles. It was not merely a meeting, but an attempt to circumvent the middlemen and engage directly with the sellers, thus threatening the very cake that the middlemen had come to rely upon, jeopardizing their fundamental interests. Should the capitalists become aware of this, they might well conspire to orchestrate a genuine kidnapping of Charles. Indeed, General Gallieni nodded, this compels us to purchase subpar equipment at exorbitant prices. And at times, we miss critical opportunities due to price negotiations falling through. For instance, the army currently cannot obtain tanks unless we agree to a unit price of 6,000 francs. This price left Djokovic and Charles astounded. The initial model of tanks was merely a tractor reinforced with steel plates and a machine gun, costing barely over 1,000 francs. Yet the capitalists charged the military a staggering 6,000 francs. This was clearly an exploitation of the urgency of war to extort the military and amass wealth. General Gallieni coldly remarked, "They have hijacked the future and dignity of France, as well as the lives of soldiers and civilians, all to further their own tax-grabbing agenda. How detestable!" Djokovic, though aware of the capitalists' lack of compassion, was taken aback by their despicable methods of profiting from national calamity. He expressed his indignation. On what grounds do they prevent the military from procuring independently? They believe the military should not possess excessive power. Gallieni elucidated. Once the military wields power, controlling the state becomes an effortless task. Djokovic fell silent. This provided a convenient excuse for the capitalists. Charles inquired, "General, what can we do? We cannot alter the status quo." "You are correct, young man," Gallieni acknowledged with a nod of approval. "If you were a greedy capitalist like them, we would be powerless, for once the military privately negotiates a price with you, the capitalists will invariably leverage their power to thwart the transaction and present you with bids twice or even thrice the amount. Thus, the military always fails in the bidding war against the capitalists." Without exception, Charles nodded in understanding. The capitalists' money was not their own. It belonged to the French treasury, funded by taxpayers, and the military's budget was no match for them. However, if there existed conscientious capitalists, the situation would be different. Gallieni's profound gaze fixated on Charles. He must resist the allure of the capitalists' inflated prices, opting instead for a steadfast partnership with the military, fostering a long-term collaboration that could even evolve into a form of alliance. In other words, standing shoulder to shoulder with the military against the capitalist control. Could you do that? Djokovic's expression grew peculiar. The purpose of a businessman was profit, and the highest bidder's claim was a natural law of the market. Yet now, Gallieni was urging them to defy this market principle in favor of the lower-priced military. Was this not folly in the eyes of the Franciscans? Gallieni's gaze remained unwavering on Charles. He had conducted extensive inquiries into Charles beforehand, knowing that Charles utilized his own funds to assist field hospitals and wounded soldiers. He believed Charles to be a principled capitalist. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken this endeavor. After a moment of silence, Charles retorted, "General, can you resolve the military's issues? I mean, how can you circumvent the Senate's control to procure independently?" Gallieni replied succinctly, "Emergency wartime regulations grant the military a choice in equipment during war. We possess the authority to select superior supplies." He added, "Of course, the prerequisite is that it be superior." The wartime emergency procurement regulations were, in fact, a result of capitalists fearing their own overreach, for instance, as the Germans advanced victoriously toward Paris. Should the capitalists continue their greedy insistence on high-priced equipment, leaving the military unable to purchase, the eventual outcome would be the entire nation falling under German occupation, rendering them utterly bereft. This was evidently contrary to the capitalists' interests. To avert such a scenario, they finally experienced a moment of conscience, realizing that during wartime, a degree of restraint was necessary, as it served no one's benefit. Thus, they delegated some authority to the military. In summary, Gallieni remarked, putting away the cigarettes on the table, calmly returning them to their case, if the military has a need and the Senate cannot provide alternative products, they have no right to interfere with military purchases. Gallieni lifted his gaze to the two men, reminding them, for example, the tricycle you invented is currently unique, and we evidently have a demand for it. It has even proven useful in actual combat. I can include it in the wartime procurement regulations, allowing us to bypass the Senate for direct purchase. Djokovic's eyes instantly brightened. This signified orders from the military, potentially substantial ones. However, Charles discerned the crux of Gallieni's words. Currently unique? What if it were not in the future? Gallieni fell silent. Charles was indeed astute, grasping the key point in a brief moment. Djokovic, prompted by Charles, quickly recognized this as the most significant aspect. "General, can you guarantee our rights?" Djokovic elaborated, "I mean industrial property rights. They could potentially be circumvented or replicated by the capitalists, leaving us powerless to counteract. This would compel us to sell our rights." "No, I cannot." Gallieni shook his head at this juncture. France shared a consensus. If soldiers simultaneously held political power, it would be akin to having an emperor, easily undermining the republican system and restoring imperial rule. They advocated for a separation of powers to ensure mutual checks and balances. Hence, politics was a forbidden domain for the military. They could not venture into it. Then, Djokovic settled for a compromise. "In the event of replicas emerging, can you ensure the procurement of our products?" Gallieni hesitated, then shook his head. "No, I cannot." Djokovic cast a glance at Charles before turning back to Gallieni, his face etched with difficulty. "General, while we wish to support you, we cannot guarantee rights or sales while also ensuring low prices. This situation might render us unable to survive, hence it may not be realistic." Gallieni responded unhurriedly. "If replicas emerge, we can submit a testing request. Take the Hotchkiss machine gun as an example. The general process is as follows. We submit a request to the government, demanding a comparative analysis of the Hotchkiss and Saint TN machine guns, with the government randomly selecting soldiers from the troops to operate both models under various conditions, ultimately deriving testing data. That moment, Camille approached with a tray, serving each person a steaming cup of coffee. This surprised Djokovic and Charles, as they had no habit of drinking coffee at home. If they ever desired some, they would typically purchase it from the small shop across the street. Gallieni expressed his gratitude, and once Camille departed, he continued. "Once we conclude that the Hotchkiss machine gun outperforms the Saint TN, the military can reject the Senate's proposal to equip us with the Saint TN machine gun and instead adopt the Hotchkiss." Gallieni raised his coffee to his lips, gently blowing on it, and glanced at Charles with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. "What I can assure is that every piece of your equipment will gain entry into the wartime procurement regulations." Charles organized his thoughts, comprehending Gallieni's intention. Should someone replicate, let them do so. Inevitably, they would produce extraneous designs to circumvent property rights, much like the Saint TN machine gun, resulting in replicas being utterly ineffective. At that point, by comparing and testing both the genuine and the replicated products under the wartime procurement regulations, the authentic product could triumphantly enter the military. After a moment of contemplation, Charles inquired. But capitalists possess more advanced equipment and more substantial funds. What if their replicas surpass our genuine products? A smile crept onto Gallieni's lips. We would certainly select the superior option. We are the military. Charles, the military has always prioritized results. This was the reality. What did it matter if it were genuine? If defeated by a replica, it would precisely indicate that the replica had advanced further. The military adhered to the survival of the fittest principle. Especially in wartime, General, Charles interjected. So, it seems the military has done nothing. If our product is superior, you should also include it in the procurement regulations for comparison with the replicas. Am I not correct? No. Gallieni shook his head, a hint of resignation gracing his lips. It's not as simple as you think, Charles. The Hotchkiss machine gun was included in the wartime procurement regulations through my efforts. It took considerable endeavor. Siar was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. The military was not solely comprised of Gallieni. Its upper echelons had been so thoroughly infiltrated by capitalists that it resembled a sieve. To claim that they were in cahoots with the capitalists, forming a community of mutual interests, would not be an exaggeration. This was the principal reason why the abysmal Saint Tien machine gun thrived within the army. Gallieni was an anomaly within the military, striving to enhance its capabilities and combat effectiveness. Had it been peacetime, this very anomaly would have been ousted by the capitalists, much like his previous reluctant choice to retire. It was a bitter irony that the military found it exceedingly difficult to procure superior equipment. Although such equipment had already been produced and was within reach, the soldiers still yearned to utilize it. Yet were obstructed by the capitalists. Gallieni observed the expressions of the two men and seemed to grasp the situation. He silently nodded, acknowledging. I realize this may be somewhat demanding, Monsieur de Juca, and you as well. Siar, it is unfair to you, and I implore you to disregard the exorbitant prices set by the capitalists. The only item available for exchange is a wartime procurement regulation. However, this is all I can manage. Should you refuse, I would completely understand. After all, if I were in your position, I might make the same choice. Thus, Gallieni spread his hands. It has been a pleasure to meet you all, that he rose, preparing to shake hands in farewell. Yet Siar interjected. I believe we can continue our discussion. General, let us deliberate on a price that is agreeable to both parties. What? Gallieni and de Juca exclaimed in unison, casting astonished glances at Siar. Ultimately, Siar opted to collaborate with Gallieni. Satisfied, Gallieni departed, but not before instructing de Juca and Siar. We have not met, and I have made no promises or agreements. We are strangers to one another. Understand? Of course, de Juca and Siar replied in unison. Should the capitalists become aware of this tacit understanding, those wielding power would unleash a furious retribution. They might even label Gallieni as a threat to national security. As a soldier, Gallieni secretly colluded with arms dealers, bypassing the Senate, i.e. plotting a coup to overthrow the Republic. Double standards and the manipulation of law are the capitalist forte, and no one can outmaneuver them in this regard. Gallieni cast a worried glance toward the kitchen, where Camille was busy preparing a fruit salad. De Juca, sensing his concern, reassured him. Do not worry, General. She won't say a word, I promise. This was not due to Camille's discretion, but rather de Juca's knowledge of her vulnerabilities. Once Gallieni received this assurance, he felt somewhat relieved. He shook hands with both individuals, expressing with a hint of nostalgia to Siar. Besides inventing equipment, you are also a natural strategist and tactician. Siar, I once hoped you would become my advisor, but, as you know, Siar acknowledged the sentiment. His identity as an arms dealer was too sensitive for the military, as it would strike at the fragile nerves of the capitalists. My apologies, General, Siar replied. What? Gallieni was puzzled by Siar's sudden apology. To Siar clarified. I may express my grievances about you in the future, and I hope you won't mind. Gallieni paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Of course. I don't mind, Siar. The more scathing, the better. I grant you permission to criticize me. Naturally, I shall respond in kind, and I trust you won't take offense. Certainly, General. And also, Gallieni clapped Siar on the shoulder. I have always believed you to be a conscientious capitalist. And I was not mistaken. De Juca appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to decipher the cryptic exchange between the elder and the younger. He could understand each word, yet the meaning eluded him. after bidding Gallieni farewell. De Juca suddenly grasped the implication. To avoid suspicion, the military needed to present a facade of hostility towards Siar, the arms dealer, at least maintaining a mutual disdain, thereby reassuring the capitalists. De Juca felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed the dialogue among the intelligent left him feeling superfluous like tea that moment. Camille emerged with a plate, her face alight with excitement. Having failed to locate Gallieni, she looked a bit disappointed. Has the general left? He should have tasted the salad I made. The general is quite busy, Camille. De Juca replied. Siar cast a questioning glance at De Juca, as if asking how he would silence Camille to prevent her from boasting about this evening to the neighbors. De Juca shrugged. Was it not an easy task? Camille, De Juca called out to the girl who was about to return to the kitchen. There is something that needs to be emphasized. What? Camille turned back, wiping her hands on her apron. General Gallieni did not come, De Juca stated. The visitors tonight were merely clients, here to discuss business, and strictly business. But De Juca interrupted Camille's inquiry. If the capitalists were to learn of tonight's events, they might turn against Siar, and kidnapping could become a genuine threat. This was one of the reasons General Gallieni chose to meet Siar in civilian clothes. Camille's face paled with fear at this revelation. She glanced at Siar and nodded vigorously. All right, I won't utter a single word. The clients who came tonight were simply interested in purchasing motorcycles. Indeed, De Juca nodded in satisfaction. Siar conveyed his protest through his gaze. Feeling as though he was being shamelessly exploited, De Juca responded helplessly. This is the best course of action, Siar. You are Camille's weakness. Once she realizes this, she will keep her mouth shut even in her dreams. Siar did not object. This seemed to be a common trait among most mothers. De Juca took Siar back to the dining table to enjoy the salad, and as he ate, he posed two questions. He cannot protect our industrial intellectual property. How should we respond to the capitalist's imitation? For confidentiality reasons, De Juca had substituted Gallieni with he. This question is non-existent. Father, Siar replied, rummaging through the salad with his fork, picking out the apples he liked. If I could continually update the equipment to enhance its performance. The capitalist imitations will always lag behind. What they produce will be obsolete. Whoever imitates will incur losses. De Juca halted his chewing, gazing quietly at Siar, and after a while remarked, It seems you are quite confident in yourself. Certainly, Siar responded half-jokingly. I have at least 100 ideas in my head, just not enough time to implement them. De Juca smiled, continuing his meal. After all, he was still a minor. He did not comprehend the harshness of reality. Sometimes, even with ideas, they may not gain acceptance from society or the military. However, De Juca refrained from disillusioning him, believing that maintaining Siar's confidence and mindset was beneficial. There was no need to impose additional pressure upon him at this time. Unbeknownst to De Juca, Siar indeed possessed 100 ideas, all of which had been validated by societal and practical tests, ensuring they would be accepted by the military. Another question, De Juca continued. Why would you choose to cooperate with the military at a lower price? As merchants typically do not behave this way, at least Francis would not make such a choice. Indeed, Siar replied, crunching on the apple, his words somewhat mumbled. Lower to mid-tier merchants certainly would not. Lower to mid-tier, De Juca was taken aback. Could it be that Francis, hailed as a business genius within the family, was merely regarded as a lower to mid-tier merchant in Siar's eyes? Lower to mid-tier merchants are forever blinded by money. Siar attentively handled the salad, casually responding. Their vision is clouded by wealth, preventing them from seeing the more significant matters. More significant matters? De Juca felt as though Siar was speaking about him, yet he too was uncertain what these matters were. Siar countered with a question. Father, do you know who the most powerful capitalists in France are? I do know a few. De Juca hesitated before naming several well-known figures in France. Vintail, Steed, Jameson, and Wells. Siar nodded, identifying each. The Vintail family controls the Vintail Group, monopolizing 1/5 of France's steel production. Steed owns the Saint Tien Arms factory, which nearly monopolizes the production and manufacturing of light weapons for the French military. Jameson possesses the Schneider Munitions factory, producing artillery and warships, while Wells is the head of the Brest shipyard, which has been producing warships for France since the last century. Djokovic let out a thoughtful, indicating that Charles had indeed invested considerable effort in this matter. Charles lifted his gaze towards Djokovic and inquired, "Do you believe this to be mere coincidence, father? The most powerful individuals hold dominion over the armament production of France." Without waiting for Djokovic's response, Charles continued with a flurry of questions. Did they seize control of armament production to ascend to power, or did they gain power first and then take control of armament production? If it is the latter, from whence does their power derive? Who grants it to them? Djokovic was momentarily taken aback. He had never pondered such questions. They control the very lifeblood of France. "Father," Charles elucidated, "steel, rifles, artillery, and warships, all are indispensable. Should these capitalists choose to shutter their factories or refuse to sell, France would be doomed." Djokovic nodded thoughtfully. "Power thus arises. No one dares to offend them, for they can determine the life and death of France." "Indeed," Charles exclaimed, "they're the upper echelon of merchants who dictate the rules, while lower-tier merchants can only profit within their constraints. They remain oblivious to the fact that those in power among the upper merchants require but a single word to render the lower merchants destitute. So, is money truly of such significance? One must possess power to safeguard one's wealth, or even to seize that of others. If one possesses wealth without power, one can only watch helplessly as others abscond with it." Djokovic found merit in Charles's assertions. He had previously surmised that Charles sought a slice of power from the capitalists, though he had not anticipated such a swift approach. After a moment of hesitation, Djokovic queried, "But the military's power is quite limited, Charles. They even refrain from meddling in politics. That is inconsequential." "Father," Charles replied, "what matters is that the military protects France, while capitalists control the military through the sale of arms, thereby achieving dominance over France. The prominent capitalists you mentioned operate precisely in this manner. Among them, the Vintel family may not be arms dealers, but they control steel, which is an essential raw material for the military-industrial complex, as well as for civilian industries. Thus, the French government can only bestow privileges upon them with a congenial demeanor." Charles finally set down his fork, patting his round belly as he reached a conclusion. "While we may earn less by collaborating with the military, this is the necessary path to power, possibly our only opportunity." Djokovic was not entirely clear on the matter, yet he recognized that Charles was correct that a quintessential counterexample was the traditional nobility, such as the Greaves. They were wealthy, yet had been marginalized in the political arena, lacking substantial influence. This may partly explain their reckless desire to purchase tank ownership rights. Charles did not elaborate further, not out of a desire to tease or create an air of mystery, but because certain matters were beyond Djokovic's comprehension. At that moment, capitalists had nearly monopolized everything pertaining to the military, from uniforms to rifles, artillery, and warships. Yet two fields remained virtually vacant: armored vehicles such as tanks and aircraft. The capitalists did not lack ambition. Rather, these technologies had yet to develop, and they remained unaware of their future significance and potential for growth. Should Charles pursue advancements in rifles, he would find himself at odds with the Saint Tien arms factory. A focus on artillery would encroach upon Schneider's business interests. Pursuing warships would infringe upon the Brest shipyard's domain. Regardless of the path chosen, conflict with the major capitalists would inevitably intensify, igniting a war devoid of gunpowder. Given Charles's current capabilities, none of these major capitalists were adversaries he could contend with. They could effortlessly orchestrate a tragic accident leading to his demise. However, should Charles venture into tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft, he would encounter no enemies or competitors. The capitalists would merely contemplate purchasing ownership rights or whether to enter the industry to commence imitation. This was also one of the reasons why Charles had managed to remain unscathed thus far. Therefore, was it truly significant to sell at a low price and earn slightly less? What mattered was the ability to collaborate with the military to promote tanks, aircraft, and various armored vehicles under the name Charles, ensuring that the military and indeed France could not do without him. One day, should Charles choose to close the doors of his factory, the nation could face obliteration. At that point, what could the capitalists do to him? Eliminate him and perish alongside him. From this perspective, General Gallieni had misjudged Charles, believing that Charles's agreement to cooperate with the military stemmed from a sense of conscience. That, of course, there was an element of conscience, as well as self-preservation. But more significantly, Charles was unwilling to be a mere pawn in the hands of the capitalists. He aspired to become a true magnate, a player in the game, perhaps sensing Charles's ambition. Djokovic felt a twinge of discontent. Charles might not genuinely wish to assist the common people and soldiers. Rather, he sought to exploit them as leverage in his struggle against the capitalists. Yet upon further reflection, Djokovic deemed this perspective somewhat unjustifiable. This was a society governed by the law of the jungle. Unless one resigned oneself to a life at the bottom, subject to the exploitation of the capitalists, the only alternative was to carve a bloody path upward, striving for advancement. Any hesitation or softness of heart would inevitably lead to failure and a perpetual state of despair. This could even be regarded as self-preservation. With this realization, Djokovic felt a sense of relief, resolutely nodding his head. As I have said, I will always stand by your side. The following morning, Djokovic, acting in the capacity of guardian, ventured to Paris to apply for industrial ownership rights for the tricycle. Accompanied by Guillaume and several workers, this was Charles's idea. Many components and concepts of the tricycle were conceived by the workers. Charles stated, for instance, we should safeguard their rights regarding shock absorbers and the triangular machine gun support. Djokovic readily agreed. He was a person of great sentiment and decorum, always quick to acquiesce to such matters, and he felt genuinely gratified by Charles's consideration for the workers. In this respect, he was indeed ill-suited for the business world. Charles's motivations for this action were multifaceted. Firstly, it would invigorate the workers' enthusiasm and creativity. Their inventions would belong to them, empowering them to generate wealth, thus fostering a greater willingness to innovate rather than conceal their ideas as they had previously done. Secondly, it would attract talent from other factories. While other factories and capitalists might seize the workers' intellectual property, Charles would protect their rights and even assist them in applying for ownership, making them more inclined to work for him. Most importantly, it would bind the workers' fate to Charles's. Should capitalists attempt to replicate the tricycle in the future, it would not solely be Charles's concern. They would be infringing upon the workers' interests as well. At that point, Charles might not even need to intervene. The workers would spontaneously organize protests and demonstrations, potentially outstripping the scale of any mobilization called by Charles. With a modest investment, he could reap numerous benefits. What's not to like? Charles's approach yielded remarkable results. The factory operated autonomously throughout the day, with Djokovic and the key staff, including Guillaume, heading to Paris. Yet everyone worked with remarkable diligence, even resuming motorcycle production, as the factory functioned in an astonishingly self-sufficient manner. Charles, however, did not visit the factory. Camille had confined him to their home. Wait until your father returns, Camille insisted firmly. Otherwise, you cannot go anywhere. Charles attempted several times to persuade Camille, but she was indecisive by nature. However, in this regard, she displayed an unexpectedly steadfast resolve. Resigned, Charles could only languidly lie in bed, flipping through textbooks, pondering whether school should resume. After all, the Germans had been repelled and lost their chance for a counteroffensive. Subsequently, Charles reflected that many of his peers, now approaching or already having reached 18, would likely soon find themselves on the battlefield. What significance would returning to school hold? Unbeknownst to him, Djokovic was embroiled in a fierce battle with Gallieni while registering the industrial rights in Paris. Gallieni moved with remarkable speed, just as he had remarked to his staff. The Germans are retreating. Gentlemen, we urgently require the tricycle to pursue them, rather than tanks that can merely withstand bullets. This matter is of utmost urgency, for if we grant the enemy a few days, they will construct a defensive line that our tricycles cannot breach. Consequently, Gallieni submitted the application for procuring the tricycle to the government early the following morning and meticulously followed up on the process. Everything proceeded smoothly, thanks to the tricycle's uniqueness. Even the motorcycle factories had only Charles's establishment. Thus, the application of Gallieni was swiftly approved, granting him the authority to independently procure sidecars on behalf of the military. Subsequently, upon learning that Djokovic was applying for industrial rights at the town hall, Gallieni hastened to discuss the purchase of sidecars. We may require as many as 2,000 units, or even more. You ought to offer a better price, Mr. Djokovic. No, General, Djokovic flatly refused. 800 francs per unit, and not a single so less. That is already quite reasonable. Reasonable. Do you take me for a fool? Gallieni seethed with indignation, his fingers drumming fervently on the table. A sedan costs only 900 francs, and yet you dare to price the sidecar nearly the same. You are free to purchase a sedan. General, de Joca stood firm. Its price is justified by its worth. Nothing can replace it, not even a sedan. De Joca spoke the truth. The off-road capability and maneuverability of the sidecar far surpassed that of a sedan, whose front-mounted engine rendered it a prime target. One bullet could incapacitate it on the battlefield. Understand that a motorcycle costs merely 220 francs. You have simply affixed a sidecar to it, at most 300 francs. The crux is, we are the sole providers, General, de Joca asserted with pride. If you find this price unsatisfactory, I suggest you inquire elsewhere. Gallieni, consumed by fury, retorted. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions, sir? You disregard the safety of soldiers, the peril they face on the battlefield, and the dire straits of France. I'm a part of France, General, de Joca countered, listing his contributions. We have personally financed provisions for the French army, invented tanks to secure victories, aided the wounded in field hospitals, and even donated 100 sidecars to repel the Germans attempting a counterattack. You dare accuse me of ignoring the army, the soldiers, and France? Gallieni responded. Then you should not raise the price of the sidecar to 800 francs at such a critical juncture. This price tarnishes all the good reputation you have earned. You are no different from those unscrupulous merchants. Very well, de Joca conceded. 700 francs, no less, still too steep. We are not in need of a trivial quantity. After a heated exchange of words, General Gallieni finally managed to negotiate the price down to 550 francs. This was merely a charade. 550 francs was the price that Charles and Gallieni had agreed upon the previous night. The cost of the sidecar was approximately 270 francs, and perhaps out of a desire to compensate Charles, Gallieni had initially proposed a purchasing price of 800 francs. This was acceptable to the military, Gallieni remarked. Far better than the capitalists who would inflate it 4 or 5 times. De Joca's eyes gleamed with realization. The profit was substantial, 530 francs per sidecar, translating to over 500,000 francs for 1,000 units, and the military's procurement would certainly exceed that number. This was far more lucrative than selling industrial rights. However, after a moment's contemplation, Charles interjected, 550 francs per unit. What? Gallieni felt disbelief wash over him. Charles, de Joca thought he had misheard. Charles turned to de Joca, explaining, excessive profit will invite trouble. Father. De Joca looked perplexed. Merchants typically lamented insufficient profit. Not the opposite. Charles elucidated. If the profit per sidecar reaches 530 francs, it will undoubtedly entice capitalists to act. They could import motorcycles from abroad, convert them into sidecars, and compete with us, even with transportation costs and high import prices. There remains profit to be made. De Joca's realization dawned. If we set the price at 550 francs, the profit shrinks to 280 francs, making it unfeasible for them to import motorcycles and compete with us, as they would gain nothing in return. Indeed, though Charles's voice was youthful, his tone and demeanor belied great maturity. Moreover, if capitalists wish to replicate our product, they must establish a factory in France and construct a production line, ultimately circumventing our industrial rights. Faced with narrow profit margins, they may well opt to forego competition altogether. A brilliant strategy, Charles, Gallieni praised. Now I comprehend how your strategic and tactical acumen has flourished. The marketplace is indeed another battlefield. Thus, the price of 550 francs was established. The following morning, the events transpiring at the Paris town hall were not prearranged. De Joca and Gallieni engaged in an impromptu performance. News traveled swiftly in Paris. The affluent capitalists would soon learn of the matter, concluding, "Ah, this is Gallieni's way. That fool always quarrels with the capitalists over military funds, selling sidecars for merely 550 francs. This unfortunate de Joca had severed everyone's financial lifeline. At the Ritz Hotel in the heart of Paris's Place Vendôme, Francis leisurely savored his favorite Algerian coffee, smiling at the military representative seated opposite him. While casually lighting a cigar, Francis was tasked with negotiating the price of tanks with the military, having been thrust into the negotiation by Grevy, his aim being to create the illusion that tank rights still rested with Charles. Greevy had promised Francis a commission of 1%. Francis had calculated. A tank could be sold for 6,000 francs, for 1,500 units, that amounted to 9 million francs, translating to a commission of 90,000 francs. 90,000. The military representative appeared anxious, sighing helplessly. Mr. Francis, we find it exceedingly difficult to accept a unit price of 6,000 francs. If only you could. Francis could scarcely be bothered to respond. He merely raised his still smoldering cigar, indicating there would be no reduction in price. It was not I who was anxious, but rather you, Francis mused, for every minute spent here meant countless soldiers perishing due to the lack of tanks. This was my leverage in negotiations. At that moment, a messenger entered, casting a glance at Francis before approaching the military representative to whisper a few words in his ear. The representative's eyes lit up, and he promptly rose to address Francis. My apologies, sir. I must take a phone call. Francis keenly sensed a shift in circumstances, and not for the better. What could it be? As he pondered, an attendant hastily entered, leaning close to Francis to say, Mr. Greevy has instructed that the price be set at 5,000 francs. Sign the contract immediately. Instantly, Francis' expression shifted. The situation was likely worse than he had anticipated. The morning was bright, and the autumn breeze was just right. Greevy and Armand, clad in fitted hunting attire, rode high-stepping steeds, double-barreled shotguns slung across their backs, traversing their private hunting grounds, servants lined up at the other end. Leading hounds that yelped and bounded ahead, tasked with driving the game into the area before the two for their entertainment. This may be the last hunt of the year, Armand, Greevy skillfully reined in his horse, his gaze drifting over the withering leaves, lamenting. Once winter arrives, the game will take refuge in their dens. Not even a thorough search will uncover them. Armand lazily followed, yawning in boredom, responding. That is precisely why I prefer hunting in bed. Greevy, they await me there at all times, allowing me to dictate the terms. Greevy laughed heartily, but suddenly a sound interrupted his mirth, causing him to hush and focus on the underbrush. A weary elk stumbled into view, perhaps exhausted from running, panting heavily as it paused to rest. Greevy quickly reined in his horse, skillfully unfastening his shotgun to aim at the target, just as he was about to pull the trigger. The sound of approaching hooves startled the prey. Greevy cursed under his breath, stowing his gun as he turned to the approaching servant. If it were not something of utmost importance, he would surely be in for a scolding. Mr. Greevy, the servant halted his horse beside Greevy. As you anticipated, Dejoko went to the town hall today to secure industrial rights for the sidecars that we intended to negotiate the purchase of those rights. But others have beaten us to it. Greevy's expression darkened. Beaten to it by someone else? The leftists? No, Mr. Greevy, the servant replied. It was Gallieni. He did not seek to purchase the rights, but rather placed an order on behalf of the military. Grvy, taken aback, lifted his head in astonishment. If the military had placed an order, acquiring ownership rights would no longer be a straightforward affair. Beside him, Armand wore a cryptic smile. The military's swift action in bypassing the Senate indicated that Gallieni had included the sidecar in the wartime procurement regulations, marking it as the second piece of equipment to be incorporated into such provisions. Gallieni exhibited remarkable audacity. Armand remarked, he dares to offend both the left and the right. The STTM machine gun belongs to the left's arsenal, while the sidecar is coveted by the right. Yet Gallieni has interposed himself in both matters. Grvy, his expression impassive, inquired, what is the procurement price? Has an agreement been reached? Yes, sir, the servant replied. It is said to be 550 francs. Grvy gasped. 550 francs, are you certain? Yes, sir. Without further ado, Grvy seized the reins and galloped swiftly towards the villa. A bewildered Armand followed suit, shouting over the thundering hooves. What is the matter? Grvy, is it because of that 550 francs? Yes. Grvy responded amidst the clatter of hooves. What does it matter to us? Armand queried, puzzled. After all, we have not acquired its ownership rights. Consider the tank. Grvy retorted, turning his head. We intend to sell it to the military at a unit price of 6,000 francs. Armand remained perplexed. To him, tanks and sidecars were unrelated entities. Think about it. Armand, GRVY elucidated. The cost of one tank could procure 10 sidecars. Which would you prefer? Armand was momentarily stunned, his horse instinctively halting as he fell behind. 10 sidecars could equip 10 machine guns, while a tank could only mount one. Moreover, tanks suffer from slow speed and high malfunction rates. Thus, the military would certainly favor the 10 sidecars. GRVY, disregarding Armand, hastened back to the villa, dismounting swiftly at the entrance. Rushing inside to dial the phone with utmost urgency, commanding, 5,000 francs, sign the contract immediately. When the military representative returned, he appeared considerably more relaxed, even sporting a slight smile. Francis sensed trouble, but feigned nonchalance. You're in luck. Louis, they don't wish to waste time. They've decided to offer you a unit price of 5,000 francs. Let us sign the contract. Apologies, Francis, Louis chuckled. Perhaps a unit price of 3,000 francs would be acceptable. This is outrageous. Francis instantly lost his earlier composure. It is an affront to us. This is a tank. Louis, you need it, I know. Louis interrupted Francis. But we have an alternative that costs only 550 francs. Francis suddenly comprehended the situation, that a Joffre fellow had managed to sell the sidecar at such a low price of 550 francs. This was unexpected for Charles. In his view, tanks and sidecars should not compete in pricing. Thus, when he heard a Joffre say that the military had leveraged the sidecar to drive the tank's price down to 3,000 francs and reached an agreement, he found it somewhat unbelievable. After a moment's consideration, Charles grasped the reality. At that time, the military lacked any concept of armored or mobile warfare. To them, tanks and sidecars might appear indistinguishable. Both were armored, both bore machine guns on the road, and both could inflict significant casualties with small units. Since they were so similar, why would the military opt for the high-priced tank over the more economical, faster, and far less prone to malfunction sidecar? Did General Gallieni truly not understand the distinction, or was he feigning ignorance to negotiate a lower price? Charles believed that Gallieni might genuinely be unaware, given that tanks had only recently emerged, and operational theories were still in their infancy. The sidecar was in a similar predicament. Neither side comprehended the unique advantages and disadvantages of each, rendering them irreplaceable to one another. In this, de Joffre handed Charles a telegram. This is from Joseph, in England. The British have agreed to sell the Holt 75 production line and provide full technical support, but they demand 500,000 francs. A hint of anxiety flickered into Joffre's eyes. 500,000 francs exceeded their purchasing capacity, unless they promptly received payment from the military for the sidecars. However, Charles remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Let Joseph negotiate the price further. We've already negotiated multiple times, Charles," de Joffre replied, exasperated. "Joseph claims he has done his utmost. This might be the lowest price the British are willing to offer," Charles gently countered. "Inform Joseph that 250,000 francs is the maximum we can afford." "That's impossible." De Joffre stared at Charles incredulously. Charles added, "Otherwise, we shall await the arrival of the Holt 120. Convey this message to the British." De Joffre was taken aback. The Holt 120 was on the verge of release. This implied that the Holt 75 was soon to be obsolete. Yet the British sought to sell it at a premium. De Joffre was unaware of how Charles had acquired such information. He only knew that after sending the telegram to Joseph, he soon received a response. The counterpart agreed to sell for 250,000 francs. "Do we wish to proceed?" De Joffre promptly replied with a resounding yes, then jumped into a car heading for Paris to arrange for cross-border payment. Note: cross-border payments in Europe developed in the mid-19th century, utilizing an agent banking model, which continues to this day. As de Joffre hesitated before signing at the bank counter, he found himself puzzled. Why was Charles willing to invest 250,000 francs in a technology and product that was on the brink of obsolescence? Nevertheless, considering that Charles was well aware of the situation yet persisted, de Joffre ultimately signed and dispatched the funds. Charles indeed had his reasons. His intention behind acquiring the Holt 75 was not to produce tractors, but rather to manufacture tanks and armored vehicles. What he truly sought was engine technology, and in that regard, the Holt 120 did not present significant advantages over the Holt 75. The former primarily increased engine size to achieve greater output power through physical stacking. This was also the reason the Holt 75 remained in production for a decade before being phased out. The Joffre spent the afternoon shuttling between the town of Devos and Paris, returning home only after nightfall. Charles was confined within the house for an entire day. Even his request to accompany de Joffre to Paris was swiftly vetoed by Camille. "This matter does not require your involvement, Charles," Camille asserted. "Your father can handle it alone." Then, with a jest, Camille added, "Worry not. Charles, de Joffre must grow. It is time to let him undertake certain responsibilities." De Joffre raised his head in protest, but internally felt a twinge of discomfort. Camille had at least acknowledged part of the truth. He indeed relied on Charles's decisions. However, that was Charles, the child I raised. Witnessing his growth was a source of pride. The following day, Charles was finally permitted to accompany de Joffre to the factory. After a brief breakfast, he bid farewell to Camille, and they set off in a Ford towards the plant. As they drove through the streets, neighbors waved and greeted them. Madame Elisa, the baker, enthusiastically beckoned. "Young Master Charles, would you like a croissant? It's on the house. I just had breakfast." "Thank you, Madame Elisa." Charles expressed his gratitude as they passed by. "She's honoring her promise," de Joffre, at the wheel, glanced back momentarily. "What?" Charles did not grasp the implication of that statement. De Joffre explained. "Madame Elisa's son is a wounded soldier. A piece of shrapnel has severed part of his hand, rendering him unable to continue serving. She hopes to secure a job for her son at the motorcycle factory, and I have agreed. She mentioned we could enjoy her croissants for free, should we wish." Charles responded with an "O." Recalling his previous promise to provide work for those injured soldiers while at the field hospital, de Joffre curiously inquired, "How do you plan to manage those injured soldiers? They may struggle to adapt to the factory work. Some even require assistance." Without much thought, Charles proposed, "We could establish a rehabilitation center for the wounded, managing them collectively, allocating simple parts and machinery for their processing, and compensating them per piece." De Joffre hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "An excellent approach, allowing them to strive for self-sufficiency." "Indeed," Charles remarked, "this poses no significant loss to us, or rather, the loss is minimal. It is only in this manner that sustainability can be achieved. Otherwise, we lack the capacity to support such a multitude of wounded soldiers, and in the future, countless more will require our care." Joffre expressed his agreement, stating, "They will be forever grateful for this, Charles. You have provided them the opportunity to fend for themselves." Charles involuntarily recalled Matthew. Would he accept this self-sustaining existence? To him, it would merely represent another form of languishing and despair. That moment, the vehicle suddenly decelerated, and Joffre, peering through the window, spoke with a hint of urgency. "What is happening?" Charles followed Joffre's gaze ahead and noticed. At some point unbeknownst to him, a contingent of soldiers clad in red trousers and caps had appeared before the factory. Armed and vigilant, they had established a checkpoint on the thoroughfare leading to the factory, meticulously inspecting the vehicles and workers passing through. What were they searching for? Joffre glanced about, questioning. German spies. Initially, Charles was perplexed by the unfolding events until he spotted an officer with a bruised visage. It was Laurent, his father. Charles exclaimed. They were sent by General Gallieni. Gallieni had introduced Laurent to the two of them that evening, assuring them of his trustworthiness. Joffre responded with an "O," soon recognizing Laurent as well. However, Joffre's concern resurfaced. Shouldn't he maintain his distance from us? Why would he send his confidant? Charles raised an eyebrow. This is entirely appropriate. Father, this is a facility for the production of tanks and tricycles. The military must be wary of German spies infiltrating and stealing our technology. Joffre nodded in agreement with Charles's reasoning. That moment, Laurent approached the vehicle, his expression stern as he inquired, "Your identification?" "Sir." Joffre retrieved his identification from his inner pocket and handed it over. Note: France was one of the first countries to implement identification cards, originating during the French Revolution to verify citizenship and prevent tax evasion, albeit in paper form, which was easily forged. Laurent accepted the document and began to unfold it, yet his peripheral vision darted to either side. Upon confirming that no one was near, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Fear not. Sir, we are here under orders to protect you. However, our demeanor may present some minor issues." As he spoke, Laurent straightened his posture and declared loudly, "You are Joker, the individual who sold us the motorcycle for 550 francs. You capitalists never consider the plight of the common folk, only your greed for profit." With that, Laurent forcefully tossed the document back at Joker, exclaiming, "You bloodsuckers! I warn you not to engage in any trickery." He finished by spitting on the ground, prompting a chorus of mocking laughter from nearby soldiers. Yet, Laurent failed to notice the murderous expressions on the faces of the surrounding workers, just as Laurent was about to continue his tirade. A worker shouted, "Hey, mind your attitude, you scoundrel! You are the heroes saving France. Show some respect." The workers' shouts grew louder, their anger swelling as they surged forward, pushing against the soldiers. Laurent was even knocked to the ground by a burly man, his hat flying far from him. The soldiers, unwilling to confront the workers with their firearms, hurriedly shielded Laurent and retreated amidst the workers' curses, who erupted in triumphant cheers. Joker and Charles exchanged glances, pondering whether Laurent truly considered this a minor issue, or if he had simply failed to foresee such an outcome. This week, I have successfully progressed to the second round of recommendations. Starting tomorrow, I will endeavor to provide updates 3 times daily, maintaining the schedule of every evening at 10 o'clock. However, due to my part-time writing commitments, and as a novice, my pace may not be swift. I kindly ask for your understanding should I occasionally be unable to meet the 3 updates. Finally, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. My readership has consistently risen, and the editor has indicated potential advancement to the 3rd round. The guard company was stationed in the open area outside the factory, which had originally served as a defensive position for the French army against the German forces. Remnants of fortifications remained, and the soldiers erected dozens of tents, reinforcing and repurposing the structures into their quarters. Within the medical tent, medics carefully attended to Laurent's injuries that he had been brutally beaten a few days prior in the town. Mistaken for a kidnapper, suffering only superficial injuries. However, today he had sustained a serious injury from the enraged workers' collision. His left arm was dislocated, immobilized in a sling around his neck, requiring at least a week for recovery. The bridge of his nose had been fractured and reset with a painful scream, resulting in a continuous flow of blood that he could only staunch with antiseptic cotton. Once the medics departed, Captain Jules, the company commander, anxiously inquired, "It's nothing serious, is it, Major? Just a minor issue." Laurent replied, covering his nose with his healthy right hand, his voice sounding odd due to his nasal congestion. "Everything is under control." "You mean to say," Captain Jules questioned skeptically, "that what just occurred was part of the plan?" "Of course." Laurent coughed nervously, puffing out his chest. "Only through such means can we convince those capitalists that we hold grievances against Charles." "I understand," but Jules refrained from pressing further, noticing Laurent's shifty gaze, a telltale sign of deceit. He deemed it prudent not to expose Laurent at that moment. Laurent continued to assert, "Only through intense conflict, even bloodshed, can we persuade the capitalists. This is crucial, Jules." "Indeed, Major, you are correct," Jules affirmed, though internally he thought, "Such matters can be left to you." After a moment's hesitation, Jules reported, "The issue is that only we in the guard company know the truth. The soldiers believe they are genuinely surveilling Charles, and many are reluctant to do so, developing a sense of resistance. I fear this may cause division within the ranks." This was Gallieni's command. For the sake of secrecy, only the trusted Laurent and Jules knew that their task of surveillance was, in truth, one of protection for Charles and the factory. Moreover, Gallieni harbored a personal interest in being informed of any strategic or tactical insights and suggestions Charles might possess. Laurent glanced sideways at Jules and asked, "Resistance?" "Yes," Jules explained. "Everyone knows Charles is saving France, Major, yet we are treating him as a spy under surveillance, at least on the surface. The soldiers perceive this as unwelcome, even an insult to their intelligence. Thus they are unwilling to carry out this task." Laurent snorted dismissively. Do their opinions matter? They need only consider one thing: obedience to orders. "But, Major, gather them together." Laurent interrupted Jules. "Allow me to handle them." "Yes, Major," Jules responded, resigned. After Jules left, Laurent stood before the mirror, assessing his appearance. although his nose was swollen and his lips were bruised. He straightened his military cap. Soldiers must always maintain their appearance. As Laurent exited the tent, over 200 soldiers of the guard company had already lined up outside the tents. Laurent, with his arm in a sling, strode before them, attempting to project an air of intimidation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his demeanor appeared comical to the soldiers. I have heard that some are questioning the necessity of this mission, believing it to be a waste of time to surveil a conscientious capitalist. Before he could finish, a soldier interjected, "Isn't that the case, Major?" "Certainly not," Laurent snapped, swiftly turning to face the voice, bellowing, "Have you forgotten about Raysab? Wasn't he a good man before his bankruptcy? Wasn't he a savior like Charles?" This event transpired 2 decades ago. The French entrepreneur Ferdinand de Lesseps secured the rights to excavate the Panama Canal and issued stocks domestically. With fervent media promotion and countless assurances from numerous parliamentarians, the entire nation was convinced that this was a surefire investment. The populace went into a frenzy, viewing de Lesseps as their savior, leading them towards prosperity. They eagerly snapped up billions of francs worth of stocks issued by de Lesseps, and soon thereafter, even the new shares were sold out. However, the company abruptly announced a staggering debt of 1.28 billion francs. With only a third of the canal completed, it was then that the people realized they had been duped. Discovering that nearly everyone had accepted bribes from de Lesseps, state officials, high-ranking officers, over 200 parliament members, and a multitude of journalists had conspired to orchestrate this grand deception, ensnaring the common folk within it. Among them, the leader of the Radical Party, Clemenceau, had received a bribe amounting to 1 million francs. This led to the bankruptcy of 900,000 small shareholders and the collapse of numerous small and medium-sized enterprises. What was even more intolerable was that, despite the irrefutable evidence, the court acquitted all the implicated parties, imposing a mere laughable fine of 3,000 francs on de Lesseps. The populace staged protest after protest and strike after strike. Yet all their efforts proved futile. They were far too naive, believing that capitalists would judge one another guilty and pay the price. Such a notion could only be realized in dreams. The soldiers fell silent. Laurent's words bore truth. De Lesseps had been more than just a good man before declaring bankruptcy. He had been a beacon of hope for the French people. This was one of the reasons the French military and civilians harbored such animosity towards capitalists. And Charles was indeed a quintessential capitalist. Capitalists have their own agendas. Laurent continued to shout in a hoarse voice, instinctively raising his left hand to emphasize his point, only to quickly switch to his right hand upon feeling pain. They all appear virtuous when revealing their true intentions. Yet at their core, they are all driven by profit. They all seek to swindle our hard-earned money from us poor souls. Without exception, a portion of the soldiers expressed their agreement. Indeed, they harbor no good intentions. They merely wish to sell their technology for a handsome price. Conversely, another faction voiced dissent. Charles is different. He saved our lives. What could possibly be more valuable than our lives or than France itself? He had no obligation to do so. My brother was wounded in the war, and it was Charles who rescued him, selflessly offering his own resources without demanding anything in return. We cannot treat Charles this way. It was unclear which side initiated the conflict. Perhaps it began with mere spitting, inadvertently landing on another, followed by a punch that was perceived as provocation, and soon enough, supporters rallied to each side. Engaging in a chaotic brawl, many even discarded their rifles to rejoin the fray, fighting wildly and unable to distinguish which side they supported. Laurent watched helplessly as the scene unfolded, shouting in an attempt to halt the soldiers' excessive actions. "Wait. Stop! You rascals!" Amidst the chaos, a stray punch struck Laurent's chin, knocking him to the ground. Within the motorcycle factory's third-floor office, Doika and Charles looked on in bewilderment at the tumultuous soldiers outside the walls. "What are they doing?" Doika inquired. "I have no idea." Charles shook his head. "Perhaps it is a training exercise. They might be rehearsing how to handle angry workers." Doika nodded, feeling somewhat moved. Laurent was a dedicated soldier, and the training seemed to be conducted earnestly. Such a person would undoubtedly protect Charles well. Back in a medical tent, medics painfully extracted a half-tooth from Laurent's mouth, a remnant clinging to his gum. "Major, are you really all right?" Captain Jules asked. "Should we report this to the general? Are you out of your mind?" Laurent glared. "This trivial matter needs to be reported to the general. He is busy commanding the troops in pursuit of the Germans. And we would waste his precious time over this?" Captain Jules appeared troubled. Was this really a trivial matter? It was merely the first day, and he had already been struck twice, with seemingly no end in sight. At that moment, the telephone rang, prompting Captain Jules to rise and answer the receiver, before turning to Laurent and quietly stating, "It's the general." Gallieni and I felt an inexplicable restlessness. This wretched system left him feeling bound and hesitant, as if tied down while battling the enemy. Although the military had received a batch of sidecars distributed to the soldiers, the results were far from satisfactory. French soldiers anticipated a repeat of Colonel Browning's triumph. Believing that the Germans would flee at the sight of the sidecars charging forth, expecting to see vast numbers of Germans fall beneath the fire of the Maxim machine guns. However, the German losses were negligible, and not a single sidecar returned. An avalanche of negative feedback soon reached Gallieni and I. "What on earth is this? It is utterly ineffective against bullets and cannot accurately target the enemy. This contraption is useless. We must have been duped." Gallieni and I had already confirmed Colonel Browning's achievements. Therefore, he believed that the issue lay with the tactics rather than the sidecars themselves. Gallieni and I ought to summon Charles to discuss the matter. Yet, this would be perceived by capitalists as a conspiracy between the military and arms dealers. To recall the tactically experienced Colonel Browning from the battlefield. This would not only disrupt the frontline combat, but, more importantly, Colonel Browning's tactics were taught by Charles, who would likely be unaware of the underlying reasons. Thus, it had to be Charles. Ultimately, Gallieni and I decided to have Laurent resolve the issue. He called Laurent. "I hear you've encountered a bit of trouble. I wish to discuss something with Charles, in secret. Can it be done? As soon as possible. This is crucial." On the other end of the line, Laurent, with cotton stuffed in his mouth to staunch the bleeding, spoke with a somewhat muffled voice. No, it's merely a minor issue. Everything is under control. General, of course it can be done. All right, I will take care of it immediately." After hanging up, Laurent remained silent for a moment. How could he speak with Charles while keeping it confidential? Would it be like last time when he kidnapped him? This time, it would be even more challenging and dangerous. Those workers in the factory were not to be trifled with. Should he wait until evening to inform Charles? The general said, as soon as possible. Although he was unsure how long as soon as possible would take, it certainly wouldn't be until evening. Suddenly, Laurent's eyes lit up, and a triumphant smile spread across his face as he muttered to himself. "This minor task is certainly no challenge for me." He turned to Jules and commanded, "Go fetch Charles. I wish to interrogate him personally." Jules, who had been sipping water, was taken aback by this statement. Stumbling and coughing, spraying water everywhere, he looked at Laurent, his eyes filled with fear. "Interrogate?" "Yes, interrogate." Laurent replied expressionlessly. "We have received intelligence that the Germans are replicating the sidecar, and we have reason to suspect that the motorcycle factory leaked the technology. Naturally, we must bring Charles in for questioning." "You must be mad," Jules exclaimed incredulously. "The Germans have already captured sidecars. They do not need Charles to provide any technology to replicate them." "I am well aware." Laurent raised his gaze to Jules. "The point is that this is the only way to conduct a secret discussion, but this plan could very well lead to our demise." Jules retorted. Laurent cut Jules off with a glance. Jules understood what Laurent meant. "We are soldiers, Jules. Can this be more perilous than the hail of bullets on the battlefield? Then go try your luck on the battlefield." Jules, resigned, could only comply with the order. As he turned, he thought that as long as he didn't let anyone know this was an interrogation, and approached Charles in a cordial manner, everything would be fine. To his surprise, Laurent added from behind, "It's an interrogation, Jules. Make sure to tell others." Jules felt a wave of despair, doubting whether he would survive the encounter at the factory. In the end, Jules opted for a clever approach. He went in without any guards, armed only with a gift box, appearing as if he were merely visiting Charles. This way, he wouldn't alarm the watchful and wary workers. Upon meeting Charles, he made it clear that this was an interrogation, albeit with a knowing glance, and thus Doika and Charles quickly grasped the situation. Charles asked, "Do you want to put handcuffs on me or something? That would make it look more like an interrogation." But this suggestion terrified Jules. No, Monsieur Charles, this is sufficient. Moreover, if possible, I kindly ask you to maintain a smile as we stroll and engage in conversation. Is that so? Charles remarked, looking bewildered, for their usual method of interrogation seemed quite different. Without objection, Charles complied with Captain Jules' instructions, for reasons unknown. As they exited the factory gates, Captain Jules exhaled a prolonged sigh of relief. I am immensely grateful, Master Charles. The sincerity in Captain Jules' eyes was palpable. Charles' cooperation had, in a sense, saved his life. The layout of the Loron command post was rather austere, consisting solely of a table and 2 wooden chairs. Even the electric light had yet to be installed, and the overcast sky rendered the tent somewhat dim. Loron respectfully nodded to Charles as he lowered the door curtain, stating, Master Charles, General Gallieni wishes to speak with you. This is the only method I can utilize. Charles nodded in understanding, recognizing that idle chatter was unnecessary, for General Gallieni might still be waiting on the line. Once the call was connected, General Gallieni, with a touch of humor, remarked, It appears it is time for you to provide after-sales service. Young lad, surely you do not wish for our orders to be limited to this, do you? Of course not, General, Charles replied, though a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. Was there a quality issue with the sidecar? After all, it was the British Victory motorcycle, which had proven itself in the crucible of battle. It seemed unlikely that it would require after-sales service upon its debut. However, Charles quickly grasped that this might not pertain to that kind of service. If it were, General Gallieni would surely confront him directly rather than covertly summon him for interrogation. As anticipated, General Gallieni continued, I believe the issue lies in your failure to provide an instruction manual. Charles listened patiently as General Gallieni recounted the events, nearly choking on his frustration that IT cannot be employed for frontal combat. General, Charles asserted, I suspected as much, General Gallieni replied. I have reviewed Major Brownie's report. He maneuvered through a back road to strike the enemy off guard, but can the sidecar only operate in such a manner? The battlefield has undergone some changes, ever since Major Brownie's resounding victory. The Germans have fortified their positions, and they will at least dig 2 trenches around their encampments. This is the essence of where there is a spear, there is a shield. The battlefield is a realm of mutual vigilance and life and death stakes for both sides. And the Germans could not simply stand idly by, repeatedly falling prey to the sidecar's assaults. Digging trenches is an astute tactic. The sidecar lacks the trench-crossing capabilities of a tracked tank, and even a small ditch would suffice to impede its advance. Yet, the sidecar's role extends beyond mere ambush. Charles pondered for a moment before suggesting, we could attempt a harassment tactic. It may suit the current state of affairs. Harassment tactic? General Gallieni echoed, his voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed, Charles elucidated, by circumventing the enemy's defenses and penetrating their rear, we can harass their main forces. General Gallieni remained perplexed. But what if they remain vigilant? Moreover, not all routes are suitable for a sidecar's offensive. The sidecar's sudden strikes demand a high degree of terrain compatibility, requiring expansive open spaces with relatively flat ground. Otherwise, maneuvering through becomes arduous, let alone mounting an assault. That is why I propose harassment rather than outright attack. Charles explained that we need not many, just a few vehicles appearing around the enemy to fire a few shots day and night. They need not even cross the trenches. General Gallieni emitted a thoughtful "oh," as if beginning to grasp the concept. Charles continued, the sidecar's mission is to instill fear in the enemy, prompting them to frequently organize defenses or slow their march, or to awaken them at night, leaving them unable to sleep. In a few days, they will be utterly fatigued. Once the enemy lowers their guard or has small units isolated, the sidecar can concentrate its forces for a surprise attack. General Gallieni nodded slightly. As a seasoned veteran, he could appreciate the efficacy of this strategy. In time, the sidecars employed for harassment would resemble a swarm of flies, encircling the enemy, evading capture, yet persistently annoying them, preventing them from enjoying their meals or resting soundly. Meanwhile, the sidecars would exploit their familiarity with the terrain and speed to remain beyond the enemy's range. Even the German artillery would find themselves powerless against such swift, elusive targets that could vanish into the woods at a moment's notice. When the enemy becomes flustered and on the brink of collapse, that is when we seize the opportunity to strike. A splendid idea, General Gallieni expressed his genuine admiration. Yet another potential tactic for the weak to triumph over the strong. It seems you perceive warfare as a game of outmaneuvering your opponent. There was a hint of regret in Gallieni's tone. A military genius like Charles should not be squandered on commerce. He ought to serve as a strategist, devising plans and training troops to master these tactics. Charles cautioned, "This tactic may sound simple, but its execution is fraught with challenges. General, it is imperative to avoid reckless charges or indiscriminate assaults. The most crucial factor is a comprehensive understanding of enemy intelligence. Otherwise, one risks falling into ambush." Pausing, Charles added, "Speaking of intelligence, I believe two-wheeled motorcycles would be more suitable than three-wheeled ones. What do you think?" "Quite right." General Gallieni nodded vigorously. "Two-wheeled motorcycles can traverse almost any mountain road. They could also serve for communication." Charles further ignited the conversation. "Motorcycles are far faster and more reliable than horses," he nearly added. "And there's a 10 discount on orders placed now." "Dear sir," unbeknownst to General Gallieni, who was lost in thoughts of dispatch riders navigating the narrow roads and highways on motorcycles, he did not perceive Charles' sales pitch. After a considerable pause, he marveled, "Had you not been merely 17, I would find it hard to believe you have never been to war." Yet, he soon realized this statement was somewhat inappropriate. All those in France who had fought were unaware of such tactics, nor had they contemplated these nuances. Thus, it had little to do with prior combat experience. What then could account for it? Was it entirely reliant on imagination? It was simply astounding. On the other end of the line, Charles merely smiled, for Gallieni could not fathom that Charles' insights stemmed from modern advanced tactics, the accumulated wisdom of humanity over millennia on the battlefield. "Are there any other strategies?" General Gallieni's voice brimmed with urgency. "I believe special operations would also be well suited to the current circumstances, General," Charles proclaimed. "Special operations?" Gallieni's eyes brightened once more. However, as Gallieni leaned in attentively, the line crackled with commotion. "Release Master Charles, you capitalist lackeys. What evidence do you have for his arrest? Master Charles has rescued France from the Germans. How could he possibly be a German spy?" "A German spy?" Gallieni was utterly perplexed. Which fool has dared to level such an accusation against Charles? The chaos on the other end escalated, with angry workers surrounding the tent where Charles was being held, pushing forcefully against the soldiers' attempts to block their entry. Jules shouted, "Gentlemen, you misunderstand. We merely wish to speak with Master Charles." "Lies!" Someone immediately retorted, "that we know what Major Laurent has said." Jules realized that some soldiers had tipped off the workers. Otherwise, they could not possibly know this was an interrogation. Just as Jules was about to clarify, Laurent emerged, fuming. "Yes, this is indeed an interrogation. Not just Charles, but each of you is worthy of suspicion." With a resounding thud, a stone struck Laurent's head, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, blood trickling down from his hat's brim. The crowd, however, showed no signs of retreating, shouting for a breach through the soldiers' defenses. At that moment, Charles emerged from the tent, appearing before the workers at an opportune moment. "I am unharmed. Gentlemen, thank you." His voice, though soft, silenced the crowd instantly. Upon seeing Charles, the workers felt assured. "Did those scoundrels subject you to torture?" "Fear not, Master Charles. We shall always stand by your side. Anyone could be a spy." "But you cannot be." Charles glanced at Laurent, who was bloodied and being assisted by his subordinates, feeling a twinge of compassion. The harassment tactic had achieved remarkable success on the battlefield. In this era, the primary means of mobile transportation were horses, mules, and dogs. During the First World War in Europe, dogs were often utilized to pull machine guns and ammunition, alleviating the burden on human labor. In this context, Charles developed a harassment tactic employing a motorcycle with a sidecar, delivering a dimensional strike against the German forces on a tactical level. Although it did not inflict direct casualties on the German army, it significantly impaired their marching efficiency and combat capability. Concurrently, it bolstered the communication and intelligence capabilities of the French army, resulting in immeasurable indirect losses for the Germans. The immediate success of this tactic yielded substantial profits for Charles, as he received a multitude of orders from the military. An initial batch of 3,000 sidecars, soon followed by an additional 3,000, and an order of 5,000 motorcycles right off the bat. Each sidecar generated a profit of 280 francs, while each motorcycle yielded 180 francs, with the military procurement price at 360 francs. That a preliminary estimate suggests that the initial orders from the French military alone could yield a profit of 2.58 million francs. Shortly thereafter, the motorcycle factory also received orders from the British Army, and even representatives from distant Russia came to place orders. The Russians intended to purchase a trial batch, with hopes of establishing a factory in Russia for mass production if the vehicles proved suitable for their terrain. Charles was quite confident in this venture, as the Russian army's communication issues were severely outdated, adversely affecting coordination among units and undermining their combat effectiveness. The introduction of motorcycles could, to a certain extent, remedy this deficiency. While Charles flourished, Francis felt an immense pressure mounting in his private villa. He was dining with his family by candlelight. The meal consisted of steak, and the family members silently dealt with their food. Napkins draped around their necks, making the table's atmosphere peculiar due to Francis's silence. Just as everyone was speculating about the cause of his mood, Francis abruptly asked, "Do you know that Joseph has resigned?" Pierre paused, aware that the question was directed at him. "I know, Father," Pierre replied. "Do you know where he has gone?" Francis inquired further. Pierre hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he answered, "No, I do not know." "What about Thomas? Do you know where he went?" Francis pressed on. Pierre subtly shook his head, realizing that this was not a mere inquiry, but rather an accusation. Unsurprisingly, the next moment, Francis lifted his gaze to fixate on Pierre, his voice low and laden with anger. "Joseph, Thomas, Victor, Parit, 77 of our best technical employees have resigned for over half a month, and you know nothing about it." Without waiting for Pierre's response, Francis provided the answer. "They have all gone to Charles's newly established tractor factory." "Pierre, and you are oblivious to the fact that Charles has built a tractor factory next to the motorcycle plant and imported the Holt 75 from Britain?" Pierre, taken aback, looked up at Francis, realizing he was entirely uninformed about this. As the eldest son, his attention was more focused on the arrival of a young and beautiful dancer at Folie Travis, located in the 9th arrondissement of Paris. Note: Folie Travis is the hottest nightclub in Paris. Francis forcefully cut a piece of beef, impaling it with his fork and placing it in his mouth, chewing vigorously as he continued. "That motorcycle factory, which we deemed useless, has transformed into a golden goose under Charles's management in less than a month. His orders are reported to be filled through next year, with 3 shifts of workers producing around the clock, yet still unable to meet the demand. Now he has opened a tractor factory, boasting a generation ahead of our tractors." Francis paused in his actions, glaring at Pierre, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "And what have you accomplished, Pierre? Have you made progress in your pursuits of pleasure? Or perhaps improved your skills in the bedroom?" Seated beside Pierre, Amble instinctively lowered her head. She was Pierre's wife, aware of his affairs yet never inquiring, believing that as long as she led a good life, what Pierre did outside was of no concern to her. Francis, observing this, was even more incensed, convinced that Amble should reign in her husband, as her permissiveness was one of the reasons Pierre was lost in indulgence. Yet Pierre remained composed, seemingly accustomed to Francis's tone. Regardless of Francis's outbursts, he continued to slice his steak and elegantly bring it to his mouth. "Are you not considering a solution?" Francis glared at Pierre in frustration. "If this issue remains unresolved, your days of comfort will soon come to an end." Pierre understood the implications. His lavish lifestyle stemmed from the tractor factory. Should Charles's factory outshine his financial source would be severed. "I do not comprehend one thing, Father," Pierre replied nonchalantly. "Since Charles has already sold the industrial rights to tanks, why would he open a tractor factory? Is it merely to eliminate us from the competition? That does not make sense. Charles should recognize that civilian tractors would not sell, and the military rights for conversion into tanks were in grievous hands, produced by Francis's tractor factory. Who would Charles sell his tractors to?" Francis scoffed. "Do you think Charles would engage in a losing venture? That little rascal is nothing like his father. His mind is brimming with cunning ideas. If he could conceive the first tank and sidecar, he can certainly devise a second tank. If he succeeds, we are finished." Pierre nodded, acknowledging that he had underestimated Charles. This young man was indeed formidable, planning to comprehensively overpower Francis's tractor factory in both civilian and military domains. He was on the brink of success. What a pity, Pierre remarked. What do you mean, by what pity? Francis retorted. Do you have a strategy to counter him? Francis believed the situation was settled. During this time, he had focused solely on tank production, entirely overlooking Charles's maneuvers, allowing Charles to gain an advantage in technology, workforce, and funding that it was hard to fathom that within a mere month, his decades of effort were about to crumble. All because of this young man. Yet Pierre held a different perspective. The tank rights are in Grevie's hands. Father, so. Suddenly, Francis grasped the situation. He had been so immersed in the game that he had overlooked this crucial point. Charles's actions would infringe upon Grevie's interests, aligning Grevie and his aristocratic allies as comrades on the same front. After pondering this, Francis nodded. That makes sense. He then raised his glass in a toast to Pierre, who responded with poise that Armand's Blad estate was a mere 3 miles from Paris and, being well-connected, had become a gathering place for the Tank Alliance. Unlike before, this time it was Francis who summoned others. Nicholas was somewhat reluctant to attend, offering the excuse that the tank business had no bearing on him, stating that he simply needed to receive his remuneration and disseminate information via the Figaro. He had no need to attend any meetings. The real reason was that Nicholas did not regard Francis as a nobleman, in Nicholas's eyes, Francis was merely a merchant selling tractors, and he did not wish to waste his time on such a person. However, soon Grevie called Nicholas. Francis believes you should be present. Mr. Nicholas. Oh, what could be of such significance? Nicholas chuckled. Who knows? But if he insists, very well, I shall attend. However, I may leave early. He had best keep it brief. Nicholas's tone was laced with disdain for Francis. When Nicholas arrived at the estate, others were already present, and he did not offer any apologies. Instead, he appeared flustered, handing his cane and hat to his servant. Taking a seat on the sofa without even removing his coat. Gentlemen, I can only stay a short while. I have an appointment with Mr. Abel in an hour. I shall not take up too much of your time. Mr. Nicholas, Francis acknowledged with a nod. Nicholas observed Francis, surprised by his assertive demeanor. He had usually been subservient, as if bowing his head, but now he exuded an air of authority. Nicholas cast a curious glance at Armand and Grevie, who responded with mere smiles. The situation is as follows, Francis stated. I recently learned that Charles has constructed a tractor factory next to his motorcycle plant. The living room fell silent for a few seconds before laughter erupted. Armand handed a glass of red wine to Nicholas and remarked, As far as I know, Charles is your grandson, Mr. Francis. Are you planning to have Mr. Nicholas advertise for your grandson's new factory? A hint of sarcasm danced at the corners of Nicholas's mouth. Yet he humbly replied, It would be my pleasure to serve you, Mr. Francis. His exaggerated demeanor once again provided amusement for the others. Ignoring their jeers, Francis simply emphasized, The tractor factory, gentlemen, and it features the more advanced Holt 75, boasting an impressive horsepower of 83 and a maximum speed of 24 kilometers per hour. While my tractor only manages 61 horsepower with a top speed of 15 kilometers. Have you pondered what that implies? Armand dismissed the matter with a nonchalant sip of his drink. Nicholas's smile faded into resignation. Believing that Francis was earnestly discussing advertising content. Surely, he couldn't be serious? Only Grevie ceased his mirth. Are you suggesting that Charles intends to compete with you? Grevie inquired, that he aims to compete with us. Gentlemen, Francis corrected, if Charles were to modify the Holt 75 into a tank, it would undoubtedly surpass the Holt 60 in speed and load capacity. Which option do you think the military would prefer? The others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing their misunderstanding, the Charles Francis referred to as not a grandson, but a rival. After a moment's hesitation, Armand shrugged dismissively. What can he do? The tank industry rights are in our hands. Indeed, Nicholas interjected, we still hold sway. The advantage of the press lay in the fact that should Charles dare to infringe upon their industrial rights, he would swiftly face public and legal backlash, regardless of his status as the inventor. Grevie remained silent, seemingly having deduced the crux of the issue. Francis, chuckling softly, shook his head. You underestimate Charles. If it were as you imagine, he would not have established this tractor factory. Pray tell, what are his capabilities? Armand scoffed. Do you truly believe we should fear a mere 17-year-old? Francis was momentarily taken aback. casting an incredulous glance at Armand, a quintessential fool, who held the position of party leader or even a legislator. Such thoughts, of course, could not be voiced. Leaning back on the sofa, Francis took a deep breath to compose himself and stated, "Gentlemen, I have a tale to share." The German First Army was poised to advance on Paris, merely needing to encircle it from the west, and Paris would be doomed. However, I procured food in a machine gun factory, then informed Gallieni that I would supply the French Fifth Army for free. Consequently, the French Fifth Army altered its retreat route and congregated at Davis. In pursuit of the French Fifth Army, the German First Army changed its marching direction, thereby exposing its flank to Paris. Armand interrupted with a smile. "Are you implying that you are the savior of Paris?" "No, Mr. Armand." Francis sat upright, fixing his gaze on Armand, and replied emphatically, "It is Charles who is the savior of Paris." All of this was orchestrated by him. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of this underlying narrative, or rather, that it was not merely a story, for the protagonist of this tale was Charles, the very adversary of Francis, who would never extol his foe. Thus, this story was likely rooted in truth. Grevy appeared to have an epiphany, staring at Francis in shock. So, Charles has long since modified a tractor into a tank. Waiting for the Germans at La Vaz, Francis nodded. Not only that, but he also trained a squad of soldiers to operate the tank and commanded this unit to defeat the Germans. The room fell into stunned silence. They had always assumed these were mere folk tales. Official narratives credited Major Brownie with training the troops and leading them to victory over the Germans, relegating Charles to the role of tank inventor. Francis added, "I witnessed it firsthand. Major Brownie merely executed Charles's directives, and I suspect the same holds true for the tricycle." Incredible. Grevy involuntarily rose to his feet. A mere 17-year-old possesses such strategy, such depth, along with those astonishing inventions and ideas. How is this possible? Grevy had always recognized Charles's brilliance, yet he never fathomed it reached such heights. Far surpassing his imagination, he murmured, "If Charles is an opponent, he is a truly formidable one." This was precisely what Francis aimed to convey. Now, do you comprehend the nature of the adversary we face? Do you still think he is merely a 17-year-old child, not worthy of concern? Without waiting for the others to respond, Francis continued, "In his presence, tank rights are inconsequential, gentlemen. If my intuition serves me correctly, he will soon develop a new model tank, one based on modifications of the Holt 75. This tank is likely to circumvent all industrial rights, or perhaps even be an entirely new design. Regardless, it will undoubtedly surpass our tanks in sophistication." Grevy nodded slightly, "And thus, our tanks will be rendered obsolete, likely selling none at all." Armand sat motionless on the sofa, contemplating the consequences. Financial loss was trivial. Should events unfold in such a manner, the right wing's aspirations to enhance influence and control within the military would undoubtedly dissolve into mere vapor on an ordinary morning. Charles awoke naturally. He pulled back the curtains to gaze outside. The weather appeared dreary, overcast with a light drizzle. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly washed and dressed before heading downstairs. Camille was bustling about in the kitchen, and upon seeing Charles, she promptly presented him with a generous plate of apple pastries accompanied by a steaming cup of hot milk. "You must finish every last bite." Camille's tone was unequivocal. The French term for breakfast also connotes light meal, reflecting the French disregard for breakfast, often simply needing to fill their bellies to a minimal extent. However, Camille believed Charles, being in his growth phase, needed to consume more. "Where is father?" Charles inquired, crunching on the flaky apple pastry. "Is he not awake yet?" Typically, Doyaka would join Charles for breakfast before driving to work, and Charles felt a pang of anxiety. Fearing he might again be confined indoors for the entire day, he just stepped out. Camille called from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with pride. "He went to fetch the newspaper. He heard that your accomplishments have been featured again." Charles did not find this particularly noteworthy. Ever since he invented the tank and the tricycle, newspapers of every caliber in Paris have been reporting on his exploits. Little papers, morning papers, the Petit Parisien, and others, one article after another, ad nauseum. Occasionally, reporters would even wait at his doorstep or outside the factory, clamoring for interviews and photographs. Charles had grown accustomed to this, initially accommodating their requests, understanding they were merely trying to earn a living. However, he soon grew weary, regarding it as a waste of time with no end in sight. Yet, Doyaka and Camille delighted in it. Whenever a newspaper published an article about Charles, they would eagerly purchase it. Reading it over and over, they would then engage in critique, discussion, and even draw comparisons, ultimately collecting them all to make tea that moment. Doyaka returned, and Camille, spotting him through the window, rushed excitedly to the door and exclaimed, "Is it true? Another article about Charles? What does it say this time?" Doyaka merely nodded, entering and casually handing a newspaper to Camille before sitting down silently across from Charles. Charles noticed a hint of concern in Doyaka's eyes and could not help but ask, "Does the newspaper contain unfavorable news about me?" "No." Doyaka shook his head slightly, remaining reticent. Camille unfolded the newspaper, reading it while pacing excitedly, and then exclaimed, "This time it's from Le Figaro, and it's the front page headline. They say you intentionally lured the Germans to Davos, exposing their flank, which allowed us to defeat them. Is this true, Charles? Why have you never mentioned it to me?" In an instant, Charles comprehended the reason behind Joker's expression. Joker cast a meaningful glance at Charles, who understood perfectly. Adopting an innocent demeanor, he replied, "I'm unaware of this matter, mother. It is merely fabrications from them." Camille paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Those journalists will say anything to boost their sales. But this is a positive development, is it not? She placed the newspaper on the dining table and returned to the kitchen, adding, "Indeed, it is a good thing. Our Charles has emerged as a hero." Joker's countenance bore a bitter expression as he lowered his voice to inquire of Charles, "Is it Francis?" Charles nodded in affirmation. Only 3 individuals were privy to this information: Francis, Gallieni, and Joker. Neither Gallieni nor Joker would divulge such news, leaving only Francis as the culprit. Joker had indeed surmised this, yet he was reluctant to admit it, given that the individual in question was his father and Charles's grandfather. "This may be connected to our new tractor factory," Charles suggested, hoping to provide a rationale that might ease Joker's discomfort. Yet, could he truly act in this manner? Joker suddenly became agitated, jabbing his finger forcefully at the newspaper as he spoke, his voice nearly escaping through clenched teeth. "On the surface, he appears to be praising you, fashioning you into a hero. Yet his true intent is to enlist you in the army, thereby eliminating you as his competitor." Charles did not refute this. "It was indeed Francis's design, that he is a coward," Joker muttered under his breath. "He lacks the courage to confront your challenge. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, he is unconcerned about you being sent to the battlefield." The remainder of Joker's thoughts fell silent, as he deemed them inauspicious. Charles was at a loss on how to console Joker, ultimately stating, "Perhaps it is not just him. Father, what?" Joker looked at Charles, perplexed. Charles reminded him. "Le Figaro." Joker responded with an understanding that Le Figaro was a newspaper targeting the aristocracy, owned by Nicholas, a member of the nobility alongside Grevy and Armand, representatives of the traditional aristocracy and party leaders. Additionally, the rights to the tank had been sold to them. Should Charles's tractor venture flourish, it could potentially threaten tank sales, even supplanting them. Connecting all these dots, the situation became quite clear. The anger in Joker's eyes gradually transformed into fear, although they wielded little political influence. Their intricate connections endowed them with considerable power, granting them a voice within the House of Commons. Along with substantial financial resources, ate tea that moment. Camille emerged, placing a plate of apple tarts before both Joker and herself. Curiously inquiring, "Were you discussing?" Joker felt a pang of panic. If Camille were to discover that Francis had allied with the traditional aristocracy against Charles, it would surely frighten her. Charles responded with calm assurance. "Oh, nothing, mother. Just a minor issue with the car." Camille harbored no doubts, smiling as she glanced at Joker. "That is your father's prized possession, Charles. No wonder his expression is so grim." Charles smiled but remained silent. This turn of events had taken Charles by surprise. He had endeavored to avoid exacerbating tensions with the capitalists, yet he had inadvertently entangled himself with the traditional aristocracy. Simultaneously, he found this rather amusing, as the traditional aristocracy seemed to have unwittingly aided Gallieni. Previously, Gallieni had hoped for Charles to serve as a military advisor, but had refrained from overtly requesting personnel due to Charles's identity as an arms dealer, even avoiding discussions that might raise suspicion. Now, with the traditional aristocracy providing support, Gallieni could effortlessly fulfill this wish, sparing Laurent from the arduous task of demeaning himself. No, that old fox Gallieni would feign great reluctance, ultimately acquiescing only out of necessity. The stage was set for his performance. The French Parliament consists of the House of Commons and the Senate. The House of Commons, located in the Bourbon Palace, wields greater power, while the Senate, situated in the Luxembourg Palace, holds comparatively less authority. I mistakenly conflated the two, believing the Senate to possess greater power, leading to segments of my writing erroneously referring to the Senate. I will gradually amend all previous instances of Senate to House of Commons, and the subsequent mentions of Senate may create confusion for readers, for which I apologize. In the House of Commons at the Bourbon Palace, Gallieni stood silently at the podium, awaiting inquiries from the members. The parliamentary questioning system was established in 1869, as the French Constitution stipulates that any member may pose questions to a minister or an official. The latter may respond in any manner they deem appropriate, whether by answering or declining to do so. This is considered a means of parliamentary oversight over government actions. Those being questioned possess little power to not respond, lest they risk losing their position, akin to an interview where one may choose silence, but the other party retains the right not to hire them. Gallieni might be an exception, as a formidable general who had turned the tide of war. He could easily disregard the inquiries of the members, for none would dare or could remove him from office. In fact, merely mentioning retirement would send shivers through the members. Yet, Gallieni accepted the inquiries. He explained, those loathsome journalists have twisted hearsay into news. Do they believe a 17-year-old child can easily sway the course of war? Is war a game, or merely a child's toy? This is an affront to soldiers, to the military, to the martyrs. I shall not permit such a travesty to occur. Absolutely not. Armand and Grevy remained seated, silent, refraining from questioning. They did not wish to reveal that all of this was orchestrated by them. The first to inquire were the impatient members, a mix of left and right, who, having read the newspaper, could not resist asking trivial questions, fully aware they would receive no answers. General Gallieni, is what the newspaper claims true? Did the German First Army truly expose their flank because of Charles? Shouldn't that inquiry be directed at Charles himself? Gallieni regarded them with disdain. The matter of France's purchasing grain and machine gun factories is undeniable, is it not? Certainly, thus some have linked this to the Germans' maneuvering. Your imagination is quite vivid. Charles's invention of the tank is indeed factual. Does that signify? Do we owe him anything? No, we have compensated him. Gallieni's responses were impeccably watertight. While the events had transpired, they could not be proven to be Charles's deliberate machination to lure the Germans to Davis. That Gallieni's stance was clear, if the involved party denied it. Then it simply was not the case. Armand could no longer contain himself. He raised his right hand to signal his desire to speak, stepping forward slightly to pose a measured question to Gallieni at the podium. General, I am solely concerned with one matter. Should we not allow a talent such as Charles to join the military? This might save countless lives and even rescue France from peril. This was Armand's cunning. He positioned himself on the moral high ground from the outset, steering everyone towards considerations of saving lives and rescuing France. Should Gallieni deny this, it would appear as though he disregarded the lives of frontline soldiers and the safety of France. Conversely, if he affirmed it, then Charles ought to enlist. Unbeknownst to Armand, Gallieni similarly desired Charles to join the military. He merely sought to avoid Charles being relegated to the status of an ordinary soldier on the front lines. His outward display of intent to keep Charles at bay was, in fact, a bargaining tactic that, is that so? Gallieni met Armand's gaze with a lowered head. Do we truly need the salvation of a 17-year-old child? I believe you should replace all frontline soldiers with adolescents. We could then retreat to the rear, sipping coffee and perusing newspapers while awaiting their triumphant reports. Sir! The members erupted in laughter at Gallieni's irony, while Armand's face betrayed an involuntary hint of embarrassment as he realized Gallieni was not easily swayed. Armand retorted, No, General. We are discussing an exception. I will not advocate for other underage children to enlist. Charles is exceptional. We all recognize his extraordinary military talent. Be it in equipment invention or otherwise, I believe many share my sentiment, not wishing to see him squandered while the nation desperately requires talents such as his. This sentiment immediately resonated with numerous members, even if those rumors from the public were deemed unreliable. However, the fact that Charles invented equipment to defeat the Germans is indeed true, and not just once, which indicates that it is no mere coincidence. Your ideas are quite novel, sir. Gallieni retorted without a second thought. Are you suggesting that we send a capitalist, who ought to be in the rear inventing tanks and tricycles, armed with a rifle to the battlefield, and call it preventing the waste of talent? Yes, you claim to value talent, yet your true intention is to bury it. Laughter erupted once again from the members of Parliament. Armand found himself at a loss for words. As Charles invented tanks and tricycles in the factory, not on the battlefield, I believe it is necessary for me to remind you, Gallieni added. Only in the factory can one access tractors and motorcycles, where there is time, space, and conditions to transform them into tanks and tricycles that in the military. One must concern oneself with only three matters: eating, sleeping, and waiting for death. No, we can certainly create a similar environment for Charles. Regrettably, such an environment does not exist in the army, and I would gladly invite you to try. We can have Charles serve as a staff officer at headquarters. You may not be aware, but the command post on the battlefield often receives shells sent by the enemy. Sir, then do not send him to the front lines. Are you suggesting that for the sake of Charles alone, we should leave an entire army group idly stationed in the rear? The laughter from the members grew louder. Although Armand was eloquent, his ignorance of military matters placed him at a distinct disadvantage in this debate. At that moment, Grevy stood up, not addressing Gallieni at the podium, but turning to the members behind him. Why don't we have Charles serve as a staff officer alongside General Gallieni? General Gallieni is the commander of the Paris City defense. Charles would be safe by his side. This way, Charles can contribute his insights to the army while also attending to his factory in Davos. This proposal was immediately met with support from the members. Excellent idea. Quite right. Paris is safe. This allows Charles to continue his inventions. Gallieni maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly he reveled in their folly. For these fools had finally fallen into the trap I set. Armand gazed at Grevy with an unusual expression. This was not their plan. Their objective was to send Charles into a perilous situation. Yet Grevy subtly shook his head at Armand. Suddenly, Armand comprehended Grevy's deeper intent. If sending Charles to a dangerous place proved unfeasible, they should settle for getting him into the army first. The meeting continued until the afternoon, with only an hour's recess at noon, as the left and right factions continued their tug-of-war, despite the lack of significant issues, exiting the House of Commons and gazing at the sunset shrouded in mist. Grevy and Armand greedily inhaled a few breaths of fresh air. Armand wore a victorious smile and turned to ask, "What are your plans next?" Grevy's expression remained impassive. He did not regard sending Charles to Gallieni's side as a remarkable victory, even though it indeed involved the military. After all, with Charles entering the army, he could still manage the factory, which meant Charles remained their competitor. After a moment's hesitation, Grevy thoughtfully remarked, "I believe I should have a conversation with Charles." Armand looked at Grevy in astonishment. "You do not intend to recruit him into our camp, do you?" "That would be impossible. He is a capitalist. Francis is a capitalist too," Grevy replied. "Moreover, it would not be detrimental to us. What truly matters is Charles' talent." It gives Grevy the belief that any opportunity, however small, is worth pursuing, otherwise he would not even spare a glance. "Very well," Armand replied resignedly. "I await your good news." "I'm not particularly eager to deal with a child." Grevy said nothing, gesturing for the coachman to bring the carriage to a halt. Grevy opened the carriage door and bent down to enter. He coldly stated the destination. "Motorcycle factory." "Yes, sir." The coachman shook the reins, and the carriage turned towards Lavaz. Grevy's carriage was halted outside the factory, which took him by surprise. Peering out, he saw several armed French soldiers standing at the factory gates, and an officer with 4 gold stripes on his sleeve approached the carriage politely. "Your identification, sir." Grevy retrieved his identification from his pocket and handed it over. Being a noble and a member of parliament was clearly indicated on the document, and he was confident of being granted passage. However, to his astonishment, the officer merely glanced at the identification and coldly replied, "I am sorry, sir, but I cannot allow you to pass. Please turn back." Greevy furrowed his brow, his noble upbringing suppressing his anger as he coldly explained, "I know Mr. Charles. I wish to speak with him." "Sorry." The officer returned the identification to Greevy. "This is an industrial stronghold. We have orders that no one unrelated to the factory may enter or exit freely." Greevy seemed to understand. The military was concerned about the potential leakage of equipment secrets. What he did not know was that this was actually Laurent's special consideration for nobles like him. Gallieni also suspected that Francis had allied with traditional nobles to target Charles. If Doyaka could guess, Gallieni would certainly not be in the dark. He immediately ordered Laurent to prevent any nobles from approaching, as they were key targets of vigilance. Moreover, not only the factory, but a troop was also stationed in the town of Lavaz for patrols, and checkpoints were established on the road between the town and the factory, ostensibly to screen for spies, but in reality to safeguard Charles' security. Greevy sighed, maintaining his composure, instructing the coachman to pull the carriage to the side of the factory. Unexpectedly, just as they parked, Laurent arrived again to usher them away. "I am sorry. Sir, please leave this area." This time, Greevy could no longer contain himself. He retorted sternly, "You have no authority to drive me away, Major. No one can." The House of Commons is a place for Greevy. He did not believe that this small factory would lack a space for him. "I apologize, sir," Laurent replied. "If I suspect you are here to spy on military equipment production, do you still think I lack authority?" Greevy was momentarily speechless. Being suspected as a spy by the military would undoubtedly be a blow to his political career. Just then, a car slowly emerged from the factory, and Greevy noticed Charles in the back seat. He quickly jumped down from the carriage and stepped onto the road to halt the car. "Mr. Doyaka, I am Greevy, the purchaser of the property rights. I wish to speak with Charles." The coachman in the rear stared in shock at the scene. It was astonishing that Greevy, with his status, would stop another vehicle to seek a conversation. However, Greevy was unconcerned. He looked at Charles, his gaze even carrying a hint of pleading. Laurent, on the other hand, held his hand at his waist, ready to draw his weapon, knowing that the nobles posed a threat to Charles, and he could not allow any danger to befall him. Doyaka recognized Greevy and immediately refused. "No, there is nothing to discuss." "Wait, Mr. Doyaka." Greevy turned his attention to Charles. "Just a few minutes." Charles nodded and reassured Doyaka. "Don't worry, father. Nothing will happen." Greevy was not so foolish. As a member of parliament, he would not act against Charles in this situation. Charles stepped out of the car, and Greevy sighed in relief. Expressing his gratitude, he led Charles along the open field toward the Marne River, not far from the factory, where remnants of blood from the battles between the French and German armies still lingered. Doyaka drove behind, and Laurent trailed closely with a team of guards, tense and alert. Greevy glanced back, smiling. "They're protecting you quite well. I produced tricycles for them," Charles explained. "They do not wish for any issues with the output." Greevy nodded. This explanation was quite reasonable. "I asked that all you wanted to discuss?" Charles inquired. "No, certainly not." Greevy halted his steps, raising his gaze towards the Marne River, thoughtfully saying, "You are an intelligent man, Charles. I believe you will see higher, further, and more clearly. I'm not mistaken, am I?" "What do you mean?" Charles did not understand. Greevy turned his attention to the weedy patch of land by the river, stating, "This was once fertile land, filled with potatoes. Yet, within just a few years, it has transformed into this. Do you know why?" Charles glanced at the factory buildings behind him and replied, "Are you referring to the factory?" Grev nodded slightly. Following the advent of factories, vast tracts of land were transformed into industrial complexes, while farmers were converted into laborers. The land was purchased in large swathes by capitalists. What will become of this nation if this continues? There will come a day when capitalists will control all the land and dictate the fate of every individual. With a mere word, workers could find themselves unemployed, impoverished, or even starving. Is this not a form of control? Is this what capitalists proclaim as human rights and freedom? They say you are a conscientious capitalist, Charles, and surely you would not wish for such an outcome, would you? It was at that moment that Charles suddenly comprehended what Greve meant by higher. Further and clearer, a thinker indeed. France seems abundant in such minds. Voltaire, Montesquieu, Rousseau. After conversing with Greve, Charles realized that he had harbored misconceptions about the traditional nobility of his time. He had long believed that traditional nobility exercised an authoritarian rule akin to that of feudal lords. But in truth, the traditional nobility had also evolved with the times. They too supported elections, albeit opposing industrialization. The fundamental base of the traditional nobility lay with the farmers, relying on them for land rents or tax harvests for their income. Meanwhile, the capitalists built factories, transforming farmers into laborers, thereby eroding the economic foundation upon which the traditional nobility depended. Thus, the struggle between the left and the right was essentially a battle among the wealthy for the allegiance of workers and farmers. Leftist capitalists would call out to the farmers, "Come, become workers, I will pay you," while rightist nobles would urge, "Continue as farmers, I will provide you a better life." Indeed, the nobles made adjustments. They offered farmers more lenient conditions and encouraged agricultural production. As for the workers, the nobility regarded them as individuals deceived and exploited by capitalists. Capitalists treated workers like plump sheep, repeatedly shearing them until their livelihoods were drained, all the while profiting from the sweat and value of the laborers. If a nation continues down this path, it will inevitably face a crisis, perhaps even extinction. Therefore, the traditional nobility aspired to establish an agrarian society, with industry merely serving as a supporting structure, wholly controlled by the government, aimed at organized, orderly, and planned production rather than the current chaotic competition leading to mutual destruction. Greve understood that to persuade Charles to join their cause, he needed to alter Charles's capitalist perspective, and thus he expounded on grand principles. However, this endeavor was destined to be futile. Charles recognized the inevitability of industrialization, understood that the nobility would ultimately be marginalized, and knew that a strong industrial nation was an unstoppable trend, rendering any resistance pointless. "You are wasting your time, Greve," Charles stated candidly. Since the two were to become adversaries, any illusion should be dispelled. Yet Greve persisted. "What is it that you desire, Charles?" "A powerful nation. Look at Germany. Under imperial rule, it is so formidable, while we, under a republic, are left in disarray that we too can achieve such strength, with your talents combined with the financial, human, and material resources of the right." One day, Charles shook his head, opting for silence that a thinker like Greve could construct a clear blueprint from a national perspective. Though this vision may be flawed, it was undoubtedly the result of careful contemplation and repeated deliberation. At that moment, Greve firmly believed in the righteousness of his thoughts. Persuading such a person would surely be a fruitless endeavor, devoid of significance. "Very well," Greve exclaimed, raising his hands in resignation. "Although you do not share my views. Should you ever wish to join us, you are always welcome." Greve's words were merely polite platitudes. He had discerned something in Charles's eyes. The young man did not believe in the world Greve painted, and he was more resolute than anyone else that it was as if he possessed foresight into the future's trajectory. Charles regarded Greve with pity and compassion, feeling sympathy for one who struggled in ignorance. A person seeking the truth but heading in the wrong direction. Greve understood and was deeply wounded, even beginning to doubt everything he had steadfastly believed. Why was this so? Could it be that a 17-year-old boy saw things more clearly than he did? Greve found it hard to believe, watching Charles depart, slipping into the automobile, murmuring to himself, "No, he is merely blinded by wealth. One day he will understand." As Diuca maneuvered the car around, he glanced at the dazed Greve and inquired, "What did he discuss with you?" Charles diverted the topic. "He is a man of conviction, father. He has his own ideals." Diuca raised an eyebrow noncommittally. Nobles with ideals and beliefs were a rarity. On the journey home, Charles felt that Greve had reminded him of something. If traditional nobility and emerging capitalists were natural enemies, irreconcilable in their battle for farmers and workers, then, according to the principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, should not Charles seek to befriend one or several emerging capitalists? This way, he would not have to face the retribution of traditional nobility alone. After all, With his current capabilities, he might not yet be able to contend with the two major parties of the traditional nobility. But who should he approach? Charles had not the slightest clue. Unbeknownst to him, they had arrived home. Diuca parked the car at the entrance, and both were surprised to find Camille absent from her usual spot. Typically, at this hour, she would be seated at the doorstep, knitting while gazing in the direction of the factory, rising to smile and wave as their automobile approached. With a sense of unease, they hurried toward the house and pushed open the door. Camille sat at the dining table, seemingly in a daze, her complexion pale as if robbed of cognitive function, holding a piece of paper in her hands. Charles immediately grasped the situation. It was a conscription notice. Gallieni had acted swiftly. It had not been long, and the draft had already arrived at their home. Camille, momentarily slow to process, sprang to her feet as soon as she realized the two had returned. Rushing toward Diuca, incoherently pleading, "Diuca, take me to the conscription office. They must have made a mistake. They sent a draft notice for Charles. He is only 17. They cannot disregard that. We must go to the conscription office at once." Diuca remained still, and so did Charles. They understood the reality of the situation. There was no point in going to the conscription office. Camille looked at them, puzzled, sensing that there was something she did not know. After a moment's hesitation, Diuca refrained from revealing the truth to Camille. "It is due to Charles's military talents. Camille, they believe Charles will provide significant assistance in this war, hence his early conscription into the army." Camille retorted angrily, "Is that reason enough to send Charles to the battlefield? Those are mere unverified rumors, fabricated by the press." Charles took the draft notice, glanced at it, and reassured her, "It is just a Paris. Mother, I will not be going to the front lines. IT states here that I will report directly to General Gallieni, who will look after me." Diuca nodded emphatically, confidently asserting, "You will be fine. I assure you, Paris is safe, just beside La Varenne." In truth, Diuca harbored uncertainty. His concerns lay not with the battlefield, but with the traditional nobility. Since they could send Charles into military service, they would not easily relent. Although Charles was intelligent and possessed military talent, his inexperience in societal matters rendered him vulnerable, while the seasoned traditional nobles were scheming in the shadows, posing a potential threat. The following morning, just as dawn was breaking, Laurent arrived in his car, waiting outside Charles's home to escort him for reporting duty. This was an unprecedentedly high-level arrangement. A major had been dispatched to pick him up, a direct order issued by the city defense commander. Gallieni himself. Gallieni had his reasons for this. The motorcycle factory's confidentiality had always been under Laurent's purview, and he could not allow these capitalists any opportunity to leak industrial secrets. Therefore, Laurent would accompany Charles, ensuring their movements were secure. The underlying intent was clear. He wished to prevent any defensive lapses that might grant traditional nobility an opportunity to exploit. Diuca assisted Charles in loading his luggage into the car, while Camille looked at Charles with reluctance, her expression suggesting that he was not merely departing for Paris, a few kilometers away, but rather crossing the La Manche to England. "Do not worry, Mother," Charles reassured her. "I can return any time. I hear they will grant me the freedom to oversee the factory." Decisions made by the Parliament often disseminate with remarkable speed, before the military has even issued any orders. News has already reached Charles. Camille silently nodded, and although both Diuca and Charles insisted that everything was fine, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Perhaps it was a mother's sixth sense. Unbeknownst to them, more people began to gather around, coming to bid farewell to Charles. "Young Master Charles, take this croissant with you to eat on the way," they exclaimed. "Poor child, only 17 and already enlisting as a soldier. Take good care of yourself, dear." Some even cursed the capitalists. Those wretched capitalists. They refused to send their own children to the army, yet demand that Charles serve. Charles is still a minor. While their children indulge in revelry, they seemed indifferent to these sentiments, only aware of how they exploit us. Charles from behind the crowd. Matthew approached, leaning on two crutches, each step a struggle. His complexion remained pale, yet a confident smile graced his lips. "Matthew," Charles exclaimed in surprise, "I had no idea you were able to walk." Of course, Matthew feigned nonchalance, tilting his head slightly. "Just a minor injury. I'm recovering splendidly." As Matthew drew near, He steadied himself on one leg, leaned his crutches against his body, and adjusted Charles's collar, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks to you, Charles. You're not one to say such things," Charles replied with a smile. "People can change," Matthew said with a bittersweet smile. "Just as I once thought I would be the one joining the army, imagining you coming to see me off, yet here you are enlisting instead." "It's all right." Charles knew he was recalling the loss of his leg. Matthew nodded silently, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Despite his determination to appear strong, he found it difficult to maintain control over his emotions. After exchanging hugs with a few others and bidding farewell to Camille, Charles finally boarded the sea as the engine rumbled. He waved goodbye to his family and friends, who grew increasingly distant. Unconsciously, his eyes began to well with tears. It was strange. Despite the mere distance of a few kilometers, he could return home every day, yet sadness lingered. Charles recalled a story from a book about young lions, when the time came for them to fend for themselves. The mother lion would, with great pain, expel them from the den. Though Charles was not being expelled, he felt as if he were undergoing a similar ordeal. Suddenly, a wave of loneliness washed over him, accompanied by a tinge of fear. He had no idea what awaited him ahead. Unbeknownst to Charles, high atop a villa by the roadside, Francis stood in his pajamas, silently smoking his pipe, expressionless as he watched the car disappear into the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he retreated indoors and dialed a phone number. "Yes, he has gone to Paris. I hear his tractor factory has already begun producing new tanks, and progress is swift that we must prepare ourselves." Setting down the phone, Francis sat alone in a chair, lost in thought, a flicker of reluctance and hesitation evident within him. Yet in mere moments, his expression turned cold. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "UV, force my hand. If you aim to destroy everything I hold dear, you shall pay the price." The Paris Defense Command was located adjacent to the police station in the 4th arrondissement. This strategic placement allowed for simultaneous command over both military and police forces, one for external defense and the other for internal security, all under the purview of Gallieni. However, this was merely one reason. The 4th arrondissement also housed the city hall essential for Paris's operations and wartime hospitals, while the Seine River flowed through it, featuring two strategically significant islands. Gallieni established the command here, preparing for the eventuality of Paris's fall. Intending to utilize the facilities and unique geography of the 4th arrondissement for a final stand against the Germans. Fortunately, that scenario never materialized. Laurent drove the car along the Boulevard Saint-Antoine, eventually halting at the command's entrance. The two guards stationed at the door immediately stood at attention. Yet Charles could sense that their focus wavered. Although they maintained their military posture, their eyes discreetly scrutinized him. They had undoubtedly heard about Charles's new role at the command and were filled with curiosity to see what this legendary figure was truly like. Perhaps due to a sense of pride, Charles felt a twinge of worry that he might disappoint them. The first floor housed the communications department, where the cacophony of ringing phones and shouts filled the air. With numerous soldiers in uniform bustling about as Charles entered, the din momentarily hushed, and the footsteps of the soldiers slowed, their gazes converging upon him, some filled with admiration, others with envy, and certainly some tinged with jealousy. One brave communications soldier approached Charles, extending a hand. "You must be young Master Charles. Welcome. Thank you." Charles replied, feeling somewhat self-conscious, overwhelmed by the presence of so many soldiers. Laurent, well accustomed to the surroundings, led Charles up the staircase. Glancing at his pocket watch before turning back to say, "General Gallieni always rises at 8 o'clock. We have 20 minutes to spare, so we can wait." Before he could finish, Laurent noticed General Gallieni standing at the top of the stairs. Clad in a faded military uniform, the once vibrant red trousers now tinged with pink, and a sidearm hanging from his belt, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Charles, a smile instinctively crept across the general's face. "General, you," Laurent stammered, then quickly realized that the general had broken decades of tradition to personally welcome Charles. Gallieni wished to affectionately place a hand on Charles's shoulder, beaming as he said, "Welcome, young lad. We've finally been waiting for you." However, the command had no secrets from the capitalists. Many even considered leaking intelligence a form of extra income. Thus, Gallieni could only adopt a stern demeanor and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Look who has arrived, the great savior of France. We were just waiting for you to teach us how to fight." Nearby, a few individuals chuckled in agreement, fully understanding the tone of Gallieni's words. Yet they failed to notice Gallieni casting a knowing glance at Charles, as if to convey, "I speak the truth, Charles. You are indeed the savior of France." Charles was assigned a private dormitory, modest in size at only 7 square meters. Furnished simply with a bed, a table, a chair, and a small bookshelf. Nonetheless, this was a privilege reserved for majors. Lieutenants and those of lower rank typically shared quarters with 2 or even 4 others, crammed into small rooms with bunk beds. Having achieved the rank of second lieutenant, which was conferred upon officers upon graduating from military school, despite Charles having never attended one, Gallieni had remarked, "This fellow invented tanks and tricycles. They have indeed proven invaluable on the battlefield. It would be unjust not to grant him the rank of major." He then added, "If anyone else can provide us with useful inventions like his, I will gladly bestow upon them a military rank as well." No one opposed this, and thus Charles received a complete set of gear befitting a second lieutenant, 2 sets of uniforms for rotation, adorned with a gold stripe at the cuffs, a pair of binoculars complete with a case, convenient for carrying on a shoulder, a whistle for issuing commands to soldiers, sometimes used for communication or alerting officers, a revolver, the M1892 model, for command and self-defense, and a ceremonial sword, the M1845 model, specifically for infantry officers. Charles took an immediate liking to the sword, finding it exquisitely crafted with a brass guard, a single-blade steel body, and 2 grooves of varying widths, the manufacturer's stamp embossed on the guard. However, at a length of 87 centimeters, the sword nearly brushed the ground when he hung it at his waist. Charles understood that bringing it to the battlefield would be tantamount to suicide. It would serve no practical purpose and would only hinder his movements. Ultimately, he reluctantly decided to place it on his bedside as a decorative piece. Once attired in his uniform, Charles couldn't help but admire his reflection in the mirror. It must be said that the French military attire of this era was quite dashing, though the allure of aesthetics often clashed with the harsh realities of war. The more splendid and vibrant the attire, the more it drew attention, which conversely signified a swift demise. Stepping out of his dormitory, he found the orderly, Adrian, waiting at the door. Assigned to him by Gallieni, Adrian was responsible for all matters regarding Charles's daily life. Adrian surveyed him from head to toe, suddenly growing flustered. "My apologies, Lieutenant. My apologies. I failed to bring you the spurred boots. I shall rectify this at once." "Spurs," Charles interjected, halting Adrian. "No, it is not necessary. I do not ride." But Adrian explained, "Every officer must ride. Even if you do not at present, you will have to in the future." Charles paused momentarily, then comprehended. During this era, horses were vital for officers, as they sometimes needed to command troops while brandishing their sabers or galloping swiftly around the ranks, issuing orders loudly enough for all to hear. Although Charles and his fellow staff officers were not required to engage in battle, they often had tasks like delivering documents or intelligence, necessitating the use of horses. However, the mere thought of commanding from atop a war horse amidst infantry sent a shiver down Charles's spine. He would never partake in such an act, neither now nor in the future. "It is unnecessary, Adrian." Charles glanced at his boots, resolutely maintaining, "This is perfectly adequate." "Adrian," someone called out, "have you forgotten that the lieutenant has a motorcycle factory? He is producing motorcycles for our army, yet you insist he wears spurred military boots to ride?" Upon hearing this, Adrian felt relieved. A motorcycle might indeed be a better option. Yet Charles was equally unversed in riding a motorcycle at that moment. Gallieni approached, scrutinizing Charles with a measure of satisfaction in his gaze. Although his words dripped with sarcasm, truly befitting of a capitalist background, "Lieutenant, you maintain yourself well, but I wonder if this delicate flower, nurtured in a greenhouse, can withstand the rigors of military life." "Yes, General," was all Charles could muster in response. Gallieni turned and called out to a nearby figure, "Fernand." "Yes, General," a colonel responded, hurrying to stand at attention before Gallieni. "He is yours." Gallieni gestured toward Charles with his white glove. "Instruct him on what he must do, and before that, teach him how to salute." "Yes, General," Fernand replied, turning to Charles. "Follow me, Lieutenant. We shall proceed below." The training ground lay in the backyard of the headquarters, adorned with flowers and low shrubs, dominated by a statue of Gilbert de Motier. Gilbert was the architect of the Declaration of Human Rights and the designer of the French tricolor flag. Having participated in both the American War of Independence and the French Revolution, hailed as a hero of two worlds, Fernand chose to train Charles in the open space before the statue. And Charles suspected Fernand intended to impart a lesson to him. The capitalist as an instructor, Fernand proved competent, diligently training Charles as if he were a fresh recruit, teaching him how to salute, march, and adopt various stances with a firearm. Charles was not a particularly eager student. He found the exercise somewhat tedious, but feigned earnestness and enthusiasm. If this were formal training, it would require at least several months. Fernand frowned at Charles's poor military posture. But the general has only given me 1 day. My God, what can be accomplished in a day? Charles longed to inform him. Colonel, is it possible that General Gallieni allotted you only 1 day, not to ensure I am trained within that time, but rather to avoid wasting too much of his own? Yet, Charles remained silent. He believed Gallieni was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to catch him faltering, perhaps to reveal the true intent behind this military posture training. Charles was not mistaken. At that moment, Gallieni was watching from the second floor of the operations room, hoping to witness Charles disobeying commands or challenging Fernand. Only then could Gallieni stride before Charles, chest puffed with indignation, and admonish him. Do you believe this is a playground? Do you think inventing tanks and tricycles exempts you from military discipline? That you can elevate yourself above others and disregard orders? This is the military, a realm of discipline and obedience. Regardless of who you are or what accolades you have earned, at present, you are merely a lieutenant. However, Gallieni never found that opportunity, leaving him with a sensation akin to striking a soft pillow. He had rehearsed his lines and even envisioned the accompanying gestures, anticipating Charles's feigned look of contrition, yet none of his expectations materialized. Gallieni, increasingly frustrated, paced the operations room. He would occasionally glance out the window, then steal a furtive look, only to find Charles diligently engaged in his studies, albeit with lackluster results. Suddenly, Gallieni halted, a self-deprecating smile creeping across his face. Cunning little rascal, his anticipated everything. It is all part of his scheme. Charles's role entailed directly reporting to General Gallieni, delivering the latest intelligence at first glance. This appeared a straightforward task, merely relaying information, but it encompassed substantial intricacies. Point 1 must possess a considerable understanding of the battlefield. Fernand spread a thick stack of maps and a pile of documents nearly half a man's height before Charles. You are a staff officer, not a messenger. The messenger need only know how to read, speak, and walk. You, on the other hand, must be ready to answer the general's inquiries at any moment. For instance, where is a particular unit stationed? What is the situation on the battlefield? How can I possibly remember all of this? Charles gazed in astonishment at the mountain of documents before him. You need not memorize everything, Lieutenant. Fernand raised an eyebrow. Allow me to share a little secret. Familiarize yourself with the current theaters of conflict as much as possible and keep abreast of developments. Only then can you hope to answer the general's questions. Charles found this advice quite sensible. After all, the nature of warfare evolved rapidly, and the general was unlikely to inquire about past engagements or irrelevant circumstances. Contemplating this, Charles spread his hands over the documents. Then, Colonel, what use do I have for them? The smug expression on Fernand's face gradually faded as he realized he had perhaps revealed his little secret too soon. Unbeknownst to Charles, his assignment had been meticulously orchestrated by Gallieni. Prior to Charles's arrival, Gallieni seldom visited the lounge, and when he did, it was only due to exhaustion. However, since Charles joined, his visits had become more frequent and prolonged, occasionally even requesting a cup of coffee and some fruit to be brought to him. The staff officers in the operations room did not perceive this change as unusual. They attributed Gallieni's behavior to the shifting tides of war. Previously, with the Germans advancing upon Paris, an all-hands-on-deck response was imperative. Now, with the Germans retreating and the front lines moving further from Paris, relaxation seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, Gallieni, at the age of 65, could not afford to overexert himself. Yet, the truth was far from their assumptions. Before delivering intelligence, Charles undertook considerable preparations. As Fernand had advised, he noted key locations and the general state of affairs regarding current conflicts, including the positions and conditions of relevant units, thereby minimizing the likelihood of encountering problems requiring impromptu references. Yet, Charles soon realized that his preparations were futile, gently tapping on the wooden door of the lounge with a telegram in hand. Charles secured permission to enter and reported, "General, the 5th Army Corps has advanced another 3 kilometers to the north and has now reached the Unal region. The 5th Army Corps' harassment campaign had been remarkably successful, enabling its advance to be described as a forceful surge, leaving other units lagging significantly behind. This created a salient along the front lines. Major General Monnery of the 6th Army Corps believed the 5th Army Corps should halt its advance to avoid the risk of encirclement by German forces." Gallieni, engrossed in the map, responded with a non-committal casually accepting the telegram, crumpling it into a ball, and discarding on the ground. "What is your opinion?" "What?" Charles was bewildered by Gallieni's inquiry. You believe Major General Monnery is correct?" Gallieni's gaze remained fixed on the map, his tone calm. "Should we order the 5th Army Corps to stop?" Charles gasped, momentarily taken aback as he stared blankly at Gallieni. Should this old fellow be inquiring about the units flanking the 5th Army Corps? The status of logistics or the location of reinforcements? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Gallieni pointed at the map and elaborated. "The left flank of the 5th Army Corps is the 3rd Army Corps, and the right flank is the 8th Army Corps. Although their progress is not as rapid as that of the 5th Army Corps, they too are steadily advancing. Last night, the 5th Army Corps received a fresh batch of reinforcements, which should alleviate any concerns regarding their manpower. Additionally, a few days ago, they seized a warehouse abandoned by the Germans, significantly bolstering their food supplies." Charles was momentarily perplexed by this statement. "Old chap, have you stolen my lines?" Noticing that Charles remained silent, Gallieni lifted his gaze toward him and inquired, "What troubles you? Is it the constraints of your staff role that stifle your potential, or does your rank as a lieutenant hinder your imagination?" "This is uncharacteristic of you, General," Charles retorted. "It seems the questions you pose are ones you ought to ponder yourself." "Well said, Charles," Gallieni replied, casting a knowing glance at him. "However, the staff serves as my aid and is part of my intellect. Thus, I am indeed contemplating." Initially, Charles was bewildered, but after a moment he grasped the implication. If Charles, as a staff officer, constituted a part of Gallieni's intellect, then Charles's thought processes equated to Gallieni's, and any solutions he proposed would be synonymous with Gallieni's resolutions. Seeing Charles still hesitating, Gallieni tilted his head and remarked, "It appears that contemplation does not suit you, Charles. In that case, I shall assign you to drill in military posture. It may align better with your capabilities. And you seem to take pleasure in it." He then raised his head as if to call for Fernand. "No, General," Charles hastily interjected. He was thoroughly weary of robotically responding to commands, a torment for him. His pretense of enjoyment stemmed from a fear of being exposed by this old fellow, yet it now seemed utterly ineffective. Observing the difficulty etched on Charles's face, Gallieni's lips curled into a conspiratorial smile as he gestured toward the map on the table, stating, "Let us see if you are indeed fit for contemplation." With a resigned expression, Charles approached the map, pondered for a moment, and declared, "I believe we should not allow the 5th Army Corps to halt. Rather, we ought to urge them to accelerate." "What?" Gallieni queried, somewhat perplexed. He had considered maintaining the 5th Army's pace, but had not contemplated hastening it. This young man continued to surprise him. You recall what I previously mentioned regarding special operations?" Charles countered. Gallieni's eyes instantly lit up. This new term had been tormenting him for several days. Observing Gallieni's enthusiasm, Charles suddenly wondered if all of this was part of Gallieni's master plan. The military posture drills, this peculiar assignment, and the lounge, were they all mere coincidences? Straightening his military cap, which felt as rigid as a dry loaf of bread, he mused that wearing it in battle would be uncomfortable and utterly unprotective. However, this presented an opportunity for Charles. He immediately contemplated providing helmets for the French forces. Though modest in size, during the Great War, France had approximately 8.5 million conscripts. If each required one, the potential earnings could rival that of motorcycle sales. Charles's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Gallieni's voice. Are you lost in thought or merely daydreaming? Lieutenant? Charles uttered in awe, redirecting his focus to the map. Firstly, we must consider the safety of the 5th Army Corps. He pointed at the map, stating, the 3rd and 8th Army Corps on the flanks are advancing steadily, and their logistical support remains stable, with a relatively steady supply of troops, so there is little need to fear encirclement by the Germans. Gallieni nodded slightly in agreement, as this aligned with his own thoughts. Although the salient on the line of attack posed risks, it was indeed possible for the 5th Army Corps to be encircled. Yet, how could the Germans achieve this? By severing the 5th Army Corps' communication with other units. Once the 5th Army Corps slowed its pace, the 3rd and 8th Army Corps would continue their advance, promptly encircling the German forces that had penetrated the 5th Army Corps' position. Danger is relative. Under the premise of harassment warfare, such actions would be even riskier for the Germans. Gallieni understood well that no plan on the battlefield is devoid of danger. Only varying degrees of peril exist. If the enemy poses a greater threat than oneself, then the plan becomes viable. Other generals, including Joffre, sought to halt the 5th Army Corps precisely because they had been intimidated by the Germans. Still fearful of the enemy and lacking confidence in the French forces. But why should we accelerate? Gallieni queried curiously. Do you intend to lure the Germans into encircling them? Gallieni did not perceive this as a sound strategy. The Germans were not fools, and overt traps on the battlefield seldom ensnared the enemy. Charles chuckled softly. The Germans would think the same. Gallieni instantly realized he had been outmaneuvered. Charles had anticipated his own estimation. Intriguing, Gallieni remarked, adjusting his pince-nez to gain clearer insight. So, your objective is precisely to prevent the Germans from encircling the 5th Army Corps. One might say so. Charles replied, if the Germans proceed in such a manner, we would be compelled to engage them in conventional warfare. At that point, while the Germans may incur losses, ours would not be insignificant either, Gallieni concurred. The quality of the German forces was evident. Even if they were exhausted under harassment warfare, their combat effectiveness remained on par with the French forces. A mutual encirclement would undoubtedly result in a brutal war of attrition. Next, Gallieni placed himself in the shoes of the German commander, holding the flag of the 2nd Army Corps as he slowly withdrew, saying, what if I choose not to encircle, but rather continue to retreat? Checkmate. Charles slammed his pencil onto the map beyond the German defensive line, exclaiming, I shall capture your queen. Gallieni looked up in shock at Charles. You cannot possibly achieve this, Charles. How could you breach my line 20 kilometers back? Before he could finish, Gallieni suddenly realized something. The gap had been created by his own maneuver. As the 2nd Army Corps retreated, the 5th Army Corps had already breached the defensive line by 20 kilometers at that moment. Dispatching the flanking unit to traverse the mountain path through the enemy's defenses could directly threaten the rear of the German forces on both flanks. My God, Gallieni exclaimed, his complexion shifting at that point. The flanking unit would not encounter the German regular army, but rather their supply convoys, field hospitals, and vulnerable artillery. Charles neither affirmed nor denied this. Gallieni was partially correct. Charles's goal had never been to confront the German forces frontally. Gallieni then inquired, perplexed, why is this tactic referred to as special operations? Charles replied softly, if, as you say, the flanking unit merely targets supply convoys, field hospitals, or weak artillery, then it does not qualify as special operations. However, if we deliberately plan and aim to strike the enemy's warehouses, ammunition depots, command centers, train stations, and bridges, then it indeed constitutes special operations. Gallieni was rendered speechless. Warehouses and ammunition depots were evidently of greater significance, often requiring just a spark to be consumed by flames, thereby obliterating an entire army supply. An assault on the enemy's command center could induce chaos due to a lack of leadership. Should train stations and bridges be destroyed, the Germans would find their supply lines severed, leaving them with no choice but to retreat entirely. After contemplating for a moment, Gallieni asked, so, is it merely the difference in targets for the attacks? Inwardly, Charles admired Gallieni. He was indeed astute, examining the issue from a higher perspective. Most ordinary commanders, upon hearing Charles's notion, would have responded with enthusiasm, proclaiming, brilliant! Let us proceed in this manner, and we shall achieve an unprecedented victory. They would then begin to mobilize troops in preparation for battle, Such mid-level commanders focused solely on immediate triumph. Gallieni, however, placed greater emphasis on military theory. Once he comprehended its distinctions, he would not only secure victory in the present conflict, but could also apply these principles to future campaigns. Even integrating them with the strategies of France, that it is not merely a difference in targets. General, Charles asserted, the complexity is significantly greater than attacking supply convoys or artillery, yet the casualties may be fewer, and the outcomes more substantial. Charles's statement appeared paradoxical. Greater difficulty typically implied higher casualties and lesser rewards. Yet Gallieni comprehended the nuance, nodding thoughtfully if the target is the enemy's warehouses, ammunition depots, command centers, or bridges. Our foremost task is to ascertain their locations, the number of troops stationed there, and any defensive vulnerabilities. Therefore, Gallieni abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Charles, his voice trembling with excitement. I understand now. It is intelligence. Charles, we must possess precise intelligence. We must accomplish our mission with utmost speed based on this intelligence and extricate ourselves, leaving the Germans with an insurmountable mess. Charles nodded calmly, recognizing that Gallieni had grasped the essence of special operations. Yet, Gallieni stared at Charles in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. This cannot merely be described as genius. Charles, you surpass us all combined 100-fold. You are simply not of this world. Charles found himself a loss for words. For Gallieni had unwittingly articulated the truth. As dusk fell, Brownie returned to the camp amidst the cheers of the 5th Army soldiers, accompanied by his subordinates. This marked his 5th harassment operation, and although the results were meager, the emphasis lay on safety. Brownie favored this tactic, not only because it was proposed by Charles, but also due to its inherent safety. One dislikes safety. During the mission, Brownie jested with his men. If there's anyone out there, have them come to me. I shall grant their wishes. Laughter erupted among his subordinates, who regarded Brownie's words as profound wisdom. Nevertheless, as the conflict dragged on, Brownie's fleet of 3-wheeled vehicles had suffered the loss of over 30 units. Some were merely mechanical failures, while others met with accidents on the treacherous mountain roads, particularly difficult to navigate. However, many were tragically claimed when German soldiers shot the drivers with rifles. Before each mission, Brownie repeatedly emphasized, our objective is to unsettle the enemy, not to engage closely as long as our bullets can barely reach them. That suffices. Remember, when you can clearly see the enemy and take aim, they can do the same, and perhaps even better. Thus, approaching the enemy was an unwise endeavor. It could hasten your retirement to meet your maker. This should have been a straightforward operation, as the firepower of the Maxim machine gun could cover a wide area, posing a threat to enemy troops from a kilometer away, while they could scarcely discern us without binoculars. Yet, there were always those who sought to clearly identify the enemy and eliminate them, whether out of a desire for heroism, habit, or simply to test their own marksmanship against the Germans. The result was nearly 23-wheelers left forever on the battlefield. Brownie dismounted in front of his tent, his legs numb from fatigue after maneuvering the vehicle. Although the harassment tactic was safer, it required constant movement, compelling Brownie, the commander, to learn to alternate between driving and riding. After several consecutive days, some even remarked that he would rather spread his legs like a courtesan in bed than ride that contraption again. What Brownie longed for most at that moment was a hot bath followed by a deep sleep. Everything else could wait. However, General Gard called out to him, "Is everything proceeding smoothly?" "Colonel, all is well." "General," Brownie replied. He had been promoted to colonel. Yet for him, the only difference was the addition of 2 golden stripes on his sleeve. He continued to ride the 3-wheeler, commanding the same subordinates. Yes, the fleet of 3-wheelers had grown significantly, expanding from 100 to 350, along with a multitude of 2-wheeled motorcycles, with Brownie now commanding perhaps 2,000 men. Yet these subordinates were largely dispersed across various locations conducting harassment operations, some of whom had been isolated before they even had a chance to meet. "Come to my command post," General Gard instructed. "Yes, General," Brownie responded, painfully striding toward the command tent, his legs feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at them. After finally entering the tent and standing before General Gard, Brownie rendered a crisp salute. General Gard rifled through a pile of documents for a moment before extracting one and handing it to Brownie, saying, "This is your new assignment, Colonel Brownie opened the document, furrowed his brow, and complained, "Reconnaissance intelligence. We are to locate the enemy's ammunition depot and command post. We are soldiers, not spies. General, I believe this is inappropriate." Brownie's words were not insubordinate. Since he had led 200 men against 20,000 Germans, inflicting thousands of casualties and destroying dozens of artillery pieces while sustaining only 23 casualties himself, he had been appointed as a staff officer in the Fifth Army. One of his responsibilities was to offer suggestions to General Gard, including tactical advice. "Is that so?" General Gard inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. "But this is General Gallieni's order." "No order matters, General." Brownie shook his head. "This is far too dangerous. We have never undergone such training. But this is also a tactic proposed by Charles." General Gard countered Charles's tactic? Colonel Brownie exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," General Gard nodded. "Charles is currently serving as an aide to General Gallieni. I hear he holds the rank of second lieutenant." Although Gallieni had not made this public in writing, he had verbally informed others over the phone to instill confidence in this tactic. This was Gallieni's cunning. Verbal communication left no evidence, and it could always be denied in the future if necessary. However, there seemed little need for concealment. Charles's military talent could not be hidden, especially now that he was within the army. "Let me take another look, General." Brownie returned his gaze to the document, contemplating for a moment before his tone shifted smoothly and naturally. "An intriguing plan. Though unexpected, it is a bold innovation." General Gard raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement on his face. "Do you believe the plan is feasible?" "Absolutely." Colonel Brownie emphatically nodded. "It is entirely feasible, General. It is meticulously thought out. It allows us to traverse the enemy's defenses and conceal our motorcycles in the mountains. Then blend into the crowd dressed as civilians, and no one will recognize us, for the Germans are on French soil and the occupied territories are filled with French citizens. We can easily accomplish this, perhaps even garnering their assistance." "And what about the offensive phase?" General Gard inquired further. "The offensive phase is even more exhilarating." Colonel Brownie's eyes sparkled with admiration, his tone almost reverent. He even considered that the Germans produce three-wheelers as well. "Indeed, they have attempted to counter our harassment tactics with their own three-wheelers, though not in great numbers. We have certainly taken note of this. Charles has immediately capitalized on this. He intends for us to disguise ourselves as Germans, driving our three-wheelers to the enemy's command post and ammunition depot. We will be using German Maxim guns and rifles too. Are these mere coincidences, or has Charles anticipated all of this?" "Incredible." Finally, General Gard asked, "So, do you accept this plan?" "Certainly, General." Colonel Brownie affirmed with determination. "Why not? It may very well create another miracle. This is an opportunity for us." General Gard chuckled, realizing that Charles was far more valuable than General Gallieni. Charles returned to the small town on the morning of the third day. This was Gallieni's implementation of the Assembly's decision to provide Charles with a relatively lenient environment, allowing him the time and conditions to continue inventing new equipment. Charles followed a 2 days on, 1 day off schedule, spending 2 days in the army and returning home on the third day for leave. Perhaps only Charles enjoyed such privilege in the army. During wartime, soldiers seeking leave typically had to either achieve great merit, bribe officers, or trade their limbs for it. Laurent dropped Charles off at his doorstep and departed, as his role was complementary to Charles's. When Charles was in Paris, Laurent served as his driver and bodyguard. When Charles was in the town of Lavaz, he was once again entrusted with the task of safeguarding the factory's confidentiality. Thus, after dropping off Michel, he hastily drove towards the factory. It was approximately 9 in the morning, and the sun lazily cast its rays upon the town's ground, resembling a delicate layer of sand. Upon opening the door, Charles discovered an empty space. It was entirely expected that Diuka was not present. At this hour, he should have been at the factory. Suddenly, Charles realized he was unsure of what Camille might be doing at this time. Recalling the day he was confined at home, he remembered that after breakfast, Camille would go to the nearby market to purchase groceries, that he deduced that she was likely there. He thought it prudent to inform Camille of his return before heading to the factory. Otherwise, she might remain unaware of his presence. As he walked alone through the town streets, Charles felt a sense of unease. Typically, The neighbors would greet him warmly upon seeing him, a courtesy he often found overwhelming. Yet now, they were preoccupied with their own affairs, casting not even a glance in his direction, as if he were invisible. Charles was perplexed by this behavior until Teddy ambled past him, munching on a baguette. "Teddy!" Charles called out. Teddy turned his head at the sound, his eyes widening in surprise, causing the baguette to tumble from his grasp, remnants of onion clinging to his face and lips. "Charles, is that really you?" Teddy stammered, swallowing hard. "Am I so hard to recognize?" Charles questioned, bewildered, having only been away for 2 days. No. Teddy's tongue faltered in his nervousness. You were a soldier, no, an officer." Charles began to comprehend. This was the consequence of being symbolized as a soldier due to his uniform. Recently, soldiers had been frequently traversing the town, even forming patrols, and the townsfolk had grown accustomed to ignoring all military personnel, as their presence bore no relevance to their lives. The neighbors' indifference perhaps stemmed from the same reason as Teddy's. They simply failed to recognize Charles. Teddy gazed enviously at the uniform adorning Charles, his attention shifting to the revolver holstered at Charles's waist, eliciting an involuntary wow from him, eyes sparkling with a "Is that real?" "Of course," Charles replied, extracting the revolver and giving it a casual shake. It was unloaded, and he had yet to test it. May I try it?" "No, Teddy." Charles shook his head firmly. "We have orders. We must maintain the integrity of our weapons." Of course. Although Teddy's eyes reflected disappointment, his admiration for Charles only intensified. While his classmates languished in inactivity due to school closures, Charles had emerged as an officer, brandishing a brand-new revolver. Yet, Charles wore a wry smile, shaking his head slightly. By the time they received their own weapons and donned uniforms, they would undoubtedly regret that moment. Charles spotted a familiar figure, Camille, returning from the market, carrying a basket filled with potatoes, onions, and perhaps some beef. He hurriedly tucked away his revolver and approached her, instinctively reaching out to take the basket from her hands. Camille was startled by this gesture. She had been lost in thought, preoccupied with wondering how Charles was faring in Paris, whether he had adapted to military life, and most importantly, worrying that he might be deployed to the front lines. Suddenly confronted by an officer reaching for her belongings, she gasped and stepped back, dropping several potatoes in the process. The neighbors nearby cast wary glances in their direction, fearing someone might intend to harm Camille. "It's me, mother." Charles regretted his impulsiveness. He should have anticipated that the effect of his uniform would similarly impact Camille. She stood frozen, unable to believe that the officer before her was indeed Charles. Clad in military attire, seemingly bearing rank insignia. Then it dawned on her. Charles had joined the army and, naturally, must wear a uniform. "Charles." Camille gasped, breathing heavily as though released from a constraining grip. All her fears instantly transformed into joy as she beamed at him with pride. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, occasionally touching his military cap and collar, murmuring, "It's really you, Charles, look at you. You become a second lieutenant." The neighbors recognized Charles as well, exclaiming in astonishment, "My God. It's Master Charles." Almost didn't he recognize him? "Look at him, he's like an adult now." Then someone called out to them, "The uniform suits you well, Master Charles. You have an exceptional child." "Madame Bernard." Camille proudly clasped Charles's hand, thanking the neighbors with a radiant smile. Nothing brings a mother greater satisfaction than praise for her child. Charles seemed somewhat uncomfortable being regarded as a child. He took the opportunity to slip away from Camille's affectionate hold by offering to carry the basket. Just then, a patrol passed nearby, and the soldiers, upon spotting the second lieutenant insignia, saluted from a distance. As they approached, they exclaimed, "My God, that's Master Charles. He has become a second lieutenant. Truly a capitalist. Only a few days in the army, and he is already a second lieutenant. Scoundrel, shouldn't it be that way? Have you forgotten the significant contributions he made?" Among the guard unit were both supporters of Charles and staunch opponents of the capitalists. Their discord remained unresolved. Had it not been for the officers intervening, they might have clashed on the street once more. Charles surmised that this was likely the status quo Laurent intended to maintain. When reporters came to interview, Laurent would pull forth the anti-capitalist faction. Who would complain to the press, protecting capitalists? "We are far too busy. Our task is to ensure they do not err." Yes, who knows if capitalists might sell technology to the enemy for profit. They are capable of anything. We must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, in crucial areas such as near Charles's home, the factory, and along the roads, Laurent deployed Charles's supporters to safeguard him, ensuring his security with utmost diligence. This was a case of utilizing resources wisely. Laurent was not as foolish as he appeared, merely a tad unlucky. Upon returning home, Camille seized Charles's arm, bombarding him with questions about the army, the food, and the living conditions, as if he had been gone for 2 years rather than 2 days. She had never shown any interest in military affairs before, yet now she inquired about their routines. Even more astonishingly, she insisted that Charles should not venture out alone. "Wait until your father returns to take you," Camille declared earnestly. "It won't take long. I'll give him a call." "Mother," Charles protested, "there's soldiers everywhere, and I am a soldier too." As he spoke, he patted the revolver at his waist, despite not having yet learned to use it. However, Camille was oblivious to this detail. She simply believed that pulling the trigger would suffice to vanquish any wrongdoer. This led her to conclude that summoning Diuka back was indeed unnecessary. "Very well, Charles," Camille relented, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Had she not been utterly unproductive at the factory, she might have clung to Charles's side indefinitely. "Make it a quick trip," Camille instructed. "You need your rest." "I will," Charles assured her as he stepped out of the house. This time, the neighbors resumed their usual warmth, and Charles was greeted with their cheerful hellos and compliments. Some women even blew kisses at him, prompting Charles to straighten up, striving to appear more like an adult. The soldiers he encountered along the way also saluted him, their expressions tinged with confusion, seemingly unable to reconcile the image of a 17-year-old boy with that of an officer. As Charles made his way down the road towards the factory, he turned a corner into a brief blind spot. And suddenly, a car careened around the bend, nearly colliding with him, fortunately stopping just in time. "Are you insane?" the driver shouted angrily. "Watch where you're going, you fool." The driver was causing an unreasonable commotion. Charles was walking on the right side of the road without any issues, while the car was clearly going against traffic and was being operated by someone under the influence of alcohol. Charles detected the scent of alcohol in the dust. It was then that he recognized the driver as Pierre, the individual who was supposed to be addressed as uncle. Pierre, in turn, recognized Charles and seemed quite intrigued by his military uniform. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, he began to laugh in a somewhat delirious manner, resembling a deranged individual. "Ah, it's you, Charles. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Look at you, a soldier now." Pierre staggered out of the vehicle, managed to stand upright, and let out a belch, appearing as if he might vomit, but ultimately holding it back. Charles promptly took a step back to distance himself. "By the way, you ought to thank me." Pierre supported himself against the car to avoid falling. "Why?" Charles replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Is it because you sent me to the military?" No. Pierre chuckled, shaking his head. "You think it's just about the military?" Charles gazed at Pierre in confusion, unsure of what else he might not know. Or perhaps this was merely the drunken rambling of Pierre. Pierre laughed foolishly again. "Look at that. You know nothing at all. I know your father, Charles. I understand what kind of man he is, and I certainly know what type of women he prefers. That's why I found your mother in the small town and hired her to be your maid. Had I not done so, you might not even exist. Would you not agree that you should be grateful to me?" Charles was taken aback. Pierre, who flitted between various women, was an expert in this regard and could easily ensnare a maid in an infatuation. Yet Francis was a man who placed great importance on social standing and would never allow his younger son to marry a maid, creating an inherent contradiction. The outcome is well known. Doyaka was ousted early on, living a life of discrimination and poverty, while Pierre basked in the inheritance of Francis. However, Charles was not angered. He nodded. "I indeed ought to thank you." Pierre seemed ready to say more when a few soldiers called out from a distance. "Sir, is everything all right?" "Everything is fine," Charles responded loudly. Perhaps Pierre realized that Charles was not to be trifled with. Muttering to himself as he climbed back into the car, waving at Charles with a taunting air before driving off, Laurent hurried over, anxiously asking, "Did that drunkard hit you?" "No, he did not." Charles shook his head. "I'm perfectly fine." He then turned away and headed toward the factory. Laurent glanced in the direction of the departing car, seemingly recognizing it as belonging to Francis's family, a connection to Charles. In this regard, he felt it inappropriate to comment, and merely huffed before following Charles. Charles slowed his pace and turned his head, innocently inquiring, "Major, may I ask what the age limits for military service are?" "From 18 to 46, Laurent replied, his tone gradually becoming more rigid as a second lieutenant. "You should be well aware of this." He then added, "You are an exception, though it makes little sense." Laurent assumed Charles's question stemmed from a desire to know why he was being conscripted at the age of 17. Charles remained silent for a moment before asking, "May I suggest a candidate for military service?" Laurent was taken aback. A suggestion for a military candidate? That was indeed a novel idea, but it should be permissible. Laurent nodded. "As long as he meets the criteria?" "Absolutely." Charles asserted confidently. "An adult male, 43 years old, unemployed, shouldn't he join the military?" "Indeed," Laurent replied, "unless there are special circumstances." He then inquired, "What is his name?" "Pierre," Charles answered calmly. "Pierre Bernard." Laurent was stunned. That was Charles's uncle, the very drunken driver from earlier. However, Laurent chuckled, his confidence restored. "Good idea, Charles. I can certainly arrange for the troops to give him special consideration." Charles responded with a satisfied Pierre had provoked the wrong individual. He should have known that among everyone, he was the one with the least influence and capability. Merely a debauched heir waiting to inherit wealth, he had not received a conscription notice solely because Francis had intervened. Yet, such interference could easily be uncovered, especially by someone like Laurent. Francis was entirely unaware of this situation. By the time the conscription notice reached Pierre, it would be far too late. It was relatively easy to manipulate matters before the notice was issued. But once it was sent out, retracting it could incite public outrage, for it implied that the populace could also evade military service, leading to a scenario where no one would take to the battlefield. An intolerable cost. Would Grevy and Ammon step in to mediate for Pierre, the son of a capitalist, with the party leader and a member of parliament aiding him in avoiding military service? If reported in the newspapers, it would spell disaster for Grevy and Ammon's political careers. Thus, no one could rescue Pierre. Charles eagerly anticipated the expression on Pierre's face upon receiving the conscription notice. He first visited the motorcycle factory. Although he knew Daka would not be present at this moment, the motorcycle factory represented a significant source of income for Charles, generating approximately 20,000 francs monthly. This was no small fortune, considering the workers earned merely 28 francs per month. The motorcycle factory had remained stable, yet this did not imply that Charles could neglect it entirely. Doing so would adversely affect employee morale and enthusiasm. Therefore, even if Charles was busy, even if it seemed unnecessary, even if he recognized that the potential for motorcycle production was diminishing, he still made time to visit the factory, ensuring that employees did not feel a sense of favoritism. When Charles appeared at the motorcycle factory, the employees were initially astonished by his military attire, then began to murmur, "Look, young Master Charles returns and inspects the place," indicating his regard for the factory. "Of course, consider the orders from the military. They could ensure our stability for years to come. Let's work hard. This is where the most promise lies." Guillaume hurried over, hesitating as he looked at Charles's uniform. "Should I address you as lieutenant?" "Young Master Charles? Call me as you wish, Uncle Guillaume." Charles replied, "Regardless of how you refer to me, my address for you shall remain unchanged." Guillaume's eyes welled with emotion and a touch of pride. In that moment, he suddenly felt a poignant illusion that it would be wonderful if Charles were truly his nephew. "Is everything well?" Charles asked casually. "Everything is well, young Master Charles." Guillaume nodded, leading Charles deeper into the factory as he spoke. "In the coming days, I plan to reorganize the production line. The previous layout was rather inefficient, resulting in some parts being produced too quickly while others lagged behind. This led to some workers being idle, while others were overburdened and unable to keep pace. By reconfiguring, we can largely resolve this issue. With the same machines and workers, we could potentially increase output by around 5. Charles highly praised this. "You always manage to surprise me, Uncle Guillaume, with you at the helm." I feel reassured. He understood that he should avoid using phrases like "very good" or "you did well," as they sounded overly formal, mechanical, and lacked creativity. Sometimes, a slight alteration in phrasing could greatly enhance the other person's feelings and inspire them to give their utmost effort. Why not? Before departing, Charles offered another suggestion. In addition to increasing output, I believe we should also innovate. Uncle Guillaume. Absolutely. Guillaume nodded vigorously. I have considered this as well. We cannot afford to remain stagnant, lest we be surpassed. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, Guillaume awkwardly replied, However, I am unsure which direction to pursue. Guillaume was a sincere individual. He did not shy away from acknowledging his weaknesses. He excelled in reforming and innovating parts. Yet, broader strategic development was not his forte. Charles casually provided an answer. We might consider battlefield demands. For instance, could we transform a tricycle into a transport vehicle? It is capable of transporting ammunition and provisions to the battlefield, while also facilitating the return of the wounded. It is only natural to occasionally exhibit a modicum of talent, lest one be perceived by the employees as nothing more than a wealthy imbecile, which would invite their scorn. Guillaume's eyes widened. A splendid idea, Monsieur Charles. I now comprehend what must be done. Good heavens, we are about to receive a substantial influx of orders. We must prioritize the experience of the injured. Charles reminded him, this necessitates improvements to the suspension. Otherwise, the wounded may perish en route. Of course, Monsieur Charles, Guillaume replied, I shall commence the design at once. Before departing, he turned back to add, It is an honor to work for you. Monsieur Charles, I am indeed fortunate. In Guillaume's eyes, as a laborer, nothing could surpass having dignity, honor, and generous remuneration. He felt deeply fulfilled and considered this factory worthy of a lifetime of dedication. After leaving the motorcycle factory, Charles proceeded into the adjacent tractor factory. The tractor factory had essentially carved out a section from the motorcycle factory, with some of its buildings and warehouses still borrowed from the latter. The reason being, the motorcycle factory's grounds were expansive, yet now less needed. Previously, during civilian use, it was essential to cultivate a training area for each customer who purchased a motorcycle. That a large space was indeed necessary, as any two customers learning to drive in the same vicinity could potentially collide. However, providing motorcycles for the military was an entirely different matter. They required joint practice. When Guillaume requested the soldiers to practice separately and then assemble into a line once proficient, the officer glared and bellowed, We have no time, old man. We're to face the enemy's bullets and shells on the battlefield. What does this minor danger matter? In truth, the military scarcely needed a training ground. For once they grasped the basics of starting the engine and shifting gears, as well as the locations of the accelerator and brake, they would simply ride the motorcycles onto the road and even into combat. Thus, the vast expanse of the motorcycle factory became redundant, prompting Charles to erect a low wall between them, enclosing the area along with a few buildings, thereby giving shape to the tractor factory. Charles made his way directly to the research and development department, the heart of the factory, where he was in the process of constructing a prototype tank. The Mark I. Diorca and Joseph were present, busily attending to the colossal diamond-shaped steel beast. Hey, Charles, Diorca exclaimed upon seeing him. Not at all surprised, I heard from Camille over the phone. Diorca approached, scrutinizing Charles and explaining, though we were somewhat reluctant to have you join the military. This uniform truly suits you. Joseph set down his tools and approached Charles with a greeting. It is a pleasure to see you, Monsieur Charles. Is everything well? Charles cast his gaze upon the Mark I tank. Compared to the rudimentary welding of steel plates on tractors, this was a vehicle specifically designed for battlefield operations. Once unveiled, it would undoubtedly render all of Francis's tanks obsolete. It is no wonder that Francis felt anxious and rushed to retaliate. Everything is well, Monsieur Charles. Joseph nodded. However, we pondered, if there is excess weight capacity, why not equip it with a small caliber cannon? Charles gently shook his head. While the idea of adding a cannon was tempting, and historically, the Mark I did feature artillery, Charles was resolute in his decision. The historical Mark I was divided into male and female variants. The male version boasted two 57mm main guns, one protruding from each side, along with 4 Hotchkiss light machine guns, while the female version was solely equipped with 6 Vickers machine guns. Consequently, the Mark I required 8 crew members, a driver, a commander, plus 6 machine gunners, or 2 gunners and 4 machine gunners. with a total weight of 28.4 tons. The version of the Mark I that Charles was developing would reduce the armament to just 3 machine guns, 1 Vickers machine gun at the front and 1 Hotchkiss on each side. Thus, the crew would be reduced to 5, a driver, a commander, and 3 machine gunners. Both Joseph and Diurka felt this was regrettable, and they eagerly suggested, "Our engine boasts 83 horsepower, which could likely support a weight of 23 tons. Currently, the Mark I, including crew, weighs less than 19 tons, leaving around 4 tons of surplus. We could easily fit a Vickers machine gun with a cannon. A cannon would undoubtedly inflict greater damage upon the enemy than a machine gun." They argued, certainly, as it is an artillery shell, it could demolish enemy sandbag fortifications, something a machine gun cannot achieve. Diurka and Joseph were quite accurate in their estimations when the Mark I was invented in 1916. It utilized an engine with 105 horsepower. This engine propelled a 28.4-ton tank, and according to their calculations, the 83 horsepower Holt 75 could support a weight of 22.45 tons. This was quite close to their estimate of 23 tons, indeed allowing for the addition of a small caliber cannon. Nevertheless, Charles remained steadfast in his convictions. Only Vickers machine guns, he insisted, on the battlefield. Greater firepower is not always advantageous. Sometimes, it is bullets rather than shells that are required. However, Charles did not entirely dismiss their proposal. We could produce a limited quantity of tanks equipped with small caliber cannons, but we must remove the side machine guns, equipping it solely with 1 cannon, while also reinforcing the thickness of the frontal armor. Diurka and Joseph exchanged glances, unconvinced that this was a wise course of action. After all, the tank sides require machine gun protection. Otherwise, how could they guard against enemies approaching from the flanks? Yet Charles was aware that their concerns stemmed from a lack of military understanding. Joseph, being the tractor factory's director, had devoted his life to studying tractors and knew little of the battlefield. Diurka came from a family of merchants. His knowledge of military matters limited to hunting rifles. They erroneously assumed that artillery would always be superior to machine guns, and that each tank's defenses should be comprehensive. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Tanks of this era lacked a dual stabilization system, employing only the most primitive rigid suspension, making it difficult to maintain a level stance on rugged terrain. Furthermore, artillery required a stable and level base to accurately calculate trajectories and deliver shells to their intended targets. In simpler terms, mounting artillery on early tanks was a futile endeavor. Success was left to chance. Its role on the battlefield was merely to intimidate the enemy with its dark, menacing muzzle. Machine guns faced similar challenges, but their bullets covered a wider area, allowing gunners to adjust their aim based on the bullet's impact. This inherent quality rendered machine guns considerably more precise as for the defenses on the sides and rear of the tank. That responsibility should fall to the infantry. The reason Charles even considered limited production of tanks equipped with artillery was due to a specific scenario. Should they encounter enemy bunkers, tanks armed solely with machine guns would struggle to perform effectively. Yet artillery could approach the bunkers and deliver shells directly into their firing ports. How much longer until completion? Charles inquired. Perhaps another week. Joseph replied. Charles was quite satisfied with this progress. Historically, the Mark I took approximately 6 months from design to the production of a test vehicle, while Joseph required just over 2 weeks. That a substantial part of this efficiency was attributable to Charles providing a mature design and eliminating numerous weapons, particularly the 2 turrets on either side, which would have imposed a significant burden on the tank and complicated production immensely. Nonetheless, the Mark I produced by Charles still exhibited various flaws. The most severe issue was with the tracks, which had a maximum range of only 35 kilometers, necessitating constant repairs. By the time it reached this distance, the entire track would need replacement, and it would require changing before the war, lest it break down shortly thereafter. However, Charles was not at all concerned about these shortcomings. This was World War I. Both sides were still entrenched in trench warfare, digging trenches and engaging in brutal combat. Trenches were static. Once excavated, they remained unmoving. The Mark I could always reach the battlefield and confront enemy fire, and the replacement of a few tracks was a trivial concern. It did not need to account for mobility, as in World War II. More importantly, it was only through the imperfections of this tank that Charles could aspire to develop a better, more refined version. Once capitalists successfully replicated it, Charles's more advanced new model would render their imitation a mere heap of unsellable scrap metal. Charles and Daka worked tirelessly in the factory until 9 in the evening before heading home, grabbing a few bites of dry bread accompanied by coffee whenever hunger struck upon their return. It came as no surprise that they were met with Camille's ire. Her anger was primarily directed at Daka. Charles seldom returns, and you allow him to come home at this hour? I had prepared dinner. Do you realize he is to return to military service tomorrow? She continued, before Charles came back. I didn't TC you working until 9, that why should he have to work late, just because he returned? Charles attempted to exonerate Daka, acknowledging that he had indeed urged Charles a few times. Yet, Charles could not leave, for there were numerous decisions regarding the Mark I that required his input. Both Daka and Joseph lacked military knowledge and foresight. Some matters were merely a word for Charles, while Daka and Joseph needed to produce and repeatedly validate and compare things. However, Camille was not inclined to listen to explanations. She immediately redirected her frustration at Charles. Isn't the factory something that adults should be more concerned about? Does the army need a 17-year-old like you? Does the factory need you either? Developing equipment for the army. Are you taking on too much worry for this country? Unknown to Camille, Charles was not overly concerned for the nation. Rather, he was preoccupied with his own interests. Charles had no idea how the nobility might treat him in the future. All he could do was strive to increase his leverage as much as possible. Had he conveyed the full context to Camille, perhaps she would not have blamed him, but it would have left her in a state of unease. Charles preferred the latter outcome. Hence he and Daka refrained from further explanations. In the previous chapter, I mentioned that the Mark I tank did not utilize artillery, which raised questions among many readers, so I shall clarify. Before discussing tank cannons, it is useful to compare them to machine guns. When a machine gun is mounted on a bipod placed on level ground, the gunner can adeptly aim at targets, sweeping left and right as desired. Yet, what if the bipod is uneven? Rotating left and right would cause the barrel to point either skyward or downward, making it impossible to aim accurately at an enemy directly ahead, even if they are within close proximity. The Mark I is an early tank, characterized by a rigid suspension, meaning it lacks a suspension system. The road wheels are directly connected to the hull. This leads to a significant problem. Any irregularity in the ground, such as a protruding rock, would cause the tank to tilt, making it impossible for the cannon to aim at its target. Even if it is very close, the unevenness of the tank's body results in the cannon being misaligned. Moreover, the gunner is also inside an unbalanced tank, peering through a small observation port, making it difficult to ascertain whether the tank is level. This renders the cannon practically ornamental. It cannot aim nor hit targets, leading to a series of complications, such as toxic gases filling the tank compartment upon firing, which cannot be expelled. This issue was partially addressed with the Renault tank, which employed a horizontal suspension system, a simple triangular structure that converted vertical forces into horizontal ones. When a protruding stone presses against the tracks of a Renault tank, the horizontal suspension system allows the road wheels to maintain a level position, as the stone becomes lodged between the wheels, thereby keeping the tank relatively balanced. In summary, the rigid suspension of the Mark I renders the cannon unable to aim at targets even when stationary. Unless on perfectly flat ground, even a single rock beneath the tracks would be problematic. In contrast, the Renault tank, with its soft suspension system, can aim at targets when stationary. If the ground is uneven, the load will sink in, and if there are depressions, the road wheels will protrude outward, compensating for the unevenness and keeping the tank's body relatively level, provided the terrain is not excessively rugged. However, it cannot fire while moving. Most tanks during World War II were unable to fire while in motion, with two notable exceptions: the British Matilda and the American Sherman. The Matilda, with its numerous road wheels and slow speed, maintained relative stability while moving, allowing for some accuracy in firing. The Sherman featured a vertical stabilization system, enabling the cannon to remain steady at an absolute height, which also afforded some accuracy while in motion. Conversely, when examining the Mark I, it becomes evident that contemporaries were unaware of these factors. They merely sought to mount artillery onto tanks, prioritizing the ability to fire. This led to the combination of rigid suspension with two main cannons. The protagonist understood the incompatibility of rigid suspension with artillery, and thus chose to equip the tank primarily with machine guns. Today, time does not permit further elaboration. The third chapter remains unfinished. With only 2 sections completed, the following day dawned overcast. Paris, already shrouded in fog, appeared even darker without sunlight, creating a vague sense of impending rain and an inexplicable feeling of oppression. The Paris City Defense Headquarters was unusually busy that day. Originally, the front lines of battle had little bearing on the Paris City Defense Headquarters, as the front had moved far from the city, eliminating any imminent danger. Nevertheless, the previous military engagements had led the Parliament to distrust Joffre. Many believed that the significant casualties suffered by the army, even putting Paris at risk, were due to strategic errors on his part. Before the war, France had been forewarned of the German Schlieffen Plan. Almost everyone knew that the main German forces would advance through Belgium, encircling Paris from the right. This was no secret. At this juncture, Joffre simply needed to position the French main forces to the north, directly on the German advance route, digging trenches to establish a defensive line, thereby preventing the French army from suffering such catastrophic losses and safeguarding Paris. Yet, in light of the known German offensive plans, Joffre nonetheless devised the so-called Plan 17, which unusually positioned the French main forces to the south of the border for an offensive into Alsace and Lorraine. This perfectly aligned with the German Schlieffen Plan, ultimately leading to the disintegration of the French army. Some parliamentarians speculated that even spies could not have orchestrated such seamless coordination. Whatever the Germans desired from the French, Joffre complied, even when fully aware of the German strategy. However, Joffre was a hero cultivated by capitalists and the media. They feared that removing or holding him accountable would undermine the confidence of the French military and populace, thus refraining from any reckoning. Note, had this just occurred once or twice, the Parliament might have brushed it aside as inconsequential. Yet in subsequent conflicts, Joffre invariably fell into the traps laid by the Germans, prompting the Parliament to eventually endure no more. They subtly demoted him in 1916, promoting him to Marshal while relieving him of his command position. The final decision of the Parliament was that Joffre would remain the commander of the French army. But he must fully consider Gallieni's advice. In other words, although Gallieni was the commander of Paris's defenses, he was granted the authority to assist Joffre in commanding the French army. Intelligence from the front lines poured into Gallieni's office like snowflakes, primarily originating from the fortress of Antwerp in Belgium. General, the Belgian army reports, if the situation does not improve, the Belgian government will have to withdraw from Antwerp within 3 days. The British army has expressed its inability to provide reinforcements to Antwerp, and they hope we can send troops. The Belgian government reported that the Germans had once again initiated bombardments, and another fortress had fallen, leaving the situation perilously urgent. Gallieni furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the strategic significance of the Antwerp fortress to the Allies. Should it fall, it would almost certainly signify the cessation of Belgium's ability to impede the German army's logistical transport as it had previously. The German munition supply would then flow unimpeded through Belgium to the front lines in France. Gallieni's first thought was of Charles. Might he possess a solution? Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed. Charles was no deity. Furthermore, this was a relentless siege of artillery fire, a clash of fortifications and steel. What could he possibly do? Thus, when Gallieni observed Charles ascending the staircase, he merely nodded slightly before once more immersing himself in his paperwork. General, at that moment, Colonel Durand stepped forward to report. The commander-in-chief wishes for us to send someone to Antwerp to assess the situation and provide a detailed report. Gallieni responded with a non-committal his attention fixated on the intelligence in his hands, as he casually replied, "You handle it." "Yes, General." Colonel Durand replied promptly, turning toward the staircase that he appeared quite hurried, not pausing his stride as he passed by Charles, not even glancing his way. Yet in a low voice he commanded, "Follow me. Lieutenant Charles, the General has assigned you a task. An urgent one." "Yes, Colonel," Charles responded, a hint of curiosity peaking within him. He had observed the exchange between Durand and Gallieni, albeit unable to discern the content of their conversation. What could this urgent task entail? He wondered if it might involve standing guard or practicing military stances. Upon descending the stairs, Colonel Durand ushered Charles directly into a car. Personally driving him to their destination, we're headed to the airfield. Once the vehicle was in motion, Colonel Durand explained, your mission is to board a plane to a place called Antwerp that we need to ascertain the detailed conditions there, such as the casualties among our troops, the number of surviving fortresses, and the enemy's firepower and deployment. Do you understand? Understood, sir, Charles replied, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hadn't anticipated being thrust into such a situation so swiftly. Although he would not be wielding a rifle in combat, but rather on a reconnaissance mission, danger still loomed. Colonel Durand then reminded him, this is a covert operation, Lieutenant, that we cannot allow the Germans to know that France is assessing Antwerp. Such knowledge would reveal our plans for reinforcements. Therefore, you must not discuss this with anyone, including the pilot. Do you comprehend? Understood, sir, Charles nodded, swallowing hard, feeling a chill creep across his face. Nevertheless, he sought to reassure himself internally. There would be no danger. If there were, General Gallieni would not send him into such a situation. Perhaps this was merely a test of his capabilities. This thought provided Charles with a modicum of comfort. Yet soon, anxiety gripped him anew. He had yet to learn how to properly use a handgun. What would he do if he encountered the enemy? Or perhaps this mission would not lead him to any adversaries at all. As the car entered a small airfield, Charles's complexion turned pale upon spotting a toy-like wooden biplane parked on the tarmac. Surely, he was not expected to board that contraption for battle. I've never been on a plane. Colonel, Charles nervously glanced at Durand. Then you are quite fortunate. Durand parked the car beside the aircraft and gestured to Charles. You're about to experience it. Trembling, Charles exited the vehicle and approached the plane, with Durand adding reassuringly from behind, no need to worry, Lieutenant. This mission is entirely safe. We have provided you with the finest pilot. The pilot, seated in the cockpit, turned at this remark and grinned broadly, revealing a middle-aged man with a smudge of grease and a small mustache. Rest assured, the pilot called out confidently to Charles, there won't be any issues. I could fly this with my eyes closed. However, as Charles climbed into the cockpit, he caught a whiff of alcohol. Alarmed, he looked at the pilot and asked, Sir, have you been drinking? The pilot raised his flask cheerfully. Care for a sip? In the lounge beside the airfield, Greavy and Armand sat across from one another at a table. They leisurely sipped coffee while gazing at the airfield, where an Avro two-seater aircraft was taxiing down the runway, soon to take flight. Excellent idea. Armand raised his coffee cup slightly towards Greavy. We have finally sent him to a perilous locale. Yet Greavy's eyes reflected a tinge of regret as he watched the aircraft grow smaller until it vanished from view. With a sigh, he lamented, had he only agreed to join the right wing, they would have had him, and the right wing would have comprehensively suppressed the left, securing a decisive victory. He possessed numerous ideas that would incite envy among even the capitalists of the left. However, if such ideas could not be harnessed, they must be obliterated, for the concepts swirling in his mind could potentially spell the end for the entire right wing. One question, Armand inquired, why not simply orchestrate an accident or a mishap? Why go to such lengths to send him to the Antwerp fortress? That would draw suspicion to us, Armand. Greavy replied coldly. Everyone is aware of our conflicting interests. The left is watching us, as is the military. They hope to catch us erring and leverage that to expel us from the House of Commons. A flicker of confusion crossed Armand's face as he gestured toward the direction of the aircraft's disappearance. Now, does it make a difference? Of course it does. Greavy stirred his coffee gently with a spoon, a hint of anguish flickering in his eyes. Currently, Gallieni has dispatched him to rescue the Antwerp fortress in its hour of peril. He would be hailed as a hero who perished bravely in Antwerp. You think the reports would suggest otherwise, or that Charles's death might be linked to the right wing? Armand grasped the implications. This was interwoven with the war. Just as everyone recognized the incompetence of Joffre, yet none dared to displace him from command, that Joffre's only merit throughout the war was his punctuality in dining and resting, which the media exaggerated into a portrayal of him as France's calm and steadying force. He had been sculpted into a hero, a symbol, a myth. A significant portion of the French populace had come to rely on him as their spiritual anchor against the Germans, should Joffre's myth be pierced. The foundation of that segment would crumble, potentially unleashing calamity and a series of chain reactions that could lead to civil unrest. Similarly, Charles had become a beacon of hope and a source of strength for many. If he were to fall in Antwerp, they would be more inclined to propagate it as an emblem of valiant courage, which could galvanize the French populace to take to arms and vent their fury upon the Germans. Rather than exposing the truth and igniting internal discord, Armand nodded slightly, his typically irreverent demeanor momentarily subdued. He realized he had yet to match Grievy's acuity and recognize the latter's formidable nature. Seizing the opportunity to sip his coffee, he stole a glance at Grievy, who appeared lost in thought, staring at the table, seemingly pondering something, should the day arise when they needed to resolve internal conflicts. Armand felt he would not stand a chance against Grievy. He might find himself meeting his end at Grievy's hands. However, he was fortunate that the right wing remained devoid of any glimmer of victory, thus alleviating his concerns on that front. With this thought, Armand's smile returned. Aboard the biplane, Charles, donning a flight cap and goggles, was enveloped by the rumble of the engine and the whoosh of the wind. The aircraft featured an open cockpit, leaving his shoulders and above exposed to the elements, with no barrier against the fierce wind that blasted in his face, were it not for the relatively modest speed of just over 100 kilometers per hour. Charles believed his nose might well be blown away. Before long, Charles spotted a slender, cylindrical balloon emerging from the misty clouds. It loomed large like an otherworldly vessel, lazily drifting in the sky, akin to a plump individual struggling to awaken from slumber. Initially, Charles assumed it to be a French balloon, yet upon discerning the German insignia on its side, he gasped, "A German balloon! That's the enemy's." "What?" the pilot inquired, unable to catch the words. "The enemy. It's the enemy," Charles exclaimed, alarmed as he pointed toward the balloon. Fearing the pilot, inebriated, was unable to distinguish friend from foe, and was indeed steering them closer to the enemy's balloon. Yet the pilot responded calmly, "Yes, and so what? Would you like to take a closer look?" Suddenly, Charles recalled that, at the war's outset, the aerial forces on both sides possessed scant offensive capability. Planes and balloons were primarily employed for reconnaissance. Thus, the aircraft of both parties encountered one another, even exchanging salutes. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a German plane swooped overhead. Although the two aircraft did not greet each other as legend suggested, indeed, nothing transpired, much like two cars passing each other on a highway. "Rest assured, Lieutenant," the pilot shouted, glancing back, "if there is any place that is safe, it is here. No one can touch you, not even the enemy below." Following the pilot's gaze downward, Charles was astonished to discover that the aircraft was flying over a combat zone. Shells were erupting beneath them, sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward like mushrooms, their thunderous detonations muffled by the roar of the engines and the wind, while the charging soldiers resembled swarms of ants, comically arrayed in lines as they surged through the sandy terrain. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a gray haze, indistinguishable as air or earth, that a sense of unease washed over Charles, prompting him to inquire of the pilot. "Where are we headed?" "To the fortress of Antwerp." "Of course," the pilot retorted. "What else could it be?" "Isn't Antwerp in enemy territory?" Charles pressed. "Not in enemy territory," the pilot replied. "It lies to the north of Belgium, near the coast." Were it not for the strong winds, Charles would have consulted a map, but at that moment, he could only visualize in his mind. To the north of Belgium, the German forces had pierced through, indicating that it had been cleaved by the invaders, and he was about to venture into the enemy's encirclement for reconnaissance. Fortunately, Charles recalled the pilot's earlier mention of Antwerp being near the coast, suggesting that the fortress had not been entirely surrounded by German forces. He knew the ocean belonged to the British, and the German Navy was currently under blockade. Perhaps it was the very nature of aircraft. Charles mused, people of this era might generally perceive planes as safe, General Gallieni included, which could explain why he had assigned him this mission. Until now, Charles remained oblivious to the fact that this was not a mission entrusted to him by Gallieni at all. Charles had assumed the aircraft soared amidst the clouds, though he had begun to notice that the scent of the clouds was rather peculiar. Soon, the pilot descended through layers of thick mist, and suddenly the fiery explosions of shells seemed to be directly below them, the sound vibrating the wings of the aircraft. It was then that Charles realized those clouds were, in fact, smoke from the detonations. "Look!" the pilot exclaimed excitedly. "We've arrived. Ahead lies Antwerp." Charles wished to behold the city from the air, But to his disappointment, all he could see below were scattered flickers of fire, the smoke obscuring even the faintest glimmer of light, rendering the morning more akin to night. The aircraft continued its descent, heightening Charles's apprehension that a passing shell might strike them, as trails of cannon fire whizzed perilously close. Minutes later, the sounds of artillery began to fade, and daylight crept in, though only a few sporadic shells exploded ahead. Turning to glance back, he saw that the rear was distinctly enveloped in smoke, with a few enormous spherical balloons faintly visible. It seemed they had just traversed a combat zone, and were now entering the heart of the Antwerp fortress, Charles mused. The plane circled above Antwerp airport twice before the soldiers below waved signal flags permitting them to land. The pilot then lowered the altitude and smoothly brought the aircraft to a halt on the runway. How was that? Upon disembarking, the pilot boasted to Charles, "I told you we would reach our destination without a hitch." With that, he produced a flask from his pocket and tilted his head back, gulping down several hearty swigs as though rewarding himself. "Hey!" A Belgian officer approached, wearing a flat-topped felt hat, a deep blue overcoat adorned with 2 rows of brass buttons, a sidearm at his waist, and stars on his collar indicating his rank of major. From a distance of several meters, the major unceremoniously called out to Charles, "Frenchman, are you here to reinforce us?" Laughter erupted around them, making Charles realize the comment was a jab, and thus he chose not to respond. He briefed the pilot, then approached the major, standing tall to salute, retrieving his officer's credentials and presenting them, saying, "Major, I am here to assess the situation." The major glanced at the credentials before returning them to Charles, disdain evident in his demeanor as he spat to the side, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Well, it's about time you remembered us." Another round of laughter ensued, leaving Charles somewhat bewildered. To his knowledge, Belgium had maintained cordial relations with France, yet it appeared otherwise now. The Antwerp fortress was not a traditional European stronghold. Rather, it comprised a circular complex of 2 defensive lines consisting of 29 exceptionally fortified bastions, 21 in the first line and 8 in the second, spaced between 2 to 4 kilometers apart, complemented by rivers and mountains that protected the city of Antwerp at its core. Although the Antwerp fortress lacked the renown of Liege, its strategic significance was paramount. While Liege served to obstruct the German advance, Antwerp was Belgium's final bastion for self-defense, thus earning the title of National Fortress at that moment. The command center of the fortress was in disarray, as urgent pleas for reinforcements flooded in, each more frantic than the last. Yet General Guise could do nothing. Eventually, General Guise ordered the communications officer to refrain from presenting information to him, instructing his staff to manage matters independently. After all, it would be of no consequence. General Guise despondently remarked, preferring to sit idly in his chair. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities, General Guise had committed a grave error, ordering the garrison to clear and even incinerate the underbrush and trees surrounding the fortress. In his mind, he envisioned German soldiers charging toward the bastion, rifles bayonet and arranged in tight formation, to ensure that the fortress's machine guns and artillery could effectively eliminate these foes. It was essential to eliminate any potential cover provided by the foliage. However, reality proved otherwise. The Germans leisurely launched observation balloons into the sky, with observers directing artillery fire from several kilometers away, unperturbed. With the trees and underbrush removed, the fortress was laid bare under the balloon scrutiny. More critically, the range of the German artillery extended up to 14 kilometers, significantly surpassing the 10-kilometer reach of the fortress's 200mm guns. Consequently, General Guise and the entire garrison could only watch helplessly as the Germans systematically demolished the fortress, one bastion at a time, daily, with no recourse. General Guise felt a pang of guilt. This disaster was indeed of his own making. Yet perhaps another commander might have made the same mistake. Who could have foreseen such a predicament? Thus, General Guise could only console himself in this manner. Just as he buried his face in his hands in despair, a communications officer cautiously approached to report, "General, we have received a staff officer from France. He is here to assess the situation of the fortress. Would you like to meet him?" Startled, General Guise raised his head as if pricked by a needle, his eyes rekindled with hope. "From France? Bring him here, quickly!" Ordinarily, a French staff officer would not have a chance to meet General Guise, but in wartime, the general had placed his hopes for Antwerp in the reinforcements from France and Britain, eager to ascertain France's stance. However, upon seeing the French officer, General Guise was sorely disappointed. He was merely a lieutenant, appearing almost as a child. Is there truly no one else? General Guise surveyed the officer incredulously. The war had not yet lasted a month, and had the French already exhausted their ranks. They were sending a mere child to investigate and negotiate at the fortress. Charles, somewhat perplexed by General Guise's implication, could only respond literally, "Of course there are others, General. They are just preoccupied with pursuing the Germans. They are achieving victories." General Guise's expression softened. This was good news. If France was indeed achieving victories, it meant they might reach this place and assist Belgium in driving out the Germans. With this thought, General Guise politely stood to shake Charles's hand, saying, "Welcome, Lieutenant." Once seated, General Guise got straight to the point, asking, "So, once you confirm the detailed situation of the fortress, will you send reinforcements?" Charles hesitated, responding, "I cannot answer that question. General, that is beyond my purview." General Guise glanced at the insignia on Charles's sleeve and nodded. "Oh, of course." In his eyes flickered a hint of helplessness, as if all hope had abandoned him. Subsequently, General Gis released his grip, openly expressing his dissatisfaction as he lamented, "We have been striving valiantly against the enemy, Lieutenant, even shouldering responsibilities far beyond our capabilities, from the intelligence provided by the king for your nation, to the refusal of the Germans' harmless passage and our engagement in battle, to proactively striking at their supply lines. Is that not sufficient? Who else could achieve such feats? We could have opted for a different course, but we chose to uphold the dignity of Belgium, and that is of paramount importance. Yet we have been fighting independently, and when we are in dire need of assistance, there is not a single ally to be seen." The intensity of General Gis's words rendered them somewhat disjointed. However, Charles grasped the essence of his sentiment. King Albert I of Belgium, during his visit to Germany 6 months prior, inadvertently learned of the Schlieffen Plan and promptly relayed this crucial information to France, thus rendering a significant service, despite France's failure to capitalize on it. Moreover, Belgium's refusal to allow the Germans passage for an attack on France, even at the cost of war, was yet another act of goodwill towards France. Later, when the Germans advanced near Paris, the Belgian forces, who could have remained in their fortifications, took the initiative to disrupt the German supply lines, further aiding France. Belgium has always been a steadfast ally to France, a true benefactor, yet now, when Belgium is in dire need, France offers not a single soldier in support that no, there was one, Charles. Suddenly, Charles comprehended the reason behind the Belgian officer's attitude towards him at the airport. They shared General Gis's sentiment. "We have given so much to France, yet France has offered us nothing in return." Charles found himself at a loss for words. The matter of reinforcements was beyond the purview of a mere lieutenant. His only recourse was to convey General Gis's sentiments back to France, which perhaps was the true intent behind the general's complaints directed at him. At that moment, a messenger stepped forward to report, "General, the British reinforcements have arrived. Commander Winter is waiting for your audience outside." General Gis sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Splendid! Please, let him in." He immediately dismissed Charles, striding purposefully towards the door to greet General Winter. General Winter, with his tall stature and commanding presence, entered the room and promptly extended his hand to General Gis, declaring, "I salute you, General Gis. You and your men are among the most valiant in the world. Your actions are truly admirable. I am honored to join you in this glorious struggle against aggression." Winter's words profoundly moved General Gis, dispelling his earlier despondency and instantly restoring his confidence. "Thank you very much, my lord," General Gis replied, gripping General Winter's hand tightly. "We salute you. You are a reliable and trustworthy friend, extending your hand in our time of greatest need." This remark seemed to allude to Charles, or perhaps to France, which Charles could not represent, yet felt compelled to embody in this context. A flicker of concern crossed Charles's mind as he noted the triumphant demeanor of General Winter, whose unspoken words seemed to convey, "Leave the remaining defenses to us. Rest assured, we shall drive the enemy away." However, Charles was acutely aware that the reality was far from this. General Winter had taken note of Charles, as the French uniform was notoriously striking, especially the red trousers. Has the French reinforcement also arrived? General Winter inquired, puzzled. Before Charles could respond, General Gis interjected dismissively. No, he is here to assess the situation, a mere lieutenant. The disdain in his voice was unmistakable. Indeed, compared to the British dispatch of reinforcements, the presence of a French lieutenant was rather meager. It was akin to receiving a lavish monetary gift, while Charles offered only a crumpled newspaper. It was no surprise that he would be met with disdain, and he was fortunate not to have been sent away on the Avenue de la Republique in Paris on the 4th day of September. Armand and Grevy sat in their carriage returning to the estate. Amid the rhythmic sound of hooves, Armand casually inquired, "How can you ensure he does not return, Grevy? The mission is genuine, and the pilot is real. The pilot awaits the completion of his task before returning. What if he successfully accomplishes his mission? That does not seem insurmountable." Grevy replied, his expression impassive. "The pilot is not the crux of the matter." Armand gazed at Grevy with confusion, as if to say, how can the pilot and the aircraft not be the focus if they would guarantee his safe return? Grevy smiled faintly. "You must be aware that Charles has already gained notoriety." "Correct? Of course." Armand nodded. "Almost every newspaper has reported on his exploits. I find myself envious of him." Grevy shook his head slightly. Armand would never truly envy Charles for that reason, that if one day a beautiful companion would have graced Charles's side, then Armand might feel envy. Yet that seemed unlikely. A man who does not return would certainly not have a companion. Grevy leaned back, propping his feet up, exhaling softly as he remarked, "Thus, the Germans are also aware of this." His voice was low, but it sent a jolt through Armand, who silently praised Grevy's cleverness. Charles is an inventor. He has created tanks and tricycles. Simultaneously, he is a strategist and tactician, having devised plans that have defeated the Germans on several occasions. At least according to the newspapers. From any angle, the Germans would not wish to see Charles return alive. They would attempt to capture him for their own purposes, and should that fail, they would seek to eliminate him. For allowing him to escape would only put the Germans at a disadvantage. Regardless of the outcome, Charles would not return, and thus he would not become Grevy's adversary. Therefore, all that was needed was to ensure the Germans understood that Charles's remaining concerns in Antwerp were entrusted to them. Armand inquired again, "Are you not worried he might surrender to the Germans? A talent like Charles, should he capitulate and serve the formidable Germans, would undoubtedly spell disaster for France." Grevy tightened his coat, casting his gaze towards the buildings passing by outside, and replied coolly, "That is no longer our concern, Armand. That is a matter for France and the left to ponder." Understanding dawned on Armand, in such a scenario. Should Charles surrender and become a German capitalist, he would propel and develop German industry, producing goods that would compete against French leftist capitalists rather than the right-wing aristocracy. This would even benefit the right, as leftist capitalists would face bankruptcy, and the workers they controlled would revert to being peasants. Armand felt a chill as he comprehended Grevy's true objective in implementing this plan. Was it not to compel Charles to surrender to the Germans? Grevy's foresight was remarkable, and it was only now that Armand grasped the implications. As evening fell over Antwerp, the previously dim sky brightened slightly with the glow of the sunset breaking through the clouds. 25 kilometers east of the fortress, in a basin formed by rolling hills, General von Besseler, commander of the 1st German Army's 3rd Reserve Corps, stood atop a rise, quietly observing the horizon through his binoculars. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Amid a storm of smoke, the very air seemed to be wrenched from the earth as a shell was fired, generating a gust of wind that caused all present to instinctively bend low and cover their ears. That it was the roar of the 420mm howitzer, Big Bertha, capable of reaching a range of 14 kilometers. With shells weighing 1,000 kilograms, operating the weapon required 200 men, and it could only fire 2 rounds per hour. General von Besseler remained unmoved, steadfastly holding his binoculars amidst the shifting air, resembling a statue. 1 minute later, a radiating cloud of dust suddenly erupted in the distant gray-black sky, illuminated by a flash of light. The shell had exploded. General von Bessler frowned, dissatisfied as he called to his aide. Inform Frex, he has squandered another shell. This one missed by at least a kilometer. Yes, General. The aide responded promptly. These imbeciles. General von Bessler turned away, taking several steps towards the ammunition box, glaring at the map pressed beneath a bayonet, and lamented, as artillerymen, should they not feel ashamed of such waste? We should have already been standing on the ramparts of Antwerp, awaiting Gis's surrender. General Bessler was well acquainted with General Guise prior to the outbreak of war. Germany and Belgium maintained a cordial relationship, with much of Belgium's military armament procured from Germany, including the rifles of the Belgian army and the artillery within their fortifications. It is a bitter irony that Belgium was now using German weaponry against Germany itself. Bessler and Guise shared a rapport that, while not deeply intimate, allowed them to enjoy drinks and engage in chess after discussing serious matters. Yet, they now found themselves on opposing sides of the battlefield, leaving Bessler uncertain whether he should wish to see Guise soon or never again. General. At that moment, an aide stepped forward with a report. We have received word that Charles is in Antwerp. Bessler responded with a non-committal his gaze fixed intently on the target of Wavre Fortress on the map, his mind racing with the thought that if he could destroy this stronghold, he would sever the water supply to Antwerp, leaving the city without fresh water. General. The aide reiterated, Charles may be in Antwerp. Bessler, interrupted mid-thought, looked up in frustration. Who in Antwerp could possibly be of such importance? Do you expect me to recite the names of everyone there? Before he could finish a sentence, Bessler suddenly realized something. Who did you say is there? Charles. Yes, General, Charles of France, the one who invented tanks and tricycles. Bessler inquired further. The terms tanks and tricycles had already circulated among the German forces, and Bessler had heard of Charles. Indeed, General. The aide nodded. Bessler narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? What is your source? The aide, now cautious, understood that Bessler's squinting was a habit that signaled the gravity of the situation. I'm not entirely sure, General. The aide stammered. We received the information from a Belgian merchant who has just returned from France. He heard rumors that Charles flew into Antwerp this morning. Bessler paused momentarily, then immediately began issuing a series of commands. Send someone to verify if any aircraft entered Antwerp this morning. If so, I want to know the model. The model is crucial. It will indicate whether it was a single-seater or a two-seater. That a single-seater would confirm the news is false, for that little fellow is unlikely to fly a plane. Reinforce with one division? No, send 2 divisions at once. We may need to completely encircle Antwerp. He could not afford to wait for confirmation before deploying troops. What if the rumor was true? Additionally, dispatch 10 aircraft. We must encircle Antwerp from the skies. As the aide jotted down the orders, he hesitantly asked, But, General, sending aircraft will not prevent enemy planes from attacking. We must shoot them down. Bessler bellowed, Go at once. And do as I say? Yes, General. The aide hurried off to relay the orders. These fools, Bessler muttered in exasperation. They will never understand how critical this is. He then turned his gaze towards Antwerp, murmuring to himself, Is that fellow truly there? Who brought him? After a moment of contemplation, Bessler felt an uneasy apprehension and called out, Luca. A guard promptly approached, rifle slung over his shoulder. You are to deliver a letter. Bessler gestured towards Antwerp. Hand it over to the Belgians and ensure it reaches General Guise. Yes, General. In the Antwerp operational office, the crimson light illuminated the room as General Guise and General Winter deliberated troop deployments on the map. General Winter, deep in thought, remarked, I believe deploying troops to the front under the cover of night is an excellent strategy. We can dig trenches before the enemy notices. Otherwise, we risk being shelled while we excavate. General Guise concurred. We must fortify Wavre Fortress, for if it falls, the Germans will breach our defenses and enter the Vanderminde region, where our fresh water supply lies, leaving the entire city without potable water. General Winter's expression grew grave as he comprehended the implications of a coastal city losing its freshwater supply. Rest assured, General, he declared, we will organize a defense there, even if Wavre Fortress is breached. The Germans will still face our steel line. Winter had immense faith in his troops, armed with the Enfield rifles, the fastest-firing rifles, which were even more effective than the French machine guns, with them entrenched. The Germans would surely be unable to penetrate their defenses as the two continued to discuss the trench layout. An aide knocked and entered, presenting a letter to General Guise. "General, this is from the Germans. They say it is a letter from General Bessler." Guise glanced at the envelope and recognized Bessler's handwriting. That it must be an attempt at capitulation. Guise chuckled, casually breaking the wax seal and withdrawing the letter. After reading for a moment, he queried in confusion, "Who is Charles?" "They claim that if we surrender Charles, they will cease their assault on Antwerp and guarantee the same in the future." "Charles?" General Winter looked bewildered. "Is he here? You do not know Charles?" Winter glanced at Guise, surprise etched on his face. Soon, however, Winter recalled that since the Germans breached Belgium, he and others have been encircled, their external communications severed, relying solely on telegrams. It seemed reasonable he had not heard of Charles. "Then you must have heard of tanks." Winter pressed, knowing even German captives would mention them. Guise nodded. "I have heard of them." "Is it true?" Guise assumed it was merely a rumor or a fabrication spread by German captives for some ulterior motive. "It is indeed true," Winter affirmed. "Charles is the very individual who invented tanks." Guise exhaled in disbelief, though he remained somewhat skeptical. Winter laughed. Without this invention, Paris might have already fallen to the Germans. Yet now France is pursuing them. It is said that the Germans' defeat was also a trap set by Charles. If that is the case, Charles is truly remarkable. Guise began to believe, recognizing that Winter, being outside the encirclement, had access to more information and spoke with conviction. His logic unassailable. However, Winter then turned his attention back to the letter, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. "But what does this have to do with us? Why do they want us to surrender Charles?" Just then, another aide arrived with yet another letter, still from Bessler. Had it not been for the confirmation of Bessler's handwriting, Guise might have suspected it was a prank. Who would send 2 letters in such quick succession? This was a battlefield. Delivering letters to an enemy commander was no simple task, and one could lose their life doing so. Why not write everything in one message? As he unsealed the second letter, Guise pondered that Bessler must have been in a great hurry to write these notes, or he would not have acted so foolishly. This time, Guise read the letter aloud. "Please consider the welfare of the populace. Victor," Guise given name. "Do not subject the entire Belgian populace to the ravages of war. It is utterly pointless and profoundly foolish that I do not ask you to surrender. We will acknowledge Belgium's neutral status. We simply wish for you to hand over Charles." Nothing more. Before he could finish reading, Guise was left utterly astounded. Ever since Belgium rejected the Germans' request for harmless passage, Germany had refused to recognize Belgium's neutrality, using it as a pretext for their invasion, claiming that Belgium could not be considered neutral if it stood with the enemy. Yet now, they were willing to acknowledge Belgium's neutrality for the sake of Charles. Was this Charles truly so significant as to compel a German general to abandon principle? Guise wondered if this might be a German trap or yet another pretext. However, Winter nodded affirmatively. "He may be far more important than you realize." "General, I cannot articulate it, for my knowledge is based on hearsay. Only France and Germany truly understand Charles' significance." Subsequently, he added, "The German army has indeed been defeated by Charles in the past. It is now apparent that General Guise has comprehended the significance that the Germans attribute to Charles, which speaks volumes. That moment, a messenger hurriedly entered to report, "General, the Germans have launched an attack towards the Sauer River." General Guise's expression darkened. He located the position of the Sauer River on the map, to the west of the fortress. "If this area were to be seized by the Germans, our only retreat would be severed." After a pause, General Guise straightened his back and furrowed his brow. "They have never done this before. They have always sought to compel us to relinquish Antwerp. This is the surround 3 and leave 1 tactic, encircling 3 sides while leaving 1 open, causing panic among the enemy, who will then consider fleeing. If they're completely surrounded, it would force them to fight to the death. But why are the Germans committing this taboo now, just as victory is within their grasp? Moreover, it is clearly unwise for the German forces, holding artillery superiority, to launch a nighttime assault." General Winter understood the reason. They did not wish for Charles to escape. General Guise was left speechless. Could it be true? Would they forsake their strategic and tactical advantages for the sake of 1 individual? Was Bessler mad? "General, Another messenger arrived to report. The Dutch have informed us that, due to the German threat, they must cease receiving refugees. General Guise was incredulous. Since the outset of hostilities, the neutral nation of the Netherlands had been accepting Belgian refugees, and Germany had never objected. Now they were threatening to close the border. This time, General Winter need not explain. General Guise understood. It was again for the sake of Charles. General Winter nodded in agreement. If the Netherlands continued to accept refugees, who could guarantee that Charles would not escape among them? General Guise could no longer remain seated. He rose and paced anxiously in front of his desk. If this continued, it would not only be the troops and soldiers suffering casualties, but countless innocent civilians would also be caught in the turmoil, unable to flee. But where was Charles? General Guise lost his patience. Why do they demand I hand him over? I have never even seen him. Just then, an aide entered. Before he could speak, General Guise inquired sharply, "Are you here to demand Charles again?" The aide hesitated before replying, "No, General. It is a telegram from General Gallieni of France. He states he has made an error by sending a very important lieutenant aide to Antwerp, and he hopes you will immediately send an aircraft to return him to Paris. He will be most grateful and will do everything in his power to assist our forces. He also emphasized that you may make any request, and he will endeavor to fulfill it, including reinforcements." General Guise smiled bitterly. "Everyone is coming to demand personnel from me. Charles is important, but so is a mere lieutenant aide. Are there no unimportant individuals?" As his voice dwindled, General Guise suddenly realized something, and General Winter understood as well. They exchanged a shocked look, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Gallieni only discovered that Charles was missing when night fell. He had been exceedingly busy throughout the day, organizing reinforcements for Antwerp. I could see this moment. The French forces were in full pursuit of the Germans, with all regular troops engaged in battle, leaving only newly trained or training recruits in the rear. Deploying these troops to reinforce Antwerp would be futile. Thus, Gallieni needed to reassess the entire front line to see where he could draw several units from without compromising the current battlefield advantage. This required utmost precision. The Germans were not to be trifled with, and a careless mistake could invite a counterattack. After much effort, he finally managed to allocate a division, but then he had to plan their routes, which was equally challenging, from foot to vehicle to train, and finally circumventing the German defenses by sea to reach Antwerp. Hence, he also needed to coordinate with the Navy for necessary protection. Following this, logistical support became a pressing concern. The Belgian army was using German rifles, which meant all ammunition for the French reinforcements had to be sourced independently. After toiling until dusk, Gallieni finally got things on track. He stood up, stretched, and strolled to the window, his gaze drifting to the statue of Gilbert in the garden, standing sentinel beneath the streetlight. Gallieni twisted his sore neck and suddenly recalled Charles practicing military posture before the statue, prompting him to ask, "Where's Charles?" Everyone nearby was taken aback, as they too had not seen Charles for some time. Someone checked the records and replied, "General, Charles was dispatched to Antwerp to assess the situation." Gallieni turned abruptly, as if pricked by a needle. "What? Who sent him?" "Colonel Durand." The aide responded while looking at the records that "It seems you entrusted him with this task." Gallieni vaguely recalled such an occurrence. In the midst of his busyness, he had casually delegated authority to Durand, but did he not realize how perilous Antwerp was? Who would send Charles to that location? What on earth was Durand doing? "Send a telegram to Antwerp immediately," Gallieni commanded. "Order them to bring Charles back." "Yes, General." The aide was about to leave when Gallieni stopped him. "Do not mention Charles. Refer to him as the lieutenant aide. We must not let the Germans know that Charles is in Antwerp." "Understood, General." Gallieni then shouted in anger, "Where is Durand? Where is he? Bring him to me at once." No one responded, as no one knew his whereabouts. A chill ran down Gallieni's spine as he realized this was likely not a mere command accident, but a conspiracy against Charles. Durand could very well encounter a traffic accident or some unforeseen event, leaving no witnesses. Thus, Charles was sent out by Gallieni, and all procedures were above board. If anything were to happen to Charles, it would fall squarely on Gallieni's shoulders. The capitalist could simultaneously bring him and Charles down, achieving two objectives with one stroke. These scoundrels were scheming right under his nose. Gallieni felt a deep sense of humiliation, but more than that, he was concerned for Charles's safety. "Hang in there, little one. I will rescue you." In the Antwerp fortress, Charles was alone in the documentation room, sifting through files. The investigative work was not merely a matter of inquiring about the casualty numbers from various units. It required an understanding of the fortress's defenses and troop deployments, so that when reinforcements arrived, they would not be like headless flies, unsure of where to go or what to do. An army must always maintain a fundamental awareness of its environment. Otherwise, it could mean death. Having nearly completed his task, Charles stood up, stretched to relieve his tension, and retrieved the bread he had brought from his backpack. He had not eaten all day, not due to work, but because he had no appetite for the hard bread. At home, Camille forced him to eat, but now that he was free, he only nibbled at it when hunger became unbearable, chewing on the bread. Charles approached the window. The sky was completely dark, and he wondered whether the aircraft of this era could fly at night. Considering the urgency of reinforcing Antwerp, he planned to head to the airport shortly to inquire, hoping the pilots were not too inebriated to fly. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside, signaling the arrival of a group of people. Bang! The door was kicked open. Holding the bread, Charles stood frozen, staring at General Winter and General Guise at the entrance, flanked by armed guards. "Charles?" General Guise asked, eyes wide. "Are you Charles?" "Charles Bernard." Charles nodded, bewildered. "What is happening?" General Winter and General Guise stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to articulate a response. After a considerable pause, General Winter finally smiled and said, "The whole world is searching for you, Charles, and you have been hiding right under our noses." Charles was finally granted the fortunate opportunity to enter General Guise's operational office. This space had previously been off-limits to him. The information he needed to examine in the documentation room could likely have been gleaned in mere moments here. This realization frustrated Charles. Had he been brought here earlier, it would have saved much time, but now it felt redundant. Noticing Charles still gnawing on the dry bread, Guise quickly ordered milk and cake, along with a small plate of fruit salad, to be brought in. Despite the scarcity of supplies in Antwerp due to the German encirclement, some food was still available. While Charles filled his stomach, General Guise pulled General Winter aside and whispered, "Have you considered a possibility?" General Winter immediately grasped Guise's meaning and firmly replied, "No, General, you cannot do that." "Why not?" General Guise declared. "He alone can save the lives of us all, including the king." It was then that General Winter grasped the gravity of the situation. General Guise was faced with a choice: the lives of Antwerp and its citizens, or that of Charles. From General Guise's perspective, it was indeed prudent to opt for the former, as Charles appeared to bear no relevance to him. Antwerp, or Belgium itself. German General Bessler had mentioned in a letter, "Please cherish the strength of the people and do not subject all the Belgian citizens to the ravages of war any longer." This was undoubtedly a veiled warning, suggesting that if Charles were not secured, he would place the entire city in jeopardy. However, General Winter cast a glance towards Charles and remarked, "He is a genius. He can offer us much more than we can imagine." Yet, before he could finish, Winter realized that Charles's brilliance would hold no significance for Belgium, which lacked an industrial foundation to actualize Charles's inventions, potentially turning his gifts into a double-edged sword. General Guise's indifferent demeanor seemed to echo this sentiment. Winter resolved to thwart this course of action. Should Charles fall into German hands, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the Allies. Nevertheless, Winter suddenly recognized that the over 10,000 reinforcements he had brought seemed insignificant amidst the fortifications of Antwerp, rendering him powerless to intervene. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a middle-aged man, adorned in splendid military attire and gripping a ceremonial sword, strode in. General Guise promptly approached and bowed in reverence. "Your Majesty." It was none other than King Albert I of Belgium, who glanced at both generals. Discerning the tension etched upon their faces, he seemed to have anticipated this moment, having come for this very matter. King Albert I surveyed Charles, who was simultaneously munching on food and poring over maps, before turning his attention back to General Guise, leaning in slightly, as if exerting an invisible pressure. His tone was low yet resolute. "I know what you are contemplating, General. I shall not allow you to proceed with this. The dignity of Belgium must not be tarnished. Your Majesty, General Gis implored anxiously, this concerns the lives of us all. There is no room for discussion on this. General, Albert I interrupted decisively. I believe the vast majority of Belgians would make the same choice as I. And they too would refuse to surrender Charles. Absolutely not. General Gis silently lamented. This was governance, it was politics, it was not a realm governed by chivalry. The king did not comprehend that between nations, only interests prevailed. Yet, he refrained from voicing this, knowing it would be futile to sway Albert I, who had resolutely chosen to engage in warfare against Germany, disregarding Belgium's best interests, even when self-preservation was within reach. He chose to ambush German supply lines, inciting their wrath. What, indeed, had Belgium gained from such actions? Empty accolades and praises? The nation and its people could very well vanish amid such songs of glory. General Gis believed he could not stand idly by as events unfolded. He planned to present the matter to Parliament, allowing them to decide. Albert I seemed to sense this intention, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on General Gis, as if to convey, I will persuade Parliament. They will support my decision, for it is the correct choice. As a subtle power struggle ensued among them, a youthful voice emerged from the other side, muffled by the cream filling his mouth. Are you planning to establish the defense line here to block the German advance? The others had initially intended to disregard Charles, believing themselves to be engaged in a matter of greater import. However, General Winter's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, General Gis, Winter exclaimed, perhaps we have a third option. With that, Winter gestured towards Charles, who was intently studying the map. General Gis paused momentarily, soon comprehending Winter's implication that if Charles could aid France in vanquishing the Germans, could he not also assist Belgium in achieving the same? Should the Germans be defeated, there would be no need to surrender Charles, nor would there be concern for the lives of the Belgian people. General Gis involuntarily scoffed in disdain. Do you truly believe he can alter the course of battle? Winter, you have elevated him to the status of a deity. Winter countered, I believe it costs us nothing to try. Does it not? With that, Winter turned his gaze to Albert I, seeking his support. Albert I understood and responded with action. He gracefully approached the table and extended his hand toward Charles. You are the Charles they speak of? Are you not, Lieutenant? Who might you be? Charles replied, shaking his hand. I am King of Belgium, Albert I. Albert I introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you. Charles was momentarily taken aback. To meet a king in his lifetime was an unexpected honor, rendering him somewhat nervous. I am honored, Your Majesty. Albert I nodded towards the two generals behind him, indicating they should join the discussion. Generals Gis and Winter exchanged glances, hurrying to stand on either side of Albert I. Facing Charles, General Gis scanned the map and, with reluctance, pointed to a newly drawn line, responding to Charles's inquiry. We intend to position the British forces here to protect the water supply system. You will protect nothing, Charles interrupted General Gis. Gis cleared his throat and shifted his gaze to General Winter, implying, this young man has little regard for your army. Now, it is your turn to respond. General Winter, somewhat begrudgingly, asserted, I believe we can, Lieutenant. I have brought the finest troops, well equipped. This is not merely a matter of quality and equipment. If you cannot see the enemy, you will be overwhelmed. Charles pointed to a spot behind the defense line, saying, you seem to overlook one critical detail. Less than a kilometer behind the defense line lies the Elgin fortress. The Germans' heavy artillery will focus its bombardment there. Before he could finish, both Winter and Gis understood, exclaiming, the bombardment of the Elgin fortress will inadvertently destroy this defense line. A kilometer is well within the range of their heavy artillery. By God, we are saving ammunition for the Germans. Albert I observed the two generals with keen interest, curious as to how such a mistake could be made by two decorated generals, who were being pointed out by a mere lieutenant. This was not altogether surprising. Belgium had not seen battle for 75 years, and General Gis had only begun to gain combat experience after the Germans launched their offensive a month prior. As for General Winter, he was a legislator, a rear admiral, with all his combat experience confined to naval warfare, having little knowledge of land combat. Conversely, Charles possessed modern military knowledge, rendering them unworthy even to be his students. Then, General Giss's expression grew serious. Where do you propose we establish the defense line? We should not establish a defense line. Charles, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin. Let the enemy advance? General Giss inquired, perplexed. Yes. Charles nodded affirmatively. General Giss objected. You may not realize, Lieutenant, that the range of the German heavy artillery far exceeds ours. We stand no chance of retaliation. That is precisely why we must let the enemy advance. What do you mean? General Giss was bewildered. Charles calmly retrieved 2 red flags representing the enemy and placed them on the map, moving them closer to Antwerp while explaining, after the Germans destroy the Wavre fortress, they will be compelled to move their heavy artillery forward to have any chance of striking the Elgin fortress located in the second tier. Indeed. Of course, the others nodded in agreement, awaiting Charles to elaborate further. However, Charles merely shrugged, indicating he had finished speaking, and then General Winter asked, Then their heavy artillery will be rendered useless, Charles replied. How could that be? General Giss shook his head with a smile, a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, See, I knew this would lead nowhere. Winter reminded Charles, the artillery of the Elgin fortress will likewise be unable to reach the enemy. Lieutenant, Charles retorted, what of the Wavre fortress? The Wavre fortress has already been destroyed, General Winter began, only to freeze mid-sentence, then exclaimed, My God, what a brilliant plan! We shall obliterate the Germans' heavy artillery, rendering their offensive insignificant. What? General Giss remained perplexed. King Albert I slightly nodded, his gaze towards Charles filled with astonishment and admiration. What an excellent strategy! If we can disguise the Wavre fortress to appear as if it has been destroyed, the enemy will surely position their heavy artillery right in front of it. General Giss suddenly grasped the idea, widening his eyes in surprise, embarrassment, and above all, skepticism. He could hardly believe that such a plan had originated from this youthful figure before him. The following day, Charles was awakened by the cacophony of cannon fire. It was evident that the Germans had unleashed their Big Bertha artillery. Typically, the Germans refrained from shelling during the night, as indiscriminate bombardment yielded a low hit rate, and the shells from Big Bertha were quite costly. They preferred to wait until dawn, utilizing balloons for guidance to maximize the destruction of their targets with minimal ammunition. Charles resided in the officers' quarters of the fortress headquarters. A single room on the 3rd floor complete with a private bath, a luxury reserved for distinguished guests in war-torn Antwerp, comparable only to the accommodations of General Winter. After all, Antwerp was the last bastion of safety in Belgium, drawing together many loyal to the king or those unwilling to submit to German subjugation, resulting in a scarcity of resources and accommodations. Even the engineers tasked with trench construction required reinforcements from Britain. Rushing through his morning routine, Charles descended the stairs with a clear plan in mind, to head to the airport and return to Paris, delivering the completed investigation report to Gallieni, which was foundational for France's reinforcement of Antwerp. At this juncture, Charles remained unaware that his mission had become inconsequential, as France, Britain, Germany, and Belgium were all devising a series of tactical plans centered around him. Particularly, the Germans had bolstered their forces by 3 divisions to prevent Charles from leaving. In his youthful mind, Charles was still preoccupied with thoughts of his investigation report. The headquarters bustled with activity, never pausing amidst the war as he sought to locate General Giss to arrange for a vehicle. But he seemed to be absent, just as Charles found himself in a quandary. A soldier clad in a striking red and black uniform, with a sword at his side, approached and saluted him. Charles recognized the attire as that of King Albert's guards, the Royal Guard, whom he had glimpsed the previous evening. The soldier politely addressed him. Lieutenant, the king invites you to breakfast. The carriage awaits you outside. Breakfast? At such a time? Charles found it hard to comprehend. Was this the manner of the nobility? It appeared that King Albert I was not exempt from such customs. However, Charles soon realized his misjudgment. This was far from the king's true intent. Unlike Grévy's carriage, King Albert I had arranged for Charles an open-top carriage, which Charles initially assumed was a reflection of Belgian style and flair. But it was in fact a deliberate choice by the king. The carriage moved slowly, despite the absence of obstacles on the road. 6 guards flanked the front and rear, all in the same, striking red uniforms. Their red plumes dancing rhythmically with the horse's gallop, as if to signal bystanders to clear the way. Along the streets, destitute figures, mostly elderly women and children of varying ages, stood in tattered clothing. Some children wept in their mothers' arms, while others, similar in age to Charles, bore grimy faces, their eyes revealing fatigue and fear. Their plight starkly contrasted with the royal guard, leaving Charles feeling uneasy within the carriage. The crowd had initially gathered at the street's edge, but upon sighting the carriage emerging from the headquarters, they instinctively rose to approach, seemingly eager to glimpse Charles. Puzzled, Charles wondered why such a multitude had amassed. Was today a special occasion? Suddenly, the carriage halted at an intersection as a convoy transporting ammunition passed by. During wartime, everyone was obliged to yield to military units, including the royal guard. In that moment of pause, the truth unveiled itself. The crowd gradually approached, initially at a slow pace, then recklessly surged forth, surrounding Charles's carriage, clamoring. "Are you Charles? We've heard you defeated the Germans. Can you truly lead us to victory against them? They've taken our homes and lands. Can you help us return?" Desperate hands reached out towards Charles, who found himself at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance towards the royal guard. Yet they feigned ignorance. Fortunately, the carriage resumed its journey under the guidance of the guards, leaving the chaotic crowd behind. However, throngs continued to line the streets, rising to gaze at Charles, their eyes brimming with hope. Charles understood then that King Albert I had manipulated him. This was no mere breakfast invitation, but rather a morale-boosting procession. King Albert I did not deny this when seated at the table across from Charles. His first words were, "I sincerely apologize, Lieutenant. I did not inform you beforehand, but I believe you can comprehend." The breakfast consisted of a steak and a fried egg, though the taste was rather mediocre. It was certainly preferable to bread. "Your Majesty, you have overestimated my influence," Charles protested. "This will not yield any results." King Albert I smiled gently, elegantly cutting a piece of beef and placing it in his mouth. "Nay, you underestimate yourself. It has already begun to take effect." "What?" Charles could hardly believe such rapidity. "It was last night." King Albert I tilted his head, chewing the beef as he explained, upon returning from the headquarters. "I disseminated news of your presence here." "And then?" Charles inquired, curiosity piqued regarding the outcome. Leaning closer and lowering his voice, King Albert I revealed, "Antwerp was on the brink of collapse, Lieutenant. In the 14 days since the Germans commenced their assault, 4,780 soldiers chose to flee, while another 30,900 surrendered to the Germans, averaging over 2,000 losses daily. Such information must remain undisclosed, lest it dampen morale. However, since last night, our numbers have not diminished. They have actually increased. People are spontaneously requesting to join the army to defend Antwerp. You know why." King Albert I raised his glass of red wine in a toast to Charles, stating now, "Do you still believe I have overestimated you?" Charles fell silent, focusing intently on his steak, pondering that the king must have engaged in some form of propaganda, unaware of how he had inflated his own image. Boom! The thunderous sound of Big Bertha echoed once more. Charles directed his gaze towards King Albert I, who responded with an understanding smile. "Rest assured, everything proceeds according to your plan. I have faith that they will succeed." King Albert I then added, "Moreover, I believe you may not be able to leave here for the time being. At least not for now, as the Germans are resorting to a strategy of mutual destruction, employing aircraft to destroy our planes." After sipping his wine, he emphasized, "This is unprecedented." General Gis was commanding troops at the front lines, rather than merely directing combat. It felt more akin to performing in a play, employing deception and orchestrating traps. All based on Charles's scheme to feign the destruction of the Joffre fortress. While the plan sounded straightforward, its execution proved somewhat challenging. Discussions continued late into the night, with several individuals, including King Albert I, deliberating until 11 o'clock. How can we deceive the Germans? General Gis furrowed his brow. The Germans have 3 observation balloons, and they have deployed observers equipped with telescopes to monitor the Joffre fortress. They are keenly aware of whether it has been destroyed. The observer's task was to note the impact points of the shells, whether they were left, right, too close, or too far, and then signal the artillery below to adjust their trajectories. allowing subsequent shells a chance to strike closer to the target. As he spoke, a hint of self-reproach flickered in General Gis's eyes. Had the vegetation and trees surrounding the fortress remained intact, this dilemma might not have arisen, for the enemy's observers would not be able to discern the fortress, thus rendering the ruse effective. This is easily resolvable, Charles interjected. We can create smoke around the fortress. Smoke? General Gis exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Charles. Indeed, Charles affirmed with a nod. We can ignite several fires around the perimeter, tossing in rubber products or old tires. They will produce thick, dark smoke that lingers low, obscuring the view of the enemy's observers, though the odor may be somewhat unpleasant. General Guise was taken aback yet elated. For the first time, he genuinely praised. A splendid idea, Lieutenant. This was indeed excellent news for General Guise. If smoke could resolve this predicament, then could his erroneous decision to clear the vegetation and trees truly be deemed a grave mistake? The more Guise pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as the weighty accusation that had been suffocating him suddenly evaporated. For Charles, it was merely a fleeting thought, and he marveled at how this young lad had accomplished such a feat. Both General Winter and Albert were equally astonished. This was indeed feasible, even effortlessly so. Yet no one had ever conceived of such an approach. Charles merely chuckled lightly, as this was already commonplace in modern warfare. When aerial forces were at a disadvantage, smoke was deployed. When supply convoys sought to avoid enemy aircraft bombardment, smoke was deployed. When firepower was inferior and close combat was desired, smoke was deployed. Perhaps the reason the people of this era had not thought of this was that there was simply no aerial threat. In this regard, General Guise was the most proactive. He summoned the entire city overnight to gather rubber products. Whether for motorcycles or automobiles, all tires were requisitioned, including those from military vehicles. Some officers protested. General, what shall we do about transporting ammunition and supplies? General Guise retorted loudly. How many rounds have you fired? The officers fell silent at once. The Germans typically bombarded from a safe distance, often without a single shot fired in return, and many fortifications were obliterated without having fired a single bullet. Moreover, the farthest point of Antwerp was merely a little over 10 kilometers away, and frontline transportation could easily be managed with horses or manpower. At dawn, General Guise ordered his troops to ignite rubber around the fortifications, and the effects were immediate. The area was engulfed in thick black smoke. The side effects, as Charles had noted, were rather unpleasant. For the soldiers hiding within the fortress, it was a torment. The air inside was already stifling, and they had hoped that the ventilation shafts would bring in fresh air, only to be met with the acrid rubber air. Soon, a sentinel from the fortress called the headquarters to protest, including Colonel Eden, who was stationed at Fort Wavre. Coughing, Colonel Eden complained, "General, if this continues, we shall suffocate from the smoke before the enemy even reaches us." General Guise responded succinctly, "You decide. Colonel, continue the smoke or expose the fortress to enemy fire. Choose one." Colonel Eden did not expect General Guise to pass the buck to him. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately opted for the former. "Let us continue the smoke. At least it offers a glimmer of hope for survival." Compared to the smoke, the German bombardment was far more terrifying, especially since the shells did not arrive all at once, but rather one every half hour, akin to a waiting execution, with no one knowing if they would survive to the next half hour. After hanging up the phone, General Guise grumbled, "These fellows are always looking for excuses to complain." On the other side, German Commander Beisler found himself in disarray at dawn. He noticed that the target was shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke, rendering visibility non-existent. He turned his gaze to the observation balloon in the sky, where the observers were frantically waving signal flags, indicating they were in the same predicament. "General," a messenger rushed in to convey the artillery's inquiry. "Major Frex reports that the cannons are ready. Shall we fire?" Beisler hesitated. Under the current circumstances, firing would almost certainly yield a low hit rate and would undoubtedly waste ammunition. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Continue firing. Aim for the center of the smoke." "Yes, General." Under normal circumstances, Beisler would not have ordered the bombardment. However, these were extraordinary times, with Charles in the forefront, and he needed to maintain pressure on the Belgians to compel them to surrender Charles. Thus, even if the targets could not be hit, they had to fire. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous boom resonated as a shell whistled towards the smoke. Just before impact, the smoke seemed to deflate like a crushed balloon, only to erupt in a cloud of dust amidst a deafening explosion. Beisler realized the situation had worsened. The explosion's smoke mingled with the dust that had been sent skyward, creating a dense, gray-black cloud that enveloped the fortress, rendering the center indiscernible. The staff turned to Beisler, seemingly asking if they should continue. Beisler clenched his jaw but still ordered, "Continue firing." Fortune smiled upon them. On what was presumably the fifth shot, the explosion was markedly different, producing a resounding blast that sent flames and thick smoke billowing from the direction of the fortress, persisting for quite some time. The observers and the balloons signaled, and the staff excitedly translated the flag signals. "Surviving enemies are fleeing. We see they're wounded." The German soldiers erupted in cheers, and Beisler was also overwhelmed with excitement. This was Fort Wavre. Destroying it would mean the Germans could cut off Antwerp's fresh water supply, making Belgians surrender merely a matter of time. Unbeknownst to Beisler, he mistakenly believed that the flames and smoke were the result of the fort's destruction. In reality, it was General Guise who had ordered the ignition of the accumulated gasoline and explosives. After breakfast, King Albert I strolled along the estate's path with Charles. The estate was quite modest, and the dining villa was only slightly larger than an ordinary house, making King Albert I resemble a farmer more than a monarch. Of course, this was only his estate in Antwerp. "I sincerely apologize," King Albert I remarked. "I could not provide you with a lavish breakfast." "No, it was quite satisfactory," Charles replied. He spoke the truth. The steak was palatable. And what else could a lavish breakfast entail? Pizza, turkey, caviar. King Albert I nodded, his tone gradually turning somber. "Please believe me, that was the standard set for your reception." At first, Charles did not comprehend the meaning behind these words. However, as he followed King Albert I around a wall, he stumbled upon a scene that made everything clear. King Albert I was sheltering the populace within his estate. Before Charles lay an expansive meadow, presumably the estate's pasture, now scattered with various tents. People hurried about among the tents, while some soldiers navigated through the crowd, distributing food. "They're my subjects," King Albert I gazed at the crowd, contemplatively stating. They could have fled abroad or sought refuge in safer England, yet they chose to remain and follow me. Caring for them is my duty. At that moment, someone called out, "Your Majesty, is he Charles?" King Albert I nodded proudly, his chest swelling as he declared, "Yes, he is the one who invented the tank to defeat the Germans. Francis sent him to assist us. He is here to help us." These words immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. One by one, they stood up, and those who had been inside the tents emerged, embracing one another and gathering around. King Albert I turned to Charles, smiling. "You are their hope, Lieutenant. They trust you." Charles felt somewhat bewildered. This was Belgium, and prior to this moment, he had never set foot in this country or encountered Belgians. Why would these entirely unfamiliar individuals place their trust in him and view him as their beacon of hope? King Albert I prompted Charles, "Aren't you going to say something to them?" Charles hesitated, gazing into the hopeful eyes before him. Uncertain of what to say, he feared disappointing them, and thus blurted out, "I will do my utmost. But my capabilities are limited. I'm saying," King Albert I interjected, "your abilities are indeed limited, Charles, but you are not alone in your efforts. We shall all support you. We will stand united." With that, King Albert I turned towards the people, his voice rising powerfully. "Answer me. Will you fight alongside Charles?" The crowd responded in unison. "Yes, we will. Thank you for leading us. We shall fight for you. We fight for Belgium." Gradually, the number of responders increased, soon erupting into a chorus of voices. Charles wore a perplexed expression. He had intended to express his regret if he were unable to meet the challenge. Yet Albert I skillfully redirected the crowd's focus. Charles cast a puzzled glance at Albert I, who raised an eyebrow and smiled gently, offering a subtle nod in response. Albert I was aware of Charles's unspoken thoughts. He should have allowed Charles to continue. However, Albert I understood that in the presence of a psychologically fragile populace, it was inappropriate to utter pessimistic words. Rather, he should inspire confidence and uplift morale. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Albert's admiration for Charles's character. Charles, devoid of grandiose claims and vanity, authentically expressed himself, revealing his innermost feelings, which resonated deeply with Albert I, who had grown weary of empty rhetoric.